Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. The Original Four Seas, East Blue. Pashka is an island on the border of the Kingdom of Goa, almost unnoticed by the royal family of the kingdom, so since the era of great pirates, it has often become an island where pirates who are not accepted by the world take a temporary rest. Recently, this island has ushered in a big man. The pirate ship parked in the port has a rather small hull, but compared to the ship itself, the pirate flag hoisted on the ship is more eye-catching. It was a smiling skull. There was a crimson engraving on the left eye of the skull, and two knives were set against the bottom of the skull. And this pirate flag, not to mention just this little East Blue, even if you look at the whole sea, it is also famous. Red Force, the ship belonging to Redhead Shanks, the great pirate of the New World. But at this time, the ship's cabin, which is often filled with singing and laughter, is rare and dignified. "Captain! Are your hands really okay?" Ben Beckman frowned at Shank's left arm, which had been torn apart by the Lord of the Sea. "Ha ha ha! Beckman, you guy, how many times have you asked these days?" On the opposite side of him, the red-haired pirate held a huge wine barrel and poured wine into his mouth. "Only the right arm will not affect my holding a sword, nor will it affect my drinking, so it doesn't matter." "Captain, what you said is simple. He is obviously a left-handed swordsman, right?" "Lockie, shut up." Although Shanks himself said it didn't matter, and he didn't have any regrets about betting his arm on the future kid named Luffy, but the truth is also obvious. He is a left-handed swordsman, and breaking off his left arm will definitely have a great impact on his strength. And this is also taken into consideration, which is why Ben Beckman, who is the brains of the team, is so worried they will inevitably return to New World in the future, and after returning to New World, the one-armed redhead will undoubtedly face the fight. It's a big problem. I'll just practice my right-hand sword again." Shanks comforted his good brother. "Anyway, this hand is just like this, no matter how you think about it, it won't work." "No, Mr. Shanks." But at this moment, a clear voice came from the door. But when everyone turned their heads to look, they saw a young man in white standing at the door. Without further ado, Loggy had already pulled out the firecracker from his waist at a speed that didn't belong to that fat body at all, and the other pirates were all ready to fight in an instant without exception. "Who are you?" The red-haired man looked at the young man who had arrived suddenly with some curiosity. It was a bit interesting that he didn't perceive the arrival of this man at all with his observation hacky. "My name is Ling Yun, and I'm a doctor." But the young man didn't show any panic when facing the firecrackers and muskets. He just smiled and said to the redhead, "I can heal your left arm for you." "Doctor?" The red hair looked at his left shoulder. "My left arm has fallen into the sea, and the wound has scabbed over and the muscles have died. Do you dare to say that it can be cured?" Of course, he also sought treatment from a doctor before, but the conclusion has already been drawn. There is no possibility of his arm recovering. "As long as you give me enough reward, even if it is a dead person, as long as you give me the body, I will rescue you." After the teenager who called himself Ling Yun finished speaking confidently, he threw a card directly to Shanks. "If you want to heal your left arm, come to me at the address on the card." After finishing speaking, the young man waved his hand at Hong and lightly gestured, and then his figure disappeared in front of everyone in Red Hair Pirates in an instant. "This is Phantom? Is it a person with abilities?" And the redhead looked at the card in his hand, and saw that it clearly said Wanja Medical Center, attending physician Ling Yun, and below it was a row of addresses, which seemed to be in the town on this island. "Interesting." There was a slight smile on the redhead's mouth. "Captain, what do you mean?" "There's nothing to do anyway, go and see." At the same time, Ling Yun in the town of Pashka looked at the distant port with full expectation, hoping that what he did would interest the big pirate, the red-haired Shanks. And here I have to mention one thing, Ling Yun is not from this world. He is a native Earthling. About a month ago, he didn't know why he came to this world of One Piece that he liked very much after waking up, and occupied a medical hall in the town of Pashka. And with him, there is also a strongest doctor system who doesn't know the origin. This system gave Ling Yun a very surprising message. For example, he has the ability to manipulate the human body in this medical center, and the skill of this manipulation is unlimited. In other words, he can do the room effect that Telfagolaw's OPOP fruit in the comics does, and he can do more. Whether it is organs, internal organs, wounds, blood, or even the life and death of the human body, he can control them all. That is to say, in this medical hall, he is like a god. And the system also explained the function to him very clearly. As long as he treats a patient, he can directly obtain an ability of the patient, and every time he treats a patient, he will also accumulate a part of the system points. The accumulation of system points to a certain extent, you will also get a gift package from the system. But the biggest problem is that initial task, prove your ability to attract customers. Character content, guaranteed to heal one A-level or higher client within the first 2 treatments. To put it simply, in the first 2 treatments, Ling Yun had to treat a customer above A-level, and before the initial task was completed, Ling Yun would not be able to move her location in the clinic. And if there is no medical clinic as self-protection, there is almost no difference between Ling Yun going to sea alone and going to reincarnation directly. So for a month, Ling Yun has been working hard to find customers above A-level, but he has not been able to find them. He didn't know until a while ago when he saw the Red Force parked in the harbor. Here's your chance. Chapter 2. In the classification of the system, the power level of One Piece world is roughly divided into 6 levels of X, S, A, B, C, D, E. Among them, the X level refers to the level of 4 emperors, and the S level is slightly lower than the level of the 4 emperors, which includes the levels of Marine Admiral and most Shishibukai. These levels are not only personal combat power, also includes the strength of the entire force and the strength of other aspects such as IQ, physique, and potential. And this is why Ling Yun is desperate in East Blue, the weakest sea. It is really difficult for him to find a person who is above A-level and needs a doctor. It is precisely because of this that when seeing Shanks, Ling Yun immediately made up his mind to catch this future 4 emperors. For this reason, he also directly used the initial item one-time clone given to him by the system, in order to maximize his deterrent effect on Shanks. And now he has done everything he can, and the only thing left to do is to see if the other party is willing to come over. Brother, you are so curious, why don't you come here? Looking at the end of the street longingly, Ling Yun was thinking about it, and then suddenly his eyes lit up. It's done. At the end of the field of vision, a red-haired man was walking towards here with a few of his partners. That's Shanks the Redhead, along with Lackey, Yasopp, and Ben Beckman. Captain, do you really want to go? That kid looks very unreliable at first glance. At this time, Lug was asking Shanks. No matter how he thought about it, the young man just now was not very reliable. No, Lucy, you're wrong. But at this time, Beckman said to him, that guy is very mysterious, so he is the most likely to heal the captain's left arm. They also asked other people in the town of Pashka about the medical center along the way. But what's interesting is that almost everyone in this town knows the existence of such a clinic, but when they are asked when the clinic was opened, everyone says they don't know. And this sense of mystery also greatly increased Ben Beckman's interest in that mysterious young man. He knew that the more mysterious this kind of person, the more capable he might be. Maybe the captain's illness is really real. He even had such a premonition in his heart. Arrive. At this time, Yasopp's reminder also made him realize that he had arrived at his destination. When he looked up, he saw an antique and charming wooden door in front of him. There were 2 lines of incomprehensible words written on both sides of the door, and in the middle were written the words Wanja Medical Center. Big characters. It can be summed up like this: it can't be said to be resplendent, but it has a special charm. Go in and have a look. Shanks is a bold person, so he opened the door without stopping too much at this time. As soon as the door was opened, Shanks could smell a burst of medicinal fragrance, but in the front lobby visible along the Kingshi boardwalk, a young man in white was waiting for them for a long time with a light smile. "Mr. Shanks is here." After seeing Shanks, the young man in white smiled and beckoned them to come in. "Be careful, don't step on the herbs on the side of the road." After hearing the young man's words, Shanks nodded and walked directly along the Kingshi boardwalk, but Lug, who was already suspicious of Ling Yun, spit lightly after hearing the words as a fat man with broad shoulders and feet. Red tape was his least favorite. So he also ignored Ling Yun's words, and just stepped on the herbs on the ground with one foot. Then, well, he was horrified to find that his body was suddenly out of his control. "Mr. Lackey, don't step on my herbs, let me take you here." And at this time, before the redhead who also noticed this point could speak, Ling Yun had already opened his mouth with a chuckle. Then, the red hair saw Ling Yun wave his right hand towards the roadbed, and then the fat man flew over with one foot off the ground, and landed in the lobby. "This person!" And after the red hair saw this, a rare flash of astonishment flashed across his eyes. Of course he knew Logi as his partner very well. The strength of this red hair pirate's combatant is very strong. In the frequent confrontations between red hair pirates and other pirate groups, it can almost be said to be ranked in the top 3 combat power. And although he looks fat, his brain is not stupid, on the contrary, he is extremely cautious when fighting. But it was such a powerful pirate who was manipulated so casually like a puppet in front of the young man in front of him. It's a capable person, and incredibly strong. But even though his heart was terrified, Shanks still maintained his demeanor and took his seat directly under the guidance of Ling Yun. After this incident, Lug also knew that this young man was really a terrifying strong man, so he was completely honest for a while. "Your Excellency said before that it could cure my left arm. Although I am very curious about Ling Yun's origin and strength, even a bold redhead knows that now is not the time to ask these things, and to speak is to get straight to the point. Of course not just a cure, I can even guarantee that your left arm is stronger than before." With the scene just now as evidence, no one present doubted the authenticity of Ling Yun's words. "So, what's the price?" However, Shanks clearly sees the matter very clearly. A monster like Ling Yun who can kill Luyi in an instant is willing to treat him, and the price he needs to pay is absolutely extremely high. But at this point, Shanks is completely wrong. Ling Yun only needs to treat any one person, then he can get a kind of ability of that person from the system after the end, and the only condition that needs to be fulfilled to complete this transaction itself is treatment. In other words, it is acceptable even to treat Ling Yun for Shanks for free. So after hearing the words, Ling Yun did not open his mouth like a lion, but asked rhetorically, "What is Mr. Shanks willing to give?" "This." Shanks was also a little dazed after hearing the words, but Ben Beckman on the side said directly, "We still have 2 devil fruits in the boat, plus 500W Bailey, what do you think, Mr. Ling Yun?" Chapter 3. After hearing the bargaining chips proposed by Ben Beckman, Shanks also looked a little embarrassed. 500W Bailey is certainly not a small number, and it is a huge sum of money for the people of Common. However, this number is really too petty for him. He is the great pirate Red Hair Shanks, a famous pirate even in the New World, not to mention anything else, just saying that his own head is worth hundreds of millions of Baileys. However, since their pirate group doesn't value treasures very much, there is indeed not much money on board. Especially after knowing that Ling Yun's strength can kill Luyi in an instant, this number seems even more petty. A strong man with this strength can go to New World to slaughter a pirate, and he will get a reward of hundreds of millions, and he will be rewarded. Miss you 500W? As for the 2 devil fruits mentioned later, they are still worth a bit after all, as the treasure of the sea. The value of devil fruit that can give people powerful power is indeed extremely high. But at the same time, Shanks doesn't think that a strong man like Ling Yun will need this kind of thing, just like he himself has been reluctant to take devil fruit. What's more, judging from the situation just now, the other party is very likely to be a capable person. It is common sense that a person cannot take 2 devil fruits at the same time, so under this premise, the value of these 2 devil fruits is even smaller. So for a while, he was indeed a little embarrassed, and felt that his condition was a little too insincere. But can. Of course Ling Yun agreed in a hurry. Real. After seeing the red hair, Ling Yun was still a little bit disbelieving, and smiled lightly. Fame and benefits are like floating clouds to me. As a doctor, how much money you earn is just a trivial matter. The key is to have a benevolent heart. Well said. And after hearing this sentence, the red hair couldn't help admiring. These words are too much to his liking, especially the phrase fame and benefits are like floating clouds, which is almost enlightening to him who pursues freedom. On the other hand, Beckman and others looked at Ling Yun with admiration. That's right, such a person who is absolutely strong even if he looks at the entire sea, now runs a small medical clinic here in East Blue. Isn't this the benevolence of a doctor? It's a pity that there is no good wine here, otherwise I will have a few drinks with brother Ling Yun. At this time, Hungfa's words also clearly expressed his approval of Ling Yun. There will be a chance in the future. Shall we start the treatment now? After Ling Yun saw this, he laughed lightly, and immediately started the treatment. Now? No need to pay first. No need, it's not too late to pay after it's cured. Beckman and the others were startled at first, and then they admired Ling Yun more and more. Such a generous and powerful character is really a hero of the sea. Come to the operating room, I'll treat your arm. At this time, Ling Yun also pointed towards the back of the lobby, and then led the red hair and others into the operating room of the hospital. First let the red hair lie on the operating table, and then saw that Beckman and others were going to wait outside. Ling Yun also said directly, "You don't need to go out, just watch here, it's just a broken limb repair operation." Okay. And Beckman and others also nodded gratefully after hearing the words. Although they have already had initial trust in Ling Yun, they are still worried about Shanks' safety after all. Afterwards, they saw Ling Yun close his hands, and when he opened them again, there was already an extra arm that didn't know where it came from. Then Ling Yun pressed the arm towards Shanks' severed arm, and saw his left hand stroking slightly at the interface between the severed arm and the arm. Connected. Under Lug's inconceivable exclamation, the severed arm began to slowly grow several granulation sprouts, and within a few minutes, the arm was already connected to the severed arm. Finished. And Ling Yun also pretended to be tired and wiped the sweat from his forehead. How do you feel? Shanks was also taken aback when he heard the words, and then jumped up excitedly from the operating table and shook his hands, and then saw that the left arm was suddenly covered with a thick layer of black substance. That was armament haki belonging to Shanks. Sure enough, no problem. Feeling the long-lost arm, Shanks also smiled cheerfully, and looked at Ling Yun seriously. Thank you for your kindness. If you have any troubles in the future, tell me. Congratulations on completing the initial mission, the system is officially bound. You get the initial gift package. You have treated the X-level character Red Hair Shanks, and the character's related abilities will be randomly selected. Shanks. Age, 27 years old. Level, this world X. Available abilities, Armament Haki LV.8, Observation Haki LV.8, Conqueror's Haki LV.7, Great Swordsman Swordsmanship LV.9, Combat Experience LV.9. Random drawing begins. Drawing is completed. Congratulations on obtaining the Great Swordsman Swordsmanship LV9. After hearing the system prompts beeping continuously in his head, Ling Yun also laughed cheerfully. In the ranking system, the skill level of a single world is divided into 10 levels, and the LV.9 swordsmanship of the Great Swordsman he drew from Shanks also shows. From now on, he can freely claim to be one of the strongest swordsmen in this world. Of course, a swordsman needs physique and haki as assistance in addition to swordsmanship, but there is no doubt Ling Yun made a big profit this time. Therefore, Ling Yun, who was in a good mood, also looked at Shanks seriously. If you are going to die in the future, or if your friends are going to die, come to me. Even if your soul has gone to the underworld, I will definitely bring it back for you. Ha ha ha. So the two looked at each other and laughed at the same time, and Shanks stepped forward and put his arms around Ling Yun's shoulders. Go. Let's go drink. Okay. Chapter 4. A month later. Ling Yun, you really don't want to go on my ship? I happen to be short of a ship doctor on board. Shanks, standing on the bow of the Red Force ship at Pashka Pier, looked at Ling Yun seriously. No, but I might go to New World someday. And after hearing Ling Yun's words, he was also a little disappointed, but it was understandable. From what happened to Lug before, it can be seen that Ling Yun's strength is definitely extremely strong. Especially later, Shanks also communicated with Ling Yun, and found that Ling Yun's strength is unfathomable, and even his attainments in swordsmanship are no less than him. Powerhouses of this level must have their own ideals, so it is normal not to be willing to join other people's pirates. Okay. If you come to New World, you must come to me and I'll buy you a drink. And the red-haired person is a free and easy person, so at this time he directly smiled. Okay. But you mustn't die before I go to drink with you. Ling Yun also had a very good impression of this big pirate after getting along with him during this period, so he smiled directly. Haha. I still have my left arm, no one can kill me. And the red hair also gave a long laugh, and then shouted to the rear deck, brothers. Let's go. Oh. So as the anchor was raised, Red Force also left the small island where it stayed for a short time, and headed for where it was supposed to go. And after the red hair left, Ling Yun naturally returned to his medical clinic immediately and started to organize his things. Among these things, the most need to sort out is undoubtedly Ape Fruit. Category, Zoan Devil Fruit. Ability, incarnate as a spirit ape, can greatly strengthen the agility of the body. Rhino Fruit. Category, Zoan Devil Fruit. Ability, incarnation of a rhinoceros, greatly strengthening the strength and defense of the body. Sure enough, they are all Zoan fruits. Seeing the two kinds of fruits that Shanks gave her as reward, Ling Yun was also a little disappointed. There is nothing wrong with devil fruit being very precious, but as a person who knows the details, Ling Yun also knows that there are classifications in devil fruit, that is, 3 different types of Zoan, Paramecia, and Logia. Among these 3 kinds of fruits, Paramecia devil fruit has the most types, and the ability that this kind of fruit can provide is also the most unstable. For example, shock fruit, the strongest fruit of Paramecia known to the world, its user, the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, can even use the power of this fruit to cause a tsunami and earthquake, and has the power to destroy the world. In comparison, the ability provided by the weaker fruit of Paramecia can only be said to be better than nothing at best, and it is incomparable with shock fruit. The second fruit, the Logia fruit, is the rarest among the 3 fruits, and the abilities they can provide are extremely powerful without exception. Except for dark fruit, other Logia ability users can transform their bodies into some kind of natural phenomenon, making themselves immune to most physical attacks, and their abilities often provide them with powerful lethality and various kind of convenience. It can be called the most powerful of the 3 devil fruits. Not to mention anything else, Ling Yun knows that the 3 admirals in Marine in the future are all Logia fruit capable users without exception. Besides these 2 kinds, the last devil fruit is the Zoan devil fruit that Ling Yun holds now. The ability of this kind of fruit is mostly the ability to allow people to possess certain animals. Except for 1 or 2 very rare fruits, other fruits will almost obviously strengthen the user's combat power and constitution. But Ling Yun doesn't like them. If it's a phantom beast, I can barely eat it. The 2 Zoan fruits of the common Shaking his head and putting the 2 fruits on the table without thinking about it, Ling Yun immediately started calling the system, "System, open the initial gift package." Because of the red hair, Ling Yun never had the opportunity to open the initial gift package given to him by the system, so now he asked the system to open it to see what was there. The initial gift pack is open. Congratulations on getting the gene modification scalpel. Congratulations on getting the Thinking Spark Electric Shocker. Thinking Spark Electric Shocker. User, Ling Yun. Function, it can strengthen the user's thinking and perception, and increase the LV of non-physical skills by 1, lasting for 30 minutes. Note, may cause drowsiness after use. Can this thing strengthen my sword skills? And after seeing this message, Ling Yun also became interested in an instant. Can be strengthened. Incredible. After hearing the affirmative reply from the system, Ling Yun was also instantly excited. He has already made his sword skills reach LV by extracting the sword skills from Shanks. Level 9, which means that after turning on the electric shock device, his swordsmanship can reach LV within 30 minutes. 10. And if even the red-haired Shanks' swordsmanship is only LV 9, then Ling Yun can be sure he LV. A swordsmanship of 10 must be the number 1 swordsman in the world. Okay, good stuff. And after being excited, Ling Yun also continued to start the second item in the gift bag. Gene Modification Scalpel. User, Ling Yun. Function, it can keep the genes in the user's body stable, and get rid of inferior genes to strengthen the body. What's the use of this thing? After seeing this item, Ling Yun frowned first, then after thinking for a while, he suddenly thought of a possibility that made his heart flutter. System, can this scalpel help me filter out the rejection genes caused by devil fruit? He suddenly thought of the analysis post he had seen on the internet in his previous life, which mentioned that the essence of devil fruit's function is likely to change human genes. And if this guess is true, then it can be filtered out, but part of the effect of devil fruit will disappear. If you take Zoan devil fruit, then the ability of animalization will disappear, only the characteristics of body strengthening will be retained. If you take the fruit of Logia, the ability to create elements from nothingness will disappear, and only the ability to transform elements and the characteristics of the elements themselves will remain. If you take the Paramecia fruit, then part of the ability to change the body structure will disappear, and only the characteristics that have no effect on the appearance of the body will be retained. Nice one. Ling Yun, on the other hand, was completely shocked by the terrifying function of this scalpel. Although he could only obtain part of the ability, the part of the ability gene that was filtered out undoubtedly also filtered out the devil fruit's rejection gene. In other words, the amount of devil fruit he can consume, maybe will be unlimited. And if that's the case, even if he only takes Zoan's devil fruit, sooner or later he will become a perfect monster in every way. So Ling Yun almost didn't think about anything, just took out the scalpel that didn't look like anything special, and then slashed at the 2 devil fruits on the table. The genetic modification is completed, the fruit can be taken. Then he saw some green juice flowing out from the place where the 2 fruits were scratched by him, and then Ling Yun, who heard the system prompt, picked up the 2 fruits and ate them one by one. I don't know if it's because the genes have been modified, but the taste of these 2 fruits is not as unpalatable as described in the original book, but after eating these 2 fruits... Swoosh! Ling Yun suddenly punched the air, and then saw that the fist hit an afterimage directly, and there was a huge sonic boom in the surrounding air. Very good. Ling Yun looked at his fist with satisfaction. Obviously, the agility attribute of the ape fruit and the strength attribute of the rhinoceros fruit have been absorbed by him. Next, I just need to be fully familiar with my own strength, and I can leave here. Talking to himself like this, a spark flickered in his eyes. Chapter 5. It's been a month since Shanks left. 1 month has brought many changes to Ling Yun. For example, he has fully grasped the power of the 2 fruits he absorbed, and he has also fully comprehended the sword technique he obtained from Shanks. In addition, he also spent the 500W Bailey given to him by Shanks to purchase a medium-sized ship in the town. In the past month, due to the occasional illness and injury in the town of Pasca, he past treating these commons gained a lot of common sense nautical knowledge. And now, he felt that everything was ready, and he was finally going to sea. As for where to go first, of course Ling Yun already had plans. A week later, Sima's Hiji village in the Kingdom of Goa. As a seemingly common village, the only difference between Simo's Hiji village and other villages may be that there is a swordsmanship dojo called One Heart. The owner of the dojo is called Kojiro, a middle-aged man who smiles every day. But today, Kojiro finally couldn't help laughing. Kuina. In the silent room of the dojo, a boy with a green algae head knelt down in front of a girl and shouted loudly, while Kojiro sat blankly aside, looking at his daughter's body that had gradually started to cool down. He still remembered how confident his daughter was when she swore she would become the world's #1 swordsman, but unexpectedly she fell to her death because of such an accident. Kuina, get up. I haven't defeated you yet. The boy with the green algae head was still crying, but Kojiro just raised his hand slightly. Zoro. You can't come back from the dead, he wanted to say. But, he can't say it. It may be easy to comfort others, but when something happened to his daughter, even Kojiro, who has cultivated his chi cultivation to ultimate, can no longer be calm. His fingernails were so tightly embedded in his palm that even blood flowed from his palm. And it was at this time. What are you doing? Why? Don't go in. Along with the noisy voices of the dojo disciples outside the door, Kojiro saw that the door of the quiet room was suddenly opened. And a young man in white clothes appeared in front of his eyes. She can still be saved. His soft whisper, straight into Kojiro's heart. Can you save her? So, Kojiro didn't even ask who are you, just asked such a question. Abel. And Ling Yun also looked at the girl whose head was covered in blood due to falling from a height, and couldn't care less for a while. Hold her and follow me. Good. Before Kojiro could make a move, the boy with the green algae head had already picked up the girl directly. Where are you going? Just follow me. After Kojiro saw this, his eyes were fixed, and Zoro followed directly. So not long after, Kojiro, who followed Ling Yun out of the dojo, came to a medical clinic. This medical center, when? At this time, Kojiro was surprised to find that he had no idea when the medical center was built. Put her on the table. When the two entered the hospital with Kuina on their backs, they saw Ling Yun standing in front of the operating table. After Ruin put Kuina on the operating table, Kojiro saw Ling Yun raised his right hand, and a scalpel appeared in his hand at some point. Then, he scratched the scar on the girl's head with his hand, and a golden light flashed, and the scar on the girl's head disappeared without a trace. Then, he stroked the girl's face with his hand, and the girl's grey face instantly regained part of its luster. This. Kojiro, on the other hand, looked at the young man's actions with excitement and surprise. This kind of medical skill is simply a miracle. When the young man healed all the wounds on the girl's body, Kojiro looked forward again, and he, who has always been as stable as Mount Tai, couldn't help but have red eyes. Kuina. Looking at the blue-haired girl who had started to breathe peacefully, Kojiro almost cried with joy. Call. And unlike the previous time with red hair, this time Ling Yun really brought back a person who was almost dead. Although there is no need to worry about the treatment method due to the help of the system, the consumption of this level of surgery is still quite huge for him, a full 40% of his mental power. Congratulations to the host for curing the character Kuina. This cure is a difficult one, and the reward system points are doubled. Next, the character's skills will be randomly selected. Kuina. Age, 11 years old. Level, this world C. Available ability, Swordsmanship LV.3. Because there is only one ability to obtain, so no more drawing. Congratulations on obtaining Swordsmanship LV.3. And there is no doubt that the reward for saving a little girl like Kuina is completely incompatible with Ling Yun's consumption, LV system points only. So in fact, what Ling Yun expected from the beginning was not to get any compensation from Kuina, but her father, Kojiro. Thank you for saving my daughter. I am so grateful. Mr. Kojiro is polite. As a doctor, it is natural to save lives. Even though he said so, Ling Yun still looked at Kojiro. This guy can't be so ignorant. At least I saved your daughter, should I show it? Mr. Trouble saved Kuina, I don't know how to repay Mr. However, Kojiro is obviously a person who knows how to reciprocate, and he is clearly asking Ling Yun what he wants to repay. I don't need a consultation fee, but I've been short of a weapon these days. So Ling Yun also cut straight to the point. This time Shanks was different from that one. This time he saved Kuina almost for nothing, so it is right to ask for some benefits from him. And this is exactly the purpose of his coming here. Now he has LV.9 swordsmanship and constitution bonus of 2 kinds of devil fruit. What he lacks is actually a weapon. Mr. also uses a sword. But Kojiro's eyes lit up when he heard the words. The few hands just now proved that the young doctor in front of him is probably a capable person, and judging from the other party's words, it seems that he can use a sword. Slightly understand. And Ling Yun only answered in this way, so Kojiro also said directly, please come to my dojo, sir. Kojiro is a person who knows how to reciprocate to him. Kuina is the most precious treasure in the world, and since Ling Yun saved Kuina and expressed that he wants a weapon in return, then he will give his own. It is also possible to give Ling Yun the love sword Hideo Yiwen. But it should be noted that the sword used by a swordsman is not as sharp as possible. The sword is the carrier, and the essence of kendo is the person who uses the sword. Just like the first generation Geisha, one of the 12 supreme swords in Legendary, an unqualified swordsman holding a famous sword will only end up being coveted by others, or he will be killed in the end. Hurt yourself. So what Kojiro means now is that he wants to see Ling Yun's kendo level, and then consider which sword to give to Ling Yun. Good. And Ling Yun also naturally understood what Kojiro meant, so he immediately nodded in agreement, and then walked into the Yuxin dojo together with the other party. Chapter 6. In the center of the inner hall of the Yuxin dojo, there is a pair of framed words, on which is written Sword Deo. Mr. Ling Yun, please do it first. And now, Kojiro is holding a wooden knife and standing in front of the writing, signaling to Ling Yun to make the first move. Should I shoot first? But Ling Yun said with a half-smile after hearing the words. Well, sir, you make a move first and I'll take care of it. Kojiro is very confident in his sword skills. But there is obviously a reason for this. Kojiro. Age, 39 years old. Level, this world A. Available abilities, Swordsman level Swordsmanship LV.7, Advanced Footwork LV.5, Combat Experience LV.6. Undoubtedly, although Kojiro bowed down to East Blue, which is called the weakest sea, Kojiro himself is undoubtedly a very powerful character. The LV Duan yet is definitely a top swordsman. So it was obviously reasonable for him to let Ling Yun strike first, because no matter what the sword skills of a doctor, it is absolutely impossible to be better than him. But in fact, from the moment Ling Yun put his hand on the wooden knife, Kojiro knew he was wrong. Because at that moment, the aura on Ling Yun's body was so strong that he could hardly breathe. Then, Ling Yun's body suddenly leaned forward. And the wooden knife in his hand swung forward. Before the knife was drawn, Ling Yun's aura was as calm as a mountain. This is called Juxiang. After the knife was drawn, Ling Yun's aura burst like fire. This is called pulling together. The combination of the two is called J. Juhi/ is a sword drawing skill that all top swordsmen will definitely use. Of course Kojiro himself would, but he had to admit. Ling Yun's Juhi is the fastest he has ever seen in his life. Even from the bladeless wooden knife, Kojiro seemed to see the spirit of cutting the world apart. Swoosh! When Ling Yun's wooden knife stopped at his throat, Kojiro didn't even have time to pull out his own knife. So strong! This was the only thought on the mind of Kojiro, who was completely shocked. Whether it's speed, strength, accuracy, momentum, the opponent's slash is almost perfect, even making him, who is enough to be called a swordsman in the sea, unable to evaluate it. The opponent's swordsmanship is so powerful that it is unimaginable. Concession. After Ling Yun chuckled and retracted the knife, Kojiro showed a wry smile. Just now, it's me, Meng Lang. After finishing speaking, the owner of the Yuxin dojo slowly lifted the wooden knife in his hand. Now, I hope to ask the master about the way of swordsmanship. His attitude had obviously been lowered between words, and Li Xingxi was shining in his eyes. His swordsmanship had stagnated for many years, so he opened a dojo to recruit disciples. But now, standing in front of him is a figure who looks like a great swordsman. Polite. And Ling Yun, who was really fighting with someone for the first time, also smiled lightly and held the sword in his hand again, and then he just kept standing in a casual posture. But Kojiro didn't care too much. He knew that swordsmen at the level of great swordsmen had already moved their swords with their hearts. No matter when and what posture, they could swing their slashes with the most perfect strength. This is my way of swordsmanship, sir, please try the sword. One heart flow crimson flow who. So Kojiro also directly slashed towards Ling Yun with his sword, and even made a huge sound of piercing in the air when he slashed. Bang! Bang! Then the sound of wooden knives colliding resounded in the inner hall. The sword competition lasted for an hour before it ended, and when it was over, Kojiro, who was sweating profusely, was once again knocked away by Ling Yun with a random swing of his sword. Unpretentious swordsmanship, no wonder you want to practice in seclusion here. As a person who has absorbed Shank's LV.9 level swordsmanship, Ling Yun can naturally see what kind of swordsmanship Kojiro is taking at a glance, so he can't help but sigh. This guy obviously has powerful swordsmanship enough to become famous in the sea, but he lives in seclusion in such a place. A small place can really be regarded as someone who pursues the way of swordsmanship. Isn't it the same, sir? With this level of swordsmanship, but still choose Suin Hojishi to be a doctor, really? And Kojiro shook his head even more speechlessly. After a fight, he couldn't even touch Ling Yun's clothes kakuzu from the beginning to the end. There is no doubt that there is a huge gap between Ling Yun and him in terms of physical strength, speed, strength, and swordsmanship. And such a swordsman who is so powerful as ultimate is actually a doctor. By interest, by interest. Ling Yun didn't explain, just said with a smile. To tell you the truth, sir, I originally planned to give my saber Hideo Yiwen to sir. After hearing Kojiro's subsequent words, Ling Yun was also startled. What does this mean? In fact, his original purpose of coming to this Yuxin dojo was just this 21 skilled sharp knife, but judging from the other party's intention. Could it be? Thinking of a certain possibility, Ling Yun couldn't help but feel a little expectation in his heart. But now it seems that the knife is not worthy of the master's swordsmanship. Kojiro shook his head lightly, with a flash of determination in his eyes. Please wait a moment, sir. Afterwards, he also stood up, and under Ling Yun's suspicious eyes, he walked to the front of the picture of Du of the sword, and then tapped a few places on the two words. Click. Accompanied by the sound of some kind of gear, Ling Yun was surprised to find that there was a hidden space under the framed calligraphy. And Kojiro took out a knife from that space very solemnly. This is the saber left by my ancestor. Kojiro's expression was solemn. My master is called Miyamoto Musashi. Miyamoto Musashi, if placed 100 years ago, would have been the most stalwart name in the world, that is, the last world-recognized #1 swordsman in the world. It is said that he once went to Wano Kuni to find someone for a sword competition, and even Ryomake, the dragon slayer swordsman who had slashed a flying dragon in Wano Kuni, was defeated by him. But Ling Yun was shocked at first when he heard the words, and then he felt that it was very reasonable. It is normal for a swordsman of Kojiro's level to have such a master. Before the teacher died, he passed on the saber of the master to my subordinates, but I thought that I was unable to control this saber, so I kept it sealed and never used it. Originally, I planned to give it to him if there was a disciple who became a weapon in the future. Kojiro said so, and then handed the knife to Ling Yun. This time, the master saved Kuina, and his swordsmanship is superb. As a thank you gift to the master, this knife is not an insult to the master's swordsmanship. Thank you. Naturally, Ling Yun didn't refuse, but took the knife and gently pulled it out. Buzz! There was a clear chirping of the knife, and the crimson blade flashed in front of Ling Yun's eyes. Good knife! Looking at the knife in his hand, Ling Yun sighed in admiration. The knife is a fierce knife, so only the strongest swordsman can control it. Both the blade and the blade are red, the blade is crescent-shaped, the blade has a blood groove, the pattern is the 3-day moon flame pattern cast randomly, the handle is cutty, and the surface of the blade is engraved with the triple Rashomon picture. The 12 Skills of the Supreme Sword, Demon Sword Muramasa. Chapter 7. Father. In Yuxin Dojo, seeing Kuina who finally woke up and threw himself into his arms, Kojiro called out excitedly, Kuina, you're awake. Master. Chlorella head on the side saluted Kojiro first, and then looked around curiously, Master, where is Mr. Ling Yun? Are you gone? Well, already left. By the way, Father Zoro said that you will have a sword fight with that Mr. Ling Yun. How is his sword skill? Although Kuina has just woken up from a coma, she is obsessed with swordsmanship, but she is still thinking about swordsmanship. Mr. Ling Yun. And speaking of this, Kojiro also showed a hint of admiration, his swordsmanship is much better than mine. Hey? Really? After seeing Xiao's expression, Kojiro also thought about it, and then added, didn't you two say you want to become the world's #1 swordsman? Kindness. If you can grow to the point where you can defeat him, then you should be almost the #1 swordsman in the world. Among the current swordsmen, Ling Yun's swordsmanship should rank among the top 3. Kojiro's words are not groundless, he has a deep understanding of his own swordsmanship, and the inheritance itself is the inheritance of Miyamoto Musashi, the #1 swordsman in the past, so he can probably see the strength of other swordsmen. In his opinion, even the Hawkeye Dracul Miho, who has begun to travel around the sea to challenge powerful swordsmen in recent years, has the potential to be the strongest. Compared to Ling Yun, may not be much better than Ling Yun. Kojiro thought again about the scene when he left the dojo just now but found that the mysterious medical center had disappeared. This sea probably won't be calm anymore. Muramasa. Nicknames: Demon Sword, Blood Sword, Crimson Sword. Rank: 12 Skills of the Supreme Quick Knife. Introduction: the soul of the sword has been born, it is an excellent famous sword in this world. Restrictions on use: swordsmanship LV.9 or above can be used. And after leaving Samo's Hiji village, Ling Yun was also very happy when he saw Muramasa covered in a black scabbard in his hand. The rewards of this trip far exceeded his expectations. Originally, he just hoped to get the 21-knife sharp knife in Kojiro's hand, but unexpectedly, this dojo master who is not obvious in the original book unexpectedly gave himself such a surprise. And after getting the demon sword Muramasa, Ling Yun finally understood why it was called the Supreme Sword. The reason is just as the system said, there is already a soul in this knife, which is the so-called summoning. Such knives are only qualified to be used by great swordsmen whose swordsmanship is above LV.9, and Ling Yun has reason to believe that Hawkeye's Black Sword Knight and the first-generation Geisha also have similar to Soul Blade. Those who are not qualified have no right to control them, and those who hold the sword rashly will only be eaten by the sword. After owning this knife, several other places where Ling Yun originally prepared to find weapons can also be skipped directly. Next, Ling Yun is officially going to his next destination. Going to Rog next? Hey. But his original next destination was not other places, it was the town of Rog that East Blue must pass through on the way to the Grand Line. But just as he was thinking like this, he suddenly felt the hull of the boat shake suddenly. Roar! With a huge and wild roar, a huge creature emerged from under the boat. It was a monster over 40 meters in size and shaped like a huge gold python, but behind this python, there were two short translucent wings that had almost degenerated at first glance. Sea Kings! But Ling Yun was startled, and then looked at this huge monster with some surprise. Although he knew that there were such huge monsters living in the sea in this world, it was the first time he had actually seen it. Roar! At this moment, the Sea King seemed very angry when he saw that the tiny human being in front of him dared to ignore him. He opened his mouth and let out another loud roar. The sharp fangs and blood-red mouth were also directly revealed. Afterwards, the sea snake directly raised its huge snake tail from the sea, and swept towards the boat where Ling Yun was located, namely One Tail. There is no doubt that this Sea King is absolutely huge among the non-com belt Sea Kings, and its tail sweep is also known from the posture, but at least it sank such a ship of Ling Yun's small boats are no problem. But just when this Sea King is flaunting its power. Buzz! The sound of the blood-red blade being unsheathed was clear and loud, and the powerful aura emanating from the little human in front of him at that moment even made this wild monster unable to bear the fear. And the next moment, it saw that human being looking at its degenerated wings, with an inexplicable smile on the corner of his mouth. I suddenly have an idea, do you want to try it? Town of Rog. This is the execution stage where the era ends, and it is also the performance venue where the era begins. 12 years ago, after the man in the captain's suit of red died here, the era of great pirates began. Of course, many people will say, One Piece is dead. But in fact it's meaningless. People will still shout the king's name, even though they have seen him limp in a pool of blood. So since that execution, there have been a lot of tourists in this city. Most of them are young pirates chasing One Piece, and they came here to look at what the king left behind. After paying their respects, they will set off from here to the reverse mountain to go to the unique Grand Line through the retrograde ocean current. It is precisely because this place is often visited by very ambitious young pirates that naval headquarters has also dispatched heavy troops here to guard and maintain law and order, far exceeding the number of common. And on this day, at the end of the shopping street engraved with Rogtown, where the execution platform can already be seen in the square, there is a long queue outside a medical hall with the words Wanja Medical Hall written on it. What's going on here? A passerby who didn't know anything asked what was going on here, and a person who was queuing up also answered him, they are all here to line up to see a doctor. Why? And this passerby couldn't understand there is more than one medical clinic in Rogtown. Why is everyone here? Because the owner of this clinic is really skilled in medicine. And the people who lined up also explained to the passing person. It turns out that this medical clinic that was established here at some time has gained a lot of fame in the recent period of time. Chapter 8. In fact, at the beginning, when this unknown medical center was established in Rogtown, most of the local residents in Rogtown had no interest in patronizing it at all. After all, most people in this profession would choose to believe that they knew everything. Especially after discovering that the owner of this medical clinic is a very young man, and the slogan displayed by the medical clinic is an extremely arrogant slogan like "No disease can be cured," naturally more people will be discouraged by it. But there are always exceptions to everything, especially for places like Rogtown where pirates are often seen. The first person seen entering the hospital was a masked man whose arm had been cut off by someone. When the other party entered the medical hall, his movements were a little hurried, obviously avoiding something. And after a short time, people knew what he was avoiding. What he was avoiding was the pursuit of his enemies. Lazy! Get out of Laozi, you traitor! Laozi is going to hang you from the mast to dry before throwing you into the sea to feed the sharks. When a fat man with a scar on his face appeared at the door of the infirmary with his men, all the residents of Rogtown recognized his identity. A bounty of 900W is offered for Bailey, one of the few great pirates in East Blue Pig Pim and his pig pirates. And this big pirate with a great reputation in East Blue was obviously very angry at the time. He didn't even bother to hide his identity, so he kicked open the door of the medical clinic, and walked in with his men. Well, the owner of this hospital is probably finished. The residents of Rogtown who were watching from a distance just sighed, thinking that the young man in the medical center might suffer from a catastrophe. But the truth is, the treatment is in progress, please wait for the number outside the door. And you stepped on my herb with your left leg. They only heard such a plain but inviolable voice from the medical hall. And the moment this sentence fell, Pim the Plague Pig and his subordinates screamed and flew upside down from the medical hall. What's even more frightening is that, in just that moment, each of them had their left leg cut off. And 10 minutes later, the masked man Raz who entered the hospital with a broken arm came out thankfully with 2 intact arms, and stabbed Pim to death with a sword. Escape from here. It was also after this incident that this mysterious medical clinic became completely popular. The remuneration for seeing a doctor is variable, and can be paid with any valuable item. No matter what disease can be treated. No matter who comes to make trouble, he must wait until the treatment is completed. And the number of people treated every day is all up to the owner of the medical center. And there is no guarantee that the medical center will continue to operate for how long. Listening to these few rules, the expression of passers-by also flashed a hint of curiosity. This medical center and its owner are too mysterious. It's not just these few rules, the key is that Mr. Ling Yun, no matter what his status is, as long as a patient pays him, he will treat him. A Marine soldier who was almost dying also received his treatment some time ago, and several other the guy who looks like a pirate has been treated here. Doesn't Marine care? Passers-by are a little puzzled. Isn't treating pirates a crime? Control? How? But the person who ranked the number smiled, but he was obviously a sensible person. If you want to talk about the type of person that no one in this world wants to offend, it is undoubtedly a doctor. Because no one knows when you will beg the doctor, and you don't know whether your temporary offense will kill you at a critical moment. Especially the owner of this clinic, Mr. Ling Yun, is a doctor with amazing medical skills who can recover even a broken arm, so that's even more so. And among the crowd, there are only about 3 pirates out of 100 people. Could it be that Marine can arrest Ling Yun for these 3 pirates? Of course it wasn't possible, not only because the others didn't agree, but also because the Marine soldiers themselves were reluctant to do so. Because the people who are most vulnerable to injury and most need medical treatment on this sea are precisely these Marines who often fight. What's more, in this era of great pirates, there are countless people who become pirates every day. Could it be that Marine can catch all of them? This is naturally impossible. What Marine has always done, has always been looking for the most dangerous and potential part of the pirates to capture, and other pirates who hide their identities and are difficult to detect are generally left alone. And as the Naval Headquarters Commander Mossman Captain who has been in charge of Rogtown for 13 years and is about to face a promotion, he certainly has a deep understanding of this. So during this period of time, although I know that there are pirates who hide their identities and seek treatment almost every day in this medical center, as long as they don't make trouble, Marine probably won't pay any attention to it. That's it. While the two were talking, another patient came out from the inside of the medical hall. The injuries on his body had completely disappeared. He first bowed to the entrance of the medical hall, then turned and left. At this time, a clear voice came from the medical hall, "That's the end of today's visit. Did you stop visiting so early today?" And after hearing this sentence, the person who was ranked also mumbled in disappointment. Afterwards, I saw a group of people in front of the medical center murmuring and leaving, and only a few people were still lingering in place, unwilling to leave, but after struggling for a while, they all left separately. Obviously, these guys are probably the pirates hiding in the crowd. In the medical hall, the person who announced the end of today's auscultation was a young man in white clothes. Needless to say, this person is naturally Ling Yun. What's the matter with this system points? Why didn't they suddenly go up? But at this time, he was talking to himself. Chapter 9. Needless to say, the owner of the mysterious medical clinic who opened a medical clinic in Rogtown and has recently gained fame is naturally Ling Yun. Not long ago, he finally arrived here from Seymour's Hiji village by wind all the way, and he started his plan as scheduled. And that plan is nothing else, it is acquiring system points. In fact, since the initial task given by the system was completed, a system point accumulation table appeared in the system panel. Counting the income of the villagers who healed the town in Pashka before, Ling Yun's system points before coming to Rogtown have reached 35/100, of which the high difficulty of treating Kuina alone provided him with 5-point system points. And when the points reach 100, Ling Yun will be rewarded with the system's gift package again with the previous gene modification scalpel and thinking spark electric shocker beautiful jade. Ling Yun is naturally looking forward to this one time the system will give itself something. So after thinking about it for a long time, Ling Yun also felt that Rogtown is indeed a very good choice to complete the mission. The special geographical significance and historical background of this place are also destined to have many pirates visiting here. And as long as a pirate who wants to enter the Grand Line and successfully comes here, then there must be some injuries on his body. In Ling Yun's eyes, these injured people are golden system points. And after nearly half a month of continuous efforts, Ling Yun, who performs a lot of surgical work through the system every day, not only obtained a lot of props, but also got the system points to 98/100 about 3 days ago. But with the last 2 points, Ling Yun didn't increase at all from yesterday to today. This also had to make Ling Yun doubtful, although the previous points also increased slowly, but he treated 20 people on average and it would always increase a little bit. System, what's going on? So he also started to ask the system. The difficulty of obtaining task points will increase linearly, and the last 2% of system points can only be obtained by treating characters above B level. After getting the system's answer, Ling Yun was disappointed, but at the same time he was a little clear indeed. If there were no such restrictions, then he could just find a large city and stay for a year or so to complete the task. 88. Since that's the case, why not just go to the Grand Line? There must be more B-level characters there. After figuring this out, Ling Yun also decided to leave Rogtown on the spot. After all, B-level characters are indeed rare in East Blue. But when Ling Yun was thinking like this, he suddenly felt something and frowned. Kindness. Looking at the door of the clinic with great interest, Ling Yun's eyes suddenly lit up. Today's consultation is over, please come back tomorrow. He said softly, but his eyes looked at the figure of the man standing inside the medical hall at some time. Oh, Dr. Boy, don't make a decision so hastily. I can pay a very high price. My name is Ling Yun, and I said, today's visit is over. Besides, it doesn't matter if the cadres of the Revolutionary Army appear directly in Rogtown like this. Ling Yun smiled lightly, looking at the person with sharp eyes. Huge face, tall figure, deep purple afro, weird eyeshadow and makeup. Miracle Man Emporio Ivankov. Oh, Ling Yun Boy actually knows me. After hearing his words, Ivankov's eyes clearly flashed a trace of astonishment, but the expression on his face did not show at all. Don't worry about the exposed problem, I asked a friend to send me here, no one will discover. Oh? Bartholomew Kuma. But he didn't expect that the mysterious young man in white in front of him would directly say the name of the advanced cadre that few people even in their Revolutionary Army knew. He seems to even know the abilities of each cadre like the back of his hand. You. And at this time, even he couldn't face it with a smile, and looked at Ling Yun with a serious face, because if Ling Yun really knew something and told Marine, it would undoubtedly be a big deal for the Revolutionary Army, who was only a few years old. Deadly. Don't worry, I'm just a doctor and I don't intend to interfere with your affairs. Ling Yun smiled lightly, then waved lightly to Ivankov. Today's consultation is over, please come back tomorrow if you have anything to do. 300 million Baileys plus 2 devil fruits. Ivankov said directly to Ling Yun, I just want you to help me save one person. Sure enough, it is worthy of being a revolutionary army that can be an enemy of the world government, and it is really grand to speak. Ling Yun was also overjoyed, and then turned his head, who do you want to save? Although he asked such a question, Ling Yun already had the answer in his heart. There is only one person who can make Ivankov and Xiong come to him in person at the great risk of exposing the organization. Revolutionary, Monkey D. Darag. Darag. And as expected, Ivankov also gave this name. You can't cure him. But Ling Yun is a little curious. According to the information he knows, Ivankov, as a hormone fruit user, is himself one of the best doctors in the pirate world. If it can be cured, I won't come to you either. Ivankov's eyelids twitched when he heard the words. That's why you think I can be cured. Your third patient and fourth patient today are ours. After hearing Ivankov's words, Ling Yun also understood, they cut off their own arms and feet? They are really willing. But Ivankov obviously didn't have much time to chat with him. Are you going to save him? 3 devil fruits, 500 million Baileys. Make a deal. Very well, take him to my infirmary. Can't you go to our side for treatment? Cannot. Meanwhile, the town of Rogtown. The marine soldiers stood up straight at the pier, and the leader was the marine commander in Rogtown, Marine Captain Mossman. But now, he and everyone else are waiting for someone to arrive on the pier with excitement. That is the idol of almost all sailors who care about justice. Toot. At this time, accompanied by the sound of the ship's whistle, a warship sailed from the sea not far away. However, unlike other warships, the front of the deck of this warship is not a gun barrel, but a dog's head with a bone in its mouth. In marine, you can count on one hand the generals who are qualified to remodel their own warships. All of them are big figures with a detached status in marine. And among these great figures, there is actually only one known person who actually did that. Vice Admiral Garp. Captain Mossman reports to you. Chapter 10. In the medical hall, Ling Yun was silent for a while, looking at the unconscious man in front of him. The man named Darag is wearing a dark green coat, and has a strange red square tattoo on his left cheek. Where did this guy come from? In the system's prompt, this guy's fatal injuries include poisoning, visceral bleeding LV.7, comminuted thoracic bone fracture, severe shoulder bone fracture, etc. And the most frightening thing was that he was still alive under such circumstances. Marine Ford. Ivankov didn't have time to answer, but the tall man who brought Darag to the clinic spoke first. The man has a huge upper body compared to a very thin lower body. He holds a Bible in his gloved right hand and speaks in a very clear and gentle voice. But Ling Yun knows that this man will play a very important role in the future plot, and his personal strength is also very strong. One of the future 7 warlords of the sea, and also the undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army in Marine, the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma. Marine Ford. And Ling Yun also knew instantly, the poisoning should be caused by the ability of the future Impel Down Warden Magellan, and the injuries such as comminuted fractures are obviously related to Marine Admiral Sengoku Spuda Shockwave. Besides, most of the fatal scars left on his body were caused by fighters like Garp and Zephyr. Considering Zephyr's age, the person who is most likely to cause such an injury to Drago, is probably Drago's father. Can it be treated? Ivankov looked at Ling Yun with some concern. He was already confident enough in his medical skills, but the combination of the injuries of Darag this time and the various injuries accumulated before really made him helpless. Even if it is not a coincidence that he just escaped to Rogtown and found out that there is such a mysterious and eccentric doctor as Ling Yun, The only thing Ivankov can do is to use the healing hormone on Drago to bet that only 1% chance of cure. Ah! But Ling Yun just chuckled after hearing the words, I told you, there is no injury that I can't heal well. Then he directly took out his gene modification scalpel. Healing hormones still needs to rely on the body's own tolerance and self-recovery ability to gamble, but Ling Yun's gene modification surgery can directly and completely activate the cell activity in a person's body. With the help of the system, Ling Yun in the medical hall can do anything. The operation is about to start, can you leave first? Good. And Ivankov was actually a little worried at first, but at this time Xiong suddenly patted him on the shoulder lightly, and then he calmed down and said yes before walking out. After seeing Ivankov leave, Ling Yun just turned his head to look at Drago, with an inexplicable expression on the corner of his mouth. Monkey D. Darag. Age, 32 years old. Level, This World X. Available abilities, Marine 6 Styles LV.8, Combat Experience LV.7, Conqueror's Haki LV.7, Armament Haki LV.6, Observation Haki LV.6. Fruit Ability, Zoan Phantom Beast Dragon Fruit. There is no doubt, like Shanks, the man named Darag is the most powerful man in the world. LV.6's Armament Haki is not even inferior to Shanks, and his Marine 6 styles and excellent combat experience guarantee that he will be very dangerous even in hand-to-hand combat. At such a young age, he has great ambitions to overthrow the rule of the world government. Because he is so young and threatening, he is a revolutionary, the world's most dangerous criminal in the impression of the world government. And the reason why Ling Yun let Ivankov and Xiong leave is because of something on Darag. Things like Marine 6 styles, Haki, or combat experience can only be obtained through system draws after healing, but there is one thing that is different. That's fruit power. According to Ling Yun's previous understanding, devil fruit's changes to the human body are aimed at genetic changes, and if this is the case, then he may have a very easy way to obtain the fruit ability. System, can I obtain the fruit ability in his body with a genetic modification scalpel? Ling Yun asked with some expectation. If the system's answer is yes, then he will definitely obtain the gene of Tianlong fruit without hesitation. The system is testing. The test results show that the character's devil gene is extremely active, and has been completely integrated with the human body, and it is impossible to separate it by force. However, the host can choose to obtain some of the scattered demon genes. Can this part of the gene give me the ability to obtain the dragon fruit? The gene chain in the human body is complex and perfect, so scattered genes with unknown sequences cannot be used. That's it. So Ling Yun was also a little disappointed. It seemed that his plan to acquire abilities in this way was in vain. Scattered genes are scattered genes, it's good to use them for future research. However, he quickly calmed down, and quickly slashed the scalpel at Drago's arm. Congratulations to host for getting the item Devil Fruit Scattered Gene, Phantom Beast Dragon Fruit. And after Yan Guo plucked the hair, Ling Yun officially began to treat Darag. But this time Drago's injury was indeed too serious, so Ling Yun spent a full 30% of his mental power to heal the opponent except for Kuina's almost dead state. The injury on Logger's body is estimated to be the most serious injury that a human being can bear. Congratulations to host for curing the X-level character Monkey D. Darag. The skills that can be obtained from this character are Marine 6 Styles LV.8, Combat Experience LV.7, Conqueror's Haki LV.7, Armament Haki LV.6, Observation Haki LV.6. The fruit ability is Zoan Phantom Beast Dragon Fruit. Start drawing. Drawing complete. Congratulations to host for acquiring the skill, Conqueror's Haki LV.7. This cure is a highly difficult cure, and the system points obtained will be doubled. Congratulations to host for completing the task. Get 100 system points, and host will get a gift package from the system. At the moment when Drago's body recovered completely, the sound of the system kept coming from Ling Yun's ears. And the result of the draw made Ling Yun happy. Although I didn't get the best fruit ability, but I was able to get the equally rare and powerful Conqueror's Haki, which is considered the second prize. Not bad luck. But before Ling Yun can see what the gift package presented by the system is, his perception clearly perceives a large number of people gathered at the entrance of the medical hall. Mr. Ling Yun, I am Marine Captain Bethan Mossman. We suspect that there are Marines wanted criminals in your medical hall, please open the door and come out quickly. And the next moment, the loud sound through the loudspeaker came into the medical hall. Chapter 11. After hearing the voice from outside the medical hall, it was not Ling Yun who reacted the fastest, but Ivankov and Xiong who were waiting for the treatment results in the main hall of the medical hall. Especially Ivankov, who is also a doctor himself, was afraid that the voice of the Marine outside the door would affect Ling Yun's treatment of Drago, and after looking at Xiong, he immediately went out to deal with the Marine soldiers outside. So Xiong also stretched out his hand and took off the glove of his right hand, trying to use the power of the meatball fruit he took to eject himself and Ivankov to quickly finish off the group of Marines. But when he took off his gloves, both he and Ivankov discovered at the same time that their bodies were completely out of their control. Be safe and don't be impatient. And at this moment, Ling Yun's figure also appeared in front of the two of them in an extremely abrupt way, making Xiong, who is usually very calm and hardly has any emotional fluctuations, shrink his pupils instantly. Among the various techniques they know, the shaved, one of the Marine 6 styles, can move at a high speed that cannot be observed by the naked eye by stepping on the ground many times at high speed, and the meatball on the palm of the bear bounces the air. The words can even move almost instantly. But, the way Ling Yun appeared just now is not similar at all. He seemed to emerge from the void, appearing without sound or warning. This guy. So the two of them also confirmed in their hearts at the same time, the strength of this mysterious Dr. Ling Yun is probably at the level of a monster. Durag's treatment has been completed and he is now in a coma. Seeing that Xiong and Ivankov were blocked, Ling Yun also directly said such a sentence, and let go of his control over the two. Real. The two were surprised when they felt their bodies regain control, and then they were overjoyed when they heard Ling Yun's words. The two of you take Drago away now, as for the Marine outside, I'll solve it. And Ling Yun said the same at this time. Of course it wasn't that he wanted to protect Drago or the Revolutionary Army or anything. He just didn't want Marine to confirm the relationship between these people and him. Ling Yun thinks that his current strength is not weak, he has level LV.9 swordsmanship and he also holds the supreme sharp sword like the demon sword Muramasa, combined with the monkey fruit and rhinoceros fruit he once absorbed strength, plus the strength of the Conqueror's Haki just obtained. Even if Ling Yun has never fought against him, he is confident that he can definitely compete with Marine Admiral head-on. So in essence, Ling Yun is not too afraid of Marine, because Marine has rarely dispatched more than 2 admirals to deal with a single person at the same time. But you must know that it was not just Marine who wanted to kill Drago from the very beginning, but also the world government behind Marine. For the world government, Drago is the most dangerous criminal in the world, and anyone who might side with the Revolutionary Army is sure to be on the government's most wanted list. Although Ling Yun's current strength is strong, it is still not enough for the world government, a behemoth that has ruled the world for an unknown number of years. Or at least for now, Ling Yun has no plans to confront the world government head-on. This. Ivankov and Xiong obviously hesitated. However, the two obviously knew that their identities were not suitable for showing up directly, so they nodded directly after pondering for a while. Thank you this time, Ling Yun Boy, we will bring you your consultation fee after the matter is over. Be careful not to get hurt. Looking at Ivankov who entered the operating room with Xiong while talking, Ling Yun shook his head slightly. Injured? Not to mention that he has almost no possibility of defeat inside the medical hall, just talking about the Marine outside. Just one Marine captain and hundreds of Marines, it's just a school of miscellaneous fish. Captain Mossman. Can you shoot? At this time, outside the medical hall, the nearby residents had already been completely evacuated. 300 Marines each held muskets and lined up while aiming at the small door of the medical hall not far away, all with serious expressions on their faces. After hearing the inquiry from his subordinate herald, Mossman also swallowed a mouthful of saliva. In fact, he didn't think too much about going to Rogtown Pier to meet Marines hero Vice Admiral Garp 3 hours ago because he knew that Vice Admiral Garp was originally from East Blue and would come back to East every year. Blue's habit of watching his grandson. But, things are obviously not what he thought, because Vice Admiral Garp told him terrible news as soon as he arrived here. The world's most dangerous criminal, revolutionary monkey D. Drago, could very well be in the town of Rog. That kid was beaten up by the old man and Sengoku. Although he was rescued when he was escorted to Impel Down, he definitely needs to find a good doctor. And after getting this news, Mossman immediately sent people to investigate all the medical clinics in Rogtown, but still found nothing. It wasn't until this time that the reminder from his subordinate Habing reminded him of the mysterious medical clinic Wanja Medical Clinic which opened in Rogtown not long ago. And his instinct as a Marine captain told him here might be the right answer. You can shoot after the countdown of 5 seconds. The opponent is the most dangerous criminal in the world. All teams should be cautious. After pondering for a few seconds, Mossman immediately made a decision whether Ling Yun, the owner of the medical center, really had something to do with the Revolutionary Army. Now is not the time to think about that. The point is, whenever possible, they must shoot. It's better to kill by mistake than to let go. Since the Revolutionary Army emerged a few years ago, this has been the fixed approach issued by the world government for them. Then, all loaded and ready to shoot. Following Mossman's order, the Marines also loaded their muskets, and then all looked nervously at the small wooden door. 5, 4, 3, 2. And just when the one in Mossman's mouth was about to be exported. Squeak! In that tense and quiet environment, the sound of the wooden door opening was as loud as thunder. Chapter 12. Squeak! Along with the sound of the wooden door being opened, a figure also appeared in the sight of the Marines. It was a young man with short black hair, wearing a white gown, and a black sheath dagger hanging from his waist. You said. I was surrounded by you. With a faint smile on the corner of the young man's mouth, he looked around. I said before that my rules. Don't let anyone bother me while I'm healing. So gentlemen, do you know what it will cost to point a gun at my infirmary? It seems that the young man doesn't seem to care about the 300 dark muzzles that have been loaded around him. He took light steps and walked down the steps of the medical hall. Boom! And that light step on the ground seemed to step on the hearts of all the Marines present. You stop for me. Where is Monkey D. Darag? Hand him over quickly. It's funny to say the other party was obviously alone, but Mossman, who was leaning against a full 300 sailors, inexplicably felt an extremely strong sense of unease in his heart, which even made him stutter a bit when he spoke Baba. Monkey D. Darag. The young man laughed even more when he heard the words, I don't know who it is. Maybe it's my patient's name. I'm sorry. I, Ling Yun, never ask the patient's name when I give treatment, and. It's not an illusion, Mossman saw with his own eyes a trace of coldness in the young man's eyes. I don't like people pointing guns at me. And the next moment. Buzz. The young man's body didn't move at all, but an inexplicable coercion instantly swept over the bodies of all the Marines present. The dust on the ground flew up, and then was pressed down by some force. The walls of the surrounding shops began to crack, and various items began to fall in disorder. Even the clouds in the sky seemed to be affected, and began to change their shapes constantly. That coercion is sacred, majestic, powerful, and difficult to resist. It's as if the king is sitting on the throne overlooking his country and subjects. This is. As one of the best trainers in the 32nd batch of Naval Headquarters, Mossman, who had received Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral training, had also heard of this power by chance, so his expression was extremely shocked at this time and ferocious. "Ba, King, S**X, Haki." Before he could finish his words, Mossman fell down 3 seconds later. And far before him, at the first second when this force came, the other sailors had already fallen down. Spike. A marine captain, with 300 sailors, couldn't even fire a single shot in front of Ling Yun and was instantly killed. And that's the power of Conqueror's Haki. Even among 10,000 people, there may not be one person who owns it. It is a clear proof of the Overlord's qualifications. In front of the king, the weak have no right to stand. Although Ling Yun has just obtained Durag's Conqueror's Haki, even if he can't control the LV.7 Conqueror's Haki very skillfully, killing these weak sea soldiers in seconds is as easy as breathing. What is this? Is that human being? The monster is coming. At this time, some residents who were hiding far away also made incredible voices. They knew that the owner of this clinic was very mysterious, but they didn't expect it to be such a monster. But right now, the boy is so brave. Along with the majestic roar, there is a blast of air. The pitch-black fist struck from Ling Yun's side like a cannonball. But facing this punch, Ling Yun made a choice instantly. Buzz! A dazzling red light shone, and the blood-red blade was pulled out from the black scabbard. Then Ling Yun, who was holding a Taideo, slammed to the side, and then slashed towards the attacking fist. Boom! Boom! The blade collided with the pitch-black fist, and the terrible impact instantly shook the ground into a huge depression, but Ling Yun and the visitor flew in completely opposite directions at the same time due to the huge impact. At this time, the agility and coordination from the ape fruit came into play. I saw Ling Yun's body flying tens of meters in the air, flipping flexibly, and then landed firmly on the ground. The other person broke through the walls of 2 surrounding buildings along the way, and then fell heavily into the stone pile. But in just the next second, the pile of huge stones was instantly shaken away, and a black-haired middle-aged marine also stood up from the pile of stones. Short black hair, clenched fists, violent aura, an extremely majestic body. Just standing there is like a mountain as deep as an abyss, and that terrifying aura is not an exaggeration even if it is described as majestic and prison. Marines' epaulets say who he is, that's the badge of Vice Admiral. But Ling Yun knows the person in front of him, so he knows. This person's strength is not at the level of Vice Admiral. Monkey D. Garp. Age, 54 years old. Level, this world X. Available abilities, Marine 6 Styles LV.10, Combat Experience LV.9, Conqueror's Haki LV.7, Armament Haki LV.9, Observation Haki LV.9, Ultimate Power LV.9, Budo Boxing LV.10. The very existence of this name is the biggest legendary of Marine in this era. With the title of Marine in Legendary and Marine's Hero, the man who has driven One Piece to a dead end more than once in the past, and has also rejected Admiral's promotion more than once. Since the time of Roger, he has occupied the title of Marine's Strongest until now. He who is still at his peak, is a real hero. Monkey D. Garp. Ling Yun's expression remained unchanged, but a great shock rose in his heart. The person in front of him was undoubtedly one of the strongest in the real sea at this moment. Except for Conqueror's Haki, none of his skills are lower than LV.9. As expected of a man who suppressed the entire sea for an era as a pure warrior. Oh? Do you know the old man? Garp looked at the trace of bright red on his fist wrapped by the powerful armament Haki, and his expression was very serious. He has experienced countless battles in his life, but he can still fight him with a slash after he casts armament Haki. There are very few people who are fighting head-on, but those who can really hurt him. This brat in front of me, is very strong. Chapter 13. Dang! 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 Outside the square of the execution platform in Rogtown, the figures of Ling Yun and Garp flashed and alternated around. The blood-red machete in Ling Yun's hand collided with Garp's iron fist continuously, and every time they collided, there was a terrible sound of gold and iron intersecting, and the shock waves that followed caused cracks in the surrounding earthquakes every time. The ground trembled, the houses were shattered, and even the surrounding air seemed to have become chaotic and full of the rusty smell of blood during the battle between the two. That guy, who the hell is that guy? He could be with Vice Admiral Garp. At this time, the Marine adjutant who followed Garp all the way from naval headquarters also took advantage of the opportunity of the fierce battle between the two to drag Marine out of the scene after being stunned by Ling Yun's Conqueror's haki before, and now he is swallowing. Looking not far away while spitting, even if you look at the whole sea, it can definitely be said to be a unique fierce battle. And looking at Ling Yun, who was wielding the blood red and was almost on par with Garp, the Marine sergeant murmured in disbelief. As Garp's adjutant, he knows how strong Garp is better than anyone else. And it was precisely because of this that he was horrified to such an extent. Even though the current confrontation between Garp and Ling Yun still stays at attacking each other without using too many secret skills, but you must know that even if you just use armament haki, Garp's fist is enough to instantly kill most of the pirates in the world. And the young man in white in front of him was able to fight Garp for such a long time, which already shows that his strength is the top existence even in New World. Coupled with the powerful Conqueror's haki that this guy used before can affect the surrounding things. Even if the Grand Line is definitely a top-notch monster, how could it appear in East Blue? With a wry smile, looking at the roof of the house that was blown off after another collision, the Marine adjutant also had to turn his head, retreat another 200 meters. You are absolutely not allowed to intervene in their battle. Yes. And now on the battlefield. Boy Ling Yun. You are very strong. Every time the pitch-black fist strikes, there will be a huge fist wind. Garp laughed and said, and your knife, which one of the 12 knives is it? Muramasa. And Ling Yun swung another vertical slash, and then slashed Garp's fist with a huge sword aura. This guy's armament haki is horrible. After feeling the touch of Muramasa's slashing on the opponent's fist again, Ling Yun was also very moved in his heart, the hardness of Garp's fist covered with LV spell. Yayadao Muramasa? No wonder you can break through the old man's haki defense. After Garp heard the words, he also showed a look of as expected, and then said sincerely, you are one of the strongest swordsmen I have ever seen. Next, please tell the old man, where is that guy Darag? The fists and swords intersected, and the huge air wave was upgraded to another level, directly opening a house. I don't know any Drago, and swordsman is just my side job, I'm a doctor. Ling Yun's expression remained unchanged, but the speed at which Muramasa was waving in his hand became faster and faster. I don't believe it. If you haven't seen Drago, then why did you attack me, Marine? Garp's words were full of disbelief. Because I don't like someone pointing a gun at me, and I don't like someone threatening me outside my hospital. Or, do you think I'm afraid of Marine? But Ling Yun sneered after hearing the words, but what he said made Garp startled. He suddenly felt that what Ling Yun said was quite reasonable. Everyone of this level of powerhouse has extremely strong self-esteem and the dignity that the powerhouse cannot be trampled on. It is normal for a strong man like Ling Yun to be unbearable for Marine to directly surround the opponent's medical center and use guns to force him to come out. Even Ling Yun just used Conqueror's haki to stun Marine. It's a fairly restrained approach. If it were some bad-tempered big pirates, then none of these sailors would be able to survive at this level of powerhouse. Most of Marine's methods are no longer a threat to them at all. This matter is that the old man is not strict. So Garp also sighed softly, but then his face remained solemn. But you attacked Marine after all, but I must not stop here. It's okay, you can't beat me. But Ling Yun chuckled lightly. Brilliant, but... Garp sighed in admiration, but the sharpness in his eyes shone like the sun. Old man, it's Iron Fist Garp. There was endless heroism in the laughter, and the moment the words fell, Garp's figure had already disappeared in front of Ling Yun. This is... Ling Yun's expression changed. Marine 6 styles, shaved an ultra-high-speed movement technique formed by stepping on the ground hundreds of times in an instant. And the next moment, Ling Yun, who felt the breath behind him, turned his head, and Garp's fist came to meet him. And at that moment, Ling Yun clearly saw. The already extremely concentrated armament haki in Garp's hands turned dark again at that moment, and Garp's punching speed was completely different from before. The speed of his punch is at least 10 times faster than before. Fist bone Arhut. While punching out his fist, Garp already felt in his heart that he had won. Iron Fist Garp was never a fool. What a wealth of combat experience he has, so after a long fight, he has already seen Ling Yun's weakness. Ling Yun has one of the strongest swordsmanship attainments in the sea, and has the agility and strength of a Zoan fruit ability user. But Garp noticed keenly. Ling Yun didn't seem to have used observation haki and armament haki. Let alone armament haki after all, Ling Yun has the famous sword of Muramasa. Even without armament haki, he can use this sword to cut through all obstacles. So observation haki is the victory point that Garp found. Without observation haki, it is impossible to react quickly in combat, and facing such an opponent. Garp's fastest punching method Fistbone Arhut is undoubtedly the most effective fighting method. And now, Garp's high-speed punch has been swung in front of Ling Yun, but the opponent has not yet made an effective response. So in this case, Garp can almost assume that he has won. But I don't know if it was an illusion, but at that moment Garp seemed to hear a sound of electricity. Then he saw a blue lightning flash in Ling Yun's eyes. Oops! Garp instinctively sensed something was wrong, but he has already made a posture, and it is too late to dodge. Thinking Spark Electric Shocker, start. Host perception ability is fully enhanced, similar to LV7 observation haki in this world, reaction ability increased by 200%, Great Swordsman Swordsmanship LV.9 is upgraded to Juggernaut Swordsmanship LV.10. The moment the Thinking Spark electric shock device was activated, Ling Yun felt that everything around him was so slow and clear, whether it was his own heartbeat, the flow of blood, or the floating of a gust of wind around him. According to the system, when his perception ability is strengthened, the enhancement of his perception ability is close to that of LV.7 observation haki. In addition, the increase in reaction speed made his body instinctively draw the sword. However, it is his swordsmanship that has been improved the most. His thinking was extremely clear at this moment, and he could completely grasp even the slightest change in Garp's muscles. The Muramasa in his hand seemed to be no longer a weapon, but an extension of his body. Use your strength in your soldiers, use your sword in your heart. At this moment, Ling Yun felt that he was the sword in his hand. Level LV.10, Juggernaut level swordsmanship. Buzz. Muramasa seemed to feel the improvement of his master's sword skills, and the blade began to tremble continuously. And Ling Yun holds the knife in his backhand. Boom! Under Garp's incredulous gaze, the hilt of the knife he held upside down directly pushed back the punch he was determined to win. Boom! The huge fist wind hit the air, causing a huge hole in the clouds in the sky to be blown away. And in the next moment, Ling Yun's body took advantage of the situation and raised the knife. Laugh! The blade cut Garp's chest casually, and blood gushed out. And the blood spouting from the chest of the marine hero seems to be telling a fact. Today, Ling Yun is destined to become famous all over the world. Chapter 14. How can this be? Seeing Garp, who fell to the ground instantly after Ling Yun slashed it, the adjutant who had been watching the battle from a distance opened his eyes incredulously. The undefeated Vice Admiral Garp, lost? In this East Blue, defeated by an unknown young man? All soldiers, prepare to shoot. And after seeing Ling Yun walking towards Garp, the adjutant immediately reacted, of course he couldn't watch Vice Admiral Garp be killed. Stop the old man! But just when the adjutant wanted the sailors to prepare to shoot Ling Yun, Garp suddenly let out a roar. No one is allowed to shoot, otherwise the old man will kill him. There was a gap in his chest, and Garp roared with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Of course he couldn't let these sailors continue to provoke Ling Yun, otherwise, with Ling Yun's strength, one of the sailors here would die here. Boy, amazing! And looking at Ling Yun walking in front of him, Garp said with a wry smile. You're being careless. Ling Yun replied softly. He knew that the reason why Garp took the blow just now was because the opponent had a little carelessness. And at the very moment when Garp thought he had won, Ling Yun, who activated the thinking spark, had observation haki, which was almost at level LV.7, and juggernaut level swordsmanship at level LV.10, and then this back and forth caused Garp to have no chance to react to Ling Yun's suddenly stronger slash, and finally he was defeated by Ling Yun so easily. So Ling Yun also knew that if Garp hadn't been so confident that he had won just now, then the real outcome of the battle between the two sides is really unknown. If you lose, you lose. There is no carelessness. After hearing the words, Garp said so. There has always been a dispute between the strong and the weak, but the victory or defeat is obvious. After all, a loser is a loser. Even Garp knew he didn't have time to give it his all, but that's how it is. Come on boy, take off the old man's head, you will be famous in the sea. After hearing Garp's words, Ling Yun did not speak. And the next moment, he raised Muramasa in his hand. Rub. But Garp didn't wait for Muramasa's slash, but the sound of a sharp knife returning to its sheath. I saw that after Ling Yun retracted Muramasa into the scabbard in a handsome way, he directly grabbed Garp's collar. Ah, pain, 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 boy, what do you mean, do you want to torment the old man? And Garp already had a wound on his chest, so he yelled directly under the pain. Why should I kill you? Ling Yun answered him flatly, I've said it all, I'm a doctor. Marine on the side whispered again after seeing Ling Yun's movements, but in the end he followed Garp's order and no one shot. He only watched the young man who defeated Vice Admiral Garp lift Vice Admiral Garp away step by step into the medical hall. You want to treat the old man? And when Garp was lifted onto the operating table by Ling Yun, he realized what Ling Yun was going to do, so he also looked at him suspiciously. You shouldn't die here, and I'm afraid of trouble. Ling Yun explained concisely, but he obviously didn't think so in his heart. In fact, at the end of the day, from the very beginning, he never expected to meet Garp here. When he left the hospital, what he planned to deal with was actually just those 300 sailors and a marine captain. So it was for this reason that after defeating Garp, Ling Yun also suddenly realized something. That is, if he helps Garp heal his injuries, he seems to be able to draw a lot of good things. And more importantly, don't you suspect that Drago is with me? I'll take you in to have a look. For Ling Yun, who is still not willing to fight against the world government, this approach is obviously more beneficial to him than beheading the Marine's hero. UBD. And it was obviously the first time for Garp to meet such a strange person as Ling Yun, and he didn't know what to say for a while. However, after seeing Ling Yun's actions, he already believed in his heart that Marine may have suspected the wrong person, because if Ling Yun was really on the side of the Revolutionary Army, it is absolutely impossible to treat him now. Okay. Quiet. At this time, Ling Yun gently took out his scalpel. The operation is about to begin. So, half an hour later. Boy. I'm sorry. At this time, Garp also looked at his chest where the scars could not be seen at all, and gently apologized to Ling Yun. He also really felt a little embarrassed at this time, because Ling Yun's behavior had made him completely believe that the other party had nothing to do with Drago's matter. So Garp can also put himself in Ling Yun's situation and think about Ling Yun's situation. He is a superpower at the top of the sea who stays here in East Blue just to treat illnesses and save lives. But Marine suddenly sends people to surround his clinic and point guns at him. And even in such a situation, Ling Yun didn't kill the killer, but just used the Conqueror's haki to stun those Marines. But after finishing off the Marines, Garp suddenly jumped out to fight him again, and after winning the fight, Ling Yun even took the initiative to heal Garp's body. What kind of spirit is this, what kind of generosity is this, and what kind of benevolence of a doctor is this? Even Garp's old face, which has been battle-hardened and invulnerable to bullets, couldn't help but flush a little at this moment. Fine. Congratulations to host for curing the X-level character Monkey D. Garp. The skills that can be obtained from this character are Marine 6 Styles LV.10, Combat Experience LV.9, Conqueror's Haki LV.7, Armament Haki LV.9, Observation Haki LV.9, Ultimate Power LV.9, Budo Boxing LV.10, Start Drawing. Drawing complete. Congratulations to host for acquiring the skill, Marine 6 Styles LV.10. What Laozi wants is Armament Haki. Or Garp's Budo boxing skills are also fine. After hearing the sound of the system, Ling Yun, who was sweating profusely, complained in his heart, and didn't pay attention to Garp's expression at all. He just felt dizzy in his head. The side effects of the thought sparker had begun to strike. Boy Ling Yun! I'm really sorry. After seeing Ling Yun's pale complexion, Garp felt more and more distressed. Therefore, he also looked at Ling Yun seriously. I owe you a favor this time. He is a straightforward man, so he never speaks sloppily. One of his favors means that in the future, Ling Yun asks him to do anything, as long as that thing does not violate his bottom line, he will do it. And this can also be seen from the fact that Garp was even willing to adopt the son of One Piece in the past. Good. Chapter 15. After Garp took the Marines away, Ling Yun himself fell into a coma all day in the hospital because of the side effect of the Mind Spark Shocker. And when the clinic just opened the next day, the first person who looked like a wealthy businessman came and brought Ling Yun a big gift. That's the consultation fee of Drago and others, 500 million Bailey cash in many huge bags, and 2 devil fruits with spiral patterns. Master Durag asked me to thank you, and let me tell you that he will thank you personally in the future. Ling Yun knew that Garp, who had been healed by him, seemed to have gone to hunt down Drago, so the situation of Drago should not be too good now, especially the town of Rog, which has been completely under martial law, made him dare not take it easy, show up in a timely manner, and even pay the reward in such a covered way. But Ling Yun doesn't care about it, or he can't wait for the father and son Garp and Durag to fight each other for him to heal. Healing a powerhouse of this level gives points, abilities, and rewards. All of them moved Ling Yun's heart. Afterwards, Ling Yun also began to sort out and take stock of his harvest this time. And the first thing to deal with, of course, is the gift bag he got after completing the second task of the system. Congratulations to host for opening the system gift package. Host opened the additional areas of the medical center, gene laboratory, drug laboratory. Congratulations to host for obtaining the special skill rapid self-healing. Gene laboratory. Introduction. It can provide a platform and data for host to conduct gene-related experiments, and can conduct research on various types of biological genes. Existing genes: rhinoceros fruit gene, ape fruit gene, dragon fruit scattered gene. Drug laboratory. Introduction. It can provide a platform and data for the host to conduct drug-related experiments, and can independently research and produce medicinal materials every day. Existing medicine: none. This. After hearing the system's prompt and feeling that there were indeed 2 new enclosed areas inside the medical hall, Ling Yun was slightly taken aback. Could it be? Suddenly there was a certain guess in his heart, and he hurriedly entered the genetic laboratory directly. And as expected, after entering the genetic laboratory, Ling Yun first saw the 2 research projects of rhino fruit, research time, 1 year, and ape fruit, research time, 1 year on the screen in the center of the laboratory. In addition, there is also a dragon fruit gene liquid stored on the test bench in the laboratory, with the words "unique" and "human beings can't use" written on it. Is it really possible to conduct artificial devil fruit research? And Ling Yun instantly understood what this laboratory could bring him. That is the same research project as that naval headquarters genius scientist Vegapunk, the research of man-made devil fruit. It's just obvious that the research on man-made devil fruit requires complete genetic fluid, and the genetic fluid of rhino fruit and ape fruit are all directly extracted from Ling Yun's body, so the amount is endless and naturally can be researched. In comparison, the Tianlong fruit gene liquid from Darag is incomplete and unique in quantity, so it cannot be studied. But even so, Ling Yun's heart is already satisfied enough. Artificial devil fruit, what a concept! Just look at Caesar, the former marine scientist who stole this technology and escaped. He relied on this technology to walk between Heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo, 100 Beasts Kaido and Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, and the capital change directly caused by the fruits he produced is conservatively estimated to be at least 10 billion Baileys. And Kaido of the Beasts established with the help of these man-made fruits is even more invincible, and it will be one of the biggest trump cards of the future Kaido as the Four Emperors. And now, judging from the introduction of the system, Ling Yun is very likely to mass-produce devil fruit in a year's time. The benefits and the possible impact on this world, just think about how terrifying it is. Moreover, Ling Yun now has a preliminary idea about the use of the dragon fruit gene liquid that Ling Yun cannot use himself. After seeing the first laboratory, Ling Yun immediately went to the second laboratory, that is, the pharmaceutical laboratory. As expected, there is also a list of research projects in the pharmaceutical laboratory. Ancient healing potion, relieve most of the body's injuries in a short time. Research time, 3 months. Required for production, 100 bottles of medicine/1 blood fruit. The potion researched in the first research project is obviously a mass-produced product, but with the idea that the product produced by the system must be a high-quality product, Ling Yun can almost imagine how much benefit this potion will bring him in the future. When seeing the second research project, Ling Yun was even more dumbfounded. Universal healing mixture, heals all internal and external wounds of the body, and restores the body to the most perfect state of life, lasting for 2 hours. Research time, 1 year. Required for production, 1 bottle of potion/1 emperor's blood grass, 4 antler mushrooms. Here is the magic medicine. Looking at the introduction of this potion, Ling Yun was also a little silly for a while. Isn't this potion the same as the resurrection in Legendary after drinking it? Not to mention anything else, Ling Yun feels that if this potion is sold, those celestial dragons who have too much money to spend will probably spend a sky-high price to buy it, because this thing is almost equivalent to making money out of thin air. I lost my life. The only pity is that Ling Yun has never even heard of the large list of materials. But it doesn't matter, because the considerate system also presented another thing on the test bench of the pharmaceutical laboratory. Herb garden capsules. Introduction: one-time props, used on the island can turn the island into a paradise of medicinal materials. Islands. And Ling Yun understood in an instant, this is what the system allows him to use with the drug laboratory after he finds a place to live for a long time in the future. But obviously, Ling Yun doesn't plan to use this thing, at least for now, because after the harvest here is fully counted, he will definitely go to the Grand Line. Because there are more powerful people in the Grand Line who can heal him, and his ambition as a time traveler does not allow Ling Yun to just stay in Rogtown and wait to die. There is still 1 year to go. I hope I can occupy an island of my own in New World. Looking at the medicine garden capsule in his hand, Ling Yun also secretly made a decision in his heart, and then turned his attention to the only special skill he had acquired, quick self-healing. Chapter 16. Quick self-healing. Introduction: any non-fatal injuries suffered by the host will heal quickly, and the healing speed is affected by the severity of the injury, cell activity, and physical strength of the host. After sorting out the things opened in the system gift bag, Ling Yun was so satisfied. Because there is no doubt that the systematic laboratory has given him the future. It is conceivable that if Ling Yun, whose research projects in both laboratories have been completed in a year, has become popular, then with the man-made devil fruit and various potions that may be produced by then, how much potential Ling Yun will have. Even he doesn't know it himself. In addition to these two laboratories, the last quick self-healing ability is something Ling Yun needs very much now. Ling Yun secretly tried it himself. He cut a 10 cm wound on his arm with a small knife, and it took less than 10 seconds to recover. This monster-like self-healing ability is simply pervert. After sorting out the system rewards, Ling Yun quickly noticed the changes in the system panel. I saw that this time the points slot of the system points has become 12/500, the previous treatment of Durag and Garp provided Ling Yun with 12 points. And besides that, beside the points slot, there is another slot. Number of treatments for experts above S rank, 1/5. This is something completely new. System, what does this mean? And Ling Yun is also a questioning system with some doubts. The rewards in the gift packs of this system and the difficulty of obtaining them will be strengthened with the increase of the stage. The host has already obtained the first and second stage gift packs of One Piece World. The third stage gift packs require the host to complete 2 tasks at the same time. Finish. So Ling Yun knew it right away, that is to say, his treatment now needs to consider the quality of the patients he treats in addition to the basic point acquisition. But he didn't care, anyway, judging from the 500-point full point slot, it might be difficult for him to open the gift package for the next stage in the next period of time. So he also directly turned his attention to another thing, that is the 2 devil fruits that Drago gave him. First fruit. Little fruit. Category, Paramecia Devil Fruit. Ability, the user can shrink his body at will, but his strength will also shrink accordingly. What's the use of this thing? Ling Yun looked at the Paramecia fruit speechlessly, and thought that most of the Paramecia fruits were pits. So this fruit was thrown aside by him as it should be, and then his eyes turned to the second fruit. Inner Potential Fruit. Category, Paramecia Devil Fruit. Ability, the user can control the instantaneous burst strength of the potential in the body. Note, a burst of too strong potential in an instant may cause harm to the body, please use it with caution. So Ling Yun looked at this fruit, and his eyes lit up instantly. This time, he seems to have gotten something really good. But when Ling Yun was happily feeling the joy of harvest, he didn't know that every place in the sea was shaking because of him. Marine Headquarters, Marine Ford. You said. Garp lost to a young man in Rog. On the seat of the Marine Marshal, an old man with a mohawk was sitting on the chair, his majestic body showed extraordinary bravery. Yes, the news from Garp's adjutant has already been published in the newspaper, there should be no false information. And on the sofa in front of him, a middle-aged man wearing a marine uniform also replied seriously. The man is wearing a pair of round glasses, and beside him is a white goat, which is devouring the document he just read. And I have to say, these 2 people sitting in this office, any pirate on the sea would be afraid to see them. The current Marshal of the Marine, who will soon be the Commander-in-Chief of the World Government's Armed Forces Kong Kong. The current Marine Admiral, it is said that the man who is about to succeed the Marine Admiral, Sengoku. Is it called Ling Yun? Kindness. Kong picked up the newspaper, and there was a photo on the newspaper. That's a photo of a young man standing in front of a hospital. The youth black's hair and white's gown seem to be fluttering in the wind, and he is holding a sword in his hand. Beside him lay a sea of marine soldiers, and in front of him, stand by Marine's hero Garp. That knife. And Sora noticed the Tadeo in the young man's hand at first sight. As a person who has been on the sea for a long time, he knows that sword. Yes, it has been confirmed by someone, it is indeed the demon sword Muramasa, who has been missing for more than 100 years along with the sword master Miyamoto Musashi. Sengoku's expression is also a little serious. Muramasa has appeared again. Sora sighed softly. What did Garp say? What is the other party's attitude towards Marine? There is no doubt that Marine's purpose is to maintain the peace of the sea, and the biggest trouble for them is not those weak garbage pirates. On the contrary, the most troublesome thing for Marine, is some strong people who are so powerful that they will not obey Marine's management at all. And the name 12 Works Supreme Great Quick Knife itself, is synonymous with the strong. So, if Sengoku tells Sora that the young man who can defeat Garp, Ling Yun is hostile towards Marine or that he is a pirate after all, then Kong will immediately send Admiral to cooperate with Garp to try to capture him, or no matter how bad it is, Ling Yun will definitely carry a bounty of at least 500 million, the person who defeated Marine's hero is worth the price. But unexpectedly, Garp has a great appreciation for him, and Sengoku's expression was a bit strange. According to Garp, the other party is a doctor with extremely powerful medical skills. Doctor. Sora's expression was even weirder. He pointed to the photo. You mean the master of the 12 skilled sword Yao Dao recognized by Muramasa, the strong man who can defeat Garp, is a doctor? Yes. While Sengoku replied like this, he didn't know what to say in his heart. To be exact, he himself didn't believe it when he heard Garp's adjutant in return. Sengoku, what do you think should be done? But at this time, Sora, who has always been vigorous and resolute, did not make a decision immediately, but asked Sengoku this way. And Sengoku fell silent after hearing the words. After a long time. Leave it alone. Then at the right time, we can use the Shishibukai plan we discussed earlier, or other plans to try to draw him into our side. Sengoku said so. But no matter what, we can't provoke such a strong man who is temporarily harmless to Marine. The sea in the past few years has been too chaotic. Saying this, Sengoku also looked at Sora. He knew that his teacher was following the iron-blooded policy, so what he hated most was what he called letting go. But this time, okay, let it go. Sora just accepted his choice calmly, but when facing Sengoku's surprised eyes, the old man smiled rarely. Sengoku, I'm getting old. Next you are the Marshal of the Marine. So, don't doubt yourself, just make the decision you think is right. Chapter 17. In addition to Marineford, many people in various areas of the Grand Line also quickly got the newspaper, but unlike Marine, most of them did not believe that Garp would be the weakest high lost to a young man. And a small group of people with deep insights are just the opposite of the majority. New World, a sea area. A large ship shaped like a huge whale is moored on this sea area. Since Roger's death, the opening of the Great Pirate Era has brought a lot of vitality to the pirates, and these vitality have become extremely dangerous pirates after experiencing the test of the first half of the Grand Line. In the fights and battles of these pirates and some pirates that existed in the past, there are already several pirates occupying one side in New World, and they have faintly become the Emperor. And the owner of this ship will definitely be one of the so-called pirate emperors, no matter which strong person evaluates him, and he will also be the one who is destined to be the strongest. The Mozambique has been the car of the great pirate Whitebeard Edward Newgate since many years ago. Goo la 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 la. And on the boat at this time, this man who has been at the top of pirates since Roger's time was holding the newspaper with Ling Yun's information, and let out his own unique laughter. That guy Garp lost to East, a little guy from Blue? That's really his style. Dad, is this news reliable? Is it some kind of Marine's plan? But at this time, a blonde punk man with half-closed eyes spoke suspiciously. Marco, you are still too young. Whitebeard looked at his most trusted son and let out a hearty laugh. Vista. Father, what are your orders? And hearing his father's call, a man wearing a top hat with two swords on his waist also came out. He was the captain of Whitebeard's 5th Division, Foil Sword Bista. Do you know the knife in that young man's hand? Whitebeard smiled and threw the newspaper to Bista, and the latter's complexion changed instantly after taking the newspaper for just a glance. And as a swordsman from a family of swordsmen, he naturally knows the blood-red knife. Demon Saber Muramasa. A sharp light that shines to ultimate flashed in Vista's eyes. And as long as you are a swordsman with aspirations, everyone will regard obtaining a supreme sword as one of their greatest dreams. And as a top swordsman, even looking at the whole world, Vista is no exception. That supreme sharp knife. And Marco reacted instantly after hearing the name. As we all know, there are only 12 famous knives of the highest level in the world. Among them, the most famous and the only one whose owner is known by the world is the black sword that is now held in the hands of the great swordsman Hawkeye Dracul Mihawk. Apart from this, all the other supreme fast knives are in a state where no one knows where they are. But one thing is for sure. But anyone who is qualified to hold the Muramasa must be a top swordsman. The fighting spirit in Vista's eyes was very strong. Dad, what do you mean? After hearing the explanation, Marco also understood what Whitebeard meant. Although I don't know the specific situation, but since the village is in the hands of that person, then that person must be a very powerful kid. So, Garp should have really lost. Whitebeard replied like this, and then, regardless of Marco's instantly dull face, the great pirate also directly raised the huge wine glass at hand, and directly poured a sip of the mellow wine into his mouth. Google la 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 Roger. It's too early for you to leave. Look, the sea now, how interesting. Another strange night area in New World, a certain deserted island covered with jungle. And on the edge of the deserted island, Red Force, which has recently become famous in New World, is docking beside it. Ha ha ha. Lug, look at this. Beside the bonfire, Shanks, holding a newspaper, danced and handed the newspaper to Lug, and the latter also grinned when he saw the person on the newspaper headline, "Isn't this Ling Yun? This kid actually beat that Garp." And Shanks also said inconceivably he had once sailed as the novice crew member of One Piece King Gordy Roger, so he knew exactly what kind of monster the person who had driven One Piece into a desperate situation many times was. Even now that Garp's age has gradually entered his twilight years and his physical condition may have declined, Shanks never thinks that Garp is an easy opponent to deal with. And the hero who defeated Marine actually only appeared through the newspaper instead of the reward list. It seems that Mr. Ling Yun is in good condition. At this time, Ben Beckman on the side also spoke for Ling Yun, a mysterious figure with powerful medical skills. The military advisor of the Red Hair Pirates has always paid sincere respect. Hey ha, it's rare to hear news from an old friend today. Shanks, on the other hand, didn't care about other things, he was just very happy to hear the news about his friend, little ones. Drink? Oh. Perhaps this is also the atmosphere of Red Hair Pirates and Roger Pirates. Whether it's news that might affect the world or great danger, they don't care. As long as the atmosphere is right, they can raise their wine glasses at any time, and say to anyone in front of them with a big smile, "Friends. Happy today, let's drink." But when the atmosphere of the little party on this deserted island is hot. Click. 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 Accompanied by the sound of clear footsteps, a person followed the sound, and the members of the Red Hair Pirates on the periphery didn't dare to block him after seeing him, but moved out of the way. He wears a black top hat with white fluff on his head, a wine-red patterned jacket, a black vest, and white trousers. He has a handsome appearance like a typical gentleman and a deliberately short beard. The demeanor of a gentleman and aristocrat. But the most striking thing about his whole body is two things. The first is his sharp golden eyes like an eagle. Secondly, it was the huge and pitch-black knife that was carried behind his back. Chapter 18. The huge and pitch-black blade and the chaotic knife pattern with heavy T-shaped patterns, it is a famous knife called Yat. So needless to say, the person who suddenly appeared in front of Shanks and others with this knife on his back is naturally the great swordsman Dracul Mihawk, who has recently traveled around various sea areas to challenge all famous swordsmen and has won all victories so far up. Hey? Mihawk. After seeing him, Shanks was startled for a moment, and then laughed again, ha ha ha. What day is it today, to see two old friends at the same time? While speaking, he also directly picked up a wine glass, and then came directly to Mihawk in a very toneless manner, "Come, come. I heard that you won the Iron Swordsman Brian this time? Come and drink." Not a swordsman, just a non-threatening sword. Hawkeye, on the other hand, made a pertinent evaluation of this challenging trip, and then took the wine glass but did not drink it down. I came to you for a sword competition. Hey, why are you fighting so much fun today? Now is not the time for sword fighting. But Shanks interrupted Hawkeye's dual application directly while drinking and laughing. Happy? Ha ha ha. One of my friends is in the newspaper. Seeing Hawkeye seemed a little puzzled, and the redhead took the newspaper from Lug's hand and handed it to Hawkeye as if offering a treasure. My Hawk, who was originally happy and clean, was still reluctant to touch the oily newspaper, but when his eagle eyes glanced at a certain detail in the newspaper. This is... The hawk-like gold's pupils shrank suddenly, and my Hawk snatched the newspaper. Demon Sword Muramasa. What is right? Shanks, on the other hand, has no idea what Hawkeye is talking about. His swordsmanship is strong, but he is from Noriko, so it is different from Hawkeye and Vista, who can be seen from a noble swordsman family at a glance. Compared with scholars, he doesn't know much about many things that have been passed down. One of the 12 supreme swords, the demon sword Muramasa. Hawkeye pointed to the eerie red sword in Ling Yun's hand on the picture. Who is he? Him? His name is Ling Yun, my friend. Before Shanks could finish his stunned words, Hawkeye carefully folded the oily newspaper and put it in his pocket, then turned around and left. Hey! Have you stopped drinking? No. Where are you going now? The town of Rog or somewhere else? Where that person is? Hey! So the red hair also instantly understood Hawkeye's plan. You have to pay attention, Ling Yun is very strong. Didn't stop it because he knew it was pointless. There was no echo in the dark night, but the sharp fighting spirit in the air seemed to be getting stronger. And regardless of whether people in various parts of the world have thoughts about him, Ling Yun himself has no interest in it at all. He was just standing on the luxury boat he had just bought with a huge price of 12 million Bailey, ready to go to sea in high spirits. Mr. Ling Yun, today's weather is not suitable for going to sea, do you? But the dock manager asked Ling Yun tentatively. Since the battle between Ling Yun and Garp, almost all the residents of Rogtown knew about the life-saving Ling Yun from the Wanja Medical Center. Physicians are formidable powerhouses, and this dock keeper is no exception. But even so, there is still something to be reminded. Today's sea is a calm weather that is very unsuitable for sailing, and if the large ship that Ling Yun bought this time breaks anchor under such conditions, if it's at the dock, I'm afraid you won't even be able to find it. No. Jimmy, the weather is fine today. But Ling Yun was obviously in a very good mood, and even pointed to the sun hanging high in the sky while talking. Mr. Ling Yun, the sun doesn't help you sail. Jimmy, the manager of the dock, doubted whether Ling Yun had never been on a boat. It is common sense that a boat cannot sail in a windless weather. But Ling Yun didn't pay attention to the manager at all, and after a flash of figure, he went from the pier to the boat at a speed that was completely invisible to the naked eye. Then Jimmy, I wish your wife a successful delivery. Ling Yun chuckled, but then he suddenly said to the sea, Yemungard, let's go. Hormungandr, who is that? Jimmy was stunned for a moment, and then he was also confused. He had lived in Rogtown all his life, but he never knew there was such a person in the town. But the next moment, he knew who it was. Roar! Under the glare of the sun, huge waves suddenly appeared on the sea surface not far in front of Ling Yun's boat. And with the roar from Meng Huang, a huge monster also revealed its figure from under the sea. Gold scales, huge body, and the roaring appearance of a huge sea snake give people the most primitive shock. Sea kings? No. And looking at the huge gold sea snake, Jimmy's heart suddenly panicked. So huge. The sea kings that appear in the offshore are generally due to failure in the competition with the calm belt and the seabed with others of the same kind, so they are generally small in size. For reference, generally, the sea kings in the offshore are more than 150 meters long. It is a very bizarre size. And if sea kings over 150 meters appear around the sea level, it can be said to be a very rare thing generally. Almost all merchant ships encountered by such sea kings are hardly immune. However, the length of this giant gold sea snake that appeared in front of him, at least more than 400 meters. In this world's customary rules, sea kings over 300 meters are collectively referred to as big sea kings. How is that possible? Large sea kings, most of the time only found in calm beltlairs or monsters under the sea. And what surprised Jimmy even more is yet to come. At this moment, Ling Yun suddenly pulled up a huge iron chain on the boat, and then threw it towards the huge sea kings. Roar! And the roaring sea kings bit the chain as if having fun after seeing this, and then boom! Accompanied by a loud sound, Ling Yun's newly purchased large luxury ship was actually dragged up by it. Jormungand, is it a large sea king's? And at this time, Jimmy finally reacted. But at this moment, he could only watch Ling Yun's ship and the huge sea kings disappear at the end of the vast sea, with a wry smile on his face. A small fish like him really doesn't understand the world of the strong. Chapter 19. On the rare calm east blue with no wind or waves, a huge sea king towed a large ship and moved fast. And Ling Yun, who neither steers nor pays attention to the direction, lies on the bow of the boat, looking at the huge continent that has been faintly revealed not far away, and is quite satisfied with his previous decision. Yes, the sea kings pulling the boat for him is nothing else, it is the strange winged sea snake-like sea kings he met when he was sailing. At the beginning, Ling Yun, who was attacked by it, wanted to kill it directly, but after thinking for a while, he had a very bold idea. As we all know, domestic pigs and wild boars were the same species in the past, but their genes have evolved and changed due to domestication, resulting in two completely different creatures now. And this is what Ling Yun wants to do. So he didn't kill it in the end, but knocked it out with a punch before it escaped after defeating it. Subsequently, Ling Yun started his own research. And with the help of a gene modification scalpel, Ling Yun did succeed in doing what he wanted to do. He successfully removed and modified some of the wild and untamable genes in this sea kings, and made it consider itself the master. And I don't know if Ling Yun's genetic modification has indeed caused the genetic changes in this sea king's body. The body size of the original offshore sea kings also changed from 40 meters at the beginning in the process of pulling the boat for Ling Yun. Straight across 10 times, reaching a terrifying size of 400 meters. Ling Yun named it Jormungand, and indeed gained great convenience because of it. Leaving aside the help in battle, let's just talk about its function as Ling Yun's transportation now. The effect of a 400-meter large sea kings pulling the ship directly leads to the high speed and stability of the ship's speed, and the judgment of the direction and the speed of the ship. There is no need to worry about the sailing route, because no one knows the direction of the current better than the sea kings who already live in the sea. In addition, the appearance of a sea king can almost avoid the harassment of all offshore sea kings. This is the same principle that the weak are not allowed to wander around after the strong occupy the real object during animal predation. And the most important point is that in many originally dangerous navigation areas, Ling Yun has no need to worry at all after having the help of Jormungand. Such as the retrograde ocean current that reverses the mountain. It's spectacular. The cliffs made of bright red soil are too high to see the edge, and the boundless continent that spreads towards the limit of the sea seems to be a creation of God. Red line surrounds the entire world, incorporating the continents where the Grand Line begins, midpoint and ends. In front of Ling Yun is one of the most well-known wonders on this continent. The turbulent sea water seems to be driven by some kind of force to pour into the river channel, and go upstream. Upside down mountain. Looking at the starting point of the Grand Line, most navigators have to adjust the mast and sail of the ship at this time, otherwise, once entering the retrograde ocean current, the reverse resistance caused by the sail is likely to cause the ship to go directly from there. Fall from the high upside down mountain. But Ling Yun didn't have such worries at all. Jormungand's huge body became the most steadfast support of the ship, and even in the turbulent currents such as retrograde ocean currents, the ship itself didn't even have the slightest bump. So Ling Yun also started to enjoy the spectacle that could only be seen in comics with great interest, until he followed the current to the top of Reversing Mountain. And after coming to the peak along the retrograde ocean current from East Blue, Ling Yun also saw the only down ocean current not far away. The ocean currents from the four seas will alternate in an X shape at the only confluence point, and then flow from go downstream in this ocean current, and then open the world's most mysterious and wonderful route Grand Line. But Ling Yun didn't look at the entrance of the Grand Line, but looked in the opposite direction. He suddenly remembered a popular point of view in his previous life, because the Grand Line itself is a flight route around the entire world, in essence. On one side of the upside-down mountain is the entrance of the Grand Line, and on the other side is the end of the channel under the cliff where there is no retrograde ocean current. That is the theoretical location of Lavrod. Therefore, Ling Yun's heart suddenly moved. As a comic audience, of course he is extremely curious about the mysterious Lavrod. Jom Guard. Ling Yun softly called to Yemen Guard, who was swimming freely in the ocean current, "Go and see what's on the other side of the reversing mountain." The width of the upside-down mountain made it impossible for him to observe the underside of the steep mountain wall on the other side, but Yemen Guard's 400-meter-long body could completely do it. Roar! Yemen Jiad let out a roar to express his understanding, and then saw that it suddenly raised its body from under the sea surface, and its head was raised to a height of more than 100 meters in an instant. Then, it lowered its head to observe the location of the theoretical Lavrod. Then, roar! It seemed that he saw something terrible on the other side of the sea. Yemen Guard suddenly let out a huge and stern roar in the air, and then his huge body suddenly began to roll, and he completely pulled his body out of the sea. Even Ling Yun could clearly see that it was so frightened that even the pair of completely degraded and unusable little wings flapped frantically. But obviously, this is not what Ling Yun cares about. Boom! Along with Hormongondra's movements, Ling Yun felt that the deck under his feet was pulled by the iron chains bound to it and suddenly began to shake violently, and the huge force instantly made his body almost lose his balance. But when Ling Yun stabilized his body with the help of his body coordination, his complexion suddenly changed when he looked down. I saw that he and his boat had escaped from the ocean current and flew in the sky under the pull of Yemengard's huge body. Then, FK. Accompanied by Ling Yun's speechless voice, it fell in a parabola. Chapter 20. Grand Line, on an island. So what the hell did you see over there? The wreckage of the ship that had been completely smashed was floating on the sea not far away. Ling Yun looked at Yermungandr lying obediently in front of him, and his words were full of annoyance. He is really a little depressed. Before, he asked Yermungand to observe what was under the other side of the upside-down mountain, but Yermungand suddenly went crazy and caused him and his boat to break away from the current and fall from the top of the upside-down mountain. And you can imagine how huge the impact of falling from the top of the mountain is. Although Ling Yun used the strength and sensitivity of his body to keep stepping on the deck to reduce the impact he received when he fell, he still suffered serious injuries and lay on the edge of the island for a whole day. Only with the help of the ability of rapid healing can he fully recover. So now, Ling Yun, who finally recovered, couldn't help but find trouble with it. Roar! After Yermungand heard the words, he directly put the snake's head on the ground of the island, causing the ground to vibrate. It was only one head and it was as big as dozens of Ling Yuns. What to do now? The ship is also destroyed. After Ling Yun saw Yemenjia in such a state, he was naturally too lazy to say anything more, and although he was curious about what he saw on the reverse mountain, he couldn't speak the language and couldn't ask, so he turned to started thinking about what to do next. First of all, Ling Yun can confirm that he must be on the Grand Line, and it should be on one of the 7 routes of the Grand Line because the record pointer he extracted when he was treating a certain pirate is now the location of this island has been recorded automatically, and the permanent pointer has a guiding direction. But the biggest problem now is that he doesn't know which channel this is, and the luxurious large ship he just bought with a big price has been completely broken. Although he can also choose to sail directly on Yemen Guard, under the premise that the next island is not sure how far away he is, sailing rashly without food and water is courting death. Even Ling Yun's genetically modified scalpel cannot change the fact that the human body needs water. That is to say, because of you, I'm trapped on this island. The outraged Ling Yun still punched Hormungandra on the head, but this large sea king's, which made other humans run away in fear just by looking at it, just let out a low growl in grievance, and then said there is no sound. 3 days later, Ling Yun, who officially explored the island, also confirmed that there are fresh water and some wild animals on the island. Although the taste is not very good, it can definitely guarantee survival. But other than that, Ling Yun has no other way to leave the island, and at this time he is quite complaining about why he couldn't extract a nautical map or a log, so at least he was now able to figure out where he was and roughly how far he was on the voyage from the next island. And when Ling Yun was eating weird-tasting grilled tiger meat, roasted bear meat and even grilled dinosaur meat every day. Kindness. Seeing the duck-headed boats appearing on the distant sea, Ling Yun's eyes lit up. He didn't even care that there was a pirate flag flying on the other party's ship, because for him, as long as there was a ship that could take him out of this ghost place, it would be fine. As for whether the other party is willing to take him, that's up to the other party. Captain, Amnesia Island is here. At the same time, on the Chef George, the sailor who saw the island in front of him shouted excitedly. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and collect food and water, they are coming after you. And the captain of this ship was a tall man who braided gold's nose hair. At this moment, after hearing the words, he was anxiously giving orders to his subordinates. Yes, Captain. After the sailor heard the words, he immediately understood that now was not the time to be happy, so he saw that all the people in the clothes went to get the empty boxes for food, and they were ready to disembark after the ship docked. However, just as the ship was about to berth and dock, roar! The huge roar almost pierced the eardrums of all the crew members. And when the huge sea kings emerged from the water, even they who had sailed on the Grand Line for a whole year couldn't help but gasp. Large sea kings! The captain looked at the big and scary sea kings in horror, and immediately responded, "Get ready to fight." But even though he said this, he was also very flustered in his heart. They were hunted down and fled back here, but they met such a large sea kings here that should never appear in the sea. Needless to say, judging from the wreckage of the large ship next to it, it probably doesn't take much effort for the sea kings to entangle their ship. Ready to fight. But even so, he still had to fight. Pork head, flying kick. The muscles of both legs tensed suddenly, his body leaped high in an instant, and his right leg kicked directly towards sea kings. But when he got close to the sea kings, he realized, I may have underestimated these huge creatures in the sea too much. Boom! Feeling the kicking technique that he is famous for kicking on, it is like kicking on gold and iron, and seeing the sea surface that is constantly rolling when the monster flicks its tail at will, the captain also feels a little bit of pain in his heart. Huge sense of despair. Even if you have given up sailing, can you still not escape? He thought so in his heart. But right now, friends, don't get excited. Yemen Jihad will not hurt you without my order. The captain suddenly noticed that there was a young man in white clothes standing on top of the sea kings with a slight smile. And the next moment, White's long gown moved slightly, and the figure of the young man came to him in an instant, and touched his shoulder. And from the beginning to the end, he couldn't even detect how the young man was moving. Now I'm hungry and thirsty. Zap heard the youth's words. So, if you guys can give me some help, I'd really appreciate it. Chapter 21. Thanks for your treatment. Inside the pirate ship, Ling Yun, who had just enjoyed a delicious meal, looked at the pirates around him, and finally sorted out his current situation. To put it simply, it was as he expected. The island he was on now was the first island of one of the routes of the Grand Line, and the name was Amnesia Island. And the group of pirates around him is even more interesting. They are chef pirates, and their captain's name is Zap. Redfoot Zap. Yes, it is the head chef of Barati, the sea restaurant in East Blue in the anime, the one Sanji calls the Old Man. And until now, they have been sailing on the Grand Line for a full year. About a month ago, when they finally sailed the first half of the entire Grand Line, they came to the necessary point to go to the New World Sabody archipelago. And there, they accidentally offended a terrible pirate group. The strength of this pirate group made them feel an unparalleled sense of despair, and even forced them to flee retrograde from the islands of Sabody all the way back to the starting point of this channel. You mean, you are leaving the Grand Line now because you were hunted down by that pirate group? After Ling Yun heard the words, he also looked at GP with great interest. He had seen this guy's kicking skills just now, which belonged to the kicking skills that could enter the B-end level. And in East Blue, apart from people like Kojiro, people of this level are basically one of the strongest characters. And that unknown pirate group was able to force him to flee all the way back to East Blue. This Grand Line has a lot more powerhouses than East Blue. So please, after the meal, please. And GP's face turned red after hearing the words, and when he was about to politely express his meaning of seeing off the guest to the mysterious young man in front of him, he saw Ling Yun just wiped his mouth lightly and then smiled lightly. Mr. Zap, how about this? Ling Yun chuckled and offered his own suggestion, take me to the next island where you can buy a ship, and give me the logbook you wrote. And as a reward for this meal, I'll help you get rid of that enemy who chased you down. What do you think? Varied. Before GP even had time to ask Ling Yun how he knew that he had the habit of keeping a sailing diary, he heard the slightly panicked voice of his subordinates outside the cabin, Captain. They are here. So GP's face changed drastically in an instant, and then he rushed out of the cabin without thinking about what to say. And Ling Yun also followed out naturally, but as soon as he went out, his eyes widened in surprise. Because in the direction where the crew of the chef pirates were looking in fear, a huge thing was slowly moving over. There is a huge sail on the top of the huge thing. It is clearly a ship. But compared to ordinary ships, its size is too strange. The large ship that Ling Yun broke was about 80 meters in length, but the ship in front of it was nearly 5 times its size, almost as big as a large sea king like Yemenjiad. Coupled with the mud on the hull and the looming trees, this ship is completely a small island. Island boat. Ling Yun whispered to himself, but a very fiery light flashed in his eyes. Who are they? Ling Yun asked GP softly. Troll pirates. GP also looked at Ling Yun at this time and replied, I agree to your proposal just now. If you can do it, go and kill these guys. He knows the gap between his pirate group and the opponent, so the only hope at this time can only be pinned on this mysterious young man. Okay, but I've changed my mind. Ling Yun chuckled, I don't need you to drive me to the next island. Because, I will have a boat soon. Captain, we found them. At the same time, a pirate on the front side of the island ship was reporting a message to a tall man in front of him. Hey, finally caught you, little mice. And this tall man looked at the small ship in the distance, and smiled ferociously, crush them. For a long time, when arriving at the Sabody archipelago to complete the first half of the Grand Line expedition, the rookie pirate who won a bounty of more than 100 million Baileys will be called a supernova. And this tall man, who is different from ordinary people, is one of the supernovas of this generation. He is known for holding vengeance. He once slaughtered a city for a trivial matter. 150 million supernova head of the troll pirates Hansmo. This pirate from South Blue is a descendant of the Titan clan of the legendary pirate group Giant Warrior Pirates that dominated the sea 100 years ago, so he is born with a tall body and terrifying strange power. In addition, his father of the Titan clan left him a precious legacy, that is the Boolean guy. The overall length is 410 meters and the width is 230 meters. This ship, which was transformed from a small desert island as a prototype, is an island ship that completely exceeds the common ship. Although it is a little worse than the terrifying size of the thriller bark of the Moonlight Pirates in Legendary and the main ship of the giant pirates, the Gulet Iliku, this island ship is even in the Grand Line is also enough to gallop freely. And Hansmer's favorite thing is to use this huge ship to directly crush those who oppose him together with the ship, and then he watches those poor bugs screaming like watching a drama. And today he was still planning to do this, and after seeing that the poor boat was gradually approaching, he also raised the binoculars in his hand with great interest. But boom! The huge body of the Bulgai cable made a dull sound as if it had encountered some kind of hindrance. And the sight in Hansmer's telescope told him what was blocking the hull. That's a giant gold sea serpent sea kings. The sharp teeth shone dazzlingly in the sun, and above its head stood a young man in white. A pitch-black scabbard hangs from the young man's waist. "Mr. Troll Hansmer, I need to tell you something." The young man looked at him with a smile, and then said a word softly. Or rather, a verdict was delivered. "I like your boat very much. It will be mine in the future." Chapter 22. I like your boat very much. It will be mine in the future. After hearing Ling Yun's words, Hansmo laughed absurdly. "What are you talking about? You think you can beat Laozi with just one Sea Kings? Don't be kidding, Laozi is." As a supernova, Hansmer's self-confidence is naturally conceivable. But before he could even finish his words, he had to stagnate in his throat. Because he suddenly felt a huge coercion attacking his body. Buzz! Even the waves on the sea were suppressed so that they couldn't appear, and the huge coercion caused waves of incredible feelings in Hansmo's heart. Turning his head to look, he saw that the hundreds of pirate subordinates whom he was proud of had fallen to the ground one by one, foaming at the mouth. B.A. Conqueror's Haki. As a supernova who has completed the first half of the Grand Line, Hansmer certainly doesn't know the existence of Conqueror's Haki. But why is it here? This is just Amnesia Island, one of the first islands of the Grand Line. Why would a guy with this level of Conqueror's Haki appear here? And at this moment, the same Hansmo's eyes were in a trance, but he saw the young man's movements again. "You are not bad. You can't fall down." Ling Yun looked at the huge pirate who was rated A in front of him, and praised with a chuckle. Then, Hansmo saw Ling Yun gently put his hand on his waist, pulled out the Taideo from his waist and waved it lightly at him. The red blade cut through the air under the reflection of the sun, and the moment Hansmo saw it, he instantly remembered the identity of the person in front of him. That was the picture he saw in a newspaper not long ago. Rogtown, the marine heroes are defeated. The so-called guy who defeated the marine hero in that picture is the guy in front of him. No. Wait. He tried to confess, but it was meaningless. Laugh. The village in Ling Yun's hands exudes a strange luster. The moment the blade slashed, the heads of Hansmo and the few cotters of the giant monster pirates who were still standing were cut off at the same time. Red's blood drips down to match the color of the blade. The so-called 250 million supernova, in front of Ling Yun, couldn't even withstand a random slash. 2 hours later. "Ship, Captain, we now?" A member of the chef pirates asked Zap, the shock still in his voice. "Never mind." At this time, GP was looking at the figure of the huge island ship slowly disappearing on the sea level in the distance, and there was only a wry smile and loneliness on the corner of his mouth. He once thought of himself as a powerful pirate, and he and his partners have indeed completed the first half of the Grand Line voyage. But everything that happened in front of him made this red-footed man completely lose his spirit. The giant monster pirates are undoubtedly an invincible enemy for them, and they were even chased back here by the opponent. But just now, the enemy who seemed invincible to them couldn't even stand in front of Ling Yun for 5 seconds. For them, what Ling Yun gives them is not the feeling of invincible, because they simply cannot put themselves in the same position as Ling Yun for comparison. Therefore, even though the troll pirates chasing them had been wiped out, GP still just waved his hand dejectedly. Give up. He decided to give up the Grand Line. The channel belonged to the real monsters of the sea, not to him. We go back to East Blue. Yes. After hearing GP's decision, the other members of the chef pirates naturally would not refuse. On the contrary, they felt a little rejoiced in their hearts. After witnessing the scene just now, they have completely lost the ability to sail in this sea courage. But on the other hand, Ling Yun, who met GP by chance, has no interest in paying attention to the complicated hearts of the pirates and the chef pirates. Every day in this sea, countless men set sail for their dreams, and naturally there are countless people who choose to leave or die under the sea. Ling Yun has no time and no responsibility to care about other people's thoughts. He just looks at the new ship he just got in GP's logbook, and he feels very satisfied in his heart. The moment he saw the island boat, Ling Yun decided that the boat was his own. And after he actually got the ship, he found that it was even better than he imagined. The huge island base gave the ship absolute stability in the sea. Even if the encounter was enough to make the large ship the storm that capsized for it, the island ship Burgaiso will definitely not be affected in any way. And besides that, it is much more flexible than the Moria-like thriller bark, which is the perfect boat for Ling Yun. And most importantly, system, help me transfer the hospital to this island. Transferring, transfer complete. Looking at the medical clinic that instantly appeared at the center console of the island, Ling Yun also had a satisfied smile on his face. His medical center can be moved and placed in any place as he arrives at any island. Although this feature is humanized enough, it is still not convenient enough. After all, when sailing on the sea, most of the time he's still on board. But this ship is different. This is the island ship made by the titans of the giant soldiers pirates with a small island base, which fully meets the conditions for the system to transfer the hospital, which means that Ling Yun will be on his own ship in the future. Security could get a huge boost. After all, in the medical center, Ling Yun is almost omnipotent. And besides, system, I want to use the herb garden capsule. The conditions of use of the herb garden capsules in Ling Yun's hands also perfectly match the island boat. Host is changing the environment of the island by using herb garden capsules. Along with the system's words, Ling Yun also saw that the island, which was originally just a deserted island, was undergoing tremendous changes on the ground. All kinds of green grass and medicinal materials grow from the ground, the originally barren forests become lush, and dozens of medicinal gardens begin to densely cover the entire island in an instant. But after a few minutes, the island has become alive and it looks like a real paradise. Environmental changes have been completed, and the medicinal materials have begun to grow. Royal blood grass, 10 plants, Eastern medicine garden, estimated growth time is 1 year. Emon grass, 34 plants, Western medicine garden, estimated growth time is half a year. Looking at the completely new scene around him, and listening to the number and effects of the herbs reported by the system, Ling Yun also smiled with satisfaction. Here, from now on, will be his base camp. From now on, this ship will be called Paradise Lost. Chapter 23. Soon, Ling Yun discovered a flaw in the island ship he named Lost Paradise. Roar. Looking at Yermungandr, who kept roaring in the water to show that he was tired, Ling Yun was also a little helpless compared with before. The hull of this boat was too large, which made Yermungandr look extremely tired when he was towing it. Difficult. It would be okay if there is sea breeze, but once there is no wind, it will be difficult for Ling Yun to move forward as fast as before. And if you want to catch a few more sea kings, the lairs of large sea kings are basically in the calm belt and the deep seabed, and you can't catch them at all. Correct. And it was at this time that Ling Yun also suddenly thought of a plan he had thought of before. It's just that this plan was not implemented due to too many things a while ago. Yermungandr. Come here. Gu. Seeing Ling Yun waving towards him, Yermungandr first let out a low cry in doubt, and then the sea snake obediently stretched its head towards Ling Yun. Drink this. But Ling Yun was holding a small bottle in his hand. Hormungandr opened his mouth obediently, and Ling Yun poured the contents of the bottle directly into Hormungandra's mouth. Afterwards, Ling Yun began to observe the situation of Hormungandr. And when it comes to what he gave Yemenjiad to drink, it's nothing else, it's the scattered genetic liquid of Tianlong fruit that he took from Darag before. In fact, after knowing that this bottle of genetic fluid could not be used by himself, Ling Yun had the idea of giving it to Yermungand. I saw that after swallowing that bottle of Tianlong fruit scattered gene liquid, Yemenjiad's body really began to change instantly. Roar! It let out a loud roar, and Ling Yun took out his genetically modified scalpel in an instant. Once he found out that something was wrong, he would immediately stun Yermungandr again, and take out the dragon fruit in it gene out. Roar! 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 At this time, I saw Yermungandra's huge body slapping violently on the sea surface, and each slap would directly hit a huge wave, and if its body was not connected to the base of the island by an iron chain, if not, it is very likely that it will directly rush to the bottom of the sea to vent the huge pain in its body. But Ling Yun watched its movements calmly. The pain of genetic evolution is natural, and now is not the time for him to stop it. Roar! And as expected, Yemengard's roar became louder and louder, but it seemed to be accompanied by some inexplicable force while it was in pain, and it hit the sea more and more vigorously, and the splashed water, the waves are getting higher and higher. What's more conspicuous is that, its body, which was already huge enough, started to grow even bigger at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few minutes, it went directly from the initial 400 meters to at least 700 meters length. The scales on his body became more and more radiant, and even began to faintly shine with a metallic luster, while a small fleshy bump began to bulge on the top of his head. The pair of small wings on its back that were supposed to degenerate, bloomed like bursting flowers at this moment, and the length also reached more than 70 meters in an instant. And a huge monster with a body size of more than 700 meters stretched its wings and rolled over the sea. The scene it showed was as terrifying as a prehistoric beast. It wasn't until half a sound later that Yemenjiad seemed to have finally calmed down. The entire huge body was directly wrapped around the island base of Paradise Lost, and then there was no sound in an instant. Gem Guard. Category: One Piece World Sea Kings. Status: Evolution Dormancy. Seeing the prompt given to him suddenly by the system, Ling Yun also widened his eyes, and then looked at the big snake coiled around the base of the island like a defensive fence, feeling speechless in his heart. He originally gave Yemengard the scattered gene of the dragon fruit, hoping that it would strengthen his body and facilitate the movement of Paradise Lost during the windless period, but this guy fell asleep directly after eating, drinking, and making a fuss. Caught? Never mind. Speechlessly looking at Yermungandr, whose body is only slowly rising and falling to prove that he is still alive, Ling Yun can only slightly shake his head. Although there is no observation haki, but the LV.9 level swordsmanship brings with his perception of danger, he could feel the huge power hidden in Yemengard's body now. There is no doubt that this so-called evolution will be a very crucial transformation for it. So even though he was speechless, Ling Yun was still unwilling to disturb its dormancy. No way, take the helm yourself. But fortunately, the previous period of practicing medicine in a medical clinic allowed Ling Yun to extract various skills from many different people, and the driving of a ship is one of them. So Ling Yun also sighed softly, and then returned to the island ship console in the medical hall, and began to control the ship according to the logbook given to him by GP. According to the records in GP's logbook, the next island in this channel should not be far away. Grand Line, Kingdom of Las Vegas. This island kingdom on the Grand Line is quite famous in itself. The reason for its popularity is because of its other nickname, Gambling Paradise. Most of the gamblers in the entire park are gathered here, and it also has the most casinos in the first half of the Grand Line. It is precisely because a large amount of capital flows to this kingdom that the prosperity here is completely different from the deserted island Amazia Island that only had beasts before it. And in an underground casino in the Kingdom of Las Vegas. Come, come, buy and leave." Amidst the feasting and feasting, the croupier shaking the cup on the gambling table loudly ignited the atmosphere as before, but his eyes were fixed on one direction. In that direction, there is a person. It was a man wearing a light purple bathrobe with a dark purple sash and a purple cloak. The man was tall, with short black hair and a beard that hadn't been groomed much, and he was holding a cane in his hand. There were 2 cross-shaped scars on his forehead, and the scars scratched his face and his eyes. He is blind. Chapter 24. In the casino, the blind man was sitting on a chair quietly listening to the sound of dice in the cup. And the first time the dealer stopped shaking the dice. "Small," the blind man said calmly, and then pushed a large pile of chips in front of him directly to the small betting area. The croupier looked at the blind man with an extremely ugly expression, and then coldly opened the dice cup. 1 by 1, 3 points is small. But while saying this, he will raise his tone faintly. "Sir, I think you can try other casinos. No matter which casino you are in, people like this blind man must be unwelcome because every time he bets, he puts all the previous bets into it." So the croupier's words were also vaguely reminding him, "You have won enough money, don't make trouble anymore." But the blind man just shook his head lightly after hearing the words. His voice was very serious. "I don't like changing casinos. Still leaving?" And the croupier's face changed after hearing the words. This guy has already won tens of millions of Baileys here today, and he still doesn't want to leave? Afterwards, the croupier quietly made a gesture to a few people at the entrance of the casino. "So I saw these people walking to the gambling table, and then directly dismissed the gamblers next to the blind man, and vaguely caught the blind man in the middle. But the person closest to the blind man took out a small short sword from his cuff, and stabbed the blind man fiercely and mercilessly from the side." Obviously, the standard practice of black casinos, when a customer really doesn't know how to stop, they will help him stop. As for after killing the blind man, they only need to pretend to be enemies and then be caught and given to Marine to easily preserve the reputation of the casino, and then the casino will spend some money to bring them out of Marine gambling paradise Las Vegas Kingdom. This is almost a convention commonly known as the rules. And these few people who stood at the entrance of the casino from the very beginning were originally hired to be responsible for this aspect of work. But at this time, the blind man's right thumb that was holding the cane was slowly pressing on the tip of the cane. Then, from the cane, the light of a staff saber is also revealed at the beginning of time. But before the blind man completely unsheathed the knife, the short sword that was stabbing at him was blocked. Varied. The man who assassinated the blind man was a burly man, and at this moment, he suddenly found that his wrist was being grabbed by another hand. And it's ridiculous to say that, although the hand itself is white and has no muscles, this strong man feels as if his hand is clamped by an iron clamp, let alone break free. Ah! Clang! The huge pain from his wrist made the strong man howl, and the short sword in his hand fell directly to the ground with a crisp sound. "You!" And the strong man couldn't help but waved his idle left fist directly at the person who grabbed him under the pain at this time. Call! In the next second, he only felt a gust of wind blowing in front of him. Crack! Then, accompanied by the crisp sound of bones breaking, the strong man's body suddenly flew upside down, and even smashed a huge hole in the wall. It's not easy to come to the island and want to have some entertainment. I didn't expect this seemingly good casino to do such a bad thing. But at this time, the young man in white who instantly killed the big man just casually pulled out a chair and sat down, looking calmly at the croupier beside him. "Kill them!" But the croupier obviously didn't intend to reason with him at this time. The other party was obviously here to make trouble. As he shouted, a dozen people in black clothes and holding knives rushed towards the young man and the blind man. The young man laughed disdainfully. "You dare to charge rashly even if you can't even recognize the difference in strength. You deserve it if you die." Then the figure of the young man disappeared in the same place in an instant. Check! 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 In less than a second from the beginning to the end, accompanied by a few bursts of air being pierced, the youth's figure returned to its original position. But the croupier was horrified to find out that the thugs hired by the dozen or so casinos with huge sums of money had all collapsed. And on their necks, without exception, there is a hole the size of a finger. Just now, during the period of time when it was completely impossible to observe with the naked eye, they were all dead. No. It's not just them. The croupier was shocked to find that his consciousness was gradually blurring, and when he tried his best to touch his neck, he only felt a piece of warmth. That's blood. Half an hour later. May I ask your excellency, is that finger pistol and shaved from Marine 6 styles just now? The blind man sat opposite Ling Yun in a tavern. Yes. Ling Yun, on the other hand, drank a glass of sake lightly, then nodded casually. Very quickly, the power is also very strong, thanks to your excellency for saving this old man. It can't be said to save you, anyway, if you draw the knife, the result will be the same, but I have a bad temper, and I always have to clean up these dirty methods when I encounter these dirty methods. Right? Mr. Smile. And Ling Yun looked at the blind man and said with a smile. When he came to that casino, he really had no other meaning at the beginning. He was just a little tired from driving Lost Paradise, so he wanted to find a place to broadcast it, and it happened that this country is also a famous casino kingdom, so he just do as the Romans do. But he never thought that he would meet this guy here. Future Marine Admiral, Fujitora smiles. Of course, now he has not participated in the world conscription, so he is just white. Do you know the old man? After hearing the words with a smile, there was some surprise on his face. I've heard of it a little bit. Ling Yun said the same thing, and after hearing the words with a smile, although he was a little surprised, he didn't bother anymore, and just asked, Your Excellency, Marine? No, I'm not Marine, my name is Ling Yun, and I'm a doctor. By the way, Mr. Smile, how did you hurt your eyes? Chapter 25. Doctor. After hearing Ling Yun's words, a smile also repeated inconceivably. He is blind, but his heart is not blind. Those two scars took away the light in front of his eyes, but made his heart more crystal clear. While losing his eyesight, his senses of touch, hearing, and smell all subconsciously become far superior to ordinary people in life, and he has also developed an extremely powerful observation haki. So just now Ling Yun's move to kill those killers in the casino, he also saw clearly. Straightforward, decisive, and willful. Even if the application of finger pistol and shaven Marine 6 styles is only a rough display, it is much better than any Marine that Yuxiao has encountered in various areas of the sea for so many years. Besides, as a swordsman, with a smile, you can clearly see the sword hanging from Ling Yun's waist. Although he couldn't see the color of the sword, he could clearly feel the terrifying aura. So with a smile, he knew that the young man in front of him must be a top swordsman, and also a top Marine 6 styles user. But Ling Yun actually told him now, he is a doctor? Are you trying to trick me, a blind man? Of course not. So when I smiled, I was speechless for a while. By the way, Mr. Smile, how did you hurt your eyes? When I was ignorant in the early years, I mistakenly believed that the villain was harming others, so I simply killed this pair of tricks myself. After hearing Ling Yun's question, he smiled and answered naturally, but these blind eyes are really lucky. There are too many dirty people in this world that people can't bear to look at. Is there any inconvenience? Ling Yun asked again, but smiled and said, Of course there are, but now it's been a long time, and the old man is used to it. The inconvenience was justified. Even the powerful observation haki couldn't completely replace the eyes, it's just that Xiaoxio's eyes had been blind for too long, so he no longer had hope for its cure. But at this time, Yuxiao suddenly heard Ling Yun say, I can heal your eyes. So Ling Yun clearly saw Yuxiao's body tremble slightly. With a smile, he turned his head and looked at Ling Yun. His observation Haki was trying his best to sense whether Ling Yun's body showed signs of lying. And the next moment, he said softly, "Really? Although your eyes are already chronically ill, I can also cure them." Of course Ling Yun spoke quickly, feeling a burst of joy in his heart. He knew that the other party had obviously taken the bait. Smile. Age, 43 years old. Level, this world S+. Available abilities, Armament Haki LV.6, Observation Haki LV.8, Blind Sword LV.9, Combat Experience LV.7. Fruit ability, Paramecia Gravity Fruit. In fact, Ling Yun made up his mind the moment he saw Yuxiao, he must let the future Marine Admiral receive his own treatment. The evaluation of S and itself represents the top powerhouse in the sea, and all the abilities of this future Marine Admiral are not possessed by Ling Yun. That is to say, as long as he succeeds in making the other party willing to accept his own treatment, any ability that Ling Yun can draw will surely enhance his strength. And from the current situation of Yuxiao, it can be seen that Ling Yun has almost succeeded. The other party seems to hope to heal his eyes. However, what Ling Yun didn't expect was, "No, Your Excellency, Ling Yun's kindness is appreciated." Fujitora finally chose to reject Ling Yun's proposal after struggling for a while. "Can you tell me why?" Of course Ling Yun can't give up like this. "First, the old man has no property, so he can't give you a reward for treatment. Secondly, the old man has something that must be done now. If the eyes are cured, the old man is worried that he will not be able to do this." After hearing Yuxiao's explanation, Ling Yun also frowned. The first question is of course not a problem, he just finds a reason to waive the other party's consultation fee. But the second question is obviously a problem. Obviously, Yuxiao has something to do now, and if he heals his eyes at this time, then it is indeed as he said, maybe he will become stronger in the future, but in a short period of time his strength definitely going down. This is like a person who is used to living in the dark. If you let him stand in the sun, his body will definitely feel uncomfortable. For Yuxiao, his strength is inseparable from his blind eyes get involved. I don't know what Mr. Yuxiao has to do. So after thinking about it for a while, Ling Yun also asked, "After all, I'm a doctor, I don't feel very comfortable when I see a patient in front of me but can't make a diagnosis and treatment." "Your Excellency, the doctor is benevolent, I admire you." After hearing the words with a smile, he also showed admiration. Obviously he regarded Ling Yun as a doctor who travels all over the world. "To be honest, what I'm going to do next is actually related to the Kingdom of Las Vegas." Then he didn't hide what he knew. And Ling Yun listened carefully, and then finally knew what he was going to do with a smile. It turns out that there is a big problem with the existence of the Las Vegas Kingdom itself. This area known as the Gambling Kingdom was actually just a common island kingdom of the Grand Line in the past. From a certain day, a casino called Joker by the owner began to appear on this island. Since the opening of this casino, many more casinos have gradually opened on this island, and this island has gradually gained the title of Gambling Paradise. And this is exactly what Yuxiao cares about. The existence of the country itself does not justify itself. Yuxiao put his sword on the ground, and told Ling Yun softly, "Because of the existence of a large number of casinos, a large amount of funds can be reasonably transferred here, and for some reason Marine seems to have not managed the blatant gambling in this country. Since a few years ago, a large number of arms have been transported to the black market of other islands every year, and these arms have directly led to civil strife and wars in several countries in recent years. And the place where the goods are packed and delivered is in a factory belonging to Joker in the capital of King Las Vegas. That's why I think this factory is the largest arms trading place in Paradise." "So, what are you going to do?" Ling Yun asked. "The old man has sent this matter to Marine by letter before, but I haven't received their reply yet. If they insist on ignoring it, then the old man will go to that factory to find out." "Old man doesn't like war." And after hearing Yuxiao's plan, Ling Yun felt a little admiration in his heart. Obviously, this matter has nothing to do with Yuxiao from the beginning to the end. It can even be said that with his strength, whether it is the pirate, marine, or the revolutionary army, as long as he is willing, he will definitely be the highest those people. But at least for now, he's not doing it. What he chose was to hold his staff and knife and come here to do what he thought he should do. Although Ling Yun himself is not a meddling person, this does not prevent him from admiring a person who carries out his beliefs. But you think too simply. People in power only hear what they want to hear. And the thing you reported, they didn't hear it. As Ling Yun said this, his voice seemed very determined. Compared to Yuxiao, he obviously knows a lot more. For example, he knows who is the person behind the so-called Joker. Chapter 26. Las Vegas Kingdom, Wangcheng Factory. There are many huge warehouses in the huge factory, and the words Joker are written on the gate of each warehouse, and there are many kingdom soldiers guarding the outside of the factory. But tonight, all the soldiers of the kingdom guarding outside fell to the ground without exception, foaming at the mouth and obviously losing consciousness. Your Excellency Ling Yun, you have such a strong spirit. Standing at the gate of one of the warehouses, looking at Ling Yun with a smile, he sighed sincerely, this level of conqueror's haki, even he is the first time to see. Don't talk about this, let's open the door first. But Ling Yun looked at the word Joker, and the meaning of as expected flashed in his eyes. He knows the meaning of the word. The character that this word symbolizes is the future Shishibukai heavenly Yaksha Don Quixote da Flamingo, who has the identity of both celestial dragons and pirates. The code name of this figure who has a dominant position in the dark world in the future is Joker. However, Ling Yun originally thought that he should not have become a big climate in this period of time, but now it seems that this may not be the case, at least if the speculation about the island mentioned by Yuxiao is true. Then Doflamingo in this period of time it seems that there has been no small achievement in the dark world. Good. But Yuxiao didn't know what Ling Yun was thinking in his heart, he just looked at the tightly closed iron door of the warehouse, and then slowly raised the stick knife in his hand. Before, I have been grateful to your excellency for taking action, now I will let the old man break the door. And the moment the words fell, he smiled and gently pulled out the knife stored in the cane. Buzz. The blade is as cold as autumn water, although Ling Yun doesn't know the name of the knife, it is obviously a famous knife. But the most important thing is not the knife, but the person holding the knife. The way Yuxiao holds the knife is very unique. He does not directly hold the handle of the knife like the common swordsman, but holds it backwards like holding a dagger. This seems to be to avoid being unable to judge the blade due to the relationship between the eyes when holding the knife length. Gravity Knife Tiger. With the swing of the knife with a smile, the huge gravity cut out from the blade in an instant, and the huge sound of the knife even shocked people's hearts like the roar of a tiger. The sword is like a tiger, and then destroy everything. Boom. The next moment, the huge warehouse door in front of the two of them collapsed like it was made of tofu. God is sorry, Ling Yun's intention at the beginning was to open the door of this warehouse slightly to enter through a small passage. If there's such a big movement right now. Who? As the iron gate instantly turned into a flat sheet of iron, the scene in the warehouse was instantly revealed. Amidst the grey-yellow lights of the warehouse, a large number of employees were constantly carrying goods, and among those ammunition, besides firearms, there were actually the latest artillery and various other firearms. Who are you? At this time, the employees carrying the ammunition looked at the shattered iron gate with horror on their faces. Don't ask so many idiots. The young master's order is that anyone who comes here must die. Another employee let out a loud roar, and then these employees were quite well trained and picked up a musket that had been put aside earlier from the ammunition around them, and then shot directly at Ling Yun and Yuxiao. From that quick and precise movement, it can be seen that they are not as simple as Common's factory employees. 10 times the pressure. Facing the flying bullets, Yuxiao just waved the stick knife in his hand downwards, and then the gravity around the flying bullets suddenly increased 10 times, and then these flying bullets in an instant, it fell heavily into the ground. Then, Gravity Knife Hell Brigade. With a smile, he swung his knife again at the group of employees. Ah! The huge gravity directly pressed the group of employees to the ground, unable to move, their bodies twitching continuously. And the next moment, crack! Boom! The moment Yuxiao put the knife back into its sheath, a huge hole suddenly appeared on the ground, and those people who were suppressed by gravity fell directly into the hole. On the other hand, Ling Yun looked at the power displayed by the combination of Yuxiao's ability and swordsmanship, and was a little amazed in his heart. He really integrated his ability with his own swordsmanship. Mr. Yuxiao, wait a minute, I still need a few cannons on my ship, can you let me take a few? Seeing that Yuxiao was about to swing a knife to crush these munitions directly with gravity, Ling Yun also hurriedly said to stop it, such excellent equipment is not easy to buy, it would be a pity to destroy it directly. Can a smile will not stop it, he is not a pedantic person, and what he came to destroy this factory was only to prevent a large-scale war from breaking out, and if Ling Yun just took a small amount of artillery for ship protection, he would of course there would be no reason to hold back. Good. But just when Ling Yun was about to choose a few cannons to strengthen the firepower of Paradise Lost, Tempest Kick Enhanced Blade. The surrounding air fluctuated, and sharp slashes flew from afar. Kindness. And Ling Yun raised his head slightly, and then he raised his foot and kicked directly. Tempest Kick Splitting Void. Then, I saw the same wave in the air, and then a more intense Tempest Kick shattered the incoming slash in an instant, and moved toward the two wearing strange white clothes standing on the roof not far away. People go. What? And when those two saw that Ling Yun also used the Tempest Kick to defeat the combo skill they were proud of, they were also horrified. So then, shave. The bodies of the two disappeared on the roof at the same time at a speed that cannot be observed by the naked eye, and appeared in another direction to avoid the Tempest Kick kicked by Ling Yun. People from world government. But at this moment Ling Yun's voice sounded, but it was clearly right next to their ears. When they saw Ling Yun who had come behind them at an even faster speed, they also reacted instantly. Iron Body. The muscles of the body tensed suddenly, and they performed Iron Body, one of the Marine 6 styles. But Ling Yun just stretched out 2 fingers. Finger Pistol. Afterwards, Ling Yun's finger pistol will cast Iron Body in an instant, and the two people's bodies that are already as hard as steel pierce directly. Chapter 27. Marine 6 Styles, the 6 physical arts developed by Marine that surpass the limits of human beings. These 6 abilities can give common people who have not taken the fruit almost supernatural abilities. They are the secret skills of Marine and world government. Most of the Marine and world government spies know at most one of them, and even the members of the hidden cipher Polk 9 of the world government, except for very few monsters, most of them only know 3 to 4 types. As the more advanced and mysterious CP0 agents, the 2 agents Ling Yun faced were specially promoted to CP0 because they can use all the Marine 6 styles proficiently and exert powerful power. This is also the case, so when feeling the huge pain in the body, the hearts of these 2 agents from CP0 were filled with disbelief. Because in Marine 6 styles, the iron body itself is very restrained by the short-distance stabbing type finger pistol. But this mysterious young man in front of him used his finger pistol to penetrate their iron body. That is to say, in terms of strength, the opponent's Marine 6 styles are many times stronger than them. Definitely not an opponent. So the 2 of them felt awe-inspiring in an instant. Then their mouths moved at the same time, as if they chewed something. So the next moment, Ling Yun, who was still trying to figure out the identities of the 2, suddenly discovered that the corners of the mouths of these 2 guys were actually overflowing with Black's blood. They appear to have taken poison. With a smile, watching the breath become weak in an instant, seeing the two people who were about to die, their expressions were also a little dignified. But Ling Yun smiled lightly. Take poison? In front of him, is taking poison useful? So, 10 minutes later. Congratulations to host for curing the world's B and level character CP0 bronze. Skills are being drawn. Congratulations to host for acquiring the skill Marine 6 Styles LV.5. Congratulations to host for curing the world's B and level character CP0 Karen and gaining system points. Skills are being drawn. Congratulations to host for acquiring the skill Marine 6 Styles LV.5. Looking at the two CP0 agents whose complexions instantly changed from black to rosy, he smiled and realized that Ling Yun really didn't lie to him. He saw with his own eyes that these two people almost swallowed the poisonous poison. Has died. But now, Ling Yun just took out the toxin from the two people's bodies with just random strokes with a scalpel. This kind of medical skill can really be called supernatural. At this time, regardless of the thought of a smile, seeing the two CP0 members who were taking poison and trying to commit suicide had woken up and looked at him vigilantly and horrified, Ling Yun also spoke directly. Aren't you from CP0? The people in those factories just now are soldiers from Doflamingo's Dongquixote family. And these words made the faces of the two people change instantly. How did he know? The two had this thought in their hearts almost at the same time. Whether the existence of CP0 or the existence of Dongquixote family should be a secret, why would Ling Yun know? Seeing that the expressions of the two of them were obviously shaken, Ling Yun became more and more determined in her guess. It's just that he still has a small doubt, that is, why the CP0 people appear here. Although Doflamingo has the blood of celestial dragons, which brings him many advantages in his actions in the dark world, he is no longer a celestial dragon. After all, his father has already given up the privilege of the Dongquixote family as celestial dragons. Therefore, as the highest cipherpal directly under the world government, CP0 is theoretically impossible to follow Doflamingo's instructions. But there is no need for him to ask again. You destroyed their factory, Lord Doflamingo, and Malfoy Stan will not let you go. The one named Bruns among the two CP0s seemed to have judged that Ling Yun knew about the origin of the factory, so he spoke directly in hatred. Idiot! Don't talk! At the same time, another CP0 Karen yelled and cursed, and then Bruns also reflected in an instant, and his face froze for an instant. Malfoy Stan! Ling Yun raised an eyebrow. This is a typical celestial dragon's name. Interesting. An hour later, somewhere on the coast beyond the burning factory. Your Excellency Ling Yun, you mean, this matter is related to Marijoya's celestial dragons. There are a lot of cannons floating around him. He smiled and wiped the bloodline on his body while walking. His expression seemed a little heavy. It should be like this, but those two guys don't seem to know too much. And Ling Yun also answered softly. Just now Yuxiao personally interrogated and beheaded the two CP0 agents. While watching from the side, he also knew something about the factory. First of all, the country called Las Vegas itself seems to have been secretly funded by Doflamingo, and the large number of casinos on this island was also established to deceive people and conduct a large amount of money transactions. But in the dark, this island is the location of the factory that produces arms, and it is also the source of arms purchased by the bosses of the dark world. All of this is the same as what I guessed with a smile. The only thing worth noting, though, is that it's not just Doflamingo who's really behind the island's factories. Even on the contrary, the real largest shareholder of the island seems to be a celestial dragon named Malfoy Stan. This is very interesting because celestial dragons themselves, as world nobles, can almost symbolize world government. As a celestial dragons, they actually participated in the arms trade that directly led to civil strife in various countries. The benefits and implications of this are also horrifying to think about. Of course, for Ling Yun, who is a time traveler, these things have no effect on him, because he has no interest in interfering at all. However, compared to Ling Yun's free and easy, Yuxiao felt a chill inexplicably. The world government actually. His voice was very heavy. Obviously, this discovery made this blind swordsman who followed the righteousness in his heart a little disappointed with the world government. What he doesn't like are villains, and he will never show mercy to those he considers to be villains. But now he finds out that the biggest so-called villain in this world may even be the ruler of the world himself. Here we are, Mr. Yuxiao, please get on the boat first. But Ling Yun interrupted his thinking with a smile at this time, and pointed to the sea not far away with a smile. Hey? Shib. And after hearing the words with a smile, he also spread his observation haki towards the direction Ling Yun pointed, and then shocked with a smile. In his perception, there is a huge thing on the sea not far away. Island boat. Seeing the huge sail on that island, he asked with a smile. Well, my ship Paradise Lost. While talking, the two also came to the lower entrance of the Lost Paradise. But at this time, Yuxiao suddenly felt something even more terrifying. He saw the base of the island below, surrounded by a circle of strange gold things. The powerful blood energy and huge physique, as well as the strange coercion faintly transmitted, all made Yuxiao feel a huge sense of oppression in his heart. This thing that wraps around the base of the island. Be a mighty sea kings. Don't worry, this is my pet Hormungandr, it has been hibernating recently. After hearing Ling Yun's explanation, Yuxiao became more and more curious about Ling Yun's identity. The Conqueror's haki, which is so powerful that it shouldn't appear in the first half of the Grand Line, the exquisite and perfect use of Marine Six styles, the terrible swordsmanship that has not been shown but can be clearly felt, the understanding of CP0 and Celestial Dragons, and the understanding of the knowledge of the Dongquixote family, and now this rare island ship and the even rarer powerful Sea King's pet Germangard. The more Yuxiao tries to understand, the more he finds that the secret behind this mysterious young man seems to be endless. Mr. Yuxiao, please get on board. Good. Chapter 28. Paradise Lost, in the Medical Hall. Thank you, Mr. Yuxiao, for helping me transport these cannons back. Ling Yun looked at the latest standard cannons placed in the inner hall with a smile and thanked them. These cannons are completely enough to replace the somewhat old cannons on the Lost Paradise. There is no need to thank you. Your Excellency Ling Yun helped me do what I wanted to do. I should thank you. Shaking his head with a smile, so kind. Then now, Mr. Smile, I'll ask you again, do you need me to help you heal your eyes? Then Ling Yun finally brought up the matter again. Grateful. But this time, Yuxiao didn't refuse Ling Yun's proposal again. It just so happens that I learned something today, and I want to use these eyes to see for myself how the world government and marine exist. Good. So Ling Yun, of course, led Yuxiao into the operating room immediately, and then started his own surgery. Congratulations to host for treating S&D level character Yi Xiao. Extractable skills are, Armament Haki LV.6, Observation Haki LV.8, Blind Sword Technique LV.9, Combat Experience LV.7, Fruit Ability, Paramecia Gravity Fruit. The extraction is in progress, the extraction is complete. Congratulations to host for acquiring the skill Blind Swordsmanship LV.9. I'm dying. And 3 hours later, when Ling Yun, who finally healed Yuxiao's eyes, heard the extraction message returned by the system, he felt very angry in his heart. Among these things, he thinks the worst thing is this so-called blindness swordplay is up. After all, as a person who already possesses LV.9 Sword Master Swordsmanship, and can even instantly upgrade to LV.10 Swordsmanship with the help of the Thinking Spark Electric Shocker, Ling Yun is really interested in swordsmanship skills missing. However, when the system really imported this sword technique into Ling Yun's mind. Congratulations to host for acquiring the sword branch Blind Sword. It is detected that the host possesses the Great Swordsmanship. Do you want to fuse the two swordsmanship independently? Kindness. Ling Yun found that his previous understanding of the system seems to be not comprehensive enough. A day later. Thank you Ling Yun for helping me cure my eye disease, I am very grateful. Standing under Paradise Lost with eyes already opened, he solemnly expressed his thanks to Ling Yun. You are welcome. And Ling Yun also said the same. This old man has nothing to own, and the staff and saber in his hand will not be of any interest to His Excellency Ling Yun, so he can't pay the consultation fee. It doesn't matter, it's my job as a doctor to treat patients. Ling Yun laughed. Your Excellency Ling Yun's medical ethics are noble, the old man knows it, but although the old man is just a loafer, he also knows the truth that he must repay the kindness he receives. But with a smile, he shook his head slightly, and then looked at Ling Yun seriously. If Your Excellency Ling Yun needs the help of this old man in the future, you can let me know in any way. Once I know about it, I will definitely help you with all my strength. However, Fujitora is obviously not a person who is willing to eat for free, so he immediately said directly, as long as you don't violate the chivalrous and righteous way, and the rest, whatever Your Excellency Ling Yun wishes, I will definitely go with you. Thank you. And after Ling Yun heard this sentence, she also knew that Yuxiao was absolutely serious now, so she also lowered her voice to Kaido. Since that's the case, the old man will leave here. The old man needs to investigate this matter again. So he just said goodbye to Ling Yun with a smile, then turned around and walked towards the distance with a stick knife in his hand. But Ling Yun had been watching the smiling figure disappear, and then turned around and went back to the medical clinic. Not long after. Holy Land, Marie Joyce. The majestic white building stands at the top of the red line, and the flag engraved with the star cross is fluttering in the wind. That is the building of the world government. And behind the world government is a group of magnificent and beautiful architectural complexes, where the 18 families of the most noble race in the world, celestial dragons, live. You mean, my factory was destroyed? In front of each courtyard is a group of guards set up by the world government and various slaves branded with the mark of the flying dragon guarding, and in one of the buildings, a middle-aged celestial wearing a bubble hood dragons was coldly asking the subordinate who came to report in front of him. Yes, yes, Lord Malfoy, the arms factory in Las Vegas has been completely destroyed, and the 2 CP0 people you arranged there have also been killed. Waste. And the celestial dragons named Malfoy kicked the subordinate in front of him away angrily. You are also trash, those guys from CP0 are also trash, and Doflamingo is also trash. Those guys from CP0, that damn Murloc 3 years ago already caused our family to lose hundreds of slaves, but they haven't caught them yet. And Doflamingo, I worked with a betrayer guy out of kindness, and he gave me this result. The subordinate who was kicked away had a look of panic. It is said that Marine has confirmed the location of Fisher Tiger, and Lord Doflamingo is also very angry about this incident, and his cotters are also very angry. A search has been started to find out who did this, and he will return the full amount of the money you invested. Boom. He didn't finish his sentence, because Malfoy Stanley had already pulled out a gem-studded firecracker from his arms and directly pierced his head. Trash, does the great Malfoy Stan care about money? Celestial dragons disdainfully threw the gemstone firecracker that only fired once into the trash can, and then shouted loudly. Hound! Yes, master! And following the words of the celestial dragons, a figure in a pitch-black robe slowly emerged from the room. Clean up the body of this useless waste, kill all his family members and throw them into the sea to feed the fish, and then investigate for me who is the person who dared to offend the great Saint Malfoy Stan. Also, go and get me a more gorgeous gun. The celestial dragons named Saint Malfoy Stan certainly doesn't care about money, he cares more about being a celestial dragons. As a great and noble world nobleman, his factory was actually destroyed? What a pass! The eyes of celestial dragons were full of violence. I'm going to drain his blood and hang him on the cliff of the Red Line. Yes. Also, Order Marine to hurry up and get back the slave my daughter lost. Those are all her carefully collected treasures. Yes. And even though he knew that it was almost impossible to investigate clearly, and he was also very contemptuous of Malfoy Stanley's daughter who liked to collect slaves who abused little girls, but the man named Hound still agreed to Malfoy immediately. Requirements. He is a smart man, so he didn't want to be shot in the head by a firecracker like the guy who fell to the ground. Chapter 29. For Ling Yun, the matter of Las Vegas Kingdom is not something that he can remember too much in his heart. So just 2 days after leaving with a smile, Ling Yun took advantage of the good weather and set sail again, heading for the next island. However, before sailing, he also purchased a large amount of food and water in Las Vegas Kingdom, because according to GP's sailing records, the next island should be a swampy island lacking drinking water and food. Therefore, Ling Yun didn't plan to stay on the next island for a long time, but only planned to leave after 5 days after the recording pointer had recorded the location of the island. What a beautiful day! Since today's wind direction and strength are just right, Ling Yun did not drive the Lost Paradise, but lay comfortably on the lawn outside his hospital and basked in the sun. This is a very good entertainment he discovered recently. However, while Ling Yun was enjoying this rare leisure time, boom! Ling Yun suddenly felt that the entire island of the Lost Paradise seemed to vibrate violently. Roar! At the same time, Ling Yun even heard a roar from Yermungandr, who had been circling around the island without any movement since entering dormancy. Yemenjiad woke up. So surprised Ling Yun immediately went to the edge of the island and looked down. Then he discovered Hormungandr seemed to be still dormant, but it seemed to sense something, so it kept making low-pitched roars. So Ling Yun frowned instantly. What's the situation? But just the next moment, his doubts were gone. Boom! The vibration of the ground of Paradise Lost and the sudden eruption of terrible sound from the surrounding sea came at the same time, and Ling Yun only felt a huge force under his feet suddenly hit the Paradise Lost. And then, this huge island ship just flew up. But when Ling Yun, who lost his balance, finally grabbed a surrounding tree and looked around, he was instantly stunned. At this moment, the Paradise Lost has been erected at a right angle of 90 degrees, and it has now left the sea at a height of at least 300 meters. Soaring, ocean current. Ling Yun pronounced the name incredulously. Yes, it is not the sea kings or other creatures that Ling Yun guessed at the beginning, but the unique thing in this world called the Sky Current. Sky Island. And Ling Yun knows better that this miraculous ocean current unique to the Grand Line is actually one of the only 2 ways that people can get to the Sky Island in the legendary, which is above 1 meters. But how is it possible? GP's records clearly say. Ling Yun didn't understand at all not only that there was no record about Sky Island in GP's voyage diary, but also that the route Ling Yun sailed was not the one that Straw Hat crew passed. May encounter soaring ocean currents? But now is not the time to think about it, because compared to those things, how to survive in the face of this terrible force of nature is the key. Ling Yun is not at all sure whether this ocean current can really bring him to Sky Island, or it will disappear halfway and let him have an exciting free fall, not to mention the current Lost Paradise due to unmanned control. The number 1 was already faintly intending to lose its balance and fall from the soaring ocean current. You must know that this time is different from the time at Reversing Mountain. Now the distance between the Lost Paradise and the sea is at least 1,500 meters, and if you fall from such a high altitude, even Ling Yun's self-healing ability is not estimated at all. It will work. He will be smashed into a puddle of flesh. So. Despair. Ling Yun reluctantly swung his body, and then jumped in one direction, and then his whole body smashed open the door of the medical hall that had been erected beside him. System, adjust my body balance to 30 times normal. System, adjust the strength and direction of gravity in my body. Adjusting, adjustment completed. And at the moment when he smashed into the hospital, Ling Yun's body suddenly stood up in this 90-degree vertical environment. Afterwards, Ling Yun ran directly to the control room in the center of the medical building and began to operate the Paradise Lost. And under his hard control, the hull that was about to lose its balance finally regained its balance, and continued to climb upwards. And when the ship rose to an altitude of 7,000 meters, the already stable upwelling current also brought the lost paradise to the White Sea, the ocean in the sky composed of special clouds, cumulus clouds. But Ling Yun still didn't let up in his driving, because he knew he hadn't reached the place yet. The real location of Sky Island is Bibaihe, 3,000 meters above Baihe. So the height of the ship continued to climb, and the surrounding scene became more and more monotonous and pure. And with the complete disappearance of the soaring ocean current, Ling Yun, who pierced through the last cloud, saw the huge white island in front of him. The island is formed by the White Island cloud, and on the island, you can see huge trees at a glance, and even a unique river formed by the cumulus cloud. Moreover, Ling Yun could see clearly with his excellent eyesight in the center of the island, there seemed to be something standing there. Sure enough, it's Sky Island. Although he was sure that the place he arrived at was Sky Island, Ling Yun was still very puzzled. First of all, he determined that the location of the Sky Island he knew was definitely not here, and the size, shape, and arrangement of buildings on the island were completely different from what he had seen in the original book. And other than that, if this is really the Sky Island Skypiea that Straw Hat Crew arrived at, then he should pass through the gate of heaven and be able to see the island of the gods floating above the island Payadu, right? But in fact, he didn't see it. So Ling Yun also had a guess in his mind. There is more than one Sky Island, a clear fact. Perhaps this Sky Island is not the Sky Island Skypiea described in the original book, but another Sky Island. Like Enel's hometown Birka, like the little Sky Island where Nami used to stay, or like another never-before-seen, unknown Sky Island. When Ling Yun just landed on Sky Island, deep in the jungle of this mysterious Sky Island. Boom! 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 In the deep forest, every step of the man with a huge body would cause the ground to vibrate and the trees to fall. The man's hands were covered with Red's blood, and the man's calm expression concealed a trace of violence. He doesn't like forests because it makes him get lost easily. And is there anyone in this place who can fight? It's clearly the legendary island that carries the text of history, but isn't there even a guy who can make Lao Zi feel fun? The deep voice was full of anger. Obviously, he was very disappointed by the location in the so-called legendary he found after returning to this weak and boring sea area from the New World. Boring. The man swung his fist towards the forest in front of him. And the next moment, boom! The huge force directly knocked away the huge tree that had grown on this Sky Island for an unknown number of years. Not one tree, but all the trees that could be seen in front of them. Along with the flying smoke and dust, the man's huge body continued to walk towards the depths of the forest, and only his words remained in the forest. It's so boring. This island, and this world. Chapter 30. Boom! The huge tonnage of the Paradise Lost landed on the edge of the island and made a loud noise, and Ling Yun jumped off the Paradise Lost after confirming the safety of the ship. The feeling of stepping on the ground is slightly softer than real land, but it is not serious. As for Ling Yun, he looked around and felt a headache for a while. Really, how should I go down now? GP's logbook did not write any information about Sky Island, and although Ling Yun knew that to leave Sky Island, he had to go down to the White Sea first and then go down to the end of the White Sea, but it was easy to say, but in reality what should I do? At least Ling Yun has no plans to try it himself. Let's see if there is anyone on the island first. So after thinking about it for a while, Ling Yun directly gave up his plan to go down from this Sky Island anyway. He just discovered that there seems to be a temple-like building in the center of this Sky Island, presumably there may be people on the island. Right. However, when Ling Yun was thinking this way, boom! There was an extremely loud sound, and Ling Yun looked in the direction of the sound, but saw a huge cloud of smoke rising into the sky in the tall forest. So Ling Yun also easily determined the direction he was heading in, at least the direction where the loud noise was made, should be someone's, right? So with this plan in mind, Ling Yun stepped directly into the forest. But it turns out that there is nothing wrong with Ling Yun's guess. There are indeed people on this island. At least not so long ago. Only now, they're all dead. What's the situation? Looking at the scene in front of him, Ling Yun had a bad premonition in his heart. In front of him, a magnificent temple-like thing stood in the middle of the forest. It's just that at this time, the majestic and solemn temple not long ago has now been directly bombarded by some terrible force, and the surrounding trees have become shattered and broken as if some huge creature passed by. And under the temple, lay the bodies of 5 people. They all have a pair of small white wings on their backs, so Ling Yun can easily tell that they are the aborigines of this sky island. But now, they're all dead here and everyone's body shows the twisted feeling of being forcibly oppressed by some kind of huge force. What kind of beast? Ling Yun frowned slightly, completely unaware of what happened here. But at this moment, evil ghost. A low, inaudible voice came from the hand of one of the people who fell on the ground. Alive. And Ling Yun was stunned, and then hurried over to check if the man was still alive. But in fact it wasn't the case. That person was indeed dead, and the sound was only a shell that was tightly squeezed in his hand. Voice spay. Ling Yun picked up the unique Sky Island gramophone shell, and then heard the dying sound coming from the shell. Evil ghost. Later, please, stop him, don't let him steal. Temple, to the east, stops, evil. That's the end of the sound, apparently, the last sound left by the natives of Sky Island before they died. Evil ghost? Steal. But Ling Yun was even more confused after hearing the words. And I don't know if it's an illusion, since Ling Yun came to this Sky Island, Ling Yun has always felt that there seems to be an inexplicable ferocity in the air. It's as if there is a wild beast hidden on this island. But after thinking about it for a while, Ling Yun still chose to move on. If he was scared off by such a voice, then he would be too tasteless. And this voice just happened to guide him the way. East Temple. Ling Yun looked at the deep trees in the east, and then at the huge traces of some kind of creature stepped on the west of the temple, and his expression was also quite strange. If there really is a ghost, then judging from the current situation, he seems to have lost his way too, right? While thinking about it, Ling Yun didn't stay where he was anymore, and gradually walked towards the edge of the dense forest. And after walking like this again for half an hour, this is accompanied by the sudden enlightenment of the trees, a magnificent building appeared in front of Ling Yun. The temple-like building he saw just now was actually exquisite enough, but the building in front of him was obviously more exquisite than that. The walls of this place known as the Holy Temple are covered with strange symbols, including the huge door at the end of the high steps. The entire temple is glowing with a light blue luster. After Ling Yun walked up the steps, he was stunned just after gently pinching the doorknob. It's sea stone. Ling Yun felt an inexplicable feeling in his body. It was the resistance reaction produced by the part of devil fruit's gene in his body when it was stimulated. Although this feeling only lasted for an instant and then disappeared because Ling Yun is not a real fruit ability, Ling Yun still instantly wondered what the strange pale blue gate is made of. So he became even more curious in his heart. It is well known that sea stone is hard to polish and almost indestructible. But the entire temple in front of me seems to be made of sea stone. What kind of power and purpose have this technology and this patience to make such a temple? And with curiosity, Ling Yun opened the gate of this temple. Boom! The door opened and made a heavy sound that could be heard miles away in this quiet sky island, but Ling Yun walked in directly after the door was opened. At the same time, in the forest to the west, the burly man really heard the loud sound of the door opening. Kindness. The man's head turned slightly, and his eyes looked in the direction of Ling Yun. There are still people alive. He grinned ferociously. I hope you can make me feel happy. At that moment, the sun shone on the man's face. But in his eye sockets, those eyes did not seem to belong to humans. Those are a pair of red vertical pupils. Chapter 31. Walking into the hall made of sea stone, a strange scene appeared in front of Ling Yun. Under the sunlight, the sea stone casts 7 colored rays of light intertwined in this hall, and the 4 walls of the hall also have the same patterns as those carved on the outside. And there is nothing else in the hall, only a red stone tablet standing on the high platform in the middle. And Ling Yun vaguely guessed what it was, so he hurried forward and touched the stone tablet with his hand. It doesn't feel like a stone to the touch, but like some kind of strange gem. And the moment Ling Yun touched this steel, buzz! Accompanied by the huge light emitting, the stone tablet actually began to shrink in size, and then disappeared in an instant. It was detected that the host touched the World Quest item landmark history text, and it has been sent back to the medical hall. Host obtains permission to open world missions. Main task: obtain 1/4 of the historical text of the 4 road signs. Secondary task: get as many historical texts as possible 1/30. Mission reward: System Super Gift Package, an unknown special reward. Although he had guessed for a long time, Ling Yun couldn't help being a little horrified when it was confirmed that the red stone tablet was indeed the historical text of the 4 road signs in the legendary. He knows that the so-called historical text is the biggest secret of this pirate world. There are a total of about 30 historical texts scattered around the world, 3 of which record the shape and location of the super ancient weapon Uranus, Poseidon, and Pluto, while other historical texts there are huge secrets about this world hidden in it. And the historical text of the red stone road sign that Ling Yun currently holds is one of the 4 most important historical texts. Those who hold the historical text of the 4 signposts can find the center through the 4 points recorded on the steel, and then they can find the location of the final island Lavrud in the legendary. And there are the secrets preserved by the world's most mysterious and great Kingdom of D, as well as the secret treasure One Piece left by One Piece. And the most important thing is, according to what Ling Yun knows in the original book, one of these 4 pieces of road sign historical text should be hidden on the body of the giant elephant. Uzo in New World, 1 piece is missing, and the remaining 2 pieces should be separated. Owned by future 4 Emperors Beasts Kaido and Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. So Ling Yun is not sure whether his piece is the one that is missing, or whether it is one of the 2 pieces held by the 4 Emperors. But after thinking about it for a while, Ling Yun just shook his head slowly, because he suddenly found that although he had thought so much, these things didn't seem to be of any practical help to the predicament he was facing now. Although he started a quest line that is very powerful at first glance, he still hasn't been able to find a way to leave this sky island. So Ling Yun didn't stay in this temple for a long time, and turned around to leave directly. But a huge sense of crisis suddenly rose from Ling Yun's heart. That was the intuition brought to him by swordsmanship. It tells Ling Yun, there are monsters ahead. Boom! The next moment, Ling Yun saw the huge sea stone door being directly opened by a huge force. But in front of Ling Yun, the evil spirits have arrived. Tall and burly body, with shawl black hair and huge double horns on the forehead, 2 beards that fall like dragons from both ends of the nose on the lower side of the body, and a dragon scale tattoo on the left arm that seems to grow on the body, with Shiminawa tied around his waist. He stood at the bottom of the steps, but his tall body allowed him to see directly beyond the interference of the steps, and his scarlet vertical pupils stared at the empty high platform behind Ling Yun. Hey! His smirking appearance is as frightening as an ancient demon god. And the moment he saw him, Ling Yun's previous doubts were answered. Which piece of the historical text of the signpost did he get? The answer is Kaido. Age, 39 years old. Special bloodline, Titan bloodline, Dragon bloodline. Level, This World X. Available abilities, Observation Haki LV.7, Conqueror's Haki LV.7, Armament Haki LV.9, Combat Experience LV.10, Titan Power LV.10, Dragon Transformation LV.8, Dragon Might LV.6. Special Abilities, Body Transformation, OPOP Fruit Final Surgery Immortality. Beasts Kaido. One of the future 4 emperors, a big pirate who has gained fame in New World in recent years, is one of the strongest pirates in this era like Whitebeard. And in fact, there is a saying that has been circulating in the sea. If you want to say heads up, Kaido is the strongest in the world, this is the consensus of almost everyone in the world. In fact, Ling Yun has always been concerned about the 4 emperors in the original book, because judging from the information of the other parties shown in the comics, some places are really weird. For example, if the opponent falls from a height of more than 10,000 meters and the whole body remains unscathed, this is obviously beyond the scope of armament Haki's ability, so it is inferred according to common sense that the opponent should be a capable person. However, from other available information, it can be known that Kaido has been trying to commit suicide but has not been successful. If he is a capable person, the way to commit suicide is as easy as jumping into the sea. In addition, compared with the ancient giant mammoth turned into by his subordinate Drought Jack, the opponent's body is much larger, and his title of World's Strongest Creature gives Ling Yun a very weird feeling. So there are too many inferences about this 4 emperors, and Ling Yun is also full of doubts. However, all these doubts were explained when Ling Yun met this big pirate in person today. He is not a person with abilities, nor is he a person of common special race, Titan race bloodline, Dragon race bloodline. Special ability, Immortality. The unmistakable words and the large number of skill attributes that are no less than Garp told Ling Yun how dangerous the enemy in front of him is. The Titan clan itself has natural force, and the giant pirates 100 years ago even swept the entire sea of big seafood with opponents. What's even more frightening is, Kaido's bloodline actually has the bloodline of the dragon. This is his own blood? Or, a bloodline that you only had after something happened? Ling Yun didn't know, in fact he didn't have time to think about it. Because at this moment, Kaido has stepped forward. Boom! Every movement made a loud noise. Kaido looked at Ling Yun coldly. Buzz! At the same time, Ling Yun also felt that something was pressing on him suddenly. It was Conqueror's haki, but there was something else mixed in it. That is the power of Longwei. There is no doubt that if faced with this level of coercion, most of the pirates and marines should not even be able to stand in front of Kaido, right? Ling Yun thought to himself. Little devil, give me the steel. At this time, Kaido spoke. Violence and impatience were hidden in the voice, and he had obviously lost interest, because the little man in front of him didn't seem to have much fighting power. However, the next moment, he saw Ling Yun in front of him raised his head. There is no fear in the eyes of most people when they see him, and they don't even seem to feel anything about his conqueror's haki and Longwei. Ling Yun just raised his head and looked at Kaido's demon-like body and face seriously, and then, I reject. Flatly rejected him. And the moment Kaido was stunned after hearing the words, Ling Yun's right hand was already on the handle of Muramis's knife. In fact, Ling Yun has always felt that his knowledge of the system itself is still lacking. The functions that the system can complete are still to be developed for him. Whenever he feels that he has mastered the functions of the system, the next new function will appear in the system immediately. For example, Ling Yun discovered not long ago that the system can combine 2 skills of the same type and different branches to generate new skills. And the swordsmanship that Ling Yun is going to display now is the product of this function. This kind of swordsmanship is a brand new swordsmanship formed by fusing Blind Eye's swordsmanship LV.9 and Blind Sight swordsmanship LV.9 automatically when Ling Yun obtained Yuxiao's Blind Eye's swordsmanship LV.9. Compared with Yuxiao's relatively crude blind swordsmanship, it is more correct. Compared with the Big Sword Hero swordsmanship with the red hair's regular eyes and perception, it is even more strange. And from the LV.8 evaluation given by the system, Ling Yun can also somewhat know, its potential is undoubtedly higher than the previous two. So. Buzz. Suddenly, the eye-catching red flashed in front of Kaido. That's the radiance of the Muramasa blade and the sunlight passing through the surrounding sea stone. Those who use a sword only pay attention to three things: body, technique, and sense. Physique, skill, and perception. Physical fitness aside, Ling Yun's LV.9 Great Swordsmanship is already the top level of sword skills in the entire sea, and Blind Swordsmanship LV.9 is already the pinnacle of the sea in terms of swordsmanship. So for him now, what he relies on to swing his sword is no longer skill nor sense, but heart. Heart Sword Technique LV.8, Special Sword Technique. Introduction: only the sword cut with heart will have the most powerful and creative cut. Heart Sword Art Tusk. The village was just unsheathing, and at the same time as a huge and sharp sword energy overflowed, Ling Yun's body instantly disappeared in place like a cheetah at a speed invisible to the naked eye. And after a breath, Muramasa's blade had already slashed Kaido's right abdomen. Puff! The stab pierced the air, and the sound of the blade piercing the flesh could be clearly heard. Chapter 32. Even with armament haki, this guy's defense is too pervert. Inside the temple, Ling Yun, who had just completed a handsome surprise attack, watched Kaido's abdomen with his full swing but failed to penetrate it completely. He was also deeply concerned about the strength of the opponent's body. Be amazed. At the same time, he was also convinced of one thing: in the face of the pervert defense power of such a super master of armament haki, he also needed an equally powerful armament haki as an offensive method, otherwise relying solely on the power provided by the rhinoceros fruit would indeed be useless. Not enough anymore. But compared to Ling Yun's thinking, Kaido, who was cut by Ling Yun, didn't think so. In fact, Kaido was very disappointed with this so-called Sky Island in Legendary that he found so hard to find. For him, among the reasons for coming to this island, searching for the historical text is only one of the non-critical reasons. And the most important reason he came here was because islands in Legendary must exist, right? The guy who can fight Lao Zi. But he was disappointed. The attacks of those Sky Island priests guarding the temple couldn't even pierce his body. In contrast, they couldn't even take a casual blow from Kaido. It's too weak, so weak it's not worth it. And just when Kaido was thinking this way, Ling Yun appeared. Kaido had to admit, at the moment Ling Yun rejected him, he was indeed a little distracted. And just for that short moment of distraction, he smelled a smell. That was the smell of blood, and it was also a dangerous smell. And then, the pain came from his right abdomen. The pain is so obvious and so make him happy. He was injured. Ha 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 ha. Gently brushing the wound on the right abdomen with his hand, Kaido looked at the bright red blood on his hand and let out a wild laugh. And the next moment, the laughter stopped suddenly. Bring it on. Kaido looked at Ling Yun again, only different from before, this time his eyes shone with beast-like fighting spirit and fanatical fire. Bring it on. A strong man who can hurt me. Come here, let's fight. So the next moment, Ling Yun, who was still thinking about his lack of strength, found that Kaido's body had disappeared from his sight in an instant. So fast. The speed brought up by that huge body at that moment was unimaginably fast. Boom! And the next moment, a huge and pitch-black fist punched directly from the top of Ling Yun's head. Boom! Ling Yun raised the villager to block the punch, but the terrifying power from that punch was at least twice as big as Garp's fist that day. I can't accept it. After all, it was not the first time for Ling Yun to fight, so he made a judgment in an instant. It is absolutely impossible to force a fist of this level. Heart Sword Art Power. So I saw the knife in his hand draw a strange arc, and even directly removed the huge force attached to Kaido's punch. Then, Ling Yun didn't care about Kaido's second punch from the rear left, and directly slashed towards Kaido's chest. This is the injury for injury style that Ling Yun used when confronting Garp before. If the opponent's fist still wants to hit Ling Yun, then Ling Yun's knife will definitely hit the opponent's body. Moreover, Ling Yun, who has the power of a weapon in his hand, will definitely take advantage of this injury change. According to what Ling Yun knew before, if Garp faced this knife, he would definitely choose to defend with his fists back. But laugh. When the village in his hand was struggling to cut through the stone-like flesh and blood on Kaido's chest, Ling Yun was still a little bit astonished. And the next moment, boom! Kaido's huge fist has already blown Ling Yun away. Boom! Ling Yun was blasted out of the temple in an instant, and then hit the ground below the steps heavily, creating a huge hole in the ground and bringing up a burst of white smoke at the same time. Is this guy crazy? And in the hollow, deeply embedded in the ground, Ling Yun also spit out a mouthful of blood. Kaido's punch directly broke at least 10 bones in his body. Compared to this, Ling Yun is more shocked by Kaido's fighting style. This lunatic can't even dodge such a move. If Ling Yun's knife had been slashed on a normal person just now, it would have cut that person in half, including his body and heart. While thinking about it, the rapid healing ability obtained by Ling Yun obviously showed its godlike effect. I saw that it only took a few seconds, and what happened to Ling Yun's body in the confrontation just now, the resulting injury has almost healed. And Ling Yun, who had recovered his body, jumped directly from the pothole to the ground, and then what he saw made his heart tense instantly. I saw Kaido's tall body slowly coming out of the temple at this time, but I saw that the hideous knife wound on his chest had almost completely healed, and the wound on his right abdomen that was almost pierced just now had completely disappeared. No. To be more precise, it even seems to be more perfect than the muscles just now. Immortal. So Ling Yun also smiled speechlessly for an instant. This guy, unexpectedly has such abilities. At this time, Kaido also noticed Ling Yun's body that could not see the slightest wound, so he also instantly understood that the two sides seemed to have very similar abilities, so he laughed even more excitedly. So much fun! So much fun! After yelling, his body was once again covered by the pitch-black armament haki, and then he rushed towards Ling Yun directly. Ding! The clash of fists and knives resounded in this uninhabited sky island. An hour later. Boom! 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 The huge trees on Sky Island are suffering from the biggest crisis in so many years. They are constantly being chopped and crushed, and even the aftermath of the two people in the battle can destroy dozens of huge trees with just a random fight. There is no doubt that this is the top battle in the world. Either side of the battle is an absolute overlord, even if they go to New World. And if there were any other people on the scene, after knowing that there was such a terrifying monster in the sea, they would definitely give up the idea of sailing in the sea in an instant. However, as one of the two sides in the battle, Ling Yun felt that an opponent would be so troublesome for the first time. Unlike Garp, who was defeated in Rogtown because he underestimated Ling Yun, Kaido's attack showed him what is the limit of a martial arts powerhouse. After covering armament haki's body, even Muramis's slashing attack is difficult to completely cut through. The blood of the Dragon Clan has brought him tremendous strength, and his speed is not at all fast enough for his body size. From Kaido's body, Ling Yun can't find any weakness for now. And the thing that made him feel speechless the most was that although the two sides had fought each other for such a long time, they were actually not injured at all. Ling Yun's quick recovery and Kaido's immortality made it impossible to see the end of the battle between the two. Hey! Kid, report your name. But at this moment, Kaido stopped his constant attack and asked Ling Yun. Chapter 33. Hey! Kid, report your name. Ling Yun. After hearing Kaido's words, Ling Yun took this opportunity to think about how to solve this battle, and at the same time replied directly. Ling Yun. But Kaido was startled when he heard his words, and then seemed to think of something suddenly. You were the one who defeated Garp in Rog. Ling Yun didn't answer, but slowly clenched the knife in his hand. Forget it, it doesn't matter who it is. Kaido's mouth curled into a manic smile. I recognize your strength, Ling Yun boy. The black and huge body seems to be made of obsidian, and Kaido's power has skyrocketed again. Ling Yun clearly saw that some strange scales suddenly grew on Kaido's body. I don't know if it's because of covering armament haki, so the scales are black. At the same time, the horns on the top of Kaido's head grew bigger again, and the nails on his hands and feet became sharper. And his terrifying posture is almost the same as the evil ghost in Legendary. So. The red eyes are staring at Ling Yun. Kaido's voice is not like a human can make at all. Come and try to kill me. The confidence in the words is not without reason. Whether it's the Marine Marshal or the other big pirates, count all the strong ones. In terms of heads up, he is the strongest. Even if he is hanged, the chain will be torn, even if he is put on the guillotine will be smashed, even if he is stabbed by a spear, the spear will break, and even the steel marine battleship will be sunk in front of him. This is the world's strongest creature, Beast's Kaido. But facing such an opponent, seeing the terrifying power of the opponent, Ling Yun just glanced at him lightly. Dragon Transformation LV.8 Introduction, greatly strengthen the strength, speed and attack power of the body. Kaido's state is clear in his eyes. Good. Then. Ling Yun nodded slightly. Boom. And the moment his words fell, Kaido's huge body after the dragon transformation had already crushed the ground and came behind Ling Yun. That speed is even more than double that of before. 100 Beast's Grim Claws. The extremely sharp claws in Kaido's hands directly grabbed Ling Yun. But at this time, Kaido's keen perception instantly flashed a warning sign. Then, he saw that Ling Yun, whose back was turned to him, had already turned around. Thinking Spark Electric Shocker activated. Host's unique skill Heart Sword Technique LV8 upgraded to LV9. Inner Potential 4th Gear, Start. Strength, Strengthened. Heart Sword Art Quick Return. Boom. Blue's lightning flashed in his eyes, and the swung sword instantly slashed towards Kaido. But at this time, after activating the Dragon Transformation, Kaido's reaction ability has also become much faster, and his huge body showed extremely high flexibility. After turning his body sideways, he still clawed towards Ling Yun. Stab. But right now. Laugh. The sound of the blade cutting through the air came from behind, but when Kaido reacted, it was too late. Rushing like the wind, returning like a swallow, Ling Yun made 2 slashes in total. Then, Kaido's abdomen was directly slashed by Muramasa, creating an unprecedented huge gap, and all the surrounding trees that Ling Yun could see were also cut to pieces. And Kaido's huge body was blown away with a huge amount of blood rain under this sword. At this time, Ling Yun didn't pursue him either, to be exact, he has no way to pursue him now. Crack. All he could hear was a crisp sound coming out of his arm bones. And a look of pain suddenly flashed in Ling Yun's eyes. The ability of the inner potential fruit is to allow the user to control the burst of their own potential, and the limitation of the fruit ability itself is divided into 5 gears. And starting from the 3rd gear, the burst of 2 powerful potential will start to hurt the user's body, just like now. Although Ling Yun, who uses the 4th gear, can burst out huge physical strength in a short period of time, but all the bones in his right arm were almost shattered at this time. Therefore, if this fruit is taken by a common person, it must be a fruit that is almost waste, because the fruit's ability can be said to be self-harm in exchange for power, and it can only last for a few seconds. But in Ling Yun's hands, not so. Crack. Crack. The quick self-healing ability took effect quickly, and the shattered bones in Ling Yun's right arm also healed directly after a few seconds. And Ling Yun raised his head slowly after the pain disappeared, and looked at the situation of Kaido in the distance seriously. He was sure that the knife he had just cut off a part of Kaido's internal organs. And this kind of injury, even if Kaido also has the ability to heal at a high speed, it should be more difficult to recover. What a monster! The thought was terminated after discovering that Kaido's body had begun to germinate rapidly again and was about to recover. Ling Yun also decisively chose to withdraw first. After all, even though he is now in the mode of the Thought Spark Electric Shocker, his perception ability has been greatly enhanced, and with the explosive power given to him by the inner potential fruit, he may be able to suppress Kaido. But, the Thought Spark Shocker only works for half an hour. After waiting for half an hour, he is likely to fall into a dizzy state. If he can't kill Kaido, then he will be in big trouble. What's more, with the gradual consumption of physical strength, the effect of Ling Yun's rapid healing will gradually become weaker, but he is not sure whether Kaido has similar restrictions. And if Kaido's physical recovery is not restricted like Ling Yun's, then facing Kaido who can recover from such an injury so efficiently, the result of Ling Yun's fight with him will definitely not be too good. Want to leave? At this time, Kaido who saw Ling Yun's movement also roared. With his immortal body and Titan bloodline, every time he was injured, he would recover at an incredible speed, and the recovered part of his body would even become stronger than before. It was precisely because of this that the physical pain during the battle made him intoxicated, and the crisp sound of the fist smashing the body of the strong made him even more excited. He hoped that someone could break through his heart, and then feel the heart beating stronger after recovering, so that he would truly feel alive. So, he longs for a battle, a carefree battle that surpasses iron blood, cold wind, thunder, and flames. It's just that as he gradually becomes stronger, there are fewer and fewer people who can give him this feeling, and now even if you look at the whole world, there are only a few of them. Therefore, when he saw Ling Yun in front of him now, he was so excited that his body almost trembled. The liver was completely shattered, and a huge hole was cut in the lungs. It was not known how long ago he was injured like this last time. Such an opponent with strong physical strength and no fruit ability like him. Such an opponent, even if you search all over New World, you can't find it. So at the moment when his body's injury was repaired, Kaido got up and chased after Ling Yun. So the two chased and fled one by one, and there were continuous collisions and fights on the road. And I have to say that Ling Yun who activated the Thinking Spark Shocker did suppress Kaido in a short period of combat with the help of the Heart Sword technique upgraded to LV.9 and the power of the Inner Potential Fruit. But suppression is suppression. An opponent of Kaido's level will not hit the same move twice, so even though Ling Yun in this state can suppress the opponent, it is impossible to cause too much damage to Kaido. Injury, the battle between the two has been in a stalemate. While running all the way, Ling Yun managed to see the huge figure of the Lost Paradise after 15 minutes. Ding! A violent turn-around forced Kaido back, and Ling Yun took the opportunity to jump directly onto the Lost Paradise island boat. And Kaido, who was chasing all the way, still had a lot of wounds on his body at this time, but the bloody big pirate didn't care, but he ate a little after seeing Ling Yun's huge Lost Paradise shock. It's just that what surprised him wasn't the island ship itself, as one of the most powerful pirates in New World right now, one of the opponents he defeated had an island ship that was much bigger than this ship. What surprised him was the huge gold sea kings coiled on top of that island boat. Although the specific shape cannot be seen due to the huge body coiled on the base of the island, Kaido can clearly feel, the dragon blood in his body seems to be burning. There seems to be something in the body of this Sea King that is calling for the dragon's blood in him. Don't try to escape. But at this time, looking at Ling Yun who had already jumped aboard the Lost Paradise, Kaido also temporarily gave up thinking about these things. So he saw his huge body rushing towards the Paradise Lost in an instant. However, just when he was about to jump to the island to find Ling Yun to continue the fight. "You asked me to kill you earlier, didn't you?" Ling Yun's voice suddenly came from the island. When Kaido looked up, he saw Ling Yun standing at the door of a hospital-like building, holding a knife and looking at him coldly. "I, just satisfy you now." And as if it was an illusion, the moment Ling Yun said this sentence, Kaido felt a feeling in his heart for the first time. His body, his cells, his soul, everything about him seemed to be roaring loudly. They told him, after the next blow, he might really die. Chapter 34. As mentioned before, Ling Yun can control everyone's physical state in the medical center. In other words, he is invincible in this medical hall, and this is the greatest benefit that the island ship gives Ling Yun. As long as the ship is not destroyed, then Ling Yun only needs to stand inside the medical hall on the ship, then even if all the powerful people in this world come to trouble him, he is not afraid at all. Of course, Ling Yun never thought that he could lure Kaido into the medical hall, not to mention whether the size of the Kaido Titans could pass through the door of the medical hall, but even a future 4 emperors would. It will definitely not be such a mindless thing. So, Ling Yun's plan from the beginning is what he is doing now. You asked me to kill you. Then I will satisfy you. After saying this sentence, Ling Yun also issued an order in his heart. System, strengthen my physical strength and speed and all attributes that can improve my combat ability. Please host clearly express the enhancement multiple. The highest multiplier, how many enhancements there are. In the medical hall, what Ling Yun can control is not only other people, but also his own body. Detect the current physical strength of the host, strengthen the prejudgment by 1000 times, beyond the tolerance limit of this world, and automatically modify it to the upper limit of this world. Host body strength modified to the upper limit of this world, 170 times. Host speed modified to the upper limit of this world, 301 times. Host responsibility modified to the upper limit of this world, 20 times. Modification completed. And after the system's voice came, Ling Yun really felt an incredible power gushing out of his body. Ling Yun couldn't imagine the enormous power of this force, even he felt that a single wave of his hand could completely crush the surrounding trees and rocks. The surrounding air seems to be completely controlled by Ling Yun, even the airflow is so clear. At this moment, he felt as if he really was a god. Then, Ling Yun held Muramasa lightly. Even if the 12 Crafts Supreme Knife is as hard as Ultimate, Ling Yun is worried that it will be broken by himself. And the next moment, looking at Kaido, Ling Yun swung his sword lightly. There are no moves, just ordinary vertical chops. But there is no doubt that this sword is the strongest sword in the history of this world. Crack! The air, or the space, made a sound as if it was being cut. Buzz! There was a huge trembling sound on the blade of Muramasa, as if even this 12-work supreme sword could not bear the friction caused by swinging the sword with such force. And after the slash was finally swung in front of him, an unbelievably huge sword energy shot out from Paradise Lost in an instant, and flew directly towards Kaido. What is this? And looking at the huge sword energy with a diameter of at least 500 meters after spreading, even Kaido was instantly horrified. What the hell is this? Fortunately, he made the judgment he should have in the next moment. The second stage of dragon transformation. The black dragon scales on his body changed again, even Kaido's teeth became sharp, red pupils radiated a bleeding red light, and the black hair on his back was windless and automatic. The second stage of Longhua, one of the whole cards that he can't use without authorization on weekdays. After using it, the part of the blood belonging to the dragon in the body will generate a lot of activity, and if you are not careful with the blood of the Titan family, it will lead to a runaway and have disastrous consequences. In the past, after going berserk, he even destroyed a country in one day. But now, he knows he can't hold back. Beast's Dragon Wall. 100 Beast's Titan Body. The dragon scales completely covered the body in an instant, and the muscles on his body were so tense that Ultimate even gave off a metallic luster. Kaido knew from past attempts that even in this state, he is the most lethal large-scale weapon of marine. Explode around him and he'll be unscathed. But in front of Ling Yun now, the theoretical absolute defense is meaningless. Laugh. Ling Yun clearly saw that the future 4 emperors had a huge wound spreading from the right abdomen. And the next moment, his body was almost cut in half by the sword aura, the left shoulder barely kept his body from being divided into two parts, and all other internal organs were almost shattered by the sword aura. A huge amount of gold-colored blood sprayed out, and the big pirate fell down without even being able to utter a single word. It's done. But Ling Yun's excitement didn't even last for more than a second. Because, the next scene made Ling Yun understand. He looks like he's in big trouble. Boom. I saw that the huge sword energy didn't intend to stay at all after it cut Kaido in half, but it hit the ground of Sky Island directly after a while. Then, the base of the Sky Island, which existed for an unknown number of years, was directly crushed into pieces under the tearing of the huge sword energy. Something has happened. And Ling Yun looked at the cracked ground, felt the huge vibration from the lost paradise, and had a premonition of what would happen next. And as expected, I saw that accompanied by a huge vibration, the crack on the ground grew bigger and bigger as the sword energy deepened, but after a few seconds, the sword energy directly pierced the base of the entire island, creating a huge hole of 500 meters. Accompanied by a huge sense of weightlessness, Paradise Lost also fell directly from the huge gap in the ground. And Ling Yun completely ignored Kaido's situation. He ran directly to the console of the medical hall, and immediately planned to control the lost paradise to land on the White Sea below the Sky Island. But something has happened. At the moment when the island fell, Ling Yun looked down through the completely flipped Paradise Lost, and then his whole body went bad. I saw that the sword energy he slashed just now, after directly penetrating the ground of Sky Island, did not stop but flew directly towards the White Sea below, and even the entire vast and boundless White Sea has been briefly opened a huge hole at this time. And Paradise Lost is now falling towards that opening. The system keeps my body strengthened. But at this time, Ling Yun's expression was extremely ugly. You know, here is an altitude of 1W meters. Falling directly from here, no matter what it is, it will definitely be smashed to pieces. And when Ling Yun was thinking of a solution, he didn't notice one thing at all. That is, when Kaido's body was cut in half before, a large part of his blood that had emitted a faint gold sprayed directly on the base of the Island of Paradise Lost to be exact, it surrounded the base of the Island of Paradise Lost on the Hormungandr. And at this time, the dormant body of Hormungandr that has been around the base of the island without any movement for a long time, moved slightly. Chapter 35. Since Ling Yun came to the world, the crisis he is facing now is the biggest one he has ever encountered. Because even if it is a confrontation with a strong man like Kaido Garp, there is still a retreat for Ling Yun. No matter how bad he is, he can directly retreat to the medical hall, so that his own safety can be guaranteed no matter what. But now what he has to do, is to fight against the gravity of the world itself. Of course, Ling Yun in the medical hall can use the power of the medical hall to strengthen his body to the point where he will not be injured at all even if he falls from a height of more than 10,000 meters. In fact, he did so. However, even if he can't fall to his death, it is foreseeable that this Paradise Lost will definitely be smashed into stone powder. If that's the case, without the protection of ships and medical halls, there is almost no difference between him floating on the sea alone and dead. No. We must find a way to stop it. But when Ling Yun was anxiously thinking about how to deal with it, he suddenly felt a sleepy feeling emerge from his mind inexplicably. The duration of the thought spark electric shocker ends. It's this time. Feeling the gradual blurring of his thoughts, Ling Yun could only yell and curse, but at this time, the side effects of the thinking spark electric shocker actually occurred. It's over. With a wry smile on his face, Ling Yun couldn't control his eyelids to drop slowly, and his thinking gradually became blurred. Side effects of the thought spark electric shock device: after using it, the host will feel sleepy and fall into a coma, and the coma time depends on the energy consumed by the host during the usage time. But for Ling Yun now, this so-called sleep is almost indistinguishable from the invitation letter from Hades. But Roar. At the moment when his thoughts were gradually blurring, Ling Yun's last remaining sense of hearing seemed to hear a huge and majestic roar. At the same time, he also seemed to see a touch of gold appearing at a certain point in the changing blue sky at the end of the island. And if someone can observe the scene above through the cover of clouds at this time, then they will definitely see a scene that will never be forgotten. I saw that in the sky 7,000 meters above the sea, the sky current formed by the cumulus cloud, was slowly divided into two halves at this time. The sea water in the White Sea poured down directly, and from the middle of the sea water that was divided into two halves, a huge ship was falling directly from above. And under the huge island ship, the huge and majestic creature is stretching its body wantonly. The gold scales, which are as beautiful as works of art, shone with an almost divine luster in the sun. That scene, as if a divine beast from heaven dragged its master's ark down from heaven. A huge body above 800 meters, double horns on top of the head, red gold scales, 4 huge and sharp claws, wings covering the sky and the sun behind it, and a perfect streamlined posture. Although it seems that there are still some characteristics belonging to snakes, but the great posture is clearly unique to the creature that exists in legendary. That's a dragon. 3 days later, the Grand Line is somewhere. Mind still groggy, Ling Yun woke up from deep sleep. Kindness. After spending a few seconds connecting the memories in his mind, Ling Yun's expression also became lively. Looks like Paradise Lost is all right. After confirming that he was still in the medical hall, Ling Yun got up gently and pushed open the door of the medical hall. Sure enough, Paradise Lost appears to be safe and sound. Only. Looking at the huge gold creature sleeping soundly with its head hanging in the middle of a large pile of trees on the edge of the island at the end of the field of vision, Ling Yun's expression was startled. Jom guard. Watch in disbelief at the gigantic sea kings that has been transformed into a new look. Roar. At this time, Yemenjiad, who was in deep sleep, also woke up after hearing Ling Yun's voice, and after he let out a low growl in confusion, he noticed Ling Yun. Then, ho 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 ho. A slight voice sounded in Ling Yun's mind, which surprised Ling Yun instantly. Gem Guard. Category: One Piece World Sea King's Dragon Species, Evolving. Special Ability: Dragon Flame Breathing LV.4, Lack of Necessary Organs, Host cannot obtain it now, Basic Thinking Communication, currently unobtainable. Skills available: Dragon Physique LV.7, Dragon Perception LV.6, Dragon Might LV.1. At this time, the information given to him by the system made Ling Yun instantly astonished. He knew that the Tianlong fruit gene liquid might make Yemenjia stronger, but he never expected it to be so thorough. Judging from the current appearance, apart from having no beard, a slightly slender body and a pair of huge wings, Yemengard is almost the same as the dragon Ling Yun knows. You saved Paradise Lost. At this time, the reason why the Paradise Lost fell from a height of more than 1,000 meters and remained unscathed was easily guessed by Ling Yun. Ho ho! So there was another roar in his heart that seemed to be proud. This was Yemengard communicating with him through the ability of thinking communication. Of course, he still didn't understand anything. But even though he couldn't understand, Ling Yun still looked at Yemengard with a chilling smile on his face. Dragon Physique LV.7, Dragon Perception LV.6, Dragon Might LV.1, sounds very good, these abilities. I really want it. Yemengard, stick your head over here, I'll give you a buff. Roar. But when Yermenkad instinctively felt something was wrong and wanted to move his head away, Ling Yun had already leaned against it. Roar. Then, the miserable cries of the sea kings echoed across the sea. At the same time, another sea area. Trees that fell from Sky Island 3 days ago floated scattered in this sea area, and on a certain sea surface, bubbles were constantly popping out. And the next moment, ah 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 ah. Accompanied by the sound of rolling waves, the majestic sound came out. And with the agitation of the waves, a huge figure stood up from under the sea. The broken horns on the top of the head have been restored, and the two severed bodies have been reunited. That's Kaido. Ha 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 ha. But now, this monster whose physical strength seems to be endless is also constantly panting, obviously in an extremely weak state. He lowered his head slightly to look at the position where his right abdomen collided with the sword energy before. There, the sword energy continued to permeate, and the hideous scar became the only part of his whole body that could not be recovered. Fear and anger intertwined emotions flashed in his eyes for the first time. Feeling the huge pain in his right abdomen, Kaido murmured that person's name in a low voice, but his body almost trembled. For the first time since undergoing OPOP Fruit's final surgery and the man's transformation, he has been so close to facing death. For the first time, he had a real fear of a person. And for Kaido, the existence of this fear emotion itself is a shame. Kaido of the beasts should never fear anyone. Ling Yun. Ling Yun. Whispering that person's name in a low voice, the future four emperors seemed to engrave this name in their souls. Chapter 36. During this period of time, Ling Yun's life can be said to be quite busy, because there are too many things he needs to confirm. The first thing to confirm is of course the condition of the ship and the island. And after confirming that the Lost Paradise did not receive any damage from the fall of Sky Island, Ling Yun began to confirm the second thing, that is about the current ability of Hormungandr. After the test, Ling Yun was completely shocked. The strength of the Sea Kings with huge physiques is extremely terrifying compared to humans, but Yermungand, who has evolved into a half-day dragon species, is even more frightening. Its current physical strength is not even that of Ling Yun way to make an accurate estimate. In addition, after evolution, Yermungand's pair of wings that have now stretched over 100 meters has indeed given him the ability to fly. Although the duration of this flight is caused by the weight of the body, it seems that it cannot be maintained for a long time like some birds, but it is enough to make Ling Yun excited. It is conceivable that the existence of Yermungand will definitely be a very important trump card for him in the future. The lethality of a supersized Sea Kings that can fly. It's appalling to imagine. If that guy Kaido is not dead, next time he must try the power of closing the door and releasing the dragon. Ling Yun was also thinking in his heart, although he saw Kaido being cut in two with his own eyes not long ago, he couldn't personally confirm the death of the other party after all, so he always had doubts in his heart. The future four emperors doesn't seem like such an easy-to-die character. And after confirming these two things, Ling Yun began to face the most difficult thing. That is, he needs to confirm where he is now. For those who can't figure out their position in the sea, the final result is naturally needless to say. Unfortunately, Ling Yun is now one of these people. It should be noted that he fell from a place of more than 1,000 meters. In other words, as long as there is even a slight deviation between the falling angle and the right angle, such a long falling distance is enough for him to deviate from the original channel by an unknown number of nautical miles. So now Ling Yun can't be sure where he is at all. He can only confirm through the record pointer that he seems to be in the southeast direction of his last record point, Las Vegas Kingdom, but the specific location and distance, the distance between the eyes, is completely black. Then, ho ho! Yermungandr curled up under the island and let out a low growl of fear. I really won't hit you this time, I won't lie to you. And Ling Yun also comforted Yermungand, who saw that his IQ had improved a lot and appeared to be more humane. We're going to see today. Roar. It is true. Although she didn't understand, Ling Yun could probably understand Yermungand's meaning, and at the same time, she felt a little guilty in the past 2 days. In order to fully obtain Yermungand's ability, Ling Yun did take some measures. Small means. But now, Ling Yun has fully obtained the 3 abilities that can be extracted from Hormungandr, so Ling Yun really has no intention of continuing to torture it. Roar. At this time, Yermungand also seemed to see that his master really wouldn't beat it today, so he floated up directly from the sea, biting the chain on the base of the island familiarly and putting it on his body, and then so he sank into the water happily and began to pull up the boat skillfully. Go to the sea to the west first. Pay attention to the direction of the current under the sea surface. If there are signs of ships, stop them immediately and notify me. Do you understand? Roar. Feeling the swaying hull of the lost paradise, Ling Yun was still very troubled in his heart while exhorting Yemenjiad. He has read through GP's sailing diary, but he still can't judge where he is in the current sea area. And now, although he still has some food reserves in his cabin, dragging it here for a long time is obviously not the right decision. So, no matter where he is now, he has to start first. I hope to meet the ship soon and find out where it is now. Thinking so in his heart, Ling Yun also slowly walked into his bedroom in the medical hall. System, show me the steel of the beacon history text. And with Ling Yun's voice, the red steel that directly led to the battle between him and Kaido appeared in the room. Can't you translate it? And after realizing that he couldn't understand the words on it at all, Ling Yun, who originally planned to pass the time by looking at the steel, also asked. Translation testing. Translation is feasible, and the translation text is detected as ancient text of One Piece world. The meaning of the steel, where the morning star hangs upside down, when the four seas converge, the key to the convergence will open the door. Seeing the passage that was completely incomprehensible to the fortune-telling of the old man in the temple, Ling Yun also frowned. Where the morning star hangs upside down, what's that? Roar. But when Ling Yun was brainstorming, he suddenly heard Hormongondra's roar coming from Hormongondra outside. Meet someone so soon. So Ling Yun immediately gave up his plan to continue guessing riddles, strode out the door and looked directly at the blue sea. On the blue sea, among the occasional waves, a small figure was struggling hard on the sea. Little Loli. Looking at the blonde girl who was holding a piece of wood and was struggling constantly but had obvious scars on her forehead, Ling Yun also widened her eyes in doubt. Jormungandr, rescue her. But even though he didn't know what was going on, Ling Yun still asked Yemenjia to rescue the little girl. Roar. And Yemenjiad, who was sinking underwater and constantly pulling Paradise Lost to move, followed Ling Yun's order, stretched his body and swam slowly towards the pale little Loli. At the same time, on the Grand Line, a pirate ship is sailing at high speed. Ha ha ha. This time I really made a lot of money. I didn't expect that small village to be so rich. There's even a devil fruit. This is a treasure worth more than 200 million Baileys. Those idiots thought it was a common fruit. On the pirate ship, people who have just entered the Grand Line are excitedly discussing their harvest. Not long ago, they slaughtered a village bloody and captured a large number of Baileys and a precious devil fruit. Ha ha ha. We'll sell it when we get to the next island, and share it with everyone. Oh. For most people, the huge money that devil fruit can exchange for is obviously more interesting to them. But at this moment, Captain, there are people on the sea outside. The message from his subordinates made the leader of the pirate group frown. Is it an enemy attack? How many people are there? No, there's only one person, but... Seeing that his subordinates seemed unable to explain clearly, the captain also pushed him away in dissatisfaction, and then walked out of the cabin. Kindness. Then he saw a small boat sailing slowly on the sea not far away. It was a small boat the size of only one person. The boat as a whole is in the shape of a coffin, while the mast of the boat stands like a cross, with a candle flickering on each side. There are lines of black and gold intertwined under the boat, and the person sitting on the boat also has a small cross hanging on his chest, and a huge black knife on his back. And for some reason, the moment the man raised his head, the captain's heart suddenly felt a breath of death as if pierced by some kind of sharp blade. Those eagle-like eyes seemed to hide a sword capable of cutting through everything. I'm looking for someone. The mysterious eagle-eyed man spoke softly, and then lifted a clipped newspaper from his hand. On the newspaper, a man in white was holding a red sword. Have you seen this man? Facing the other party's inquiry, the captain of the pirate group did not speak. He just stared at the mysterious man in front of him with cold eyes, but he quickly judged in his heart whether he could kill him and then snatch the knife inlaid with many gems behind him. It was worth a lot of money. However, the eagle-eyed man obviously didn't have the patience to wait for him to think. "Haven't you seen it?" He put the newspaper back. Then, he gently removed the cross hanging from his neck, and then pulled out a small toy-like knife from it. "So, you're blocking my way." Chapter 37. Koala tried her best to hold the board in her hand, but the dwindling strength in her body and the spirit that had gradually begun to slacken silently told her she couldn't hold it for long. "Don't cry, Mr. Malfoy. Debopalis likes collections like dolls, and he hates crying. If you cry, you will be killed. But, it might be better to die than to live in such an environment." The spirit became more and more lax, and the little girl who was only 11 years old began to think wildly in her heart. Thinking back to 3 years ago, when the vicious-looking Murloc told her to go away in a sea of fire in Marie Joyce. Or when I met that Murloc again, when he and his vicious-looking companions told her, "Stop laughing like that, and cry honestly for me." When she was sent back to her hometown of Fulchet Island by the Murloc, everything seemed to be over. Be it slaves, be it death, or be forced to smile falsely, everything in the past is like a nightmare, and it's completely over. But just 3 days ago, the nightmare came again. "No. You can't do this. Marine has promised us to let Koala go if we will tell them where Fisher Tiger is." "Marine? Ha 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 ha. Ridiculous. This girl is the private property of Mr. Malfoy Debopalis, and Marine has no right to decide where she belongs. No. No. Koala, run away. A woman who doesn't know how to live or die." And when everything is revealed, the truth is brutal and frightening. Roar. But just as Koala was thinking wildly, a creature suddenly appeared in his distracted vision. It was a creature rising from beneath the surface of the sea. Koala didn't know how huge it was, but at least it was bigger than most of the sea kings she and the Murlocs had encountered while sailing the calm belt. Gold scales, sharp fangs, sharp claws, even just a head is over 40 meters in size. It opened its bloody mouth and bit Koala, but Clar had neither the strength nor the intention to resist. "How romantic it is to die with the sea in your arms." The words he heard from the Murlocs in the past resurfaced in his ears again, and Koala finally couldn't hold back the exhaustion in his heart and passed out. "You made people dizzy with fright, and even your clothes were bitten by them." And looking at the little girl who had fallen into a coma when Yemenjiad held it in her mouth, Ling Yun also came to the conclusion as a matter of course. "Woohoo!" Yemenjiad blinked his eyes in confusion, and Ling Yun could only wave his hands helplessly after seeing this. Holding a little girl in Yemenjiad's body without swallowing her is considered a difficult movement. Well, it's not really appropriate to ask for anything else. Roar. Seeing that his master didn't seem to have any other orders, Yemengard let out a low growl and then turned around and dived into the sea again, disappearing without a trace. Kindness. At this time, Ling Yun fixed his eyes on the little girl who had fallen into a coma in front of him, but his expression was startled. Koala. Age, 11 years old. Achievable ability, Murloc Karate LV.2. Injury, minor fracture, minor brain injury. It turned out to be her. Looking at the unconscious little girl in front of him, Ling Yun also muttered softly. As a time traveler, he certainly knew the origin of this little girl. The girl named Koala was captured by celestial dragons when she was very young and lived a very difficult life as a slave, and then escaped from Marie Joyce when Fisher Tiger made a fuss about Marie Joyce. After living on a certain island for a period of time, she met Tiger again, who had established the Sun Pirates, and the latter also promised to send her back to her hometown of Fulchet Island. However, Marine, who learned that Fisher Tiger was about to go to Forchart Island through some means, made a deal with the people of Forchart Island and ambushed Tiger on that island. And it directly led to Tiger's death afterwards. Afterwards, for unknown reasons, the girl left Fortune Island again to join the Revolutionary Army, and when she reappeared, she appeared as a cadre of the Revolutionary Army in De Rice Rosa. In short, life is full of twists and turns. But having said that, Fisher Tiger made a big fuss about Marie Joyce 3 years ago, so everyone knows, so. Why is this girl here at this time? Forget it, let's treat it first. But it was something that I couldn't figure out. Ling Yun didn't think about it, so he was planning to take the little girl back to the hospital for treatment. Boom! A huge shelling sound came from a distance without warning, and the shells hit the sea next to the Lost Paradise heavily, making a huge explosion. People over there, hand over your slaves, or you will die here. But when Ling Yun raised his eyes and looked into the distance, what he saw were several well-equipped new warships. The only difference from the Commons marine warships is that the flags hoisted by these warships are not marine seagull flag, but a pattern like a cross made of stars. That is the cross-star flag, which symbolizes the flag of the world's largest ruler, world government. On the deck of the warship, a man in military uniform was talking to Ling Yun with a loudspeaker. It is worth mentioning that the military uniform on his body is not Marine's uniform, but a strange blue and white military uniform. And anyone who knows Marie Joyce will know, this is the uniform of the World Government Garrison. This force was established after Fisher Tiger made a fuss about Marie Joyce 3 years ago. The Marshal of Marine served as the honorary commander, but in fact Marie Joyce was stationed by a part of the Marines and the Guards under Celestial Dragons. On weekdays it is responsible for guarding the safety of the noble Celestial Dragons of Marie Joyce. If Marie Joyce is attacked or Celestial Dragons are injured, Marine's Admiral must rush to the scene for protection as soon as possible. And this guy who is arbitrarily instructing Ling Yun is an officer in the garrison of the Malfoy family, one of the 18 Celestial Dragons families, and his name is Jesme. I repeat, that slave in your hands is the personal property of the great Celestial Dragons Malfoy Deba Palace, and we have been ordered to bring it back to Marie Joyce. If you don't hand over that slave within 10 seconds, we will shell you. With a high and disgusting tone, he said so. Even if it wasn't for the fact that the other party's ship was an island ship of extremely terrifying size, which made him feel vigilant, he would have let his subordinates bombard the other party to death long ago, just like those idiots on Fortune Island residents alike. In front of him who represents the great Celestial Dragons, everyone just needs to answer yes, and that's enough. You are noisy. Then he heard such a response from the island ship. Chapter 38. You, so noisy. The moment he heard these words, Jemies was naturally furious. As a member of the Celestial Dragon's personal guard and the current garrison officer, when was he ever treated like this? Driven by anger, he didn't even notice one thing, that is, there was at least a distance of more than 100 meters between him and Ling Yun. Under such a long distance, Ling Yun's voice seemed to ring in his ears, and the meaning contained in it, if it was a normal person, he could almost understand it. But fire! Kill him! The enraged Jesme obviously didn't notice this. At the same time, Ling Yun was also looking at Jemies, who was roaring like a clown from a distance. Ling Yun is not a bloodthirsty person even because of the relationship with the system points. His attitude towards people is more about can he be treated. No matter Marine, Pirate, or Revolutionary Army, for Ling Yun, if he has the chance, he will save it. But this kind of thinking is exceptional for two kinds of people. First, it is someone who provokes him or even wants to kill him. The second is the person who really bores him. Unfortunately, Jessie has both. So, Hormungandr, burn them. After whispering softly, Ling Yun turned and walked into the operating room with Koala in his arms. So the next moment, roar! Demis, who was giving the order to fire, did not hear the sound of artillery fire, but instead heard a huge roar from the bottom of the sea. And the next moment, boom! From under the sea, Gold's dragon soars high. The wings covering the sky and the sun flapped behind him, and Yemengard's vertical pupils, which had changed from red to gold after evolution, were full of coldness. Different from the hard-working pet in front of Ling Yun, after receiving the owner's irritable mood and slightly sullen words, now it very dangerous. This, what is this? And Jesme also made a horrified sound when he looked at Yemengard, who was like a monster in a fairy tale. Then he saw the monster in front of him open his mouth. In the dragon's maw, golden light shines. Bake. In the next second, Gold's dragon flame spurted out, sweeping past 4 warships including Jesse's. So the fire on the warship, like fireworks in the dark night. Ah! Monster! Monster ah! And amidst the cries and roars, Yemenjiad's huge wings flapped again, and the huge gold dragon tail behind him also flicked directly. Boom! 10 seconds later, on this sea, there was no trace of any warship. When Koala woke up again, she found that the injuries on her body had completely healed, the exhaustion had completely disappeared, and she had put on a set of men's white gowns over her clothes. While dragging this set of clothes that were obviously a bit big compared to her petite body, Koala carefully pushed open the door. The first thing that invades the nasal cavity is the fragrant herbal smell. Compared to the unpleasant herbal smell most of the time, the herbal smell here is natural and mild. In front of Koala, a young man in white was standing in front of the medical center with a medicine basket, as if he was about to go out. But at this time, the other party seemed to sense her presence, so he turned to look at her directly. "You're awake." His voice was flat and clear, and Koala seemed to relax involuntarily. "Where is this? Here." Koala looked at the young man cautiously, his voice was like a mosquito. And Ling Yun couldn't help laughing when he saw the girl's cautious hamster look, and replied with a smile, "This is my clinic." As he spoke, he pushed the door open and walked out. He just received a message from the system that the medicinal material golden stamen in the East Medicine Garden is already mature, which is almost necessary for making all the medicines in the medicine laboratory important raw materials. And Koala was startled when he heard the words, and then suddenly thought of the scene before he passed out. That huge gold monster in the sea, that chased her all the way and even sank the warship she was on. Wait a minute. Did you save me?" So the little girl also paced and followed Ling Yun and chased after her. Then as soon as she went out, she was shocked. The environment around the medical center standing in the center of the island was simply a fairyland. No. Not this time. However, she quickly recovered from the shock. "Mr. Doctor, although I am very grateful to you for saving me, I hope you can give me a boat to let me leave this island, otherwise you will be very dangerous." Before she finished speaking, Ling Yun turned around and interrupted her with a smile. "First of all, my name is not Mr. Doctor, my name is Ling Yun. Secondly, if by danger you mean the warships that came after you, they'll never show up again." After some words, Ling Yun also smiled and clapped his hands looking at Koala who was a little dazed. "Yemengard, come out and say hello." And as his words fell, Koala also instantly saw a familiar and huge figure rising slowly from the bottom of the island. Huge wings spread, Yermungandra's huge body looked down at Koala, and it grins to make a very human smiley face. "It's you." And Koala also recognized this huge sea kings instantly, but compared to the previous, it doesn't seem so scary now. So she also looked at Ling Yun with shining eyes. In an instant this doctor can tame such a huge sea kings. Kindness. Seeing Ling Yun vigorously pulling up a gold herb on the ground, Koala also cautiously said in a soft voice, "That, Mr. Doctor. Kindness. The place where the golden stamens can be used as medicine is its stamens, which cannot be pulled out as a whole." Koala, who used to do various groceries for celestial dragons, happened to know this herb. "I know." Ling Yun was very stubborn. "Oh." Koala nodded. "Then you demonstrate it." "Good." So the small figure ran towards Ling Yun. After half an hour. "That, Mr. Ling Yun, my name is Koala. Well, I know. At Chapter 39. While picking the mature golden stamens in the medicine garden, Ling Yun asked Koala about his current location. He has not forgotten the embarrassing situation he is facing now. To his surprise, Koala not only told him the approximate location of the sea area, but even took out a sea chart from his clothes even though the sea chart had been destroyed by sea water. It was soaked for a period of time and most of it was damaged, but it can be vaguely seen that there seem to be several islands carved on it. And with the help of this sea chart, Ling Yun can at least judge that this sea area seems to be close to the calm belt, which should be the southernmost or northernmost sea area of the Grand Line. My mother gave it to me. Speaking of his mother, Koala's eyes were filled with tears. Your mom? And Ling Yun was startled at first. According to this, Koala has already returned to Fourchette Island? Then why is she here at this time? And he was hunted down by people from the world government? Kindness. And Koala couldn't help but sniffed after seeing Ling Yun's slightly concerned expression, and then told Ling Yun what happened. In fact, the first half of the story is just as Ling Yun knows. About 4 days ago, Tiger sent Koala back to Fourchette Island, and Marine, who was lying there early, offered Koala's freedom in exchange, semi-threateningly forced the residents of the island to report Tiger's location to them, and then ambushed him. And it's just that's all. After all, Marine did fulfill the promise after that. Although Tiger was finally rescued by the Sun Pirates led by his Murloc powerhouse Jinbei, the Marines did not. No more trouble with Koala. But just 2 days ago, a group of people from the world government came to Fourchette Island and told the residents of Fourchette Island that the promise made by Marine was meaningless. Koala is the private property of celestial dragons, so they gotta take the Koala away. What's ridiculous is that when the residents of Fourchette Island rose up to resist, these warships belonging to the world government that were supposed to protect them opened fire even faster than when they faced pirates, fast and efficient. And Koala was taken by his mother to a small boat to escape in that riot. It's just that during the voyage, the boat was directly washed away by a sudden wave, and Koala's mother was directly dragged into the sea by the wave, while Koala himself survived by clinging to a log. After hearing that the development of the story turned out to be like this, Ling Yun was also a little startled. He never thought that in the storyline that was not told in the original book, the ending of Fourchette Island turned out to be like this. So he also had a little pity for the little girl in front of him. She was taken away as a slave since she was a child, and finally met the Murloc pirates who were kind to her, and was betrayed by the residents of the island with helplessness and embarrassment. In the end, even her hometown, which she didn't know whether to love or hate, was bloodbathed by world government warships. But then, he also noticed a very crucial question. You mean, Tiger was injured and escaped from Fourchette Island? Kindness. And hearing the name Tiger, Koala also seemed more lonely. Obviously, she was very concerned about the fact that her benefactor was ambushed due to her own reasons. Do you know which direction he will probably run away? And Ling Yun asked softly, and then facing Koala's suspicious eyes, Ling Yun also pointed at her with a smile. Although I don't know how to collect herbs, but I am a doctor. Grand Line, Calm Belt. Only in this area of the Blue Sea will there be no slightest ups and downs, because there is no sea breeze here, so it is reasonable that there will be no waves most of the time. And under this piece of sea surface, there are countless large or even super large sea kings living, because their lairs are on the bottom of the calm belt. It is precisely because of the absence of sea wind and the super large sea kings attack that the sea area named calm belt has always been a place where most ships cannot set foot, and it is called a mass burial of ships' land. Apart from a very small number of special pirate ships that can sail on the calm belt sea, the most common one is this marine warship that is speeding across the sea. With the help of advanced propellers, you can sail without wind, and the special craft of inlaying sea stone on the boat can make the boat and the ocean blend together to avoid being harassed by sea kings. It's just that now, the people on this marine warship are not marines, but The Murlocs of the Sun Pirates gathered in the cabin of the warship, looking at the lifeless man lying on the sickbed. Their faces were full of sadness. The dead man wore a turban, thick curly hair, a wide mouth, a beard, and blood all over his body. He is Fisher Tiger, the protagonist who made a big fuss about Marie Joyce 3 years ago, and the hero of the Murlocs who saved countless slaves. Don't tell anyone on the Fishmen Island what happened today. Don't let tragedy and anger pass on to the next generation who are as pure as paper. After being severely injured by Marine, he who refused to use human blood finally left such a sentence and died with his own dignity. But wisdom and tolerance are difficult to pass on, but hatred and anger can spread like the plague. Humans deserve to die. Kill them. Looking at the cold corpse of his most respected elder brother, who among the Murlocs present can really calm down. We want to go back and kill the ungrateful guys on that island. Avenge Boss Tiger. And after a blue-skinned Murloc with a jagged nose yelled, all the Murlocs turned around and prepared to leave the cabin, and returned to Folget Island to kill those damned traitors. But the thing is, apart from the dead tiger at the scene, there is another hero. You all stop for the old man. Storm-like eyebrows and sideburns, a strong blue body and a thick black short beard, and the logo of the Sun Pirates on the chest is eye-catching. But, Brother Jinbei, and even the murderous Murlocs who were already aroused had no choice but to restrain their anger when facing this big brother who was second only to Tiger in their hearts. Didn't you hear what Big Brother Tai said? Are you trying to completely break up the Murlocs and humans now? The Murloc named Jinbei was obviously very prestigious, so after his words fell, most of the Murlocs also fell silent. They don't like humans, even hate humans, but they respect Fisher Tiger. Since it is his last words, even if they don't understand, they must obey them. But there will always be a small group of people who will be blinded by hatred. So what? Did Boss Tiger just die in vain? And the Murloc with the jagged nose said loudly again, I said earlier that the little human girl is not a good thing, and now she has informed the people on the island that Brother Tiger was killed. Shall we continue to endure it? Shut up. Arlong, this has nothing to do with Koala. Jinbei looked at Arlong and said seriously. Yeah, Koala is a good boy. Another ill-like guy on the side also offered to help at this time. Shut up, Markulo, you've been bewitched by humans. But Arlong is obviously no longer willing to listen to anyone. It's up to you, anyway, Lao Zi will never accept it. Arlong. But when Jinbei was about to speak again, the voice of the Jinyuman Miku, who was in charge of the watch, suddenly came from outside. Brother Jinbei, there are humans. Humans are chasing them. Marine. The faces of Jinbei and Arlong also changed at the same time when they heard the news. There will be no one who can sail on the calm belt and catch up with them, except Marine. No. It doesn't seem to be Marine. But Miku hesitated a bit. The other party is an island ship. What? Chapter 40. Island boat? How is it possible? After asking the Murlocs in the cabin to take care of Tiger's body, Jinbei also rushed directly to the deck of the warship. Anyone who is not blind must have seen the huge island ship not far away that is at least 10 times the size of the common warship. At this time, the island ship was chasing them through the waves at an incredible speed. How can this be? And Jinbei also muttered to himself inconceivably, how could an island boat of this size reach such a speed in the calm belt where there is no sea breeze? Even if it is a warship that uses the most advanced fuel in the world, it is absolutely impossible to do it. Stop sailing. Prepare to fight. As a decisive person, Jinbei also made a decisive decision immediately. With the opponent's speed, they will be overtaken sooner or later, so instead of continuing to escape, fighting in the current unobstructed sea area can fully show their strength advantage. They are Murlocs, a race of the sea. Even if the other party really came to trouble them, then there would be no problem for them to abandon the ship and flee. The Murlocs on the bottom of the sea would not even attack sea kings. Yes. So the Murlocs also acted according to what Jinbei said, and each picked up their own weapons and watched the approaching island ship vigilantly. What made Jinbei heave a sigh of relief was that when the island ship approached them, its speed slowed down slowly, and then it stopped about 500 meters away from them. Although this does not explain other things, but since the other party didn't directly control the island ship to run over, it means that the other party at least didn't have too obvious malice towards them. But his heart didn't even have time to rest for half a second. Roar! The gigantic sea kings appeared from under the sea surface. The huge body and huge dragon power made Jinbei feel awe-inspiring. What's up with the sea kings? Looking at the gold sea king slowly floating on the sea surface flapping its huge wings, even Jinbei, who once led an army on the Fishmen island and has seen many giant sea kings on the seabed, is sure although the size is smaller than those the giant sea kings on the bottom of the sea over 1,500 meters is smaller, but this terrifying monster is definitely an extremely dangerous existence. No. It's even debatable whether this quadruped and even flying guy is actually a sea king's. It's coming. At this moment, the Murlocs of the Sun Pirates exclaimed at the same time. And Jinbei really saw that the huge dragon-like sea kings put its head towards the island boat, then suddenly erected its long neck, and then flapped its huge wings towards them. Fly! Boom! And just from the monstrous waves on the surrounding sea between the flapping of the wings, it can be clear that the body of this monster is definitely not blown up. No question, just one hit. In front of such a monster, Marine's so-called warship would be sunk with just one blow. Prepare for battle. At the same time, inform all brothers, ready to abandon the ship at any time. And Jinbei also issued such a notice in a deep voice, and at the same time, the muscles on his body also slightly bulged. Brother Jinbei, the injury on your body. It was the ship Dr. Aladdin of the Sun Pirates who spoke. No problem. While Jinbei said so, he slowly took off the big flag on his body, since Big Brother Tai handed over the pirate group to this old man, then this old man should fulfill his duties as the captain. And there is no doubt that in Jinbei's view, the so-called captain. It is the person who rushes to the front and retreats at the end in battle. Murloc karate. But just when Jinbei and the Murlocs of the Sun Pirates were about to fight the huge flying monster, they suddenly heard such a voice in their ears. Jinbei. Aladdin. They were very familiar with the voice of surprise. It was the voice of someone who was part of their pirate group not long ago. The only human in the pirates. Koala. Before they had time to say hello, the Makulo trio, who had a close relationship with Koala before and often played games together, shouted in surprise. At this time, Jinbei also discovered that there were actually two people jumping off the monster's head. It was the koala they were very familiar with, and a young man in white. Who are you? And before Jinbei had time to ask, he heard an angry roar from Arlong beside him. Koala, you, the murderer who killed Boss Tiger, dare to come back. After yelling, Arlong directly raised the big saw blade in his hand and threw it at Koala, who was happily running towards Jinbei and the others. Arlong, wait! And Jinbei hurriedly moved to stop him, but before his movement really started, in front of Koala, Ling Yun's figure instantly appeared. Crack! Then I didn't see how he moved. The moment the saw blade flying in the air hit him, it shattered as if it had hit steel. And the next moment, Ling Yun's figure disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Arlong. Just throw out a punch casually, no other moves are needed to deal with this kind of garbage. His fists may not be as strong as the top martial arts fighters like Kaido and Garp, but with the power of dragon physique and rhinoceros fruit, among those who can take his fist, Arlong's name will never be there. Buzz! The conqueror's haki instantly filled the air, and Arlong felt that his body could not even move at all. And on the fist that was swung, he felt a definite death. But Murloc Karate Tang Kao, a righteous fist. A figure stood in front of Arlong. It was Jinbei. Age, 36 years old. Level, S in this world, S and in water. Race, Whale Shark People. Available skills, Murloc Karate LV.9, Murloc Jujutsu LV.9, Armament Haki LV.7, Combat Experience LV.7, Underwater Breathing LV.1, Whale Shark AMA and Julie LV.6, Observation Haki LV. 6 Firm Heart LV.6, Special Skill. Future Shishibukai, Seaman Jinbei. Huge fist covered in armament haki, Jinbei collided with Ling Yun's fist. Boom! A huge strong wind appeared in this calm belt where there is no wind, and beyond all Murloc's expectation, Jinbei, who rescued Tiger from Marine and even injured Marine Vice Admiral, was fighting with this weak young man. In the fist fight, was directly repulsed. Boom! The huge body took a few steps back before finally stabilizing its center of gravity. Jinbei, who was horrified, looked at Ling Yun, who looked calm in front of him, even Kakuzu didn't even move, and quickly said, "Your Excellency, please put the thunderous anger to rest." He figured it out. The young man in front of him seemed to have come with Koala, and what he did just now was because Koala was attacked, so theoretically he shouldn't be an enemy. After all, with the exception of Arlong, most people on board understood Tiger's death very clearly. Koala had no time to tip off the news, she should be the one who didn't know. Ling Yun. At this time, Jinbei also saw that Koala also gently tugged at the corner of the young man's clothes, and then the young man's aura that even made him feel terrible, as well as the Sea King's behind the young man who had raised its neck. Immediately received the posture of preparing for battle. For the next time, let him out of my sight. Ling Yun pointed to Arlong. Although Koala forgave this guy, but Ling Yun himself was very upset to see him. If he hadn't taken into account his own plan and the mood of little Lolita, Ling Yun would have killed this guy straight away. If he shows up in front of me again, I will draw my sword. Chapter 41. Arlong. Go to the brig below the ship. And although Jinbei didn't know what Ling Yun meant by drawing the sword, he could roughly guess what Ling Yun meant, so he turned his head and said to Arlong, "I." But Arlong looked at Ling Yun with a ferocious expression, fear and anger in his heart. This old man is not a suggestion, but an order. But this time, Jinbei was really angry with his partner in a rare way. From the fight just now, Jinbei, who is a master of martial arts, already knows a lot of things. The strength of the opponent is ridiculously strong, but there is no skill at all in terms of punching. If all the strength of Ling Yun and Jinbei's punching just now can be poured into a little bit, then Jinbei's punch just now will definitely be hit directly fly out. And pouring one's own strength into the fist, this is something that any master of boxing can definitely do. Coupled with Ling Yun's drawing the sword just now, it is not difficult for Jinbei to guess the young man who appeared with Koala in front of him should be a top swordsman. As for the specific level of the top, it is easy to judge. If a swordsman can use his fist to knock back Jinbei, who is already a master of boxing, by 5 steps, then when he pulls out the knife at his waist, we will all be wiped out. After reaching this conclusion, Jinbei felt a bit of awe in his heart. Old man Jinbei, I don't know what your excellency is doing here. Rescue, she told me there's a man here who's hurt. And Ling Yun pointed to Koala lightly, and then pointed to himself, my name is Ling Yun, and I'm a doctor. Doctor. Jinbei blinked his eyes when he heard the words, then turned his head to look at the footprints on the ground when he was punched back just now, and then looked at the huge island ship and island still parked not far away. Under the boat, Yermungandr, who is constantly beating the sea surface and stirring up huge waves, is playing. Then, the honest and benevolent future seaman could only wipe off his sweat and say, Your Excellency, you are joking. I'm not kidding, I'm here to treat Fisher Tiger. Ling Yun told Jinbei seriously, but unexpectedly, these words just stimulated the Murlocs who were already sad in their hearts. Stop joking, human. A Murloc from the Sun Pirates jumped out directly, Boss Tiger is dead. You don't need to pretend to be merciful here. Craft. Jinbei directly stopped the Murloc, but turned his head to look at Ling Yun with a really unpleasant expression. I don't know what you want, but Brother Tai is indeed dead. After hearing Jinbei's words, Ling Yun was still taken aback, but Koala at the side burst into tears immediately after hearing the news. As Koala cried, the Murlocs present also felt sad, so they all started to cry. Okay, why are you crying? But Ling Yun patted Koala on the head lightly, and then asked Jinbei seriously, please take me to see his corpse. After Jinbei heard the words, he was stunned at first, and then he became a little annoyed. Your Excellency, don't be kidding, I will transport Brother Tai's body back to the Fishmen Island for burial without your intervention. Human! You just want to take Boss Tiger's body to Marine to receive a reward. Humans look down on us Murlocs, there is no good thing except Koala. And the Murlocs present also opened their mouths one after another, looking at Ling Yun with increasingly fierce expressions. Along the way, they have seen too many times about the evil of human beings. Human beings look at the Murlocs with contempt, fear, and maliciousness as if seeing a monster, and the completely unfair treatment. Prejudice has been deeply embedded in their hearts and cannot be eradicated. But obviously, if you want to say that the person who has the least prejudice against Murlocs in this world, then Ling Yun must bear the brunt of it. I'm not interested in his dead body, but if the death time does not exceed 2 hours, then I can bring him back. Ling Yun's plain words were like a giant hammer that hit the hearts of these Murlocs. Humans! Don't talk nonsense, how can a dead person be revived? Aladdin, the ship doctor, stood up first, but his voice trembled a little. I think he's from Marine. Then the person who spoke in the same trembling tone was the navigator Black Eel of the Sun Pirates. But Ling Yun looked at them and said with a smile, even if a dead person is not without a chance of treatment. UBD. Enough. But at this time, Jinbei has made a decision. He was sure that Ling Yun wasn't a Marine because if Ling Yun was a Marine, it wouldn't take so much effort to find so many reasons to kill them. I'll take you to Brother Tai, but I need to ask you one last question. He took a deep look at Ling Yun. You came here just because Koala asked you to come. Right. What did she pay you for? She helped me tidy up my medicine garden, and helped me clean up the weeds in the medicine garden by the way. That's it. Enough is enough. Ling Yun looked at Jinbei, and the way he smiled lightly seemed inexplicably compassionate to Jinbei. I am not greedy at all. So under the disbelief and anticipation of the Murlocs, Ling Yun was led into the cabin of the warship by Jinbei. And there, he saw Tiger's body. Fisher Tiger. Age, 39 years old. Level, this world S in water. Race, Snapper Murloc. Available skills, Murloc Karate LV.8, Armament Haki LV.6, Combat Experience LV.6, Observation Haki LV.5, Murloc Physique LV.1, Murloc Strength LV.3, Murloc Water LV.2, Water Down Breathing LV.1, Murloc Climbing Technique LV.7. Status, Brain Dead, remaining treatment time, 30 minutes. After seeing Tiger's state, Ling Yun also smiled, send him to my boat. You mean? I can cure it. P.S. It will be on the shelves at 0 o'clock tonight, and there will be 12 updates on the shelves, so please make a first order. Chapter 42. Congratulations to host for curing Fisher Tiger. Skills are being drawn. Congratulations to host for acquiring the skill Murloc Karate LV.8. Not bad luck. While arranging the equipment around him, Ling Yun, who heard the results of the extraction, also felt that his luck was not bad. He now only has 1 Marine 6 styles in melee combat skills, and this skill is in addition to shaving and finger pistol. Besides, the remaining formulas are actually inconvenient to use in many cases. So although he failed to extract the most scarce armament Haki, the extraction of Murloc Karate now obviously gave him a good improvement in melee combat. Who are you? At this time, Fisher Tiger, whose body had been treated by Ling Yun, also woke up. After experiencing this incident, the Murloc hero became more and more sensitive to the fact that he did not believe in human beings. At this time, after seeing Ling Yun, he directly asked vigilantly, and then did not wait for Ling Yun to ask. He rushed towards Ling Yun directly, no matter what, subdue the person in front of him first. But, really? Is this how the famous fisher tiger treats his savior? He only saw the young man in front of him gently stretch out his hand towards him, and his body in the air was completely frozen and unable to move. Savior. Thinking about Ling Yun's words, Tiger found that his head seemed a little unconscious. Looking at the scalpel that had just been wiped in Ling Yun's hand, doubts appeared on his face. Are you Ling Yun? Ling Yun, on the other hand, gently put the gene modification scalpel into his arms. As you can see, he is a doctor. Medical. Boss Tiger. And Tiger wanted to continue asking, but Jinbei and Aladdin, who had already heard Tiger's voice outside, couldn't help but rushed into the operating room. Jinbei, Aladdin. Tiger's mind was still a little fuzzy, but Jinbei and Aladdin couldn't help weeping with joy, especially Aladdin looked at Ling Yun with extreme respect. In his opinion as a doctor, Ling Yun his medical skills can really be called pursuing the soul of Netherland. Wait a minute, I'm not dead, Aladdin you. At this time, the blood supply to Tiger's brain has finally recovered, so he recalled what happened before, and then his expression changed instantly, and he turned to look at Ling Yun. You just said you are a doctor, which means it is you saved me. Entrusted by others. Although Koala would save Tiger even if he didn't ask Ling Yun, but in order to avoid too much trouble explaining, Ling Yun still chose the simplest explanation method. Entrusted by others. Tiger frowned, and instantly noticed Koala who was following behind Jinbei and Aladdin and looking at him timidly. Koala, didn't you return? Having said that, he also suddenly thought of the ambush on Fuljet Island, and his expression was also a little obscure obviously. Such a thing of good intentions not being rewarded made this heroic Murloc feel a pimple in his heart. But after a while, seeing Koala's timid look, his heart still softened. Forget it, that matter has nothing to do with you. Boss Tiger, in fact, the residents of Forchard Island have already. At this time, Jinbei and Aladdin, who had already learned about the world government's actions from Koala, also directly informed Tiger of the tragedy on Forchard Island, and Tiger was silent for a long time after hearing the words, and then lightly signaled Jinbei and Aladdin take Koala out. The two Jinbei were startled when they saw Tiger's actions, and then left the operating room according to the wishes of their respected elder brother. There was a moment of silence in the operating room. Why did you save me? After a while, he raised his head and looked at Ling Yun seriously. But Ling Yun looked at him very naturally, because Koala asked me and gave me a reward. In fact, of course Ling Yun has his own ideas, but he definitely can't say it outright. Is it a reward to collect herbs for you? Certainly. Then do you know, my head is worth 200 million Baileys. If I need 200 million Pele, I can get it without your head. Ling Yun looked at Tiger teasingly, and Tiger also instantly recalled the terrifying power that this young man subdued him just now. So he also instantly understood that if a monster like Ling Yun only wanted money, it would be really easy. Then why? I am a doctor, saving people is my bounden duty. Even if I'm a Murloc. Is there any difference between Murlocs and humans? And Ling Yun looked at Tiger, and he started bragging. Race doesn't mean glory. I've seen the most noble Murlocs, and I've seen the most despicable humans. And the moment these words came out, Ling Yun saw that Tiger's already ruddy fish face became more and more red in an instant. Race doesn't mean honor. And the next moment, Ling Yun actually saw the hero of the Murlocs shed tears of big size. Because what Ling Yun said was exactly what Tiger wanted to hear all his life. Isn't that the Murlocs? It's disgusting. It's obviously a monster, why pretend to be proud? It is said that the Murlocs even eat their own people. After all, they also eat fish, right? It's disgusting, guys who smell like fish don't come into my shop. Those contemptuous, indifferent, and discriminatory eyes accompanied him all his life, and they never disappeared. But now, the young man in front of him uttered such words. Perhaps, humans really. Suddenly recalling the things he thought of before he died, Tiger suddenly felt an inexplicable expectation. If there were more human beings like this, then maybe it could really be realized the idea of Queen Otohim that he didn't agree with. If possible, please let me heal those of your partners. If they have some hidden injuries on their bodies, it will be troublesome in the future if they are not treated thoroughly. At this time, Ling Yun's eyes flickered. You are such a good doctor. Looking at Ling Yun seriously, Fisher Tiger stretched out his hand towards a human for the first time after 3 years, Murloc, Fisher Tiger. He recognized him. And Ling Yun smiled lightly and stretched out his hand, Human Doctor, Ling Yun. Ling Yun, you will always be my Fisher Tiger approved friend in the future. Tiger laughed out loud. Good. And Ling Yun chuckled. He didn't dislike this Murloc hero. So the two held hands together. No one can say whether this handshake will change into the future. But what can be said is, the plan works. The first step of Ling Yun's plan, a big success. Chapter 43. A week later. Mr. Ling Yun, good morning. Good morning, Kaido. Has Mr. Ling Yun had breakfast? Do you need the cake I made here? Thank you, but I don't eat cake, Zioba. Mr. Ling Yun, Boss Tiger, Big Brother Jinbei and Koala are waiting for you in the cabin. Aladdin, your tie is crooked. On the warship, Ling Yun greeted the enthusiastic Murlocs all the way and walked towards the cabin. When it comes to his recent days, it can really be said to be flattering. Because these Murlocs in the Sun Pirates are rough and tumble to put it mildly, but they are a group of reckless guys, and everyone has the hidden wounds left on their bodies. After being recognized by Tiger, Ling Yun also showed his demeanor of hanging the pot to help the world and healed each of these Murlocs. It should be noted that Murlocs are naturally stronger than humans by 10 times, and the strength of Murlocs like Jinbei, a whale shark, is even dozens of times stronger than humans. That is to say, as long as the Murlocs are adults, most of them will naturally have a combat power close to D level, and the Murlocs on the Tiger ship are relatively capable of fighting among the Murlocs, and some of them even reached the level of D. A grade. While treating these Murlocs, although Ling Yun can't get any big gains, he has skills like Jinyu People's Vision LV.2, Spine Murloc's Waist Strength LV.3 and Sharkmen's Bite Power LV.3. But really gained a lot. From the perspective of online games, although most of Ling Yun's attributes have only slightly improved during this period of time, the overall attributes have improved a lot. Among them, the most impressive one is the Whale Shark AMA and Julie LV.6 provided by Jinbei to Ling Yun. Although Jinbei did not get the armament haki and observation haki that Ling Yun dreamed of and urgently needed, which made Ling Yun a little disappointed, but this Whale Shark AMA and Julie LV.6 also allowed him to get Yamenga after getting the blessing of the dragon body. His physical strength was once again enhanced. Ling Yun even thinks that if he uses Muramasa to slash with all his strength, he may be able to collide with Kaido head-on without using any force-relieving skills. In addition, the rapid increase of points on the character panel also made Ling Yun's heart very happy. Although it is still a long way from the 500 points, this growth rate can be regarded as a great achievement, gratifying. And it was also at the time when such a happy event was approaching, Ling Yun also walked directly into Tiger's cabin, and sure enough, Jinbei Tiger was making fun of Koala. Mr. Ling Yun, you are here. Jinbei also got up to say hello to Ling Yun at this time. Ever since Ling Yun showed his amazing medical skills and benevolent doctor's heart, this future Shishibukai respected Ling Yun very much, even in some places compared to Ling Yun. Tiger, who occasionally gets silly, is no exception. Ha ha ha. Ling Yun, you are here. At this time, Tiger looked at Ling Yun and laughed. Well, I'm leaving, so I came here to say goodbye. Ling Yun also chuckled and said, the Sun Pirates have all been healed, and through the hands of the adventurer Tiger, he also got the navigation chart of Precious in the nearby sea area, so he is about to leave at this time. But he didn't notice that when he said he was going to leave, Koala's big eyes, who were looking at him happily, were instantly filled with tears. Ling Yun, I need to ask you something. At this time, Tiger, who keenly noticed Koala's expression, also had a flash of light in his eyes, and then he said seriously to Ling Yun. But it doesn't matter. Although Ling Yun was a little surprised, he only let Tiger speak directly. We are about to return to the Fishmen Island for a while now, but you know who we are, and the Marine and World Government will not let us go easily. Tiger said so, but his expression was very flat. After all, he has been in this kind of pursuit for 3 years. We don't care, anyway, sailing on the sea will greatly reduce the danger for us Murlocs, but Koala shouldn't suffer with us. As a human being, she should follow human beings to get a better life. So, I hope you can take care of her. He said this to Ling Yun. Getting along these days allowed Tiger to know Ling Yun quite well, so he also knew that although Ling Yun claimed to be just a doctor, the combination of all the pirates might not be enough for Ling Yun alone. Not to mention anything else, but the powerful Sea Kings Hormungandr and the island ship Paradise Lost meant that Ling Yun's voyage in the first half of the Grand Line would hardly encounter any danger. And such a powerful and trustworthy person, Tiger thinks that he is the best slave ace to entrust Koala. Take care of Koala. But Ling Yun was taken aback after hearing the words, and then turned his gaze to Koala who was aside. At this moment, the little girl was looking at him with her moist blue-black eyes wide open, with the word worry clearly written on her timid expression. She was worried. Ling Yun would refuse. But actually... Okay. Ling Yun obviously won't. After seeing Ling Yun nodding, obvious surprise and a little shyness flashed across the little girl's gloomy face, and then she jumped out from behind Jinbei. Just like she did in the past few days, he tightly grasped the corner of Ling Yun's clothes. Looking at Koala like this, both Jinbei and Tiger showed a fatherly smile. Oh, right. But at this moment, Tiger seemed to remember something again, and after searching for a long time in the drawer behind him, he finally took out something. It was a leather scroll. This is something I got from my previous adventures in South Blue, and it should be useful to you. Tiger didn't say words like remuneration, as long as he is a hero, as long as it is useful to his recognized friends, he will directly give it. And Ling Yun took the leather scroll in doubt, and then... Congratulations to host for obtaining the special potion scroll Iron Army Potion Scroll. Iron Army Potion, a special potion in this world. Within 30 seconds after taking it, the body's defense power will be increased by 15 times, and it has no effect on people above A level. Materials required for synthesis: 100 bottles/iron bone flour, live blood grass. It turned out to be a synthesis scroll of special medicine. Looking at the new item she got for the first time, Ling Yun raised her eyebrows with great interest. Although this thing is definitely of no use to himself or the powerhouses who are similar to him, but if every soldier in an army was equipped with a bottle of this... Ling Yun was a little moved. Thanks, Tiger, this stuff is a recipe, and it does work for me. So he also sincerely expressed his gratitude to Tiger. His harvest this time is really great. Many basic but useful abilities, a prescription for a special potion, a lot of system points and extracted items, and even a little lowly. As long as it works. Tiger nodded in satisfaction after hearing this. Afterwards, he also waved directly at Ling Yun. If you have a chance to come to the Fishmen Island, tell me and I'll buy you a drink. This man on the sea never likes to say goodbye, because he firmly believes that in the boundless sea, there will be a day when friends will see each other again. Kindness. This sentence Ling Yun always felt that he seemed to have heard similar words somewhere, so at this time, after answering softly, he nodded to Jinbei directly, then picked up Koala on his shoulders, and walked out of the cabin. And outside the cabin, the huge head of Yemen Guard was already waiting for them. Mr. Ling Yun. See you later. Mr. Ling Yun, thank you very much. Koala, let's smash snowmen together next time. Seeing Ling Yun and Koala standing on top of Hormungandr, the Murlocs of the Sun Pirates also bid farewell. Everyone, see you later. And Ling Yun also responded, and then saw the huge wings on Yemengard's back flapping again, and then carried him and Koala towards the lost paradise not far away. Chapter 44. The blue sea is as calm as ever, and seabirds can be seen flying in the cloudless sky. The sea breeze brings the strong smell of sea salt and the aroma of herbs into Ling Yun's nostrils. Ling Yun, Ling Yun. Look at this. Koala's petite figure suddenly fell to Ling Yun's side, holding a pale purple flower in her hand and looking at him happily. Look, this flower is so beautiful. In fact, Ling Yun doesn't like purple very much, but seeing Koala so happy, of course he won't dampen the little girl's enthusiasm. Then, seeing Koala who returned to the medicine field again and began to fiddle with those herbs, Ling Yun deeply felt that he had really been too leisurely recently. The nautical chart given by Tiger made him know his position clearly. He is now on the periphery of the northernmost channel of the Grand Line, and he has already crossed the full length of the navigation plane that needs to be experienced. 6 islands. After returning from Combelt, Ling Yun still failed to reach the next island even though a month has passed since his own route had deviated from the correct route. Ling Yun himself is asking the system to use up the Iron Army potion scroll he got from Tiger during this period of time, and with the help of the medicinal materials on the island, he is indeed increasing the stock of this medicine on the island until now. So far, the storage of this medicine in Ling Yun has exceeded 1,000 bottles. And Koala occasionally helps Ling Yun fight, cooks some food for Ling Yun, learns swordsmanship and Murloc karate from Ling Yun, and occasionally basks in the sun like 900 is now when playing on the sidelines. Life is also fulfilling. So it is very strange that although Ling Yun has been sailing at sea for a long time, Ling Yun still does not feel as bored as in the past. This also makes him have to sigh that it is a social animal, and it feels good to travel with one person know the same. Roar. But at this moment, Ling Yun suddenly heard Hormungandra's voice in his heart. Jemengard, what's the matter? So Ling Yun also stood up, walked to the edge of the island and looked down, and sure enough, he saw that Yemengiad, who was usually hidden under the sea, had already raised half of his head out of the sea. Ho ho ho! Yemengia shook his head very spiritually, motioning Ling Yun to look ahead. And Ling Yun followed his words and stared as far as possible, and then... What is that? At this time, he finally discovered that on the distant sea, there are many ships floating. Pirate ship. Seeing that there were at least 20 large ships parked at sea, all of which were flying black flags, Ling Yun was also a little surprised. Joermungandr, go and have a look. However, he doesn't intend to change his route because of this. After all, each of these 20 ships is probably only the size of a medium-sized ship, and even if they are added together, they may not be enough for the paradise to hit. But when the lost paradise, CDCJ, really approached the pile of pirate ships, Ling Yun's pupils shrank suddenly. He was not mistaken, these more than 20 ships were indeed pirate ships, and there was nothing wrong with them. A skull with a blue headband hung from their masts. And if there are people here who know something about the pirates of the Grand Line, then they can immediately know which pirate group these ships belong to. Blue Flag Pirates, a fleet-style pirate group that wins by numbers. And the leader of the pirate group, Boss Green Ed Maka, is said to have been a member of an island in the past, and he also became a pirate after the opening of the era of great pirates. The pirates. He has a total of 26 pirate ships under his command, and he himself is one of the pirates who have recently gained fame in this waterway with the help of the huge number of people and the advantages of ships. The bounty is as high as 120 million baileys. It can be said that as long as they can successfully reach Sabody to prove their strength, then there is a great possibility that they will become one of the supernovas of this generation. However, they are destined to have no chance now. Because the pirate flag is brightly red, and so is the deck. The crimson blood slowly flowed from the hull into the sea, and the sea surface under the hull was dyed crimson red. The hulls of all the pirate ships were pierced with huge holes by some kind of huge force, and the corpses of the pirates who fell on the deck were even cut into two halves. It can be said it is White Gate. Even compared to the so-called slash, that gesture is more like smashing everything with pure power. Obviously, not long ago, an existence with absolute power compared to them killed them all here. So ruthless. Looking at the corpses lying on the 26 pirate ships without exception, Ling Yun couldn't help showing a strange look. In this sea, there are certainly pirate groups that win by numbers, but most of them are worthless. If someone as strong as Ling Yun wants to destroy this so-called fleet-level pirate group, he doesn't even need to borrow the power of Paradise Lost and Yermungandr. He only needs one person to board the boat holding Muramasa, and then he can kill all these guys in a maximum of 30 minutes. B. Who is Ling Yun? How many people are there in the sea who have similar strength to him? The answer is, there might be, but almost all of them are in the New World. Then Ling Yun took Yemengard and uploaded it himself to check if there was anyone on board who could treat and earn points, but of course there was none. However, Ling Yun found that almost all the money on the 26 ships seemed to have been looted, and the heads of several pirates were also cut off. It seems that the other party killed these pirates only for money. There are all sorts of weird things. However, for Ling Yun, this small event that happened on the way also gave him a deeper understanding of the sea pirates. There are probably a lot of them. Marine Headquarters, Marine Ford. In Marine's Marshal's office, Sengoku, who has just been promoted to Marine Marshal, is very busy. The change of Marshal means that there is a vacancy in the position of Admiral, and the procedures for the promotion of Poluserino Vice Admiral to Admiral must also be approved by the world government. Especially the recent situation at the end of the Red Line is extremely unfavorable to Marine. Those one-piece emperors who had achieved only rough achievements during this period of time have recently begun to call them four emperors, and Marine in New World has almost completely lose your checks and balances against them. So under such circumstances, Sengoku, who just came on stage, was extremely busy. Shishibukai's plan must be implemented in advance, and the strengthening of Marine soldiers must also. Thinking about all kinds of Marine's top-secret plans in his mind, Sengoku, who originally disliked being disturbed by others, suddenly heard panicked voices from the sailors outside the door. War! Marshal Sengoku, something big happened. Quiet! And Sengoku stared at the sailor fiercely, obviously sullen. This is Marine Ford, where justice shines. Here, Marine should never panic. Yes, yes. After seeing Sengoku's sharp eyes, the sailor's body trembled instantly, and after a quick military salute, he handed the information in his hand to Sengoku tremblingly. Snort. And Sengoku snorted coldly and took over the information, and then this. The hands of this man who is known for his calmness and wisdom and is called Buddha. Sengoku trembled. How can this be? Next moment. Who is it? The angry voice doesn't sound like a calm Sengoku at all. How could such a thing happen? It's just the first half of the Grand Line, it's just the most normal actual combat training for trainee sailors. In that kind of sea area, how could there be people? Kin cut off his hand? Who the hell did it? Chapter 45. Grand Line, Fighting Island Heathrow. This island at the back of the park has a power-first attitude to life. Here, the meaning of money and status has become extremely small, and only the strength of fighting is the foundation of everything. Here, only the strong will gain the respect of others. This is the favorite place for warriors and people who love fighting. The large arenas that can be seen everywhere are almost full of guests watching the battle every day. Warriors who love to fight wield their weapons and fight to the death in the martial arts arena. The winning side will receive glory and rewards, while the losing side will only be accompanied by death and blood. It is precisely because of this that this island is called Wudo Island. However, in the past month, the area around the pier of this Wudo Island has become much more lively than in the past. Fighters from many islands gathered here, and each looked at the island boat floating on the sea in the distance with different eyes. I don't know how many people Mr. Ling Yun is willing to treat today. 35 of them were treated yesterday. Even Millis' right foot, which had been useless for 30 years, was completely healed. What a powerful medical skill! Are you idiots? Mr. Ling Yun won't perform treatment today. Why? Are you new here? This afternoon is the duel between Mr. Ling Yun and Iron Swordsman Brian. Can Mr. Ling Yun win? I bet all my fortune on him. I don't think it's possible after all. Iron Swordsman is a great swordsman who fought against Eagle Eye Mihawk. It is said that this time he came to the paradise from New World, and it is said that he came here because of the champion. I don't think so. Mr. Ling Yun has never made more than 2 shots in each battle for so long. His strength is really unfathomable. People are discussing whether the owner of that island ship can perform miracles today. And to talk about what happened, it needs to start from a month ago. About a month ago, when the Glory Conference of the 5-year Grand Martial Arts Competition on Wudu Island was about to begin, this island ship came to Wudu Island. And when such a huge thing came to Wudu Island, it naturally attracted the attention of a lot of people very quickly. And then they discovered that there seemed to be only 2 people on board the island, a young man and a little girl. Looks like a very bully combo. As a result, some pirates who had already honed their ferocity in fighting island immediately wanted to seize this island ship, and after deliberation, several people quickly put it into action. Implement. A bounty of 68 million Baileys, Bear Claw Hand. A bounty of 72 million Baileys is offered, Smoker Lano. A bounty of 51 million Baileys, Pants Marns. 3 pirates above 5000W led their pirate group to try to kill the young man directly when he went to the island to buy supplies. Then, in less than 1 second, all the crew members of the pirate group including the 3 died instantly. From the beginning to the end, that mysterious young man didn't even turn his head even once. And according to the evaluation made by a master at the scene at the time, the other party clearly used the Conqueror's Haki from Legendary, and the intensity can be said to be terrifyingly high. So from then on, all fighters on Fighting Island knew about it, although there were only 2 people living on this island ship, and there was a little girl who obviously didn't fight much, but the strength of that mysterious young man is enough to match this island ship. What made them even more surprised was that the young man announced that while he was waiting to participate in the Glory Conference, he would open a medical center on the island every day, and the other party's medical skills were unbelievably superb. Not only did he lose his broken arm, it can be reconnected, and even people who were seriously injured and almost died in the battle can be rescued. And on Wudu Island, there are countless injuries caused by fighting every day, so countless people go to him for diagnosis and treatment, and that young man doesn't care about the identity of the other party. As long as he pays enough Pele, he will give treatment. Over time, this island ship named Lost Paradise and the doctor named Ling Yun in the medical center on the island are also famous, not only on Wudu Island, even under the reports of reporters. It also has a certain reputation in the surrounding waters. At the same time, Ling Yun, who was thought of by the people on Wudu Island, was sitting in the medical hall. Ling Yun, there won't be any problems in today's battle. Koala, who sat obediently beside him and was helping to grind the medicinal materials, looked at him with some concern. No problem, I'm strong. Ling Yun comforted Koala with a light smile, and he really didn't care much about tomorrow's battle. In fact, the biggest reason why he, who should have left this island long ago, stayed here to treat these warriors was because of the so-called Glory Conference on this island. The history of this conference itself has a long history, and the specific content is the simplest dueling rules among all the contestants who are willing to fight until the end. The strongest one is the champion, and will be crowned as the king of fighting. At the same time as the title, you will also get a prize from the organizer of the conference. And what makes Ling Yun stay here is the prize of this conference. Every glory conference, the organizer will present a devil fruit and 2000 cash Bailey as rewards. And if it's just commons devil fruit, it's okay. After all, Ling Yun has also got 4 devil fruits along the way. The crux of the problem is that during the opening ceremony of the conference, Ling Yun, who was shopping for food and drinking water with Koala on the island, saw the devil fruit. Sickle weasel fruit. Category: Zoan devil fruit. Abilities: incarnate as a weasel, greatly, Qian Nyo Hao, increase speed, slightly increase physical strength, and gain special abilities. Devil fruit tool of Eudemons. Ling Yun is not sure whether the mysterious host of this conference knows the type of this fruit, but considering that there are quite a lot of precious and fruits in the fruit illustration book, and since the other party is willing to give away this precious phantom beast fruit, so if you think about it, you probably don't know. But no matter what, Ling Yun is very interested in this fruit. So he signed up for the Glory Tournament directly, and made it to the current semi-finals with ease. And the opponent he will be facing off this afternoon is the Iron Swordsman Mori Brian, who is said to have been defeated by Mihawk's sword not long ago after returning from New World. But for Ling Yun, that doesn't matter. For him, who can even fight Kaido head-on, any enemies in the first half of the Grand Line are completely negligible. Perhaps. Chapter 46. Fighting Island. Like the Colosseum in ancient Rome, there are more than 5,000 spectators sitting around the fighting arena, looking at the fighting arena below with full attention and anticipation. In the arena, a middle-aged man wearing a black short-sleeved shirt was wiping the knife in his hand. And when he saw his opponent, the young man in white, slowly walking out from the other side of the arena, the middle-aged man also smiled lightly. Hey, this glory conference is really not as good as once. Can even a brat like you make it to the top 4? It can be seen from the words that it seems that this is not the first time he has participated in this martial arts conference. It's really not a very good martial arts competition. But after hearing the man's provocative words, Ling Yun smiled lightly. The opponent is much weaker than I imagined. By the way, you are also very weak. Mori Brian. Age: 41 years old. Grade: A and in this world. Available skills: Jianhao level swordsmanship LV.7, armament Haki LV.6, observation Haki LVM6. God is sorry. When he heard that this so-called Tai Jianhao was someone who Hawkeye personally challenged, he really felt a little bit relieved. He originally thought that this Tai Jianhao who had been to New World might really have 293 brushes, but now it seems. I'm afraid you won't be able to take even one slash from Hawkeye. In fact, the strength of A and level can be regarded as good even if you look at the New World, but compared to the guy who is at least S and in combat strength in Ling Yun's guess, and has a great possibility of being the world's #1 swordsman at the X level, can the A and guy take the next cut? Probably a problem. You. And after hearing Ling Yun's words, Brian's eyes also flashed a strong luster of anger from embarrassment. That fight with Mihawk is the stuff of which he still has nightmares every day in his sleep. Because as Ling Yun said, one slash. It was just a slash. His sword, his heart, his pride, and his self-confidence were all chopped to pieces. You are too weak. That person said that at the time, but although Brian couldn't deny it, he didn't agree with it in his heart. It's not that he's too weak, but Hawkeye, too strong. Even in Brian's opinion, that guy's so-called traveling around the world to challenge all kinds of swordsmen is a lie. He just wants to show the world his strength. There is no swordsman who can fight like that guy. Kindness. But Ling Yun couldn't help laughing after seeing Brian's expression. He knew that he seemed to be right. Is this guy really unable to take a blow from Hawkeye? But thinking like this, Ling Yun found that an inexplicable idea suddenly rose in his heart. He suddenly wanted to try if he could defeat this guy with one blow. So. Hello. Mori Brian, right? You've got to use all your strength, you hear me? Brian suddenly saw a flash of fighting intent in the eyes of the young man in front of him, and then he heard Ling Yun say such words to him. Then Brian instantly understood what Ling Yun meant. Since Hawkeye defeated him with a single knife, Ling Yun also wanted to try to see if he could do it. Therefore, the anger already rising in Brian's heart burned even more. You wanna die? Anger filled his mind. Brian pulled out his favorite knife, the famous knife Iron Tendao made of wrought iron, and then directly swung the iron sword in his hand and slashed towards Ling Yun. Right, that is it. Ling Yun chuckled, and then slowly put his right hand on the handle of the knife. So Brian suddenly felt that the aura of the person he wanted to kill, suddenly turned into a piece of sky. Vast, broad, distant, boundless. And the next moment, in that piece of sky, a touch of bright red appeared. Sword drawing technique heart sword art blue sky. The red blade became Brian's second nightmare, and it also made him understand. It's not because Hawkeye is so powerful that he can't find an opponent anymore, but because his understanding of the monsters on this sea is too little, too little. Ding! Amidst the exclamations and cheers from the surroundings, the Iron Tendao, CDFD, made of solidity was cut into two by Muramis's scarlet blade. Afterwards, Ling Yun looked at Brian, who fell to the ground and fell into a coma after being chopped into pieces by the sword, and put the knife into the sheath casually. It's easier than I thought. The accumulation of system points has begun to slow down. Hurry up and get rid of the last opponent tomorrow, and leave this island. Shaking his head lightly, he thought about it, turned around and left the fighting field amidst the cheers of the crowd. And at the same time, in another arena, the other two of the top four are also planning to fight. The two sides in the battle are respectively offering a bounty of 100 million to the great pirate Zen Master Jerry Bass, and the other is the famous Grand Line boxing expert, pirate hunter Barkard Brothers. What the hell is that guy doing? Did he run away because he was afraid of my uncle's fist? Seeing that no one came out of the aisle on the other side of the arena, the two Barkard brothers, who had been waiting here for an hour, complained dissatisfiedly to the host referee standing on the high platform, "This shouldn't we be judged victorious if we are late to this extent? This." The referee obviously didn't expect such a sudden situation, so he was a little flustered for a while. But also at this time. Boom! Mom, it's not that I'm disobedient, it's that I'm lost. There was a huge vibration from the ground, and with a burst of such words, a figure walked out from the passage where the player came out. It was an obese man, his upper body was almost like a ball in black belly band-like clothes, but his legs were very thin. There are two huge scars on his neck and arms, as if this part of his body was artificially removed and put back together again. Gold's hair grows up to his legs, the sideburns on both sides are braided, and his beard is in the shape of a crescent moon, which is very similar to the beard shape of the great pirate in New World. At this time, his left hand was holding a ridiculously small phone bug compared to his hand, while his right hand was dragging a large naginata. That is. The referee at the scene immediately discovered that there was a dead body on the naginata like Candide Haas. And that corpse was none other than the second contestant in this duel. Zen Master Jerry Bass. Silly son. Hurry up and kill all the contestants, and you will be happy if you exchange all the bounties of so many pirates and the devil fruit into Baileys and hand them over to mommy. A woman's hoarse voice came from the other end of the phone sound. Okay. Mom. Then do it quickly. Yes. So the man also hung up the phone carefully, and then looked at the two Barkard brothers in front of him with his stupid eyes. Which one is the contestant? He seemed a little confused. Never mind. After a brief struggle, he raised the naginata in his hand. Kill them all. Chapter 47. As the most grand festival of Fighting Island every 5 years, the venue for the final battle of the Glory Conference has always been the Glory Fighting Arena. The largest and oldest fighting arena on the Fighting Island is not even open in Bailey. People will only be allowed to step in during the final battle of the Glory Conference. A huge venue that can accommodate more than 20,000 people, the ground of the arena is made of stones mixed with metal. Hey, did you hear that? The finalists have changed this time. That's right. That rookie is said to have directly hacked Brother Barkard to death. He's such a weird guy. Isn't Master Ling Yun the same? He even killed Tai Jianhao instantly with a single strike. I really don't know how strong he will be when he exerts his full strength. This final is really interesting. People who spent a lot of money to buy tickets came to the arena to discuss the newcomer. The rules on Mudu Island are like this: whoever shows absolute strength will be eligible to participate, so even if the newcomer is a no one thinks it is wrong to enter the finals in a way of cutting the queue. Or to be more precise, except for Ling Yun, who lives on the Lost Paradise and treats a large number of patients every day and no one offends, almost all other contestants must have been attacked and plotted by others during the competition, because after killing them, there is a high possibility of getting their right to compete. Ah, Lord Ling Yun is here. At this time, everyone noticed Ling Yun walking out of the passage in an instant. But in fact, Ling Yun's heart is actually quite confused now. After all, he suddenly heard that his opponent had replaced a newcomer who didn't know the details, and he was also a little unexpected for a while. But it's still the same as before. He doesn't think that the islands in the first half of the Grand Line will have opponents who are truly qualified to fight him. Mom, I know, I'll kill that guy and come back soon. But when Ling Yun was thinking, he suddenly heard a voice. Let's be honest, this voice sounds like ARD. And actually it's pretty much the same. Boom. Compared to the tall body of the common people stepping out of the passage, and the moment the man holding the huge naginata appeared, Ling Yun's pupils shrank instantly. Without him, the characteristics of this person are too obvious. Edward Weiabul. Age, 38 years old. Level, S in this world, S and in the state of wild fury. Special status, body modification, unobtainable, mental decline to the level of a 3-year-old child. Abilities, physical enhancement LV.9, body modification, not obtainable, reaction speed enhancement LV.8, body modification, not obtainable, crisis intuition LV.8, body modification, not obtainable, high-speed self-healing LV.7, body modification, not available. Available abilities, armament haki LV.7, feral fury LV.8, intelligence needs to be reduced to children. Fruit ability, paramecia lily fruit. Why would this guy? And after seeing his name, Ling Yun's expression also instantly erased the previous casualness, and became serious for some reason. He instinctively remembered the more than 20 slaughtered ships he encountered on the sea before. An empty pirate ship. If it is not expected, it should be written by this guy. Little Whitebeard Edward Weeble. Mysterious guy. He became Shishibukai after the big event, and directly caused Marine's predecessor Admiral Zephyr to leave Marine, and has a terrible monster that Kizaru called as if he saw the shadow of Whitebeard when he was young. And what makes Ling Yun feel even more strange is what happened to the pile of body modification, not available. Vegapunk, or who else? Ling Yun tried hard to guess. But in fact, Weiabul doesn't seem to have that much interest for Ling Yun to think about it. Mom said to go back quickly and help her move things. Even before the referee introduced the names of both sides according to the normal process, Weiabul directly raised the naginata in his hand and slashed at Ling Yun's head. After seeing this, the referee also felt tense, and when he was about to stop. Boom! A loud sound came out with the falling of the naginata, and the flying stones hit the referee's body directly, sending the referee flying backwards. Billowing smoke and dust rose from the fighting arena, and the invisible shock wave that followed made the surrounding audience who originally wanted to complain could only make a cough, a sound and then just spit out their mouths. Foam fell down. So after just one blow, no more than a quarter of the people who could sit on the scene were already there, and most of the remaining people were fighters with some strength in themselves. Asking for flowers. And even these remaining guys who can be called strong are looking at the two monsters in the middle of the ring with cold eyes. It's just a one-hit collision that can do that. Who the hell are these two guys? But at this time, Whitebeard, who had been cut off with a single knife, said with some doubts, "Ah, this." He really felt that the naginata in his hand had cut something, but he didn't feel the feeling of splitting something in two. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated, and Ling Yun's body stood still. It's just that in his hand, the blood-red Tadeo was pressing against the huge naginata, motionless. And Ling Yun stared at Whitebeard coldly. "It's my turn." And the next moment, laugh. The other party's eyes didn't change at all, but Whitebeard couldn't even see the movement of the other party's saber. The red sword had already scratched his arm holding the sword. "Ah, it hurts." The pain from the hand made Whitebeard seem to understand something in his chaotic mind. "Ah. Mom. The guy in front of me is very similar to the marine before. It seems, not the type that can be solved quickly." Compared with Whitebeard's chaotic mind, Ling Yun, who is completely normal, has far more ideas than him. First of all, for Whitebeard's slash, Ling Yun can only make one evaluation, strong. And it's completely different from the slashes he knew from Hungfa or Yuxiao. Whitebeard's slashes are like swinging the naginata directly like a stick, without even a trace of skill in it. The slash that was swung purely with strength felt quite heavy when Ling Yun caught it with Murata. This was after his physical strength had been strengthened by the training of the Sun Pirates. In terms of pure physical strength, this guy is ridiculously strong. And the opponents I met recently, why are they all such guys? Looking at Whitebeard, whose arm healed at an extremely fast speed, Ling Yun couldn't help complaining, is this kind of pervert ability that instantly heals the body so common? How come there have been two in a row recently? Chapter 48. Boom. Boom. Earthquake-like noises continued to be heard, and as the two people on the field continued to move and fight, they continued to fight with terrifying power, and there was almost no one standing in the auditorium. Even under the influence of the aftermath of the battle between the two, huge cracks appeared on the specially made semi-metal walls of the Glory Arena. "It's monsters coming." Weakly curled up on the seat, a tall man in a wrestler's suit murmured in fear, "Both are monsters." And if he knew that the two sides in the current battle were only in the stage of testing each other, then maybe he would faint from fright? Boom. In the martial arts arena, after the Muramasa in Ling Yun's hand and the naginata in Whitebeard's hand clashed again, the two retreated together. At this level, it's not impossible. And Ling Yun narrowed his eyes slightly at this time. He has played 883 with Whitebeard for more than 10 minutes, and now he has a general understanding of the opponent's situation. In short, the feeling that the other party is giving him now seems to be a weakened version of the normal Kaido. This also shows how perverted this Whitebeard's physical fitness is, because Kaido, as the owner of the blood of the Titan and Dragon, his constitution is extremely pervert even under normal conditions, and Ling Yun can give this fool this. The evaluation is already very high. But fortunately, this guy still has an obvious weakness. That's IQ. Yes, compared with Kaido, who is the strongest duel with superb fighting skills, Whitebeard is limited by his IQ, so his sense of oppression against Ling Wei cannot be compared at all. In fact, until now, although he has shown extremely fast speed and terrifying strength, there is actually only one thing he has done the whole time, that is to keep waving the naginata after catching up with Ling Yun. This kind of attack cannot be said to be meaningless, but at least it is close to useless. On the contrary, every time Ling Yun attacked, he seemed to be unable to react and was cut, and often he was chopped until he let out a cry of pain and continued to attack angrily. So in fact, until now, except for the terrifying strength of the opponent's first blow that surprised Ling Yun has not received any damage from the opponent until now. In contrast, if it wasn't for the inexplicably powerful self-healing ability of Weibull's body, I'm afraid he would have been knocked down by Chi Kuo's constant counterattacks. So now, Ling Yun has also made a preliminary judgment. Although this guy's strength and speed are top-notch, he doesn't seem to be difficult to deal with. Paper Art's Falling Leaves. Weibull once again slashed down with a simple knife, but this time Ling Yun did not dodge or resist directly, but relaxed his body slightly, and then his whole body followed the force of the naginata like a fallen leaf the wind dances. Marine 6 styles paper arts through the airflow changes generated by the opponent's actions. You can dodge the attacks directed at yourself with a single shot. For Weibull, who can only use brute force to slash, the effect of this trick is surprisingly good. And the next moment, shave! Ling Yun's body instantly disappeared in place. Hey man! After Weibull slashed through the air, he looked at the ground in front of him with a huge gully, and scratched his head in confusion. But Ling Yun's figure suddenly appeared above his head at this moment. I don't believe you can recover from piercing your brain. A sharp light flashed in his eyes, and he held the village in Ling Yun's hand straight upright, and then directly stabbed Weibull in the back of the head. He had no reason to keep his hand from this dangerous fen. Heart Sword Technique Luogwan. Like a red thunderbolt, Muramasa directly turned into a red light and pierced down. But at this moment, Ling Yun suddenly saw that although Weibull clearly did not turn his head, his neck seemed to be stretched to the right inexplicably, as if sensing danger. Crisis perception. Laugh. Muramasa cut off a few strands of his hair and brushed them across his cheeks. And it was only at this time that Weibull turned his head and looked at Ling Yun with stupid eyes. So it's here. Boom. The naginata was struck horizontally by the black hilt covered by armament haki, and the speed and fierceness of the attack was completely different from the simple and reckless swing of the sword before. It did not look like an attack from a single person. Although Ling Yun retracted Muramasa in time and barely resisted the blow, his body was still unavoidably sent flying, and he staggered slightly when he landed on the ground. This guy! But before Ling Yun had time to think, Weibull's figure appeared in front of him again at some point. And his hand, at this moment, a strong white light was emitting. Number B. Fruit ability. Ling Yun was horrified. Hakyu! With a roar like a child, the white light in Weibull's hand shone brighter, and the speed at which the naginata fell was completely different from before. The moment the naginata fell, the huge force was more than just destroying the ground. Power Fruit, Paramecia Devil Fruit. After taking it, it will become a very powerful muscle life. And this fruit is one of the best fruits in Paramecia in the eyes of anyone who has a fruit illustrated book, because although its ability is only to increase strength, the range it can increase is unlimited. With the emotional agitation in the user's body, the user of the power fruit will have incredible power. Boom! Then, something happened that shocked everyone under Weibull's knife. The specially reinforced wall of the arena he was facing was directly crushed. Broke in. Fighting arena, auditorium, and even the high wall outside. This blow directly destroyed all existing things in front of Weibull, and penetrated the entire arena. Hey, now, should be dead. And after making such a blow, Weibull also looked directly at the knife in his hand. But... hey? Why, no. Putting his finger to his mouth, Weibull couldn't understand it. Obviously this blow has never been unsuccessful. Even the very powerful guy from Marine a few days ago was attacked by him with this blow defeated. I really underestimated you. At this time, Ling Yun's voice suddenly came from his side. Ah! And when he turned his head away 1.5. Murloc karate line drawing. Ling Yun's left hand punched towards his left shoulder. I can see it. At this time, Weibull, whose sense of danger suddenly took effect, immediately turned around and slashed away with the knife. But... when the knife swung in the air, he made a suspicious sound. And the next moment, laugh. Red's Tadeo flashed across like a light, and instantly slashed on his left hand. Ah! And the huge pain also made Weibo let out a huge roar, and his whole body fell to the ground like a child and kept thumping. Mom! Mom! It hurts so much! Ah! But standing not far away, Ling Yun who made the slash looked at Weibo with a pale face, a trace of fear still flickering in his eyes. It's really, you can't underestimate anyone. Chapter 49. Underestimate him. Looking at the martial arts arena that was completely penetrated by Weibo's direct blow, Ling Yun still felt a little scared if he hadn't reacted in time. The inner potential with the third level of strong speed in an instant and dodges the attack. Once Weibo's attack this hit, even if he has the ability to heal quickly, it will definitely be very troublesome. Danger, intuition and power fruit ability. Recalling Weibo's instinct-like high-speed reaction and the strange white light in his hand, Ling Yun also had a guess in his heart. Obviously, he underestimated the enemy just now. The opponent is not as easy to deal with as he thought. If that's the case, it's really troublesome. The embarrassment of Ling Yun's current overall strength is also clearly revealed. He has the strongest swordsmanship in the entire sea, but he lacks two things that almost all strong people must have. That is armament haki and observation haki. Among conquerors haki, these two kinds of haki are not considered rare at all, but I don't know why the luck in this aspect is so bad. Anyway, Ling Yun has drawn 23 so many times, but never drawn these two skills any of them. This also caused Ling Yun to face a huge problem, that is, although his sword skills are very strong, he lacks enough haki to support him. This has also led to the fact that Ling Wei's disadvantage without haki will undoubtedly be revealed when facing physically powerful characters like Kaido and Weibo in front of him, or Logia-capable users who can elementalize. Just like now, if he has a powerful armament haki, with Muramis's sharpness that cuts almost everything, his battle with Weibo will definitely not be so phlegm. And if he had a powerful observation haki, he would definitely not have exploded the inner potential of the third gear just now, and could directly sense Weibo's attack and dodge it. So according to Ling Yun's own deduction, he is probably at the S-end level under normal circumstances. The absence of armament haki and observation haki makes it impossible to show his unique advantages in many aspects. So it is foreseeable that once he acquires these two abilities one day, his normal strength may directly break through to the X or even X level, becoming one of the strongest players in the sea. That is well deserved. But expectations are nothing but expectations. He is still facing 10 troubles now, that is. How will he resolve this battle? Ah! It hurts. It hurts. Weibo howled in pain on the ground under Ling Yun's powerful blow. Even though his left hand had already covered armament haki, a huge hole was still chopped off. But it hurts. The yelling gradually became deeper and deeper, and the huge gap in his wrist also began to slowly recover. It hurts. And after a certain stage, roar. His cry turned into a roar like a beast. It hurts. UBD. Hacked to death. And the next moment, Ling Yun, who instantly sensed the danger coming, also jumped backwards, and then he saw Weibo instantly appear at the place where he was standing just now at a speed at least twice as fast as before. Boom! Amidst the loud noise and smoke, Ling Yun sighed helplessly when he saw Weibo's blood-red eyes and the dangerous white light on his hand. Wrath of the Wild. Special state, extremely angry, greatly strengthen body speed, reaction speed and combat intuition, but will lose reason. It's really... Sure enough, guys above the S level are not easy to deal with. So Ling Yun could only sigh lightly. Obviously, his enemies had exploded again. After activating the Fury of the Wild, the Weibo level has been raised to S+, even approaching the limit that S level can achieve. And although this kind of strength is not yet at the level that requires the use of a thinking spark electric shocker, but it's really troublesome. Inner potential 4th gear, Enlightenment. Weibo. Where are you? Why haven't you come back? But when Ling Yun was about to activate the inner potential of the fourth gear, the phone bug that Weibo put in his clothes suddenly made a sound. Mom! Weibo, who was originally in the state of Wrath of the Wild, also regained consciousness instantly after hearing the voice from the phone bug, and after frantically pulling out the phone bug, he explained, I am in. Enough. Come back quickly, I just saw a marine warship passing by. Come back and help me. But, fruit. And Weibo's brain obviously can't accept such a large amount of information. What about the devil fruit when he goes back? It's just a devil fruit. Anyone who cleans up the two pirate groups will earn it back. Hurry up and get it back. Mom thinks it's dangerous around here. Okay. Mom, wait for me. So Weibo also sniffed his nose, and then he didn't even look at Ling Yun again. He turned his head and ran away towards the Do 800 Marshall Field. And Ling Yun looked at the figure of this grotesque guy leaving, but also thought about it for a while, and in the end he didn't choose to make a move. It's inevitable that a guy like this mentally retarded guy will fight to the death. Macro is a bit stupid, so if the other party is willing to leave by himself, it is of course the best result. I won, so I can take this fruit, right? With a light jump, I arrived at the highest podium in this fighting arena. The devil fruit is placed here, and the person sitting here is the organizer of this conference. What's worth mentioning is that the organizer, who was wearing a strange gold costume, was the only spectator who was still standing in the audience. Sure. At this time, seeing Ling Yun jumping up, the organizer also showed a trace of surprise and a trace of respect in his eyes. Master Ling Yun, you are fully qualified to enjoy it. However, according to the rules, when I award you the reward, Master Ling Yun, I need to ask you one more thing. Kindness. Ling Yun raised his eyebrows in doubt and looked at the organizer, but his expression was full of interest. I almost didn't notice before that this guy who doesn't look amazing has an A grade. Are you willing to meet my master? Chapter 50. Grand Line, somewhere. The huge island flies high in the sky that is difficult for ordinary people to observe, and the roars of huge creatures and monsters on it can be heard from time to time. And in a building in the center of the island. Refused. The blonde man has lion-like gold hair and a pair of pupils shining with ambition. His whole body exudes the breath of a strong man, even the broken legs and the boat stuck above his head are the proof of his legendary. The broken leg is the proof of the only man in the world who escaped from impel down so far, and the rudder above his head was given by one piece in legendary. Existence itself is legendary. He is the Golden Lion Shiki, a great pirate who is as famous as Whitebeard and Roger. Aspiring guy. He sighed, as if recalling a similar rejection experience in the past. Master Shiki, don't you need to send someone to take the fruit back? But his subordinates were asking this question at this time. It's just a devil fruit, even RARE070 doesn't matter at all. But Golden Lion just chuckled. If someone had taken a devil fruit from him 10 years ago when he had just escaped from prison, he might still have cared. But now, as long as our research on the plan is successful, with the help of them, it doesn't matter how many capable people there are. In another 10 years, when the research is completed, I will work with them to make the world feel fear. Different from the remaining two great pirates of the same era, Golden Lion's pursuit of power and the world itself determines that he will be a hero. And as a hero. As for now, we just need to lurk. He is very patient. Ling Yun, did you win? Ling Yun, who returned to Paradise Lost, looked at Koala who was running towards him with short legs, and gently hugged her and patted, CDDJ, the little girl on the head, of course. Let's just count it. Wow. And looking at the devil fruit in Ling Yun's hand, Koala also looked curiously at what the sea secret treasure in Legendary looked like. What kind of fruit is it? She also knows the category of devil fruit. Zoan. And Ling Yun replied with a chuckle, and the little girl said oh after hearing the words, and then lost interest. She had seen some animal power users in Marie Joy's before, and they looked so cute after using the power. One is more weird than the other, so she doesn't like this type of fruit. Do you want to eat? The little girl was also a little worried that Ling Yun would also turn into that weird look. Maybe not. Ling Yun answered with a chuckle, but although he was answering Koala's question, Ling Yun kept thinking about what the staff of the previous sponsor asked him. Would you like to meet my master? Of course, Ling Yun rejected the other party's invitation immediately. At that time, after all, he was planning to go to sea directly today, and it is better to refuse the vague invitation from this unknown guy. Appropriate. However, although the refusal was a refusal, Ling Yun still felt a little entangled in his heart. The staff member of the organizer was an A-level guy, and the master behind him who held the glory conference must be stronger. Right. But while Ling Yun was thinking about it, congratulations to host, the research of the drug ancient healing potion in the drug research laboratory has been completed, and it can be put into production from today. The produced drugs will be stored in the internal storage of the laboratory. Hearing such news suddenly, Ling Yun, who hadn't been in a drug laboratory for a long time, suddenly remembered yes, this ancient healing potion, which can be researched in only 3 months, has now reached the time limit for research. Ah! Koala, go tell Hormungandra that he is leaving here. Kindness. So after exhorting the little girl, Ling Yun took the devil fruit directly into the clinic. And a few minutes later, the people on Wudu Island who were still discussing about this glory conference also saw that the island ship Paradise Lost that had been docked on Wudu Island for nearly a month began to move. Hey? Mr. Ling Yun is leaving? What about my legs? At this time, many people who suffer from some old diseases that cannot be cured are looking at Paradise Lost in disbelief. But at this time, one of the quick-witted people also reacted, if Mr. Ling Yun is going to New World, then we can go to Sabody Archipelago and wait for him. Yes. Mr. Ling Yun will go to Sabody sooner or later. So the people present at the scene reacted in an instant. There are only 2 islands next to this channel, and they are almost unmanned, and the rest is the 7 routes in the first half of the Grand Line. Meet up at Sabody Archipelago. So after confirming this point, some people who are eager for Ling Yun's treatment and some people who have their own thoughts are also preparing to set off for the Sabody Archipelago. Then, half a day after Ling Yun left, a man also visited the island. I'm looking for a man named Ling Yun. The man with the black knife on his back asked the people on Wudu Island softly, and Brian, who had finally healed up from the injury he received from Ling Yun, was stunned as soon as he took a few steps on the street. Hawkeye, my hawk! As Brian shouted out the man's identity, Wudu Island also boiled instantly. 2 hours later, Hawkeye left Fighting Island. The people who stayed on Wudu Island could only look at each other in blank dismay, and then confirmed one thing at the same time. Mr. Ling Yun, who stayed in Wudu Island for a month, seems to be really big man. Chapter 51. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. There have always been a large number of medical buildings on the west side of the island of Marineford for the recuperation and treatment of marine soldiers injured in various missions. Among them, the most advanced recuperation room is always assigned to Marine Advanced Generals above Vice Admiral, and in one of the most advanced recuperation rooms, a man with grey hair is covering himself head of Black Arm Zephyr, the man who used to be the highest combat power of Marine. But now, his once proud right arm has been severed from the forearm. But the place where he hurts the most is not his arm, but his heart. Ms. Zephyr, can we catch a powerful pirate this time? Haha, kids, don't be so ambitious. That can't be done, Mr. Zephyr. I want to be a hero like you. Ha ha ha. There's a lot of big talk to become a hero. You boy is still far away. The smiling faces of the disciples and the rhetoric before boarding the training ship seemed to be still in my ears, but it was the last scene that hit me instead. That fat and stupid body, that beast-like roar, that waving naginata and that crimson blood. Ah 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 ah. Then Zephyr roared, like the whine of a beast. Boom. Swinging his remaining left fist, he kept hitting the wall, but the huge pain from his unhealed body returned the simplest news to him. The black arm Zephyr may have once been mighty, but now he is old. And beside this recuperation room, Sengoku also sighed softly after hearing the movement next door. His arm, is there really no way? He softly asked the female Marine in front of him that was one of the most intelligent people in Marine, Vice Admiral Crane. I have already asked 3 famous doctors from the world government, and the military doctors in the headquarters have also made a diagnosis. His broken arm could not be found, and it cannot be restored only by drug stimulation. Just ask Dr. Vegapunk for prosthetics. And even if it is a Crane, it is difficult to talk about it here. That is, he is the Marine Vanguard officer rushing to the forefront, and he is the Black Arm Zephyr who will never back down on the battlefield. For him who has achieved the position of Admiral only by virtue of his own training and armament haki, who is so powerful as ultimate, the right arm he uses well cannot be a prosthetic. That fragile and stiff body is an insult to him. And Sengoku sighed softly after hearing the words, doesn't Dr. Vegapunk have research on new prosthetics? Unnecessary. But before he finished speaking, a figure kicked open the door of the convalescent room in an instant. Garp? How do you? Seeing Garp rushing in suddenly, Sengoku was also startled. According to the arrangement of the headquarters, Garp should still be chasing Drago now. That kid should be the master. And something big happened to Zephyr, of course I'm coming back. However, Garp, who has always been very unreliable, now has a very serious expression. You listen to the old man first. The old man knows that someone can heal Zephyr's hand. Garp didn't procrastinate, and directly told Sengoku what he heard when he came. You sure? Well, judging from the message from Wudu Island, it is definitely that kid. The old man will go to him now. If it is him, he will definitely heal Zephyr's hand. In fact, Ling Yun's next destination is indeed to reach the islands of Sabody first and then go to the New World, but the reason for his going to the New World is not the same as the reason people speculate on Wudu Island. Like most people, he pursues One Piece in Legendary, simply because the New World is more chaotic, and there are more powerful people he can heal. In addition, after opening the world quest, Ling Yun also had to go to New World, not to mention just the possible history of the road sign in the hands of Ozo the giant elephant and Big Mom. The text is what he must obtain. In comparison, the so-called Lavrud and One Piece, Ling Yun has no reason to go. But now Ling Yun himself is completely unaware that someone is looking for him at this time. He is caught in the control of his new ability and cannot extricate himself. Buzz. I saw Ling Yun's arm slightly raised, and then a sudden strong wind blew around Ling Yun in an instant, and the violent wind force directly bent the surrounding trees. Then I saw Ling Yun's body shaking slightly, and then his whole figure disappeared in place. And the next moment, when he reappeared in the same place, he had already grasped the scarlet Muramasa in his hands at some point. Rub. The moment the knife is retracted. Crack. 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 The surrounding trees unexpectedly made a crisp sound at the same time, and then unexpectedly split a huge gap from the middle without exception, and then broke directly. As expected of the fruit of the phantom beast. But Ling Yun looked at his hands at this time, and deeply lamented that the 2 fruits he ate before were really rubbish. The reason for the current situation is of course because of the scythe weasel fruit he got on Wudu Island before. Naturally, Ling Yun modified the fruit with a gene-modified scalpel and ate it immediately after the voyage started, and then he naturally obtained most of the fruit's abilities. Asking for flowers. Just like the explanation given by the system before, Zoan's fruit will lose its animal-like characteristics after gene extraction, but the fruit itself will retain most of its effects other than animal-like. And the thing called scythe weasel itself is a kind of creature in Legendary spread by Wano Kuni. It is said that it is a monster born from the zone. so the ability brought to Ling Yun by this fruit is also something related to it. In addition to a large increase in speed and a small increase in strength, Ling Yun also has the ability to control wind flow. Of course, since the ability of the fruit he obtained after the genetic modification was incomplete, this ability is much inferior to the ability of the real Logia fruit to create wind out of thin air. But even so, what this fruit brought him was huge enough. Just like what he did just now by relying on his current ghostly speed to gather the power of the wind on the blade, the enhancement of his attack power is simply overwhelming. Ling Yun even suspects that even with Kaido's extremely powerful physique after his first dragon form, his current sword can cut through it directly. According to the system's judgment, after attaching the wind power, Ling Yun's slash is almost equivalent to the armament haki attached to the LV7 level. And with the help of wind perception, Ling Yun has obtained the general perception effect equivalent to LV.6 observation haki. That is to say, the two abilities that Ling Yun was in urgent need of before, this fruit gave him all of them directly. Compared with this fruit, Ling Yun feels that the rhinoceros fruit and monkey fruit he used before are simply inferior products. Roar! But when Ling Yun was thinking about his new ability, Hormongondra's low growl was heard not far away. Kindness! And Ling Yun muttered in doubt, and then his figure floated slightly under the lift of the wind. Short-distance low-altitude flight. This is also the history of Ling Yun with the sickle weasel fruit. And after leaving the dense forest where he was training, Ling Yun saw Koala sitting on the huge head of Yermongond not far away, with a cute face flushed and looking very happy when getting along with Ling Yun after such a long time. Besides gathering herbs and playing with Ling Yun and Yermongand every day, her personality has become very cheerful. Ling Yun! I found the island! Seeing Ling Yun appearing at this time, Koala patted Yermongand's head lightly to signal the latter to put her down, and then pointed towards Ling Yun excitedly not far away. And Ling Yun turned his head to see. I saw that not far away, the Sunzu Island was standing on the sea surface glowing with green light. Chapter 52. Following the direction Koala pointed, the island itself that Ling Yun saw was very huge. An island of this size can almost be regarded as a large oceanic island, but the only difference is that on this island, you can hardly see any other colors except green. Looking around, the lush and tall trees completely covered the entire island, not even leaving a single gap. Isle of Giant Wood Smoked. And Ling Yun knew the name of the island after a quick glance, Tiger. As the greatest adventurer of the Fishmen Island, the nautical chart he gave Ling Yun almost included most of the first half of the Tianhang Road Island, and this giant wooden island is of course recorded as an island very close to the Sabody archipelago. This island is an uninhabited island where only large rain cedar trees exist. Many adventurers think that the existence of this island itself is very strange, but no matter how they search, the dense forests of this huge island itself make it almost impossible to be explored, so over time, this island has become a temporary stop for most people passing by, and almost no one will seriously explore it. And Ling Yun naturally planned to do so. Even because of Tiger's nautical chart, Ling Yun didn't plan to go to the island at all, but was going to skip this island and go to the Bode Islands. But detected that there is a mission item in the surrounding area, and the location of the mission item is 45 miles east of the host. Mission item? Ling Yun was startled when he heard the notification from the system, and then he immediately understood the meaning of the system. Among the quests on him now, there is actually only one that needs quest items. On this island, is there a historical text? Ling Yun looked at the huge island covered by dense forest in disbelief, and didn't know what to say for a while. However, the system's prompt is trustworthy after all, so Ling Yun asked Yermongand to stop around for a while, and then flew directly to the island. But at this time, he suddenly found that his clothes seemed to be grabbed by someone. Ling Yun! Ling Yun turned her head, and the first thing she saw was the moist luster in Koala's big eyes. Can I go together? Koala feels very aggrieved because Ling Yun rarely takes her every time you board the island. Of course, she also knows that this is Ling Yun's protection for her, but She doesn't like it very much. She has been hiding under the wings of others for too long, and she has seen too many people get hurt because of her. So, she couldn't help but hold Ling Yun. At least this time, she wanted to go with Ling Yun for a simple trip to an uninhabited island. Okay, let's go together. And looking at the pitiful koala with a look of baby wronged, Ling Yun nodded and agreed. After thinking for a while, Tiger's logbook said that the island is easy to get lost, but there is no other danger, so there should be nothing to take koala with you. Then I saw koala's little face immediately clearing the clouds and seeing the sun, and then Ling Yun also asked Yemenjia, who was also very aggrieved, to watch the boat, and then he jumped from the boat to the island with koala in his arms. 45 miles to the east. As soon as he arrived on the island, Ling Yun led koala, who was looking around curiously, directly towards the east. The location of the task item is Host Oriental 35. The location of the task item is Host 20 miles east. The location of the task item is Host East 5 miles. As the two moved forward, the system's prompt distance became shorter and shorter, but Ling Yun also clearly found that the height of the surrounding trees seemed to be getting higher and higher. Then, the location of the task item is 1 mile south of Host. Kindness. Ling Yun stopped in her tracks. South? How could it be the south? Then, under Koala's curious eyes, Ling Yun turned around tentatively and walked for a while in the direction he was sure was south. The location of the task item is Host West 1. So Ling Yun was instantly convinced. The trees around here have a problem. Koala, stand back a little bit. But for these problems, Ling Yun naturally has his own set of solutions. Since there is something blocking him from accomplishing his goal, then, just destroy it. Click. Gently push the saber out of the scabbard half a finger away. Ling Yun carefully felt the information sent to him by the surrounding wind. The first tree on the left, no problem. The third tree from the right, no problem. Ahead, the first tree. Boom. As if a heartbeat sounded, an inexplicable smile appeared on the corner of Ling Yun's mouth. Found it. So the next moment. Heart sword art tusk. Boom. The bright red blade cut through the trunk of the tree, and what is shocking is that the tree actually shed bright red blood the moment the trunk was cut off. The next moment, the strong wind Fuhui directly flew up that strange tree. Afterwards, Ling Yun instantly discovered that the place where the tree that was blown away took root was not the ground, but a deep cave. And on the upper side of the cave, a green tree branch can be seen sliding towards the inside. Interesting. This island really has secrets. So Ling Yun gently tugged at Koala, who didn't know what was going on at this time. I want to go down and have a look. Do you still want to go together? Then get ready, jump. After hearing the latter's affirmative answer, even though he was a little scared on May 9th, Ling Yun also chuckled, and then directly led Koala and jumped into the cave. The depth of the cave was beyond Ling Yun's expectations. He and Koala fell in the air for at least a minute before finally seeing the landing. Wow! And after landing, Koala also let out a lovely cry immediately. I saw that in front of Ling Yun was an extremely strange place. The surrounding walls are not the natural rocks or soil under the ground, but a few translucent crystals inlaid at a certain distance. In the soil, tentacles of plants can be vaguely intertwined, and at the source of all the tentacles, there is an extremely huge tree. In the second volume of that tree stands the goal of Ling Zhen's exploration, the main text of history. Chapter 53. It's not the main text of the road sign history. Looking at the stone tablet that was blue and black as a whole instead of red and red, Ling Yun's face remained unchanged, but he was a little disappointed in his heart. Ling Yun, look at that tree. But at this time, Koala seemed to be a little scared and pointed to the giant tree growing underground not far away. Kindness. At this time, Ling Yun also discovered that the top of the huge tree had human facial features like an old man, and the old tree eyes were looking at him at this moment. Who are you? Ling Yun looked at the strange tree no matter how you looked at it, and asked directly. The old man's name is George, as you can see, he is the guardian who guards this stele. Then, the tree actually opened its big mouth and answered him. The maker of these 23 stone tablets in the past bestowed the old man with the wisdom and wisdom fruit to enable the old man to open up his wisdom and let the old man wait for the prophet to take this stone tablet. So the old man and his descendants have guarded this stele on this island until now. It's strange to say that Ling Yun didn't ask so many questions at all, but this strange old tree just poured out everything as if it was pouring beans, without any intention of hiding anything. And the message in his words also made Ling Yun grasp the situation of this island very closely for a while. No wonder the density of plants on this island does not seem to be formed naturally at all. It turns out that it is all this tree caused by. As for the builders of the so-called steles, Ling Yun knows very well that they were the stonemasons of the Wano Kuni Kojiki family in the past. But you don't seem to want to stop me from taking the stele. Looking at the old tree with a calm tone, Ling Yun also had a slightly weird expression. With your excellency's strength, this old man cannot stop your excellency. But the old tree said in a natural tone, besides, although the old man is old, he is not willing to die now. It is better to take the stone tablet after fighting with your excellency and being beheaded by your excellency. Why don't you think of me as the so-called prophet? Exactly. So Ling Yun couldn't help but smile. This tree is a bit interesting. In that case, I will take the stele away. And then Ling Yun also directly stepped forward and only gently stroked the stone tablet with his hand, and then saw that the huge stone tablet disappeared in place in an instant. It is detected that the mission item historical text stele has been collected. Completion progress of the host branch task, 2/30. Now, the old man even thinks that your excellency is the person who prophesies. After watching Ling Yun take away the stele in such an extremely weird and incredible way, the old tree George also said directly, since your excellency has taken the stele, please take this thing with you too, although it seems to your excellency it's no longer valid. Then, under Ling Yun's suspicious eyes, a small vine floated out from behind the old tree, and a small wooden bowl was placed on it. A new medicine not stored in the system has been detected. The system is judging. The test is completed. The potion is a potential enhancement potion. Strengthening potential mixture. People below grade B will get a partial potential boost after taking it. The maximum increase rate is 30%, and it has no effect on the strong people above grade A whose potential has been developed. Estimated time required for pharmaceutical formula research, half a year. Looks like those who put the stele here are hoping that whoever gets the stele can go to the new world. This is the purpose that Ling Yun first thought of placing the potion here, that is to ensure that those who get the stele can go to the new world. If it is a person with insufficient potential, increase the potential. If it is a person above A level, then they have the qualifications to set foot in the new world, so it does not matter whether the potion is effective for them. It seems that this bottle of potion appeared here out of such considerations. But no matter how they think about it, Ling Yun doesn't care at all, because he is sure that his existence will definitely not be within the scope of the other party's consideration. He gently took the bottle of potion, and Koala, drink it. Hey? Me? Looking at the green potion in the wooden bowl, Koala was also a little surprised. Well, I know this potion, it will be good for you to drink it. And Ling Yun, as a person Koala absolutely trusts, of course Koala believes in his words. So the little girl frowned and drank the bowl of potion, and finally said with a bitter face, "It's so bitter." Gently patted the little girl's head to appease. Ling Yun didn't stay here any longer, and waved casually at the old tree George, after which 613 hugged Koala and jumped towards the hole above. Leave this secret space. But the old tree named George watched Ling Yun and Koala leave, with a complicated face. Whether you are a prophecy or not, at least I hope that if you really got that thing. The following words were inaudible, and the old tree slowly closed his eyes. Dozens of minutes later, Ling Yun took Koala back to the Lost Paradise amidst the low growl of surprise from the bored Yemen guard. At this time, Koala had already passed out, and Ling Yun clearly saw the words potential upgrading on Koala through the information of the system, so he didn't worry too much. Jermengard, let's go straight away. Then, Ling Yun glanced slowly into the distance at the end of the sea level. The majestic figure of Red Line seemed to be vaguely visible. Next stop, Sabody Archipelago. Chapter 54. In the Grand Line, all kinds of strange islands abound. Among those islands, although the Sabody Archipelago cannot be said to be the most peculiar, it is definitely a strange place that most people cannot imagine. Because this so-called island is actually a tree. One of the world's largest alkaman mangroves that grows attached to the Red Line. Attached to the underwater part of the Red Line, it has 79 huge branches. After its branches and roots float on the water surface, it forms the so-called Sabody Archipelago. In addition, the geographical location of the Sabody Archipelago itself is also very unique. Not far from it is the Marine Headquarters Marine Ford, and the top of the Red Land right above it is the Holy Land of Marie Joyce. Therefore, you can even occasionally see noble celestial dragons in Sabody, and the security here is directly protected by the Marine. And the excellent law and order and the wealth represented by the term celestial dragons also made this place extremely prosperous. However, apart from merchants and marines, Sabody Archipelago itself is another group of people who have to set foot. That is the pirates who want to go to the New World. Because if you want to reach the New World, there are two options for you. The first way is to ask the world government and go straight across Marie Joyce at the top of the Red Line. This is the safest way. But for most of the pirates who are wanted by the world government, this method is obviously not advisable. So there is only one other way they can choose. Please ask the coating craftsmen to coat their boats, and then dive the boats 10,000 meters in the Sabody Archipelago. Then, they will pass through the Fishmen Island, an underwater island located 10,000 meters below the sea, and then go to New World through a huge hole under the Red Line. That is to say, no matter which one of the 7 passages of the Grand Line the pirates choose, they will eventually meet at the Sabody Archipelago. Here is the midpoint of the well-deserved Grand Line. And at this time, Sabody Archipelago, Island 13. The name of the bar is very strange, called Conky's Ripped-Off Bar. People in the bar are sitting in their respective positions, drinking or talking, and the overall atmosphere is very warm. And at the counter inside the bar, the owner of the bar is watching everything in the bar calmly. The woman is smoking a lady's cigarette, wearing a top with a spider pattern, has a good figure and short black hair. She sneered at the actions of the bystanders and guests, with an invisible smile on the corner of her mouth. Allah, Allah, what an amazing guest! But at this time, a customer who came in abruptly from the door of the bar made her look a little solemn, and then her tone seemed a little dignified. It was a young man in white with a black scabbard pinned to his waist. Next to the young man was a little girl with blonde hair, who was looking around timidly at this moment. After the young man and the girl entered the bar, they didn't stop there, and came directly in front of her. "Hello, Miss Xiaoxian. Hello, Dr. Ling Yun, and you, lovely little girl." Shuki looked at Ling Yun with a smile, and revealed his identity in one word. "I've come to see Mr. Rayleigh, is he there?" But Ling Yun didn't care. He knew that the woman in front of him had a very powerful intelligence collection network belonging to her, so at this moment, he just smiled lightly and said the name that shook the whole sea. "Of course, but you need to wait a minute, he's fixing a broken pipe." But the woman named Shuki smiled lightly, then turned around and called softly in the direction of the kitchen behind the bar, "Rayleigh, someone is looking for you." "Who is it?" Then came a male voice from the direction of the kitchen. "The one little Shanks told you about before." Shuki's words fell, after the fat ring. Tap. 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 The sound of slippers stepping on the ground was heard, and a man came out from the backstage. The man has long white curly hair, a beard on his chin, and a vertical scar on his right eye with a pair of glasses. He wears a pair of slippers and is dressed like a plumber, carrying a wrench. As soon as he came out, he directly looked at Ling Yun with a calm expression, and Ling Yun looked at this legendary pirate without any fear. Then, a sharp light flashed in Rayleigh's eyes, and from his body, the huge haki of conquerors escaped instantly. And Ling Yun showed no fear at this time, calmly pulled Koala slightly behind him, and then the same conqueror's haki also escaped directly without any politeness. Crack! Clang! The wine glasses and dinner plates on the bar were instantly broken, but the crisp sound could not really be transmitted. Even the transmission of the sound of haki, who was constantly fighting between Ling Yun and Rayleigh, was blocked. And even Shuki, who was also a very powerful pirate, looked at Ling Yun in disbelief at this time. She has been with Rayleigh for so long, and this is the first time she has seen someone who can really fight conquerors haki with Rayleigh to this extent. And the most important thing is, when Rayleigh and Ling Yun fought against haki, none of them escaped to the customers on the side. This terrible control. He's unbelievably strong. Shuki looked at Ling Yun with confidence in his heart. Ha 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 ha. After a long time, with Rayleigh chuckling, the haki of both sides closed at the same time. Boy, I heard Shanks mention that you really have a good spirit. Looking at Ling Yun's still calm and gentle smile, Rayleigh's eyes flashed with admiration. Pluton really is not old. Ha ha. Now that you're Shanks approved, you can call me Rayleigh. But Ling Yun also smiled lightly, but also saw the information of this legendary pirate in his eyes. Silver Rayleigh. Age, 53 years old. Level, this world X. Available skills, Great Swordsman Swordsmanship LV.9, Conqueror's Haki LV.8, Armament Haki LV.7, Observation Haki LV.8, Physical Arts LV.9, Combat Experience LV.10, Superhuman Strength LV.5, Coordinated Body LV.9. Not surprisingly, an expert at the X level. But to Ling Yun's disappointment, Rayleigh didn't have the slightest hint of darkness in his body except for the physical strength that naturally began to decline due to the increase of age. Obviously, this is the effect of the so-called perfectly coordinated body. In addition, the other party clearly expressed his kindness to Ling Yun, so that Ling Wei couldn't even find any reason to treat the deputy of the One Piece King. Shanks said, "You're a doctor, right?" But at this time, Rayleigh spoke first, but the words were a little teasing. It was the first time even he saw a doctor of this level of strength. Exactly. Ling Yun nodded in one, since he knew that Shanks had mentioned himself to Rayleigh, he didn't need to explain anything. "You have something to do with me this time?" Rayleigh asked. "Well, I want to ask you to help coat my boat." Ling Yun knows that although Rayleigh often did some strange things like selling himself after retiring in seclusion, he is the best coating craftsman in Sabody archipelago, bar none. "Coating? Are you going to New World?" But Rayleigh's eyes flashed when he heard the words. From the brief haki collision just now, Rayleigh knew Ling Yun's strength. With this level of Conqueror's haki, Ling Yun's strength is definitely the strongest stable in the sea. When such a person enters the New World, he will definitely set off huge waves, and it may not even, change the pattern of the entire ocean. "Well, I have something to go to New World." Ling Yun also nodded calmly. "I can help you. How big is the boat?" Rayleigh asked carefully. "The length is 410 meters, the width is 230 meters, and the height limit is 74 meters. But Ling Yun gently reported a number that made Rayleigh dumbfounded. "Island boat." So the well-informed legendary pirate also reacted immediately. "And so, although it can be coated, it may take a little longer, 1 month, and you can't live on the ship for the first half of the month." And Rayleigh frowned with some annoyance. The coating needs to ensure that the entire ship has no gaps, and the characteristics of the island ship itself determine that it takes a long time for its coating to be hard to new. No problem. However, to Rayleigh's expectation, Ling Yun didn't seem to care about this question, but spoke directly. Actually, I'm going to be on this island for a while. Foam Street in District 15. I'm going to open a medical clinic there, and you can find me there until the coding is finished. The hospital. Chapter 55. As we all know, the area from 1 to 29 of the Sabody archipelago is an illegal zone, where there are various things for sale such as slave trade, illegal drug trade and so on. And most of the pirates choose to hide and move in these areas after landing, because there are some grey deals in these areas that even Marines will hardly touch easily. However, among these illegal areas, there is a rather peculiar area recently Area 15. To be exact, it is about 100 miles away from Fang Yuan, a small bubble street in the 15th area. In this area, there hasn't even been a single incident of weapon fighting or vicious wounding in the past 5 days. And the reason is because of the sudden opening of a strange medical center. In fact, most of the hospitals in the lawless zone are set up in District 22, and the hospitals opened in areas other than District 22 generally do not have any good results, and even if a few survive successfully, definitely very low-key. However, this hospital is different. When this medical center opened, people saw a cute little girl hanging on the door with a wooden sign, and there were a few rules written on the wooden sign. 1. When the hospital is undergoing treatment, there should be no noise outside. 2. Regardless of whether there is a grudge or not, no one is allowed to break into the hospital when the patients in the hospital are receiving treatment. 3. The opening time and business hours of the medical center are uncertain. 4. Anyone who picks quarrels and troubles must take responsibility for himself. 933. 5. This medical center treats all diseases. These 5 rules once made people think that the boss of this medical clinic was out of his mind. But 2 weeks ago, when the young gangster who was rampant in Bubble Street entered the hospital to collect protection fees and had both legs cut off, people thought that the boss must be crazy. 9 days ago, when the leader of the gang came to avenge his younger brother but his legs were also cut off, people thought that the boss had a temper and ability, but his brain was really not very good. A week ago, when a total of 124 members of the gang wanted to rush into the hospital with weapons and guns, but were all shocked to death outside the gate of the hospital by some means, everyone knew that the boss seemed to be really powerful. Guy. 5 days ago, the boss behind the scenes of this gang, the big pirate Black Axe Millhouse with a bounty of 110 million Baileys, committed suicide in the hospital, but was cut off in a second after the limbs were sent out. No one around this foamy street would dare to provoke trouble again. And after that, people who deeply realized that the owner of this medical center is an extremely powerful person also spread the matter instantly, and the owner of this medical center, a person called Mr. Ling Chu, the godlike medical skills displayed by the doctor afterwards directly made this medical center a place that everyone craves for in the past few days. Isn't it closed today? Why are you still queuing here? In front of the medical hall with the door sign of closed today, at the end of the mighty long queue, a pirate with a scarred face questioned the person in front of him with some doubts. Bullshit, even if you line up now, you don't know how long you will be waiting in line. When the business opens tomorrow, the line will probably be in District 11. And the people in line said it as it should. What's wrong with your body? Why can't I see it? Scarface was furious when he heard the other party speak so impolitely. Lao Zi is a member of the Moon Butterfly Pirates. Do you have any objection to me lining up for my captain? Moon Butterfly. Moon Butterfly Pirates. The captain Moon Butterfly Orisa Ipara is one of the supernovas with a bounty of 220 million Baileys. So the scar-faced man didn't dare to speak for a while. He was a small pirate with a bounty of less than 10 million, and he would know how to die if he provoked such a big pirate. And the members of the Moon Butterfly Pirates also snorted coldly, and then stopped talking and just continued to line up. At the same time, Ling Yun and Koala, who had left the hospital, were enjoying the scenery of the Sabody archipelago while walking towards their destination. It's so beautiful. Seeing all kinds of bubbles floating around, Koala, who has been staying in the medical hall to help Ling Yun with medicinal materials, also said happily. Bubble culture, a type of culture unique to the Sabody archipelago. This kind of bubble formed by the special natural resin secreted by the roots of the archipelago mangrove due to the respiration of the plant and expanded by the air is one of the most commonly used tools by the residents of Sabody archipelago. Today, such as bubble cars that can float in the air, houses built on bubbles, etc. This special substance permeates every place in the Sabody archipelago, becoming a unique scenery here. It's really beautiful. Seeing that Koala seemed to like these things very much, Ling Yun, who was carrying a huge bag on his back, also chuckled, and then secretly drove the breeze to send the surrounding bubbles to Koala. Seeing the smile on the little girl's face made her happier, a smile appeared on the corner of Ling Yun's mouth. It's just that at this time, he was all focused on Koala, but he didn't notice. More than 1,000 meters away, a man was standing in a dark corner of the street, looking in Ling Yun's direction. Lord Hound, should these slaves and devil fruit be sent back to Mary Jo now? Shut up! Be quiet! However, the inquiry from a person beside him was interrupted roughly by him. This person called the Hound was none other than the powerful subordinate of the Malfoy family of the Celestial Dragon's family. She was right. One of Miss Deba's lost dolls. At this time, the Lord Hound was also looking at Koala in the distance, almost confirming that this was one of the lost slaves of Malfoy Deba Palace. So he couldn't help but get excited. Miss Deba has always been very concerned about the dolls she lost, and Miss Demiao's father, Mr. Malfoy Stanley, has even said that anyone can bring those dolls back. There will be great rewards. Therefore, if he can bring her back by himself now, it will definitely be a great achievement, and the failure of investigating the destruction of the factory some time ago can also be completely made up for. No, need to wait. However, unlike other subordinates of celestial dragons like Ijima, the Hound, who used to be a rampant pirate in various kingdoms for a period of time, has his own precise timing judgment. He is the ability user of the fruit of the Zoan Hound, and this ability gives him extremely strong eyesight, hearing, and a strong sense of crisis. And even with a distance of 1,000 meters, he can still get the extremely strong and extremely dangerous smell from the young man in white beside the girl. He can be sure, as long as he dares to attack this girl in front of that young man, he will definitely die within one breath. However, he doesn't intend to give up this chance of meritorious deeds that he got so hard to get, let alone give it to Marine, whom he has always hated so much, so. You take these slaves back to Marie Joyce and hand them over to Malfoy Lord Deba Palace. He turned his head and said to his subordinates. Ah! Then, my lord, you. But this subordinate who had just been scolded was obviously a little shocked at this time. I'm here to continue looking for some better slaves for Lord Deba Palace. Lao Zi said, you just do it. Seeing that his subordinates continued to ask questions, the Hound also gave him an annoyed look. Yes, yes. So the subordinate immediately left tremblingly, while the Hound watched from a distance as Ling Yun and Koala entered an auction field, and then their figures slowly disappeared into the shadows. Chapter 56. Ling Yun, why did you auction off those potions? While the employees of the auction house were nodding and bowing to send them off, Koala who left the auction house asked Ling Yun in puzzlement. As a bystander, she could see the actual effect of the test in the auction house just now. The 3 employees whose fingers were cut with a knife recovered completely within 5 minutes after drinking the bottle of potion. Koala has no idea why Ling Yun wants to auction such a magical potion, and the price of the auction is a full 500 bottles. Just a little experiment. But Ling Yun didn't explain in detail to Koala, who was full of doubts, but the smile on his face couldn't be concealed no matter what. Yes, the reason why he closed the medical hall today and came to this auction house with Koala is to sell the ancient healing potion among the 2 existing potions in the system. And the reason for the sale is just as he said, apart from the lack of Bailey in his hands, the more important thing is to conduct an experiment. And when we talk about this experiment, we have to mention a problem that Ling Yun faced recently. The problem is that after going through the Sun Pirates and Fighting Island, Ling Yun's system points have been raised to 350/500 through the large-scale treatment in these two places, and the treatment he needs is above S level. The number of strong players has also reached 4/5. And this is why Ling Yun decided to open a medical clinic in Sabody archipelago. He wants to accumulate his system points to 500, and then go to Xingguo to find a strong person above a level for treatment. But the system once gave him a reminder: the difficulty of obtaining system points required for the advancement of each task will increase, and with the current system points of Ling Yun exceeding 380, he finds that the treatment he performs on patients every day the system points provided to him are already very small. When there is no A-level or above strong person to receive treatment, he only has about 2 points per day for the treatment of the patients for a whole day. And this speed is obviously not acceptable to Ling Yun. The experiment he conducted today naturally came into being at this time, that is, will the system give those people who have been treated by using his medicine system points? And the result of today's experiment made him very satisfied, because I don't know if it was luck, when one of the 3 experimenters recovered from his wound, Ling Yun thought he heard the sound of the system. The host successfully treats the patient through the ancient healing potion and gets 1 system point. This prompt from the system undoubtedly tells Ling Yun that this method is feasible. Under normal circumstances, a bottle of ancient healing potion can basically treat 3 people without any problem. In this case, as long as the potion is sold, I will definitely be able to collect 500 points within a week without needing a month. Thinking of such a fact, Ling Yun is quite looking forward to it. 4 days later. Sabody Archipelago, Area Number 4. Coastal marauders known as the Buck Gang operate in this area. They make a living by raiding anyone who dares to land in the area. If the landers are large pirate groups or caravans, they will choose to hide temporarily. If the landed person is a lone traveler with only 1 person, they will wield the butcher knife recklessly, and then throw the corpses of those poor people directly into the sea. It is precisely because of this kind of bullying and fearing the strong, coupled with accurate intelligence control over the movements of other forces on the island, that although they are notorious in the entire Sabody archipelago, they have not been defeated by other dark forces by virtue of their vision and numbers. World forces or marines will be wiped out. But today, they encountered a tough stubble. Don't, please. A huge gully stood out on the ground of the island, and around this gully, almost all the active members of the Buck Gang fell to the ground without making a sound. At this moment, the boss of the Buck Gang, Buck, looked at the eagle-eyed man in front of him. His trembling body could only repeat the motion of begging for mercy. Asking for flowers. He didn't know who he had offended by his blindness. Just 1 person, his more than 200 brothers are as fragile as dolls in front of his toy-like knife. I ask you, you answer. Yes. The man was reticent, and it seemed that even the mass of people he had killed couldn't arouse his slightest mood swings. Or, he already smelled that smell. That was the scent of that powerful swordsman he had been chasing for months. I'm looking for a man named Ling Yun, tell me where he is. Ling Yun. Buck was obviously taken aback when he heard the name. Have no idea. The eagle-eyed man glanced at him lightly, and then seemed to be about to wave the toy-like knife in his hand again. No, I know. In the face of death, the potential of a person is obviously fully stimulated. For example, the speed of Buck's brain now must be the fastest since he was born. I got it. On the frothy side street in the 15th arrondissement. Suddenly thinking of a rumor from the 15th district that I heard recently, Buck also yelled directly. District 15. Hawkeye repeated it lightly, and then immediately put away the knife in his hand. If it's fake, I'll come back and take your life. After speaking softly, he turned around and left here, walking slowly towards District 15 step by step. As for the one who remained in place, only Buck looked at the hilt of the huge black knife on the man's back like a huge black cross, and then he suddenly thought of the man's name. In fact, he should have thought about it earlier, but he never thought that he would really have the opportunity to meet this legendary character. That is the man who has really gained the name of the strongest in the recent period of time. It turned out to be. Even his upper and lower teeth couldn't help trembling. He whispered softly, "The number one swordsman in the world, why did he come to Sabody?" Vague. Chapter 57. Mr. Ling Yun is really amazing, the eye of one-eyed Meadow has been healed. That's right. When that guy had one eye, he was already a pirate hunter who could hunt pirates over 7000W by himself relying on the big gun in his hand. I really don't know how strong he will be after his eyes are cured. Yes. At the entrance of the medical clinic in Bubble Street, District 15, there was a long line at the front of the line, and people were discussing one after another. 3 days ago, Mr. Ling Yun once again demonstrated his medical skills lightly enough to be called divine. The famous pirate hunter Meadowsea's eye, which has been blind for 20 years, was actually taken Mr. Ling Yun fully healed within 5 minutes. And with the increasing number of powerful people appearing in this medical hall, the reputation of the owner of this medical hall, Mr. Ling Yun, is also becoming more and more famous. Especially with the group of patients on Wudu Island who failed to catch up with Ling Yun for treatment on Wudu Island, they spread what happened on Wudu Island in the past, which made Ling Yun. There are even a series of nicknames such as Miracle Physician, Hand of God, Grasp of Hades and so on. Of course, these nicknames themselves have not been publicized, they are only in a small area just spread it. But tap, tap. While people were discussing about the scene of the medical center, the people at the end of the queue clearly heard a few clear noises. When they turned their heads, the first thing they saw was a pair of golden eyes like eagles. And the moment they saw those eyes, the hearts of those people trembled instantly. It is difficult to express in words the sharpness and fieriness contained in those eyes at this time. Those eyes that would feel scorching just by looking at them are not something these small fish and shrimps can bear. So, they instinctively stepped out of the way. And the eagle-eyed man turned a blind eye to them, and kept walking forward. His eyes were also staring at the medical hall not far away without blinking. Tap. Tap. I don't know if it's an illusion, but every step he takes seems to be getting louder and louder, every step seems to be the best craftsman polishing his sword. And when his figure came close to the medical hall, almost everyone had already noticed him. And many of the people queuing up here are pirates and famous bounty hunters who have ventured all the way from the sea, and some of them, who are well informed, instantly recognized the identity of this person. That man was my hawk Hawkeye Dracula, my hawk. And even a person who doesn't know the identity of this person, after being reminded by the people around him, he can't even make a sound in an instant. So for a while, the hustle and bustle at the entrance of the entire medical hall seemed to be a phantom, and the surrounding environment was surprisingly quiet. Dracula my hawk, almost everyone knows the name. A great swordsman who lives in New World, and currently the only owner of one of the well-known 12 supreme swords, the Black Sword Knight. And just in the last 3 years, he has become a master of swordsmanship, so he started to challenge all the swordsmen in the world with his sword. He has fought swords 126 times in a row, and the opponents of each sword fight are either hidden or well-known swordsmen. And until now, the result of his sword fight is 126 wins, 0 losses. And recently, even the people in the sea no longer knew who he could continue to challenge. The title of world's #1 swordsman spread like wildfire. What is worth mentioning is that the last time the world recognized the person with this title was the great swordsman named Miyamoto Musashi 100 years ago. Why is he here? And after confirming the identity of the other party, everyone present also had great doubts. Why did this kind of man, who is the most powerful man even in New World, appear in front of a small medical clinic in Sabody archipelago? However, it is worth mentioning that there will always be idiots in any place, especially in front of top powerhouses like Eagle Eye Mihawk. There will always be people who don't know the meaning of this prestige and will come forward desperately. Try to become famous. As long as I kill you, I, Lord Peter, will be the #1 swordsman in the world. A man with a sword smirked and rushed directly from behind Hawkeye. His eyes were completely obscured by fame and fortune. Idiot! The big pirates, who had a little understanding of Hawkeye's power, spat lightly, and already planned to temporarily retreat and leave here. They had already vaguely guessed Hawkeye's purpose. Facing the surprise attack of the enemy behind him, Hawkeye didn't turn his head at all. As far as he is concerned, the person who draws the sword behind his back is not qualified to hold the sword. And those who are not qualified to hold a sword are not worthy of being looked at by him. Boom! In the next moment, the slash that the man named Peter swung around Hawkeye seemed to have touched some kind of unobservable power, and the next moment his knife was directly shattered, and his body seemed to be covered by dozens of handles. When the knife is cut, the blood bursts and flies back. And Hawkeye's gaze still kept on stepping, until he came to the front of the medical clinic. He stopped. The instinct belonging to the swordsman was telling him there was the person he had been looking for a long time in that medical hall. From Rogtown to Las Vegas, from Fighting Island to Sabody Land, he's been looking for that person for months. And now, he finally found it. Click! The black knife was pulled out from behind by Hawkeye, and the pitch-black blade reflected UU's light in the sun. The sharp light in Gold's eagle eyes shone like never before, and then under everyone's horrified eyes. The world's #1 swordsman wields his sword. Boom! And from the blade, a blue slash with a length of 3 meters flew out. When it crosses the ground, there will be huge cracks, and when it crosses the trees, it will be cut off directly. Everyone present can see that this time, cutting any one of them on the field is a game of death. Does he have any feud with Mr. Ling Yun? Therefore, while the people present instinctively ran away, such doubts arose at the same time. On the other hand, Hawkeye doesn't think so. In his opinion, the slash of this blow is not for beheading but to confirm whether the opponent's knife is really qualified to fight him at 5.2 as he expected. Slashing is a swordsman's registration post. One who can't even take this blow, he will not be interested in fighting the opponent. And the truth is, the people in the hospital answered him exactly. Buzz! When the cyan slash was about to hit the medical hall, the door of the medical hall burst open. From the gate, another crimson slash also shot out, instantly smashing the blue slash from Mihawk. Boom! The flying sand and the huge shock wave sent all the surrounding people flying tens of meters away, and from the inside of the medical hall, a young man in white walked out slowly with a red sword in his hand. Then, on Hawkeye's expressionless face, a trace of excitement flashed clearly. "Ling Yun, I'll come to you for a sword fight." And his voice and expression are full of, "I am happy to see the hunting heart." Chapter 58. I'll come to you for a sword fight. Hawkeye's pride prevented his words from being deliberately lowered, so all the bystanders present heard his words very clearly. Ever since, the scene was boiling for a while. What did he just say? Competing swords? Isn't Mr. Ling Yun a doctor? Bah! Are you blind? Can't you see the slash just now? But the knife in Mr. Ling Yun's hand looks so powerful. Although they didn't dare to make too much noise due to fear of the existence of Hawkeye, but people came to a very clear conclusion after only a short discussion. Mr. Ling Yun, who is skilled in medicine, seems to be a very powerful swordsman. A sword fight. When hearing about the sword competition, Ling Yun himself obviously refused. But what is more obvious is that Hawkeye doesn't care if Ling Yun refuses. Crack! The huge black knife in his hand was suddenly raised sideways, and everyone could hear the solemnity and earnestness in the 23 words of Yunjian's words, "Black knife yet, there are 12 skills of the supreme sharp knife." After finishing speaking, he tilted the black knife in his hand slightly and pointed it at Ling Yun. Clang! And at the moment when the knife was really pointed at Ling Yun, Muramasa in Ling Yun's hand seemed to feel something, and uttered a strong knife sound. The people in the distance almost felt as if there was a pressure on them that made them unable to make any moves, especially those strong men who knew the rules among swordsmen very well, and they were almost suffocated. Because the action of Eagle Eye is the oldest swordsman's gift, only the most powerful swordsman is qualified to use it. What made everyone even more astonished was the words spoken by Mr. Ling Yun, whom they had met more or less. Demon Sword Muramasa, the supreme sword with 12 skills. White's gown was windless and automatic, and Ling Yun naturally knew that he couldn't escape this duel after seeing Hawkeye's eyes and movements. Mr. Ling Yun's knife is Muramasa. In Legendary, the sword master Miyamoto Musashi holds the demon sword of Million Slash. But amidst the inconceivable exclamations of the people who knew the origin of the village, the figures of Ling Yun and Hawkeye moved at the same time. Swordsmen fight without words, there is nothing between them but the sound of fighting. Then, boom! Stepping forward, knees bent, Ling Yun's body became the most perfect streamline the moment the sword came out, and the moment the red knife in his hand met the black sword waving in Hawkeye, the huge sword energy instantly just tear the ground of the surrounding Sabody archipelago apart. The huge smoke was cut to pieces by the even bigger sword energy before it began to permeate, and people also saw the black sword and scarlet colliding together. The crimson blade is not inferior to the even bigger pitch black blade, and the eyes of Ling Yun and Hawkeye are unprecedentedly sharp. This blow, just a test. So in the next moment, people were horrified to find that they could no longer capture the movements of those two people. The only thing Zakong could judge was the sound of swords colliding with each other, and that raging and colliding slash. Ding! Boom! Ding! Boom! Every collision will cause the ground to vibrate violently, and every collision between red slash and cyan slash will cause everything around to be wiped out. What is this? And the words murmured by a bystander are also what everyone wants to ask. Compared with these two natural disaster-like monsters, what are these so-called same boys of the sea? However, no matter how many people's self-confidence was destroyed in the battle between the two, after a short trial and confrontation, Ling Chu's heart was also shocked. Dracul Mihawk. Age, 31 years old. Level, this world X1. Available skills, Great Swordsman Swordsmanship LV.9+, Observation Haki LV.8, Armament Haki LV.8, Conqueror's Haki LV.7, Kendo Heart LV.9, Knight Swordsmanship LV.9, Special Skills, cannot be extracted. Undoubtedly, Mihawk is the real top fighter in this sea, although he is not as powerful as Kaido's oppressive power to Ling Yun, but his fighting skills are the best that Ling Yun has seen so far, the 10 scariest of all. In fact, in the battles so far, Ling Yun has never felt that he has encountered an opponent on the technical level since he held the Great Swordsman Swordsmanship LV.9. Whether Garp's fist, Kaido's minions, or Weibul's broadsword, all the powerful fighters who fought with Ling Yun have never been able to suppress Shank's Great Swordsman Swordsmanship LV.9 in terms of fighting skills Ling Yun, but they can only use their powerful armament haki and terrifying body to use force to overcome cleverness. But, now Hawkeye has done it. Horizontal slashing, vertical chopping, thrusting, upward thrusting, different from the several forms of heart swordsmanship that Ling Yun has already performed, all the techniques Mihawk has used so far are the simplest basic skills. But in his hands, the huge and heavy black knife is like an extension of his body, and those ordinary sword skills have shown incomparable power. From him Ling Yun seems to see there is a saying that I have heard in the past, familiarity can make the best of it. In the hands of Hawkeye, the power and timing of any slash is wonderful. On the other hand, the shock that Hawkeye got here was just the same. Since his Kendo realm broke through to the Great Swordsman, he hasn't encountered a decent opponent in a long time except Shanks. And Shanks himself is more of an adventurer than a swordsman. The big pirate who was only interested in sailing and adventure had no pursuit of the title of the so-called world's greatest swordsman, and even if Hawkeye wanted to do a sword fight with him, he was often rejected by him. The difference is that Hawkeye has no pursuit of power and authority. He is just a simple swordsman, a swordsman who lives by the sword, regards the sword as a friend, and regards the sword as everything. But Ling Yun in front of him made him feel that long-lost feeling. That slash that is not weaker than his, that speed that is not inferior to his, and the demon sword that is not inferior to the black sword. How lucky and how exciting is this! A rare opponent. Let's fight to the death. So the next moment, the black knife in Hawkeye's hand swung suddenly, but the momentum changed suddenly. Swordsmanship of the Night Eve. Chapter 59. Dracul my hawk has been involved in kendo since he was a child, and it has been more than 25 years until now. Apart from sword practice and sword competition, he never had any other hobbies. He swings the sword countless times every day, draws the sword countless times every day, holds the sword countless times every day, carries out hard swordsmanship training every day and never tires of it. It is precisely because of this that he does not need any other common sword skills at all, just a random slash is enough. And after getting the strongest black knife in his hand, he also has a better understanding of his swordsmanship. So he also knew that the fight between Jiantian was actually only divided into two stages. The first stage is the stage where the swordsmen of common are in the two sides are constantly colliding with each other in swordsmanship, and those who are weak in swordsmanship will naturally lose in high-intensity fights. But, it's just swordsmen of common. For the swordsmen who really stand at the top of the sea, the meaning of the competition of swordsmanship itself has become quite small, because their swordsmanship who belong to the same peak of swordsmanship will never be much inferior to each other. Just like the current situation of Ling Yun and Hawkeye may be able to suppress Ling Yun, who has acquired abilities halfway, but Ling Yun's swordsmanship level of great swordsmanship LV. It is doomed that Hawkeye will never be able to defeat him with pure swordsmanship. And under such circumstances, due to the sword fighting between the sword masters, there is naturally a second stage. That is the competition of swordsmanship. At this level of swordsman, everyone will definitely have their own swordsmanship and trump card, and this second stage is to use the strongest killer move to compete. And Hawkeye's trump card is that he uses the knife in his hand as a carrier to create his unique way of swordsmanship, the sword of the night. It's not a sword, it's not a person, it's not a painting, it's not a knight. And what he is performing now is one of the sword techniques of the night, the eve of the sword technique of the night. And the moment Hawkeye used this kind of swordsmanship, Ling Yun could already feel a sudden change in his aura. The next moment, the eagle-eyed figure turned into a black light and rushed towards Ling Yun. A huge crack appeared on the ground under his feet with this forward thrust, and the white feather on the top hat and the pitch-black coat swayed wildly. But all the actions that clearly contained great power were as quiet as a winter night. Ling Yun knew that it was the reason why the sword energy gathered on the black knife in Hawkeye's hand had completely cut through the sounds around him. But in the blink of an eye, Hawkeye's knife has already come close. Waving the black sword, as if in the dark night of the moon hanging high, the dark Shinigami sneered at the terrifying face and swung the sickle towards the beings who turned their backs to him. Heart sword art quick return. Facing Hawkeye's obviously changed slash, Ling Yun's reaction was not slow at all. One of the heart swordsmanship ultimate moves that he used when facing Kaido in the past was impressively launched. 1. The speed of the heart is much faster than that of the eye, so even though Hawkeye's knife is approaching, Ling Yun still has time to respond. Boom! The two knives collided again, and accompanied by the resounding sound of the knives, the entire number 15 area of the Sabody Islands seemed to be able to feel the poisonous movement of the ground. But, it's not over yet. After the stab was resolved, with more fiery eyes, Hawkeye's arm naturally turned along with a huge force, and then the retreating movement was transformed into a horizontal slash by him. Swordsmanship of the night late night. The shadow caused by the huge black knife still lingers, and when the horizontal cut is made, the surrounding air seems to be unable to bear it, and there is a huge whining sound. After seeing this blow, Ling Yu's expression also changed suddenly. It turned out to be 2 consecutive blows. I have to say that if it was the previous Ling Yun who faced this blow, he might have to activate the whole card of the Thinking Spark Electric Shocker, but after taking the Kama Weasel Fruit, Heart Sword Art Chop Wind. Along with this whisper, there is a howling wind. Call. The strong wind dragged the surrounding trees and bent them into strange arcs, and after the screaming wind flow was condensed, it continued to flow on the tip of Muramis's blade. And when Mihawk's powerful slash collided with Ling Yun's village. Boom! The flowing and condensed wind and waves broke out impressively, and the huge force unexpectedly shook Ling Yun and Mihawk away in an instant, and at the same time smashed deeply into the wall of the house in the distance, and smashed the house directly. Are you using the sword skills of Wind and Heart? What a powerful guy! Standing up from the ruins of the house, wiping the blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, Mihawk watched from afar through observation haki, and looked at Ling Yun, who also stood up from the ruins, with a hint of fanaticism in his cold expression. This was something he didn't swordsmanship I've seen. Compared with Mihawk, Ling Yun's current situation is much better. The rapid healing ability is constantly healing his body, and the result of the fight just now is quite exciting. Without using his whole cards, he has been able to fight against the X-level Mihawk to such an extent. This is undoubtedly a huge improvement. Self-healing ability. At this time, Mihawk also noticed the wounds on Ling Yun's body that were disappearing rapidly, and was a little surprised for a while. Forget it, that's fine. But then, he suddenly said to Ling Yun, I still have a sword skill, if you can't take it, you may die. Coincidentally, I also have a sword skill. But Ling Yun just chuckled after hearing the words. Good. And after seeing the smile on the corner of Ling Yun's mouth, Mihawk also seemed to be infected. The iceberg that could not be melted showed a faint smile. Come on. So the next moment, he held up the knight in his hand. So in Ling Yun's eyes, everything has changed. Under the influence of Hawkeye's power, everything around seems to have disappeared. Here only Black's sky and Black's sword remain. Swordsmanship of the Knight, Eternal Knight. And the next moment, the knight attacked Ling Yun. Thinking Spark Electric Shocker, turn on. The 4th level of inner potential, open. And at that moment, Ling Yun, who deeply felt the huge threat, opened his trump card. And he swings the knife too. Boom! A violent storm rises, blood blades flicker, okay Zhao, flicker. But in the eyes of the eagle eye, the aura on Ling Yun's body suddenly became huge and dangerous as if it originated from a mythical monster. Heart Sword Art, attack, yes. So the next moment, Blood Red's blade tore through the pitch-black Eternal Night. But in the eyes of other people who have been so shocked by this battle that they can't even speak, what they see is the huge sword energy and violent wind swept everything around, and even the white cloud stretching in the sky was cut apart by the collision of this blow. And under the broken sky, the young man in white slashed at the body of the world's greatest swordsman. Dazzling blood spattered out, like swaying poppies, and like a signal to announce the coronation. So just a few minutes later, a piece of news has spread like wildfire. The world's #1 swordsman Hawkeye Dracula Mihawk finally ushered in defeat when he challenged his 127th swordsmanship in Sabody Archipelago. And the person who defeated him was named Ling Yun. Chapter 60. 2 days later. Congratulations to host for curing X-level character Dracula Mihawk. Available skills: Great Swordsman Swordsmanship LV.9, Observation Haki LV.8, Armament Haki LV.8, Conqueror's Haki LV.7, Kendo Heart LV.9, Knight Swordsmanship LV.9, Special Skills, cannot be extracted. Skills are being drawn. Congratulations to host for getting the skill Observation Haki LV.8. Pretty. Ling Yun, who has just finished the weak state of the thinking spark electric shock device, said that the person who likes to treat the most is Hawkeye. Can extract useful things. Especially now that I can easily get the observation haki that I have always wanted. Although there is still a gap in level compared to a knowledgeable maniac who has developed to ultimate and can even see the future for a short time, Ling Yun's strength is undoubtedly not a small improvement. While Ling Yun was feeling the new ability, my hawk, who was injured and comatose after the battle and was rescued by Ling Yun, also woke up, and Gold was looking at Ling Yun with a slightly complicated look in his eagle eyes. With his pride and self-esteem, of course he will not deny the fact that has happened. So he was convinced that he was defeated. Thinking of this great swordsman suddenly had a strange feeling in his heart. Because the word defeat 927 has been too far away from him since a long time ago. But compared with the strongest loneliness, this feeling of unwillingness. Not bad at all. You saved me. Accurately remembering that he was cut through the chest by Ling Yun's sword, but looking at his body without any injuries, Hawkeye asked softly. Of course Ling Yun nodded. Why? Hawkeye asked again. Why? Because I'm a doctor. Ling Yun gave a chuckle of course, and then added, if you have to say it, you and Shanks are friends, so you can also be considered my friend. So sometimes the advantage of having more friends is here. Ling Yun doesn't even need to think about any reason, just a casual sentence can block the eagle's eyes. Sure enough, after hearing Shanks' name, Hawkeye naturally recalled the situation when Shanks told him the news about Ling Yun, so he didn't worry about it anymore, and just looked at Ling Yun with his frightening eagle eyes. Your sword is strong. There is definite approval in the pure swordsman's words. The same as you. And Ling Yun smiled and thanked my hawk for his praise, and then, CDCF, led him out of the operating room, and then took off the huge black knife placed on the wall and handed it to Hawkeye. It's not that he's not greedy for this black knife, it's just that there is a knife soul in the supreme fast knife, and even he has no way to subdue this knife that has already recognized its owner. You saved me, so I owe you a favor. If you encounter trouble in the future, you can send the message to Kuina Island, no matter what it is, I will come to help you once. After Hawkeye took the black knife, what he said was obviously not polite. Being so proud, he naturally wouldn't use money to measure his life, especially facing Ling Yun, an opponent he recognized. He was even more unwilling to lose face. Besides, I will temporarily deposit the title of strongest with you, and sooner or later, I will take it back myself. Until then, don't lose to anyone else. After finishing speaking, this great swordsman also took a serious look at Ling Yun with his beloved sword on his back, and then left the clinic without looking back. He was decisive and free from the beginning to the end, which made Ling Yun feel ashamed all the time. Time is speechless. What a weird guy. And looking at this great swordsman who didn't know where he came from and where he was going, Ling Yun also shook his head speechlessly. But when Ling Yun was treating my hawk after the war, he had no idea what kind of sensation this incident caused in this sea. You know, this time is completely different from the previous battle between Ling Yun and Garp in Rogtown. During the battle in Rogtown, because the battlefield itself took place in East Blue, which is the weakest sea, and before Ling Yun fought Garp, the marines surrounding Ling Yun had already evacuated all the surrounding residents, so the whole process, the people watching the battle are actually only marines and a few people watching from afar. It is precisely because of this that the spread of this matter itself is not very convincing. Most people will not believe that marine's hero will lose to an unknown kid in the weakest sea, but knowing this marine, who has the most things, will definitely not spread it indiscriminately. But this time it's totally different. First of all, the area where this battle took place was in the Sabody archipelago, the first half of the entire Grand Line where the strong gathered most densely, and the most important place where forces intertwined and crisscrossed. In addition, the spectators of this battle are completely different from the previous ones. Not only there is no marine to evacuate the population, but the key Hawkeye itself is very full. This also led to many nearby pirate marine bounty hunters who wanted to come to Ling Yun for treatment, and these people who witnessed the incredible sword duel between the two became Ling Yun's most loyal supporters. And after all kinds of situations were combined, it directly led to the fact that the news this time was not directly and slowly eliminated like Garp's that time, but was directly published through various newspapers and magazines, and it really spread to this place very quickly. Every corner of the world. And Ling Yun also took advantage of this incident to get the title that made him feel very absurd, that is, the title that should have belonged to my Hawk. The new #1 swordsman in the world? That kid Ling Yun. Seeing the huge characters on the newspaper, Shanks, who was adventuring on a small island in the New World, almost couldn't help biting his own tongue, and then grinned happily. Mr. Ling Yun is really outrageous, even Hawkeye. Ben Beckman also sighed softly. When he thought that the place where they met a strong man like Ling Yun was actually in a common fishing village in the weakest sea of East Blue, he couldn't help feeling a little absurd in his heart. But it's normal, after all, Mr. Ling Yun's strength. And Logie on the side also said cheerfully, and then bit off a piece of chicken leg in his hand. No. Although I know. But after Shanks heard the words, his smile became even weirder. This kid's swordsmanship is really strong, and it's not impossible to defeat Hawkeye. But he's a doctor, isn't he? And after the words fell, the atmosphere at the scene was also a little stiff. Right. A guy who is obviously a doctor, but in front of a doctor, he actually became the world's #1 swordsman? What is this? But since this kid is already in Sabody archipelago, he must be coming to New World soon, right? Looking at his friends who were obviously holding back their laughter, Shanks couldn't help but burst out laughing, but he planned in his heart that the next time he saw Ling Yun drinking with him, he must tease him about what happened today. Yes. We must find him for a drink then. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 61. Of course, not everyone is friends with both Ling Yun and Hawkeye like Shanks. In fact, when most of the powerhouses saw the news, although their reasons were different, their views on Ling Yun were almost unified that serious and concerned. New World, 100 Beasts Island. This is the lair of Kaido, the most powerful pirate in the New World, and in recent times, few people even dare to speak loudly on this island. And the reason is because the owner of this island has been in a very bad state recently. The scorching air is filled with the smell of sulfur, and the fiery red and hot magma is enough for ordinary people to burn them to death with just a light touch. But now, Kaido's body is soaked in magma. Hawkeye was defeated. Yes, Master Kaido. In front of Kaido, a burly and strong man was wearing a feather-like coat, with 2 ivory-like decorations on his head and shoulders. He's Jack, Drought Jack. As one of the 3 disasters of the beasts pirates known to the world, Jack's temper is known for being violent and domineering, and he will hardly negotiate with anyone. But, in front of his captain, even this fierce and powerful Drought must speak softly because he knows that his captain is far more dangerous than himself now. Although I don't know who Kaido met in the first half of the Grand Line, but Jack has been following Kaido for so many years. This is the first time he saw someone who can cause irreparable serious injuries to Kaido. So he also knows that his current captain is extremely dangerous. The name of the person who defeated him was Ling Yun, and the area where the 2 sides fought was in. He was very cautious when speaking, but Jack didn't expect that when he just said the name he heard for the first time. Boom! A huge aura erupted, and Kaido's body suddenly left the magma and came to his side. The hideous scar on the right abdomen still exists. Kaido directly grabbed the newspaper in Jack's hand, and Kaido's scarlet eyes saw the man's appearance. And the next moment, the newspaper was crushed to pieces. The inconceivable sword on Sky Island in the past seemed to surface again, and Kaido murmured that name again. The name that although he is not sure of killing it now, but will revenge one day. Ling Yun. At the same time, the Mozambique boarded. It's unbelievable that my Hawk was defeated. Looking at the news in the newspaper, Marco, who was leaning on the side of the boat, was also a little stunned for a while. As for the strength of Hawkeye, he, as the second member of the Whitebeard pirates, of course also gave some details. This kind of terrifying strongman, who even Father Whitebeard would have to praise in return, would be defeated in a place like Sabody Archipelago, which is really unexpected. If you look at it this way, isn't what Dad said before right? But at this moment, Marco suddenly heard a voice from behind him, and when he turned his head away, he was also stunned. The man behind him has a fat and huge body, with a black turban around his head, he has fluffy curly hair, and he is wearing a somewhat worn-out white shirt. Who knows how many teeth were knocked out by someone, and he is speaking honestly, looking at him with a smile. "Teach, why are you here?" "The banquet has started, Sage asked me to call you." "That's it." And Marco naturally didn't doubt him, so he stood up and patted the dust on his body. "Then let's go. Captain Marco." But at this time, the man named Teach stopped Marco. "Well? How?" Marco looked at him suspiciously. "This Ling Yun is the one who was rumored to have defeated Garp before, right?" Teach pointed to Ling Yun in the newspaper and asked doubtfully. "Yes, but defeating Garp should not be a rumor. According to the current situation and Dad's analysis, it may be true or not." "Oh! What a great guy!" After seeing Teach's pensive expression, Marco also chuckled and punched him. "Why, do you want to beat him to get the title of strongest? Asking for flowers? How is that possible?" But after hearing his question, Teach just smiled honestly, revealing a lot of missing yellow teeth. "People like me don't have that kind of ambition." Same time again, Cake Island. "Hey? The one who defeated Hawkeye, hee. In the deep mansion, a huge woman was wearing a large pink dress, and her bloodshot eyes looked at the subordinate in front of him who told him the news. Yes, mother, do we need to? What do you need?" The man's trembling voice was directly interrupted, and the huge woman looked at him fiercely. "If you have time to pay attention to these boring news, you might as well hurry up and get me back the biscuits from the Kingdom of Finks." "Yes, but the Kingdom of Finks has encountered a once-in-a-decade drought this year, and the delivery time of the biscuits may." "Kindness." So the next moment, "If you can't hand over the biscuits, burn them into biscuits." "Yes, like Mom." The speed at which an explosive news spreads across the sea is obviously extremely fast, so in less than 3 days, except for the big pirates from New World who are more or less paying attention. Whether it's Zeep who is about to build a sea restaurant, Zoro and Kuina who are sitting around Kojiro in the Yuxin dojo and reading the newspaper, or Jimmy, the dock-keeper in Rogtown, they all read Ling in the newspaper. Yun was amazed for a while. Among them, the ones who are most concerned and eager to get the news of Ling Yun. Vice Admiral Garp found the news about Dr. Ling Yun. You said, he is now in the Sabody archipelago. Outside Wudu Island, Garp, who did not find Ling Yun, suddenly got a message from his subordinates. "Sabody? How can this kid fly so fast?" Garp, who had been searching for 3 days on Wudu Island, couldn't help but yelled at this time when he received the news, and then he turned his head and told his adjutant, "Full speed ahead, we must catch up this time. It's 10,000. Chapter 62. As a person who is not as conscious as a swordsman like Hawkeye at all, although Ling Yun probably knows the news that he has become famous in the world, but in his heart he has this so-called world's #1 swordsman. "I have no interest in the title, and even feel a little troublesome in my heart. Because although this title brought more customers to his clinic, it also brought a lot of trouble." Boom! Today's treatment ends here. Once again, he punched a huge wind and wave and knocked away a so-called swordsman outside who was trying to challenge him. Ling Yun softly transmitted the sound to the outside through the flow of the wind, and then nodded to Koala lightly. So Koala, who has been working beside Ling Yun faintly as a lowly nurse, immediately hung a wooden sign with the words "Closed of Business" on the door, but turned her head to look at Ling Yun's expression. Somewhat curious, Ling Yun, did you rest so much today? Well, because the plan has been completed. And Ling Yun smiled 000 and touched the little girl's golden sand-like hair. Regardless of Koala's slightly puzzled expression, Ling Yun just sorted out the equipment in the medical hall and then took the equipment into his room. Then, congratulations to host for completing the third phase of the task, system points 500/500, treatment of S level and above powerhouses 5/5. Host gets a system gift package. The fourth phase of this world mission release, system points 5000/5000, treatment of S level and above powerhouses 20/20. Task reward, the fourth stage system gift pack. Yes, the biggest reason why Ling Yun chose to close the clinic very early today is because he has completed his plan. It can only be said that the appearance of Hawkeye is really a surprise. His appearance directly brought together 5/5 of the number of S-rank powerhouses that Ling Yun needed to heal, and also provided Ling Yun with a full 10-point system integral. Coupled with the massive sales of ancient healing potions in the auction house, Ling Yun's point acquisition speed is indeed extremely frightening, so let him collect 500 system points in advance today and complete the task. Open the system gift package. And Ling Yun of course didn't consider the desperate conditions of the fourth stage mission at this time, but directly opened the system gift package impatiently. The system gift package is being opened. Congratulations to host for obtaining the item Medical Enhanced Surgical Gloves. Congratulations to host for obtaining the item Medical Enhanced Surgical Clothes. And congratulations to host for unlocking the Special Area Bloodline Research Laboratory. After hearing the long-lost system prompt, Ling Yun, who had already expected that the product produced by the system must be a high-quality product, also directly began to check the props he had obtained. Medical Enhanced Surgical Gloves. Introduction: when wearing gloves, the host can treat others outside the hospital. Trait: indestructible. Medical Enhanced Surgical Clothes. Introduction: after wearing it, it can change its shape independently, has armor-like defensive capabilities, and can strengthen the role of Medical Enhanced Surgical Gloves, healing range plus 10 meters. Trait: indestructible. Not bad. And after seeing these two props, Ling Yun's eyes sparkled for a while. These two seemingly suits can obviously solve a very embarrassing problem he has faced so far. That is, his treatment of patients is always limited to the operating room of the hospital and cannot go outside for outpatient visits. Of course, this is actually a kind of protection for Ling Yun to a certain extent. After all, Ling Yun in the medical hall is invincible. But I have to say that this restriction itself has a considerable impact on Ling Yun's points acquisition. After all, if it is really a dying patient, how can they come to Ling Yun's medical center in person, which is a huge problem in itself. The problem. For example, when treating the Murlocs of the Sun Pirates, even if those Murlocs just had a fever, a cold and a runny nose, Ling Yun had to let them board the Lost Paradise and then enter the operating room for treatment. Obviously, it is a very inconvenient thing. And the appearance of this glove made Ling Yun completely get rid of this embarrassing place, so that he can treat patients outside in the future. Nice one. After confirming these two items, Ling Yun also directly entered the third laboratory in the special area of the medical hall, the Bloodline Research Laboratory. Ling Yun, who was already very familiar with the basic operations of the laboratory, directly opened the panel of the laboratory, A&D. His gaze just froze. Pedigree Research Laboratory. Introduction: an area that can help the host to conduct bloodline research and evolution in this world. Existing research progress of bloodlines, human bloodlines, dragon bloodlines, source, Yemen Guard, Titan bloodlines, source, Kaido, 6 special body modification bloodlines, source, Edward Wayabul, Murloc bloodlines, source, Sun Pirates. Is it so powerful? Seeing that including the bloodlines of the patients who had been cured, the research progress of nearly dozens of bloodlines was densely displayed, Ling Yun was also a little speechless for a while. Although the research time of these studies is 2 years even for the shortest Murloc bloodline, Ling Yun still feels that this thing seems a bit too powerful, especially the first 3 bloodlines. Their possession itself symbolizes huge TS. Leaving aside creatures like dragons and legendary, the key is that things like the bloodline of the Titan are really very capable of fighting. But for any adult Titan clan, their huge strength hundreds of times that of ordinary people is enough to make them a Marine Rear Admiral level existence, and any slightly better Titan clan will be the Vice Admiral level combat power of naval headquarters. It can be said that if the population of the Titans is not too small, then as long as they have 1% of the common people, the rulers of this world will be the Titans. And similarly, Ling Yun personally tried Wei Abul's combat power after body modification. If Ling Yun can really thoroughly master these bloodlines through bloodline research and transformation in the future, then his own strength will not be mentioned, but if he wants to create a powerful force, it can be said to be a piece of cake. Ling Yun, someone is looking for you. But when Ling Yun was dreaming about a smooth future, Koala's voice came from outside. Who is it? And when Ling Yun came out of the operating room, he also saw Garp wearing a dog head hat saying, "Little girl, I really know Ling Yun boy, I didn't lie to you," and walked in under Koala's stare medical hall. "Koala, let Vice Admiral Garp in." So Ling Yun also said directly. "Haha. Boy Ling Yun, although your clinic has moved, the interior hasn't changed at all." Garp's eyes lit up when he saw Ling Yun, and then he pointed at Koala, and Ling Yun cheerfully said that he was not lying. Then he walked up to Ling Yun and smiled. "This little girl thinks that the old man I'm here to trouble you. Children are not sensible, and Vice Admiral Garp doesn't mind." But Ling Yun looked at this marine hero who hadn't had a chance to meet again since Rogtown, but said with a chuckle his perception of Garp is not bad. Of course the old man won't mind. This little girl is about the same age as the old man's grandson, but that kid is much more naughty than her. At this time, Garp waved his hand casually to show that he didn't care, and then directly familiarized Ling Yun's shoulder on the first floor. "You kid is doing well, after defeating the old man, you even defeated that eagle eye? What? Time to go and kill that old guy in Newgate." The words were obviously just teasing, he meant no harm. Just luck. After also noticing this point, Ling Yun casually said a few words of modesty, and then directly squinted his eyes and looked at Garp. "Then Vice Admiral Garp is just passing by this time? What's the matter?" "Well, I do have something to ask you." And with Garp's temperament, he will naturally not hide anything. "I came this time to ask you to help the old man heal someone." Chapter 63. Heal someone? Who? After hearing Garp's words, Ling Yun also looked startled, but he didn't expect that Garp came here for this purpose. "Zephyr," Garp said with some seriousness. "Zephyr? Black Arm Zephyr?" And Ling Yun was also shocked when he heard the words, and then instinctively recalled the Edward Wei Abul he met on Wudu Island in his mind. Because according to the plot that Ling Yun knew, Zephyr had his proud right hand cut off by this guy, and his beloved disciples were also slaughtered in that encounter. Well, he met a pirate during a practice voyage a few days ago, and he cut off his right arm. Obviously Garp has a high degree of trust in Ling Yun, so he doesn't shy away from these things. "I know your medical skills are very good, so I hope you can go with me to Marineford to heal his arm." While talking, Garp's expression is also slightly ferocious. He, Zephyr, Sengoku, and Tsuruno are the same group of comrades who entered Marine, and Zephyr, the oldest among them, plays a role like a brother in every battle with Marine. "Garp, UBD. You said you were going to hide behind me, didn't you?" "Hey. Why? Where is there? Why UBD 23 boy?" The Marine's vanguard, the one who has been at the forefront of any battle since he was young, is Zephyr. Although Garp and Sengoku didn't say it, their respect for Zephyr is needless to say. It is a friendship that has been fought together from life to death. It is precisely because of this that one can imagine the anger in Garp's heart. After knowing this, he even wished to find the guy who cut off Zephyr's arm immediately and smash the guy's body with his fist. Did the pirate who cut off his arm use a giant naginata and have a crescent beard similar to Whitebeard's? But at this time, he suddenly heard Ling Yun's words. You. So he was also shocked, even he only got some general information about the pirate from Zephyr. How could Ling Yun know? That guy, I just had a fight with him not long ago. After seeing Garp's surprised expression, Ling Yun also said calmly at this time. What's his name? Edward Weiabul. Strong. Very strong. Are you not his opponent? How is that possible? But after hearing this inquiry, Ling Yun smiled lightly. He is more than one level stronger than he was when he was in Wudu Island. If he meets Weibo again now, he has full confidence can completely defeat or even kill the opponent. I see. After hearing the information given by Ling Yun, Garp also nodded slightly. You haven't answered me though, would you like to heal Zephyr's arm? After finishing speaking, he was also waiting for Ling Yun's answer. He knew that if anyone in this world could really heal Zephyr's arm, then that person must be Ling Yun. No problem at all. Of course, Ling Yun has no reason to refuse. Just kidding, this is an opportunity to heal Admiral level combat power. Okay. Prepare what you need, the old man will wait for you at the port, and you can leave at any time. And Garp was overjoyed after hearing the words, and then looked at Ling Yun seriously. This old man owes you another favor. It's just a doctor's job. Ling Yun, are you going to the Marine headquarters? After hearing Ling Yun's words, Koala also widened her lovely eyes. Well, to treat a patient. Ling Yun said so, and then lightly pinched Koala's face. You are here to watch the medical center. I have prepared the food and put it in the kitchen. I have used a little mechanism in the hospital, so it is very safe. You are absolutely not allowed to go out until I come back, do you hear? Koala has a special status, so it is really inconvenient for Ling Yun to bring her to Marineford, and Paradise Lost is now at the most critical moment of coding, so Ling Yun can only let her stay in the hospital and not go out to guarantee his security. After all, the power distribution of the Sabody archipelago is complicated, and no one knows what will happen. Oh. And Koala also knew that his identity was not suitable for going to Marineford with Ling Yun, so he could only agree resentfully at this time. System, set the attributes of the medical hall. Anyone except Koala who tries to enter the medical hall without authorization will be directly wiped out. Host requirements detected, successfully set in the setting. And after setting the attributes inside the medical hall, Ling Yun just nodded in relief. He only expected to go there for one day, so nothing should happen. Afterwards, after Ling Yun once again told Koala not to go out, he left the hospital and headed towards Gangzhou City. When we arrived at the port, we saw that all other ships had already been restricted from traveling, only Garp's dog-headed warship stayed in the port. Boy Ling Yun, are you ready? After seeing Ling Yun coming to the port, Garp also asked directly. Well, it's not too late. After seeing Ling Yun nodding, he also turned around and said to his adjutant, start the boat and hurry back to Marineford at full speed. Yes. So the adjutant took the order and left, but Ling Yun, who watched the warship start slowly, always felt a strange sense of anxiety in his heart. An illusion. Shaking his head slightly to put this strange feeling behind him, Ling Yun turned around but also began to ask about Zephyr's specific situation. And just when the warship Ling Yun was on left the port. Lord Hound. He has left Sabody land. Inside a boat shop about 100 meters away from the port, a man who looks like a clerk is holding a phone bug in his hand, and is reporting to the other end of the phone bug. Are you sure he left alone? Sure, he and Vice Admiral Garp should be going to Marineford, the little girl is not with him. Very good. So about an hour later, a few people suddenly appeared in a dark corner not far outside the medical hall. Master Hound, shall we directly? Looking at the medical clinic where the wooden sign at the door clearly says closed for 1 day, please do not knock on the door or you will be responsible for the consequences, a man with green hair also whispered to the hound. You knock on the door, others get ready. After pondering for a while, the hound finally made such a decision. Yes. So the green-haired man also nodded in agreement, and then walked to the door of the medical clinic as if passing by, and well. The moment his hand touched the door of the hospital, the sudden pain in his heart made his movements unstoppable. And the next second. Buzz. With a muffled sound in the air, he disappeared in place, or to be more precise, under the power of the system. He was directly decomposed into the purest molecular structure. Really? And the hound looked at the figure of the green-haired man who disappeared in an instant, and his expression froze slightly, as expected of the terrifying strong man who defeated that eagle-eyed man. He really has a backhand in everything he does. Afterwards, the capable general of the Celestial Dragons did not intend to stay any longer. Go and tell Mefford to come over, we will implement Plan B. Yes. Lord Hound. The few remaining people who also witnessed the scene where the green-haired man was wiped out instantly nodded in agreement. Then, the figures of several people disappeared in the vicinity of the medical hall in a hurry. It's just that the gloomy feeling became more and more clear. Chapter 64. The distance between Sabody Archipelago and Marineford is extremely close, so after just over an hour's flight, Ling Yun and Garp have already passed through the huge Gate of Justice to the Marine headquarters. I saw the two big characters Justice engraved on the towering and solemn building, and the soldiers patrolling under the building looked neat and energetic. And there are a large number of marine warships docked around the island, and with the separation wall made of steel, it undoubtedly demonstrates the power of this source of justice. For so many years, no pirate has ever dared to act recklessly here, but all pirates who tried to invade Marineford were sent to prison, or even the great pirate Golden Lion from more than 10 years ago was defeated here. Vice Admiral Garp. Vice Admiral Garp's ship. The residents living on the island are all marine family members, so when they saw Garp's ship, even though the dog-headed ship itself had nothing to be respected, respect was still shining in their eyes. The warship passed through unimpeded all the way, but after a few minutes, it had arrived at the port outside the internal wall of Marineford. Vice Admiral Garp. Relying on Garp's old face all the way past, Ling Yun and Garp also quickly came to an advanced convalescent room in Marine's medical area. And the person waiting for him in the convalescent room is Marshal Marine Guo. I have heard the name for a long time, Dr. Ling Yun. Looking at Ling Yun calmly and seriously, even a person like Sengoku, who has experienced countless incidents, has to sigh for Ling Yun's youth. It's hard to imagine that the strong man who once defeated Garp, and even defeated the world's #1 swordsman not long ago, would be so young. What's even more frightening is that such a person's job is actually a doctor. I've heard the name too, Marshal Sengoku. And looking at the man in front of him who is called Sengoku of Buddha, even though Ling Yun said so, his expression was dignified, as if he did not retreat because of the other party's identity. They are the novice sailors Anne and Bins who encountered the pirate with Zephyr this time. They will tell you about Zephyr's injury and the characteristics of the other party's attack. I hope it can be helpful to your treatment. However, although Sengoku was terrified of Ling Yun's youth and strength, he also knew that Ling Yun was not hostile to him, so he just turned around and introduced the other two people in the convalescent room to Ling Yun. One of the two is a beauty with blue wavy hair. Her right leg is wrapped in gauze and she stands in an unnatural posture. It is obvious that her right leg is still seriously injured. But at this time, she just looked at Ling Yun with expectant eyes, obviously expecting Ling Yun to be her most respected teacher. Another tall, slender man with slender limbs, his left arm also wrapped in gauze and a pale face, knelt down towards Ling Yun more directly. Dr. Ling Yun, if you need anything, ask me immediately. If you want me to take Binz's life away at will. Why would I want your life? On the contrary, it's the two of you, if you don't treat such a serious injury properly, you will suffer from sequelae, especially you, Miss Ai Yin. Scarring is not a good thing for beautiful ladies. While talking, Ling Yun also stretched out his hand gently, and under his thoughts the glove has been naturally put on his hand, driven by the wind. And the next moment, under the incredulous eyes of Sengoku and Garp, I saw Ling Yun waved at Binz and An, and then the two of them instantly felt an inexplicable warmth emanating from their wounds that had been in constant pain. And just a few seconds later, the pale faces of the two of them and the strange standing postures of the two returned to normal in an instant, and Binz, who vaguely sensed what had happened, pulled his left arm away instantly. Gauze. I saw that the deep bone wound that was cut by the naginata had completely disappeared. This. For a moment, everyone was too shocked to speak. Garp, why didn't you tell me that his medical skills have reached this level? Sengoku stabbed Garp hard with his eyes. A doctor of this level can no longer be called a doctor, maybe it would be more appropriate to call him a god of medicine directly. Then I don't know either. And Garp's old face can only show a speechless smile. He was still in a coma when Ling Yun treated him before, and after that he was busy chasing Dora Fang, so he knows Ling Yun's medical skills well. It's limited to very powerful, and naturally I didn't expect it to be so close to a miracle. But even so, there is more joy in the eyes of the two of them. For them now, the more outrageous Ling Yun's medical skills, the better. I don't need to ask anything. I just fought against the pirate who attacked you not long ago, and I know his ability very well. What Mr. Zephyr suffered should only be physical damage. Is it treatable? And at this time, Sengoku didn't even have time to ask what Ling Yun meant by fighting that pirate, so he just said so. Certainly. Ling Yun chuckled, it's just a broken arm, even if his head is chopped off, I can save him in a short time. Good. Sengoku's eyes lit up after hearing the words, Dr. Ling Yun, please come with me, and I will take you to Zephyr's side. Please tell me if there is any equipment you need, and we will get it for you right away. By the way, Dr. Ling Yun, are you hungry? An and Binz even hurriedly asked Ling Yun if there was anything he needed, and their words were full of fanatical respect. And Ling Yun naturally rejected these proposals, and then followed Sengoku all the way to one of the most advanced convalescent rooms in the entire hospital. Boom! As soon as he walked to the door, Ling Yun heard a loud noise coming from the room, followed by a scream of pain. And Ling Yun could clearly see that after hearing the painful roar, the face of Sengoku who led him here also suddenly darkened, obviously because of his old friend Fe. He pondered for a while at the door, and after the sound in the room gradually subsided, Sengoku opened the door after lightly knocking on the door. Even though both Ling Yun and Zhang Yan knew that the person inside had observation haki already aware of their presence. Zephyr, here I come. Ah, here we come. Zhan, Qian Wang's words did not get too enthusiastic response from the other side. But Ling Yun took a closer look, only to see that the man who was once called Zephyr was sitting slumped on the sickbed at this moment, looking at the Shenqi's depression on the wall that he hit with his well arm, motionless. Zephyr, I brought Marshal Sengoku, it's healing time. If you can trust me, please leave the room. As Sengoku was about to introduce Ling Yun's identity, Ling Yun spoke first. Good. After Sengoku heard the words, he took a deep look at Ling Yun, then at Zephyr, and then said softly, okay. Afterwards, this Marine Admiral also showed enough courage and trust in Ling Yun, turned around and left the recuperation room. After seeing Sengoku leave, Ling Yun also took a direct look at Zephyr. Mr. Zephyr, I can tell you the identity of that pirate, and I can also treat your hand production line. Of course, there is a premise that you are willing to believe me. Chapter 65. I can tell you the identity of that pirate, and I can also heal your arm. Ling Yun clearly saw that when he said these words, Zephyr's body began to visibly tremble. What did you say? And the next moment, the purple-haired old man with sunglasses raised his head, his eyes flashed sharply at Ling Yun without anger and prestige. Purple's hair stands on end, and although his strong body is a little weakened due to the broken arm injury, he still shows enough haki, and his gnarled muscles can fool many people. He is Black Arm Zephyr, a hero who has been Marine Admiral's legendary since the age of 34. As the chief instructor of all the talented sailors in naval headquarters, any expression of his has a huge majesty in it. However, Ling Yun just looked at him, and there was no wavering on his face. I said I can heal your arm, and I can also tell you the name of the pirate who cut off your arm. His eyes clearly saw Zephyr's property panel. Zephyr. Age, 6'5". Level, S, and in this world, physical aging, overall status reduced to S. Available skills, Armament Haki LV.9, Observation Haki LV.7, Budo Taishu LV.9, Black Arm Boxing LV.8, Combat Experience LV.7. Special State, Mental Breakdown, Diagnosis and treatment can only be performed after stimulation and recovery, 443. To be honest, Zephyr's attribute panel is not as expected. Ling Yun judged with a smile before and guessed that Marine's Admiral seems to be at S level or S end level. And Zephyr's current age is almost 10 years older than Garp, and he is not an ability user who relies on his ability to fight, but a pure fighter who relies solely on his own armament haki to fight, so at this age, his strength has inevitably declined. He has a good understanding of Zephyr through the original book, and he knows that the life of this Marine Admiral can be said to be extremely sad. Before he was 40 years old, his life seemed to be smooth sailing. It only took him a total of 40 years from aspiring to become a hero to actually becoming a hero. The powerful armament haki, his strong physique and almost never back down fighting style made him the famous Marine Admiral, with the title of Black Arm. But after he was 40 years old, the plot of his life began to take a sharp turn. At the age of 42, his family was killed by pirates, so he began to hate pirates, and retired from the position of admiral and changed his job to become the head coach of Marine, determined to train real heroes. He treats his disciples as his children and pours his heart and soul into them. But now, not only was he cut off his right arm, which was necessary for fighting, but even the disciples he regarded as nephews all died because of this. Especially the pirate who killed his disciple and cut off his arm. In fact, he had caught him a few years ago, but the mother on the other side's phone bug begged hard, and Zephyr didn't kill him. The way of justice caused Longfa to be escaped by the opponent in a moment of carelessness. It can be said that, in Zephyr's own opinion, he almost caused the death of his disciples, and the most haunting thing for him is that he even knows their names. However, in fact, Ling Yun thinks that with Wei Abul's IQ, it is a bit unreasonable to say that he intends to seek revenge from Zephyr. It can only be said that the luck of Zephyr and his disciples is really bad. As for the mind break that the system said, Ling Yun also had a specific judgment almost immediately. Is it not easy to stimulate people like Zephyr? And Ling Yun also clearly felt that after he mentioned Wei Abul, Zephyr's aura that seemed to be in his twilight suddenly began to rise. Have you seen that guy? On Wudu Island, he and I fought and escaped. Really? Ling Yun said it lightly, but Zephyr replied like this after hearing the words. Of course he knew that Wei Abul's strength was no small matter, so at this time he also had some doubts about the authenticity of Ling Yun's words. Of course that guy's name is Edward Wei Abul, he is a Paramecia power fruit user, his mother is called Miss Ba Jin, and the Lord made him kill all the prey that can get money at sea. Of course Ling Yun will not hide anything from Zephyr. You must choose to accept my treatment now, otherwise you will never have the chance to seek revenge from him. For Zephyr, this statement is clearly the most effective. Revenge. Teacher Zephyr, get out of here, ah! Teacher Zephyr, save! That battle seemed to resurface before his eyes again. Yes, he wants revenge. Bring it on. Therefore, Zephyr also looked straight at Ling Yun at this time. If you can really do it, then please heal my arm. Kaka, if you can really heal my arm, then I owe you a favor. A typical hard-bodied tough guy, Zephyr owes little to no one. In his opinion, the so-called human relationship means that even if he goes to a death-defying battlefield for Ling Yun, as long as the justice in his heart is not violated, then he will definitely fulfill his promise. But now, he has made such a promise. And Ling Yun watched the mind collapse status in Zephyr's status bar slowly disappear, and a smile slowly appeared on the corner of his mouth. So, get ready for the new students, Mr. Hero. At the same time, Koala, who was idling with the branches in the medical hall, also heard the voice outside the door. Mr. Ling Yun? Mr. Ling Yun. Koala recognized this voice. It was the voice of Ling Yun's auction house owner Mifford, who sold ancient healing potions. Mr. Mifford, Ling Yun is not here. However, Koala still remembers Ling Yun's entrustment very clearly, so even though she replied like this, she didn't intend to go out. Aren't you here? Then, Ms. Koala, please come and receive it. Mr. Ling Yun's potion has been sold out, and I will send him the Baileys he earned. Bailey. Koala was overjoyed when she heard the words. Ling Yun didn't tell her the specific purpose of selling the potion, so she always thought that Ling Yun was just trying to make money. If Ling Yun came back and I just gave him the money, he would be happy too, right? Thinking of making Ling Yun happy, Koala's innocent heart became a little excited, and her face began to turn red. So. Squeak. Gently opened the door of the medical building. Koala saw the slightly fat Mifford and the people behind him carrying bags. At first sight mainly there were no three pedestrians on the surrounding streets, so she can only notice each other. But at this time, in the bags carried by the people behind Milford, you can see stacks of Baileys at a glance, and the big sweat beads and slightly flattering expression on Milford's face made Koala. There is no doubt in my heart. Ever since Ling Yun defeated Hawkeye, Koala has seen too much of this flattering look. Miss Koala, the 100 million Bailey here is not light, do you need us to help you send it in? After seeing Koala open the door, Zephord also took a step forward with a little coquettishness. No need, just pass it to me. Koala still kept Ling Yun's advice in mind, so he also prevented Mifford's near-suicide action. Okay, you, hand Bailey to Miss Koala quickly. Yes, boss. Then one of the men carrying the bag bowed his head and came to Koala, panting, and handed the bag in his hand to Koala. So Koala naturally reached out to pick up the bag. And this very moment, her hand left the scope of the medical hall. Despair. And the other hand, covered with dog fur, held her wrist impressively at this moment. Long time no see, Miss Doll. And the raised head of the man and the face with a ferocious smile reminded Koala of that nightmare again. Then come with me, back to Marie Joy's. Chapter 66. For most doctors, Zephyr's broken arm was an impossible proposition. But for Ling Yun, the treatment of broken arms and short legs is just a minor operation with ease. So. Congratulations to host for curing the character Ze Fa. Abilities that can be extracted are, Armament Haki LV.9, Observation Haki LV.7, Martial Arts LV.9, Black Arm Boxing LV.8, Combat Experience LV.71. Ability Extraction. Congratulations to host for acquiring the skill Armament Haki LV.9. When Ling Yun heard the information given by the system, he instantly felt that Zephyr's old face suddenly became cute. Armament Haki, one of his most desired abilities right now. It can improve one's defense, acting like an invisible armor, and can evolve into a powerful attack, attached to a weapon to fight the enemy. It is also one of the few abilities that can compete with Logia's ability users. And unlike Conqueror's Haki, which is born or inherited, and the strength only follows the individual's courage, Armament Haki itself can be improved by the owner himself. Judging from the strong people in this sea who still stand at the top of the sea without relying on their abilities, we can see how terrifying the potential of this ability is. What made Ling Yun even more happy was that the Armament Haki he drew happened to be one of the strongest armed men in this sea, the Armament Haki of Black Arm Zephyr. LV.9 level armed color. It can be said that this skill alone, combined with Ling Yun's physique that can already be called a monster after being strengthened by 3 devil fruits, is enough to make Ling Yun normal. The power under it has grown enormously. Armament Haki, coloring. With Ling Yun's whisper, the pitch-black armament Haki instantly covered his right arm, coupled with his already powerful body strength and the power brought to him by the wind surrounding his whole body. Ling Yun even wished that Kaido would appear in front of her now, let him test the power of his full output. Fortunately, although Kaido is not here, there is another rare armed color player nearby. Zephyr, who had just woken up from his stupor, saw the terrifying concentration of armament Haki attached to Ling Yun's arm for the first time, and was shocked for a while. But then, he seemed to think of something suddenly, and instinctively turned his head and glanced at his right arm. At this moment, his right arm, which was completely severed from below the elbow, has completely recovered. Come and try. At this time, he also heard Ling Yun's chuckle in an instant, and then turned his head to see Ling Yun punching him with his fists waving. Good. Looking at Ling Yun's smiling eyes, the old Marine Admiral let out a heroic laugh, and then the right arm that had just been reshaped was filled with the same rich armament Haki, facing Ling Yun's fist. Fist away. Boom. The huge sound and terrifying impact were intentionally controlled by the two and only spread in the room, but the huge vibration also instantly alarmed Sengoku and others who were anxiously waiting for news in the convalescent room beside them. What happened? So the horrified Sengoku and the others rushed out of the convalescent room, and then Garp, who walked to the door of the next room, smashed the door with a punch. Ling Yun boy, what happened, er? Looking at Ling Yun and Zephyr who had just put away their fighting stance, Garp was also startled. On the other side, Sengoku, who noticed that Zephyr's arm has been recovered, is also brightened. Teacher Zephyr. But Binz and Anne couldn't help crying, and the latter ran to Ling Yun's side and bowed deeply to him. You two bastards! Why are you crying? The old man is not dead yet. And Zephyr paused when he saw Binz and Anne, and then gently stretched out his hand and slapped their shoulders. Feeling that his right arm was even more powerful than before the broken arm, Zephyr's expression showed no suspicion of falsehood. Old man. I still want to seek revenge from that guy. Asking for flowers. Those words full of fighting intent and murderous intent undoubtedly revealed a fact. He's still that black arm. After expressing his formal thanks to Ling Yun, Zephyr took Anne and Binz back to his own post. Gratitude is buried in my heart. It is worth mentioning that before leaving, Marine's predecessor Admiral also made it clear to Ling Yun that his previous promise would never be false. At the same time, he also asked Ling Yun to tell him as soon as possible if he knew where Weibo was. 0. Of course, Ling Yun also fully agreed, and then followed Sengoku to the marshal's office in the Marine headquarters building. And in the office at this time, Dr. Ling Yun, please sit down this time. I really thank you, Dr. Ling Yun. Randomly found a reason to send out Garp, who had been muttering, you must pay Ling Yun enough, you can't let me lose face. Sengoku sat in his seat, but he still couldn't feel the same in his heart. As calm as ever. He already knew from Garp that Ling Yun was very strong, and he also knew that Ling Yun was a very powerful doctor. But today, when he really saw this ridiculously young man, he realized that he might have underestimated him. There is no doubt that Ling Yun is strong. He who defeated Hawkeye is definitely the top powerhouse in the sea. What makes Sengoku even more excited is the amazing medical skills displayed by Ling Yun. Any force is eager to have such a godlike doctor, and Sengoku is no exception. So, before talking about the reward for this healing, Sengoku's first question is, Dr. Ling Yun, I wonder if you are interested in joining Marine. If you want, I can decide to give you the position of Marine Admiral. Chapter 67. Give Ling Yun the rank of Marine Admiral. This is obviously an invitation that Sengoku finally made up his mind to make after thinking for a long time. It would be a waste to put such a powerful, medically gifted existence on the sea, if this is the case. Sengoku is willing to go to Marijoice to find the 5 elders to clarify the matter, and then introduce Ling Yun to the position of Marine Admiral. Of course, whether Ling Yun will agree to this matter is a matter of course in Sengoku's eyes, because he can't think of anyone else's reason to reject Chang Fujiang except Garp, that idiot. Marine Admiral, as the highest marine force that symbolizes justice, what they have is great power and the love of all people. Forget it, I have no interest. But obviously, Ling Yun himself didn't think so. Marine Admiral's position was not attractive to him at all. Not only is it limited to the orders of the world government and marine to hunt down pirates, but the key is to wipe the buttocks of celestial dragons, and to do all the dirty work in person, and the key is that in the future Ling Yun will have to fight with other sea pirates. The thieves draw a clear line and absolutely cannot treat them. Only a fool will do this 947 job. After hearing Ling Yun's refusal, Sengoku was also stunned, and then continued to persuade him, but Ling Yun interrupted him at this time. Compared to this, Marshal Sengoku, about the reward for my visit this time. Well, for the reward I'll. After hearing Ling Yun's words, Sengoku managed to come back to his senses, and was quite disappointed when he found out that Ling Yun did not seem to have any interest in joining Marine. But after all, Ling Yun is the client and Marine's benefactor, so he is about to tell Ling Yun that they are willing to pay a large amount of Bailey as a reward for Ling Yun's diagnosis and treatment. But before I talk about pay, I want you to look at 2 things. Ling Yun said so, but then took out 2 small glass bottles from his arms. The 2 glass bottles are respectively filled with a red potion and a bottle of grey potion, each exuding crystal light. This is... Sengoku looked at Ling Yun with some doubts, waiting for his explanation. And Ling Yun also chuckled and said, "These are the 2 medicines I have in my hand, and this bottle of reds is called Ancient Healing Potion. The potion that the Sabody Archipelago auction house recently sold." But at this moment Sengoku interrupted him in surprise. "Hey? Marshal Sengoku, you know. Kindness." Of course Sengoku knew, because almost all of the 500 vials of ancient healing potions were bought by Marine, and 10 of them are now being researched in the research facility at Marine headquarters. It's just that the replies given by the medical researchers are no clue at all, and they all said that this potion that can instantly restore most of the injuries to the human body is simply a miracle bestowed by the gods, and it is very likely that it was created by the Void Century in the past. A product of medical knowledge lost in history. So Sengoku never expected that Ling Yun would say that this thing is his. "Since you know Marshal Sengoku, then I won't say much. The other bottle of grey potion is called Iron Army Potion, and its function is to strengthen the body's resistance to blows in a large amount within 30 seconds. Strengthen." Sengoku's eyes light up. "Well, although it doesn't have much effect on the officer-level cadres of your army, if the common people use it, it can strengthen their physique by almost 15 times. Ling Yun's words sounded deafening in Sengoku. 15 times body strengthening? What kind of concept is this? This is equivalent to when fighting at sea. The sailors who have taken this potion are almost certain to win when they are desperately fighting against the pirates. Although Ling Yun said that this potion has no effect on the strong, but among the naval battles that have taken place in this sea, how many naval battles can there be such so-called strong men participating in the battle? 1,000th, 1/10,000th? This potion. For the battle between marine and pirate, it has a huge effect enough to determine the outcome. Mr. Ling Yun, you mean? At this time, Sengoku looked at Ling Yun with a serious spirit, but he had a faint guess about Ling Yun's next words in his heart. I can provide these 2 potions to Marine at a price of 5W Bailey per bottle. And after hearing this sentence, Sengoku's eyes also sparkled. How much of this medicine can Dr. Ling Yun provide? For this terrible potion that can greatly enhance the strength of Marine common soldiers, Sengoku naturally has no intention of auditioning at all. My personal ability is limited, so I can only provide you with 5,000 bottles of ancient healing potions and 2,000 bottles of Iron Army potions every month. Marine buys it all. Sengoku immediately made a decision, but Ling Yun interrupted him with a chuckle. Listen to me, Marshal Sengoku. Since he confirmed that he will come to Marineford, he has been preparing such a plan. Since the completion of the third phase of the task, the fourth phase of the task has become more than 10 times more difficult than before, and if this level of difficulty can only be completed with Ling Yun's previous method, it will take too much time. Too long. Therefore, Ling Yun plans to officially start selling a large number of ancient healing potions to help him quickly accumulate points. Looking at the whole world, for the power with the highest demand for this potion, there is no second consideration other than Marine. But besides that, what Ling Yun needs is another thing, that is. I sold these 2 medicines to Marine, but in exchange, I hope that the reward Marine can give me this time is the right to practice medicine freely. Freedom to practice medicine. Ling Yun knew that there must be a huge number of pirates among the people he healed, and at this time, it would be easy for Marine to classify him as an enemy. Although Ling Yun himself is no longer afraid of Marine, but as a symbol of most people in this world, Marine Ling Yun is not willing to completely turn against him. After all, the other party is one of the biggest sources of points that this world can provide him. Therefore, using this transaction in exchange for the right to practice medicine freely has become the most important part of Ling Yun's plan. After Ling Yun's words, Sengoku fell silent. After news of the Sabody archipelago came out a few days ago, Sengoku naturally also knew that Ling Yun had opened a clinic there, and he also obviously knew that the patients treated by Ling Yun definitely included some people with special identities. It's just that due to Ling Yun's special identity and his background at the time, Sengoku has always pretended that nothing happened. This is also the choice Marine often makes. In this era of great pirates, it is almost impossible to kill all pirates, so for some things, Marine's choice is often to turn a blind eye and close one eye. But now, Ling Yun's words undoubtedly put this default thing on the table. What he asked for. I wish Marine would allow me the freedom to treat my patients. Whether it is a pirate, Marine, or any other identity. In normal times, facing this kind of request, Sengoku would definitely veto it directly. Marine can turn a blind eye to some things, but it doesn't mean that they really agree to someone to treat pirates. However, now Sengoku has to seriously consider this absurd suggestion. Because what Ling Yun has shown now has gone beyond the scope of Common's doctor or strongman and has become the key to changing the strength of the 10 forces. Top-level strength, miraculous medical skills, and a huge amount of potions. If Ling Yun, who possesses these 3, falls on the side of the pirates. Although 4.0 knows that he shouldn't treat a person who just helped Marine in this way, Sengoku still has to admit to his duties as a marshal. He would be extremely dangerous. Especially now that the relationship between Ling Yun and Marine is actually not bad, Sengoku's consideration must be more perfect. So after thinking twice, Sengoku did not directly reject Ling Yun's proposal, but told him, I will go to the world government to seek advice on this matter. Okay, I'll stay in the Sabody archipelago for a few more days. Marshal, you can let me know immediately after you have the result. And Ling Yun nodded as expected after hearing the words, and then stopped talking, got up directly and said goodbye to Sengoku. In this case, I will leave first. Good. Sengoku, who was so preoccupied, naturally did not intend to stop him. At this time, he immediately got up and sent Ling Yun out of the office, and then assigned a warship to send Ling Yun back to the Sabody archipelago. Make a request. And he didn't feel it at all. The breath of the mountain rain. Chapter 68. On Marine's warship, Ling Yun managed to return to Sabody archipelago after 4 hours of healing Zephyr. Marine's warship docked at the number 60 area where marine warships usually stay. This warship is not Garp's special warship, so the port where it stays is very strict. And after Ling Yun got off the boat, he didn't stop much and rushed back to the 15th area, but he kept thinking about the conversation with Sengoku not long ago. According to his thinking, Sengoku should definitely consider the opinions he put forward, and if the result of the other party's consideration is still not allowed, then he needs to pay more attention to Marine in the future. Well, the coding on Rayleigh's side should be over today or tomorrow, and then wait until the news from Sengoku's side comes out, and then we can go to the Fishmen Island. Thinking about the next plan in his mind, Ling Yun quickly returned to District 15, and then returned to his own medical center in Bubble Street not long after. Girl, 23. The familiar greeting was only halfway through, when Ling Yun opened the door of the clinic and found that there was no one there. A bad premonition suddenly rose in his heart. System, has anyone been here? Ling Yun asked softly in her heart. There is a person who tried to enter the hospital by force and has been obliterated. Any more? No. After asking, Ling Yun's expression also completely darkened. Koala didn't follow his instructions and left the hospital by himself? No, that kind of thing. Totally impossible. Boom. Then. There is a coffee shop in Soap Alley next to Foam Alley. The coffee shop itself is located in the central space between the two small streets, which is the place with the widest view of the surrounding area. At this time, the coffee shop boy who was arranging the tables and chairs suddenly felt that his breathing became very difficult. He suddenly felt that the surrounding air seemed to have become heavy. And the moment he raised his head, he saw a figure appearing in front of him. Then, in the afternoon, did anyone come to the medical clinic on the closed street? The other party's voice was very cold, but the servant shuddered inexplicably. Oh me! The boy stammered, and the goosebumps on his body couldn't help but pop out. People who came here this afternoon? People? Oh yes. Carla came here to sell her socks. Pickup came here and stole something from a passerby. Feeling the increasingly cold air around him, the boy couldn't help feeling a sense of despair. He felt that he might die in the next second. Since the battle between Ling Yun and Hawkeye not long ago, all kinds of huge sword marks on the streets of this small bubble street have not been eliminated, so the number of people passing by these two streets is really very small. And after the little servant racked his brains desperately for a few seconds, he suddenly thought of someone. Also, that's right. Mifford. The owner of Kaido auction house, Mifford, came here with a few people carrying bags. I was urinating in the store at the time, and it turned out that by the time they were gone. Have they approached the infirmary? The young man asked in a cold voice, but the emotion in his words seemed to be getting weaker and weaker. No. Don't know. 10 minutes later, in Kaigo auction house, today's auction is about to start. Hurry up and get ready, the guests are about to enter in 5 minutes, and today's auction is about to start. Yes. Sweat dripped from Mifford's plump round face, and he kept directing the servants on the side to prepare for the upcoming auction. But there was always a hint of worry in his eyes. He knew what he was doing, and he also knew that the young man in the hospital was a complete monster. But as long as you accomplish this, I will personally report to Celestial Dragons afterwards, and your auction house will become the largest auction house in Sabody, and you will directly own the tiles recorded for the non-dragons. Merchants seek profit, and to Mifford, the hound's promises are worth the gamble. And now he has cleaned up all the traces, and prepared all kinds of corresponding preparatory measures. He just needs to have the same attitude as usual. I believe that person can't do anything to him, right? And it was also at this time, when the first auction item wrapped in curtains was about to be pushed onto the booth. But the next moment, the Guy song When the King Comes is already silently sung. Ah! The huge conqueror's haki instantly invaded the brains of all the employees present, but they did not let them pass out. In front of Mifford, the door of the auction house was instantly blown to the booth by a huge gust of wind, and Ling Yun's figure in white was stepping into the room. You went to my infirmary this afternoon, didn't you? Completely different from the gentle and elegant young man in Mifford's memory, Ling Yun's indifferent face and the faint red in his eyes, combined with the black scabbard knife at his waist, made him look extremely cold. As cold as death. Master Ling! Master Ling Yun! At this time, Miford's face just showed a reluctant smile in a panic. I did go to your medical hall in the afternoon and wanted to give you the money from the previous auction, but there seemed to be no one in the medical hall, so I leave. According to Milford's understanding of Ling Yun is very reasonable whether talking about ancient healing potions or other times. Ling Yun is always quite polite. So he has made all the preparations, whether it is the alibi or the Bailey who was indeed taken to the hospital by him is now being prepared in the auction house as his work. Prove. He is confident that even if Marine Admiral comes over, there is absolutely no way to see the loopholes in his preparations. But the next moment, he knew. He was wrong. Ka. The sound of something breaking was clearly heard, and the next moment, as the sun's rays slowly penetrated into the auction house, Miford also clearly saw that the entire roof of the auction house was lifted off. And at the place where the original roof was, a gold monster with 2 horns, so huge that only its head could be seen, was looking at him with the same cold eyes. I ask you. Then, Miford heard Ling Yun's voice again. The cold eyes have no color, and anyone who is familiar with Hong Kong will know that the current cemetery is in the most dangerous state. And that was where Miford was at fault. Where is she? For Ling Yun now. There is no reason to speak. Chapter 69. Sabody Archipelago, Area 41. As the area where coding craftsmen code ships, under normal circumstances, all coding craftsmen are doing their own work after all. There are a lot of pirates who need their vines to go to New World every day, so there is also almost no rest during the workday. But now, all the coding craftsmen are just staring blankly at the sky. Because just now, a gigantic sea king soared into the sky from under the sea in the west, and flew towards the east. Among these craftsmen, Rayleigh, who was conducting the final inspection on the Lost Paradise, was also shocked. As Pluton Rayleigh, who once fought side by side with One Piece, has plenty of experience. So he knows better than anyone else that the figure rising from the sea just now is not the Sea Kings of Common. That's pretty much a legendary creature even in the New World. It's a dragon. It's a creature I haven't seen for a long time. Muttering softly, Rayleigh adjusted his glasses slightly, but what Ling Yun said when he met him not long ago suddenly appeared in his mind. Boy, doesn't your island ship have independent propulsion equipment? Such a ship may encounter trouble when sailing in the New World. 11. As an old man, I know how the weather in New World is so unpredictable, Rayleigh said to Ling Yun. As for this, Ling Yun smiled very casually at the time. You don't have to worry about this, Rayleigh. I have my own starting device. Now it seems that the so-called starting device. It's outrageous. Looks like this is the guy, right? Sabody Archipelago, an extremely shocking scene is being staged outside Kaido auction house. The huge body of the monster with gold scales was dragged from the auction house to an area hundreds of meters away. The indifferent icy golden eyes and furious roar instead vented the anger of his master. Yemengard was genetically modified by Ling Yun through a system, and after it evolved into a dragon species, its relationship with Ling Yun became even closer. It is precisely because of this that Ling Yun let Ling Yun play freely in the sea after arriving at Sabody land, it will appear here. Because he felt the unprecedented great anger in his master's heart. Where is she? And after Ling Yun's inquiry, Yemengard also roared like thunder in an instant. Ling Yun looked at Miford, who was almost sifting through the chaff in front of him, but there was not even a trace of pity in his heart. He was sure that the guy in front of him must have something to do with this matter, so he came here. As for Miford's explanation, he has no interest nor time to listen to it. He just needs to hear about Koala's whereabouts, and get her back. Let me go. At this time, looking at the huge monster and Ling Yun's indifferent face, Ford finally knows what his greed has brought him. The hound took him, and he's taking her to Marie Joy's. I am really innocent, it was the hound who threatened me, Master Ling Yun. He was still trying to explain, but he saw Ling Yun's eyes right in front of him. It was a calm, indifferent look. Like a lion standing before a flock of sheep, they do not fear him, nor do they dare to fear him. Because as long as they have any other meaning, will usher in death. Long Yan. After a soft whisper, Meaford was greeted by fiery gold dragon flames. And a minute later, Ling Chu's figure slowly walked out of the smoke sail shop that had turned into a sea of flames. But Yemengard clearly felt that the anger in his master's heart still hadn't subsided. Marie Joyce. Lightly chanting the place called the Holy Land, Ling Yun's body slowly floated up, and then landed directly on top of Hormongondra's head. Let's go one. So on that day, all those who were lucky enough to be in the Sabody archipelago saw a scene that was destined to be recorded in history. From the 15th district of the Sabody archipelago, a young man in white clothes stood on top of the giant gold monster, soaring into the sky. The huge figure of the gold monster briefly blocked the sun, and the waves of the sea were brought up between the flapping of its wings. And their goal is the top of the red line. Half an hour later. At the top of the red line, the Holy Land Marie Joyce. The flags of the world government are flying around, and there is a white and high separation wall around this holy place standing at the top of the red line. For the celestial dragons, this wall represents the separation between mortals and kings. They are completely different creatures from those who live outside. What exactly is the gift that Hound Sama brought into town just now? How do I know? But judging by the size, it might be a slave or something else. It is said that Mr. Hunter bought a lot of rare items for Mr. Didaicheng in Sabody this time. And as two of Marie Joy's high wall guards, Kaido and Prundo, are chatting as usual except for Fisher Tiger 3 years ago. No one has ever dared to come to the Holy Land to act wildly, and as the guardian soldiers of the Holy Land, their work is naturally very leisurely. And during the discussion, Kaido and Prundo didn't take the so-called slaves seriously at all because around the residential area near the Celestial Dragons in Marie Joyce, there are many slaves going in and out of those luxurious, Nazeo's mansion, so it's not surprising that they are also slaves. Roar. Huge. But just when Kaido was about to say something, he felt as if he suddenly heard some strange voice coming from below. It was the roar of some kind of huge beast. Is it an illusion? Kaido instinctively made such a judgment after all, even without considering the tall guard wall of Marie Joyce. The cliff below Marie Joyce is the cliff of the Red Line. How could it be possible? Roar. Then, the closer and the huge roar and the huge shadow proved to him that it was not an illusion. And the next moment, when Kaido and Prundo looked up, the high-hanging sun has eternal gold, but the scales of the huge flying creature gold seem to be more dazzling than the sun. Chapter 70. Balaba. In Marineford, just finished discussing Ling Yun with Crane Vice Admiral, when Sengoku was about to go to Marie Joyce, the phone bug that he placed in the first drawer on the right-hand side rang. And Sengoku picked up the phone bug, and then heard a shocking message from the phone bug. Marie Joyce was attacked. Yes, I see. Let Jun Vice Admiral do all it can to stop the intruders, and I'll send reinforcements right away. Guard. So right after putting down the phone bug, Sengoku yelled. Yes. Marshal. So the Marine Guard who had been guarding Sengoku's door ran into the office in a hurry, and then Sengoku gave him an order directly. Notify Kizaru to immediately end mission in New World to support Marie Joyce. In addition, immediately prepare 5 warships to go below Marie Joyce, and let Sakazuki and Kuzan dispatch to rescue Marie Joyce. Yes. And after the sailors left, Whitebeard, Beast, Redhead, or Big Mom? Or the Revolutionary Army? Instinctively, he thought of these names that pose the greatest threat to marine and world government, and Sengoku's expression couldn't help becoming a little heavy. -557. On the top of the high white wall around Marie Joyce, Gold's celestial dragon claws crushed the edge of the city wall, and at this moment, he stretched his body and let out a violent roar. And this kind of horror is like a scene in a certain game CG. Naturally, it was quickly noticed by the people in the city, and they made sounds of horror and fear. Most of them were the retinues of celestial dragons or the world government. Relatives of officials, or some businessmen who spent a lot of money to temporarily pass through Marie Joy's. When have they seen such a scene? But Ling Yun, who was standing on top of Yemengard's head, ignored these people's efforts at this time. He just looked at that big Marie Joy's, and I closed my eyes. Sickle Weasel Perception. Dragon Perception. Observation Haki. Inner Potential LV.3. In addition to using the Thinking Spark Shocker, which has a huge risk of resolving the battle within 30 minutes, Ling Yun immediately used all the abilities that can strengthen his perception. And the next moment, the huge perception ability spreads, and the things in the distance appear in Ling Yun's mind like a thermal image. Even Ling Yun can clearly perceive how many times a flying insect flaps its wings 1,000 meters away, CDBC, clearly. Then, he started looking for west side, no. On the east side, there is no. And at this moment, a general of the garrison who was also at the head of the city finally aimed all the forts on the high wall at the huge monster. Garrison. Fire. At this time, the commander in charge of today's duty also directly issued an order to fire. Boom. The latest standard turret ejected huge pitch-black cannonballs towards Yermungandr. But... boom. 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 Success, success. Amidst the huge vibration and explosion, the smoke gradually dispersed. What? Looking at Yemengard, who covered Ling Yun above his head firmly with huge wings, and didn't even have a single scale off his body, the general of the garrison immediately let out an incredible exclamation. How can this be? Then, he saw the giant gold tail behind Hormungandr suddenly swept across, and that mountain-like tail swept towards him with great power. Roar! That growl means, you are quarreling with my master. So with the sweep of the giant tail, the entire white moat wall of Marineford was directly leveled. Found it! At this time, Ling Yun finally felt the breath of koala after potential transformation. The breath of koala appeared very unique. Jormungandr, go over there. Ling Yun lightly pointed to a certain place in front of him, where there was a huge white bridge tank. The faces of the 20 kings who established the world government are engraved on the bridge, which is one of the symbols of Marie Joy's. Its name is the Bridge of Kings, and the people who live in the huge residential complex at the other end of the bridge are the descendants of the king's celestial dragons. At this time, Ling Yun's observation haki saw at the end of the bridge, there was a carriage being dragged by 2 pure white horses and galloping fast. And behind that carriage, there is a black box the size of 2 people. Ling Yun's perception told him koala is in there. Don't fly, go through the ground. But Ling Yun did not forget to remind Yermungandr that if flying in the air, Yermungard's huge body is almost indistinguishable from a moving target. And in a place like the world government, where the details are unknown, it is not a good thing to rashly become a target. Roar! After Yemengard heard the master's words, he immediately began to flap the wings on his back. The gust of wind from flapping wings directly lifted the buildings below the high wall, but Yemengiad's huge body did not continue to fly high, but directly chose to fall from the high wall, and then headed towards Ling Yun's place. Go straight in the direction you point. No takeoff, very calm young man. On the top of the world government building, looking at Ling Yun who chose to move on the ground instead of flying, the old man in a black suit, with white curly hair and a white beard with Peng Song made a slightly surprised voice. Dangerous guy. And the other old man in a dark blue suit with long white straight hair looked at the Yermungandr and the figure of Ling Yun on top of it with some trepidation. And beside the two, there are 3 old people with different appearances. In this way, the dragon hunter cannon can't be used. Well, it can't be used. The power of the dragon hunting cannon at this distance is likely to spread to other areas, and it should not be an ordinary dragon in terms of the defense power shown by this dragon just now. The hunting dragon we have, the dragon cannon, should also be ineffective. Is it a special dragon? This time, the person who made the inquiry was an old man in a dark red suit with gold beard and hair. But, don't dragons be tameable? Even in the New World, the existence of dragons is a legendary, but as the 5 people who know the most mysteries in the world, they know that dragons do exist. Even to be precise, the giant cannons of the dragon hunter family that specialized in hunting flying dragons that existed among the titans of the New World 300 years ago are now held by the world government. There are no absolutes in the world. From the information, this young man seems to be a very interesting character. Rational. There wasn't much panic in their discussions, or their status gave them the confidence to say Mount Tai collapses before the face remains unchanged. Because they are the 5 elders. The highest right holder in this world. Chapter 71. It's been a long time since anyone dared to attack Marie Joyce, let alone. Curly-haired 5 elders also shook their heads, and then looked at the information about Ling Yun in their hands. Although it was only a short period of time, under the work of a large number of intelligence analysts and collectors, Ling Yun's information has already arrived in their own hand. He relied on this dragon, Sabody, to defeat my hawk. Curly-haired 5 elders squinted his eyes. It's not according to the information. He is the user of the demon sword Muramasa, maybe. Saying so, the blonde 5 elders looked suspiciously at another old man with bald head and glasses wearing a white robe and holding a knife. I've read the information about their sword fights, and they are not descendants of Miyamoto Musashi. Their swordsmanship has no similarities at all. However, he is indeed a top swordsman. But the old man with the sword was just talking casually at this time, and the other 5 elders frowned when they heard the words, because they knew that if the old man said he was a top swordsman, he would be really top point. Don't deviate from the topic, the key is how to deal with it now. The last old man who turned the subject back to the right path was wearing a dark green suit with a strange mark on his forehead. The direction he's going seems to be the Celestial Dragons area, and it looks like they're causing trouble again. And after observing that Yermungandra's direction is going straight to somewhere, the old man also came to a conclusion. To actually provoke a strong man of this strength, you are really annoying guys. The curly-haired old man said again dully. In fact, the 5 elders and the world government have very little to do with the celestial dragons. The ancestors of the celestial dragons, 20 kings known as the creators of the world, established the world government, but a large part of their descendants did not inherit the wise and decisiveness of their ancestors at all, but inherited the status of their ancestors' power and money. They provide the world government with the necessary funds and power to carry out all activities, and in return, the world government will protect their safety. Specifically, as Ling Yun knew about Japan in his previous life, 5 elders as the prime minister make most of the decisions, and the celestial dragons are the royal family under their protection. But arms trafficking, human trafficking, illegal transactions. In recent years, these world nobles have been causing huge troubles to the world government, relying on their lofty status. And these 5 elders also see it, but they don't want to destroy their relationship with celestial dragons, so they have been wiping each other's butt. However, now the situation is different. What the celestial dragons offend this time is not a commoner who can be bullied at will, nor Fisher Tiger, who was abused as a slave and is extremely dangerous to the world government. That's the newly appointed world's #1 swordsman who has never shown any malice to the world government. A strong man who is so strong at such a young age, seems to have chosen to attack the Holy Land Marie Joyce himself because of what these celestial dragons have done. Are they all idiots? Don't these idiots celestial dragons know how dangerous such a guy can be if he really decides to go against the world government? With an existence like Ling Yun, it can almost be said that one person is a powerful army. And even if it is the world government that rules the world, it will cost a considerable price to deal with such a top powerhouse. At such a time, that Guy Sora actually went to inspect the army. What annoys them even more is that the recent rebellion of the Land Kingdom Mobis caused by the active revolutionary army has caused heavy losses to the army of the world government. So Kong, who is the commander of the entire army of the world government, is extremely powerful at this time. Just not in Marie Joy's yet. So the scene was also silent for a while. The world government has been able to rule the world for such a long time, so it naturally has a large number of cards and resources. However, 5 elders discovered at this time. When facing Ling Yun, an unprecedented strong man who came here alone, most of these so-called whole cards seemed to be useless. Of course, political means and economic means are not taken into consideration, and even in the whole cards of force means, firearms, artillery attacks and crowd tactics are meaningless to Ling Yun. The existence of that huge gold dragon itself is almost a weapon to dominate the battlefield. Of course, in addition to this, the world government has other trump cards. For example, special supergiant cannons, ordnance that can melt cities, chemical poisons that can corrode everything, and special chemical gases that can cause all living things to starve to death directly. But these are absolutely impossible to use in this Marie Joyce. Therefore, after excluding the remaining cards they can use, it seems that there are not many left. That's all. With a soft sigh, the blonde 5 elders first said one thing that was sure first: the safety of the celestial dragons must be guaranteed first. Inform them to move first. Ask for flowers. This is the bottom line of the agreement between celestial dragons and world government. But other than that, they must be taught a lesson, otherwise, it will be detrimental to the world government to continue like this. Green 5 elders whispered his opinion. The authority of the celestial dragons is well deserved, but their actions must not be so reckless. So, let him make a fuss first. The behavior of the celestial dragons should indeed be curbed a little bit, whether it is an arms deal or offending dangerous guys at sea, they should all be curbed. The curly-haired celestial dragons were the first to speak out about their decision. The arms trade and human trafficking led by the celestial dragons have now faintly become the nourishment for the revolutionary army to develop its own forces. This is a threat to the world government city. 0. So, he thinks it's time to give the celestial dragons a little reminder. Let the garrison stop him. After confirming the transfer of all celestial dragons, we only need to wait for Marine Admiral's reinforcements. As for the current situation, if it is really out of control, let's dispatch the angels. After making a decision, the curly-haired 5 elders looked at the other 4 old men. Seconded. 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 So in a short period of time, the 5 people reached a consensus. On the other side, Ling Yun is driving Yemen Gate all the way to crush all kinds of houses, but now he has come to the front of the King's Bridge. And in front of the King's Bridge, a 300-man artillery array has been erected that is the garrison of Marie Joyce. As mentioned before, the garrison itself is composed of half Marine and half Celestial Dragon's Guard, with Admiral of Marine as the nominal leader, but the actual commander is a vice who is stationed in naval headquarters in rotation, admiral and one of the captains of the Celestial Dragon's escort. And what appeared in front of Ling Yun now was the captain of the Celestial Dragon's Guard and members of the Celestial Dragon's garrison. Intruder, I am the commander of the garrison, Holy Family of Roswald Guard Captain Mipidus. Stop your attack immediately, or... He didn't have time to finish his words, because Ling Yun didn't intend to finish listening. Long Yan! Whispers almost simultaneously with Gold's flames. Roar it! Chapter 72. In terms of voyages on the sea, the biggest enemy is not pirates, shipwrecks or sea beasts, but the loneliness that is huge, pervasive and powerful enough to destroy people's hearts. There are the same scenery on the sea every day. The first time you see those scenery may be considered beautiful, but it will become a kind of torture after a long time. This kind of unconscious loneliness cannot be avoided, and it is something that belongs only to the navigators. And the reason why Ling Yun was willing to adopt Koala was precisely because of this. He wanted someone who could communicate with him, and Koala's pure personality really made him quite fond of it. But according to common sense, even if Koala was captured, if the enemy he had to face was the world government, Ling Yun should have let it go. But can you really let it go? After changing the trajectory of the original plot, as if he had nothing to do with him, let the little girl be brought back to Marie Joyce, and then continue the miserable life as a slave that may last for a lifetime? Ling Yun, I picked a lot for you today, royal blood grass. Ling Yun, dang 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 dang, today's lunch is my special herbal bread. Ling Yun, the weather outside is very good today, why don't you go to bask in the sun? Ling Yun, is there anything I can help you with today's treatment? Hey, don't be obedient, 860 and just be obedient. The answer came within just one thought. For people in this world, Marie Joyce is an inviolable noble place. But for Ling Yun, this concept never existed. As far as he is concerned, there are only two reasons why he came here. First, he couldn't tolerate someone being so rampant that he forcibly took a person away from his hospital for him. This was an insult. The second and most important reason is, he follows his heart. And his heart told him he couldn't, and he wasn't willing to let that little girl go back to hell. In front of the king's bridge, the blazing gold dragon flames burned everything up. The person who called himself Mipidus had an A+ grade in Ling Yun's eyes, and also had the label of Paramecia bronze body fruit. But for Ling Yun, those are trivial details that are not worth paying attention to, because whether it is copper or other things, there is not much difference under the dragon flame of Hormungandr. Go ahead. Looking at the magnificent celestial dragon's living area, Ling Yun's eyes became more and more cold. Ho ho ho! But compared to Ling Yun, Hormungandr expressed that it is quite satisfied since it evolved successfully. It is the first time to move around and exert its own power like this, which makes it very excited. And after hearing Ling Yun's words, it stepped onto the Bridge of Kings directly, and then crossed half of the bridge's distance in one step. But right now, the sound of the blade cutting through the air was very clear, but even Ling Yun couldn't help but say so fast to the figure flying over the bridge. Unlike the previous situation where all the artillery fire couldn't hurt Yermungandr at all, this time the slash from the incoming man cut through Yermungandra's body. Who are you? At this time, Ling Yun also encountered a significant resistance for the first time since entering Marie Joyce. It was a woman. The cloud-like black hair is curled on the top of the head, the snow-white face and hot figure exude the unique charm of mature women, there is a spider-like tattoo on the left leg, and the marine's big coat on the body, whether it is the cuff or the epaulette, quite a unique pink. At this time, this woman was still holding a knife in her hand. The blade is in the shape of a moon. The blade is sharp and flat, there is no blood groove but there are blade flowers, and the sea and mountains are engraved on the blade surface. That is the famous sword Jinpira. I'm Marine Vice Admiral, overlook. If you continue to move forward, I will kill you on the spot. The words spoken by the pretty face are loud and clear, and the woman clearly shows what it means to be heroic. Jun. Age, 33. Level, this world S. Available skills, Great Swordsman, Swordsmanship LV.8, Armament Haki LV.6+, Observation Haki LV.6+, Marine 6 Styles LV.7, Combat Experience LV.6, High Speed Swordsmanship LV.8, Unique Skills. Fruit Ability, Paramecia Strong Fruit. Momuzagi. Seeing this first time, seeing a strong woman who surpassed the S level, Ling Yun really remembered that there seemed to be such a character who hadn't played much before, and he was also one of the future Marine Admiral backups. You alone can't stop me, so go away by yourself. But even though it was a beautiful woman face to face, but now Ling Yun has no intention of talking to her. S-level powerhouses might have been able to deal with him for a while a few months ago, but for him now, there is absolutely no need for the strong below the S-end level to fight him. Jormungandr, keep going. And after saying that, Ling Yun also let Yemenjiad continue to move forward, but he didn't intend to fight this beauty vice admiral. But those who disturb the world order. You don't want to leave. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, Leaping Rabbit Park. She is a great beauty, very popular among Marine officers, and even Vice Admiral, one of Marine's top Vice Admirals, has confessed to her 80 times so far. But it is a pity that she has no interest in feelings and love. She has excellent sword skills, can master the powerful haki proficiently, and has a deep understanding of the fruit ability, so strong that she is even qualified to run for the position of Marine Admiral. Although she is quite inferior compared to the two monsters who are confirmed to be Admiral now, she is definitely the top powerhouse in Marine Vice Admiral. And the famous sword Golden Piro in her hand is her recognition, after she won the first place in actual combat with an absolute advantage among the sailors of the same period. She treated her naval headquarters Vice Admiral Crane like a sister the famous sword presented to her. For her, the identity of a beauty is not an important thing. Importantly, she is a Marine. Therefore, even though she knew that she was definitely not the opponent who defeated the eagle-eyed Ling Yun, she still chose to come here alone. She did not bring her men to trade because she knew that she had no victory this time. Machine. And the fact is the same, her slashing and slashing are almost meaningless on Hormongondra's body. The huge body and powerful recovery ability tell Momuzagi, not to mention Ling Yun who is the master of Yemen Guard, even if it is only Yemen Guard, she may not be able to solve it. But, that's no reason for Marine's Vice Admiral to back down. So, those who disturb the order of the world. You don't want to leave. The fruit ability is activated, and Momuzagi's figure instantly disappears in place. And the next moment, her beautiful figure was like a pink lightning, climbing along Yemengard's body directly towards the top, but a few seconds later, she was already following Yemengard's body came in front of Ling Yun. And at that moment she swung a full 30 knives. Paramecia strong speed fruit gives Momuzagi the ability to enhance the speed of all objects. The speed at which bullets are fired, the speed at which bodies move, and high-speed swordsmanship flowers. The jet black armament haki surrounds Jinpira, and the high-speed slash undoubtedly has a strong killing history. But ding! The sound of the crimson light intersecting with the golden sword sounded, and the huge power brought by the village that was also attached to armament haki at the moment when it was unsheathed made Momuzagi feel the warning signs in his heart. And the next moment, she saw Ling Yun's teasing face head-on. You shouldn't have confronted me head-on, Miss Jump. If Ling Yun is using the ability of the fast fruit to deal with Ling Yun, then Ling Yun may need a period of time to entangle with Momuzagi to defeat Momuzagi. But now Momuzagi almost gave up her flexibility and confronted Ling Yun head-on. And in this case, Ling Yun who already got Zephyr armament haki to defeat her just need one knife. Boom! After being knocked into the air involuntarily, her body fell heavily to the ground, and the corner of Momuzagi's mouth overflowed with bright red blood. The huge force made her instantly have the illusion that she was wrestling with a sea monster. But when she managed to open her eyes, what she saw was the man standing on top of the giant beast slowly retracting the blood-red knife into its sheath. And in his hands, he had already put on the white gloves at some point. Nice slash, Miss Momuzagi. Then, she saw Ling Yun waving towards her. 1. Then she felt a heat flow suddenly appeared in her body, constantly circulating in her 3.5 body to repair her body. Your wounds will heal in 5 hours. 4. Why? Momuzagi is a little unbelievable. What does the other party mean by this? Why did I save you? The scales of Hormongandra gold reflected the sunlight and shone on Ling Yun's face, but the young man in white just smiled slightly at that moment. Of course it's because you were injured. At that moment, Ling Yun's light smile made Momuzagi's heart beat faster. By the way, I have no interest in disrupting the order of the world. I came here this time just to save a careless little girl. After the words fell, Yemenjiad turned around and carried Ling Yun towards the other end of the bridge, while Momuzagi, who was left in place, looked at Ling Yun's back, but was speechless for a while. Chapter 73. Of course Ling Yun didn't treat Momuzagi to flirt with her, he doesn't have that kind of free time now. The reason why he did this is because he felt that the ability that Momuzagi possessed was very good at first sight. With the help of the powerful fruit, the slash she performed is even faster than Ling Yun's ability to control the wind with the help of the sickle weasel fruit. So Ling Yun simply healed this Marine's vice admiral, trying to gain her ability. But congratulations to host for curing S-class character Jun. Skills available for this character: Great Swordsman, Swordsmanship LV.8, Armament Haki LV.6, Observation Haki LV.6, Marine 6 Styles LV.7, Combat Experience LV.6, High Speed Swordsmanship LV.8, Unique Skill, Fruit Ability Paramecia Strength Fruit. Skills are being extracted. Congratulations to host for obtaining the skill Battle Experience LV.6. Apparently, Ling Yun didn't get the fruit ability from Momuzagi, whom he was very coveted, because he ran out of luck when he was with Zephyr. But Ling Yun didn't really care much now, because now is not the time to think about those things. Boom! The huge claws were deeply embedded in the ground, and the moment Yemengard crossed the King's Bridge, Ling Yun officially came to the place where the celestial dragons lived. And in Ling Yun's perception, the breath of Koala is still very strong. 23. Crazy! Crazy! That guy is a crazy! Frantically whipping the snow-white horse in front of him, the hound driving a carriage even felt that his breathing had become difficult. He saw the huge monster crouching on the high wall with his own eyes, and he also saw the blazing flames and the collapsed houses in the distance. And as the initiator of everything, he certainly knows why Ling Yun came here. However, he couldn't understand what Ling Yun did. Obviously just a mere slave. Why would he choose to fight Marie Joyce just for a mere slave? Doesn't he know what this means? The hound has already regretted it. If he had known that the other party would do such a crazy thing, then he would definitely pretend that he had never seen Koala. But no matter what, there is always only one way for the hound now to escape. Escape back to the mansion of the Holy Family of Malfoy, then escape into the vault with them. But no. When he returned to the magnificent mansion of the Holy Family of Malfoy, he just let out a desperate cry. Because he saw a rut on the ground. That was the mark of Malfoy Stan's favorite car. As expected, when the hound got off the carriage and opened the gate of the mansion angrily, he saw only chained and panicked slaves inside. And just at this time, boom! The sudden gust of wind and the loud sound behind him made the hound's body tremble suddenly, and the click sound from above his head made his heart go cold. When he looked up, what he saw was indeed the scene where the top of the house worth at least tens of millions of Baileys was torn apart by sharp claws. And in the instant sunlight, Yemengard's eyes were full of violence. The hound instinctively backed away, and then tried to find the only chance to survive in an instant. That girl! His thoughts turned quickly. As long as he could hold Koala hostage, maybe he would still have a chance. But when he turned his head, he saw Ling Yun was already standing beside the carriage. Crack! A casual punch directly smashed the specially processed back box of the carriage into pieces. Ling Yun looked at Koala, who seemed to have been injected with some medicine into the back box, and fell into a deep sleep. A soft brilliance flashed in his eyes. I'll take you back right away. Looking at the little girl, who still had a panicked expression even in her deep sleep, Ling Yun gently reached out and rubbed her gold's hair as usual. Then, Ling Yun turned around and looked at the hound. Right. The hound may still want to quibble or beg for mercy, but in the next second. Laugh. Stretching out his hand casually, the strong wind stirred up a branch on the ground that was overwhelmed by Yemengard, stabbed Hunting Shoe's chest directly, and nailed him to the wall behind him. And Ling Yun turned his head to look at the slaves who were locked in this room and could only look at him with pleading eyes afterwards, and then went directly to cut off the shackles and chains on their feet. Run away! For freedom! One word these slaves craved most in one whispered sentence. So these slaves immediately scrambled and all fled towards the door. But Ling Yun, who is holding Koala, has no intention of leaving here immediately. It was detected that there are 3 quest items in the host's position of 1,500 meters east, 3,100 meters west and 5,300 meters west. Historical text. Listening to the reminder that has been ringing continuously since entering the residential area of celestial dragons, Ling Yun whispered to himself. It's already like this anyway, so let's make a big fuss. Roar. 5 minutes later, inside the World Government Building. Sure enough, it's really strong 310 garrison troops and a Marine Vice Admiral can't even resist him for a minute. Straight Hair 5 Elders was obviously quite surprised by Ling Yun's combat prowess. Momuzagi-jun is not the common's Marine Vice Admiral. There seemed to be a fleeting gleam in the eyes of 5 elders who held the knife. I don't know about sword skills, but his haki use is top-notch. The blonde 5 elders also made a light judgment. Compared to this, it should be almost the same. Curly-haired 5 elders said, although the celestial dragons have all been evacuated, it's almost enough for him to make such a fuss. Well, let's dispatch the angels. Seconded. Master 5 elders. But just when the 5 elders took out a pure white phone bug hidden in the house and planned to use the angel, a light knock on the door interrupted their order. Then, a world government soldier hurried into the room. The Marine Admiral has arrived in Marijois and is now on its way to neutralize the threat in the area of the invaders. The news given by the soldiers undoubtedly gave the 167 veteran stars the capital to continue to keep their whole cards. Meanwhile, the area where the celestial dragons live is in chaos. In the raging fire, screams and shouts were everywhere, and the freed slaves ran and shouted, trying to leave the place of this nightmare. But a laser instantly pierced through the legs of several slaves trying to leave this place. Allah, it's really bad. And with a somewhat warm and careless tone, a tall man slowly walked over from the bridge. The man was wearing a pair of sunglasses, and he was wearing a strange formal suit with yellow vertical stripes. Black's curly hair and unkempt beard made him look a bit wretched, and the slanted eyebrows made his entire face it seems that there is a word written on it. In short, if a person with this face appears on the street, then almost everyone will definitely think that he is a wretched uncle. But of all the people present now, no one would have such an idea. Because this person is wearing a marine coat on top of his yellow vertical stripes suit. The epaulets belonging to Marine Admiral are draped on the top, and the word Justice on the back of the big badge shines brightly. Kizaru Admiral, we. And it wasn't until this time that the sailors chasing all the way on the bridge behind the man finally spoke to the deputy mayor who was the leader of the market, which naturally proved the man's identity. Marine's new admiral, Kizaru Polosalino. Chapter 74. Kizaru Admiral, we should now. The scorching heat from the surrounding flames and the white smoke constantly surrounded the surroundings. Marine's adjutant looked at the huge body of Yemen guard faintly visible in the white smoke in the distance, and his voice was full of horror. How is the situation in Jun? Although Kizaru's tone of voice is still very frivolous, but the sharp eyes hidden under the sunglasses clearly show that this Marine Admiral is not as frivolous as the surface. Momuzagi Vice Admiral seems to be recovering from her injuries. I have sent her to the garrison's temporary garrison and the fire on the other side of the bridge has been extinguished. Oh, where's the support from the headquarters? Still on the way. Is that so? The emotion in his eyes was completely unpredictable. After Kizaru scratched his head lightly, he also walked towards the interior of the Celestial Dragon's residential area where the fire was spreading. Kizaru Admiral, we. And his adjutant obviously couldn't understand what Kizaru meant. You guys? Take these guys away and block the exit. Waving his hands without looking back, Kizaru's figure gradually disappeared into the smoke. The guy in here is not an opponent you can deal with. Yes. After hearing Kizaru's words, Although the adjutant twitched his lips twice, he seemed a little unwilling, but looking at the huge paw print in front of him, he had to admit that what Kizaru said was correct. They are indeed the elite Marines serving in the G5 branch of the New World, but compared with Marine Admiral or the world's #1 swordsman, their existence is not much different from ants. Colonel Berrygood, we block this area and wait for the support from the headquarters. Yes. Congratulations to host for obtaining the historical text rubbings, the task completion rate is 5/30. Among the flames and destroyed houses, Ling Yun, who had been a robber for a while, was very happy after hearing the introduction of the system. It never occurred to him that he would unexpectedly get 3 rubbings of the historical text here. You know, as the people who most want to cover up the historical text, the celestial dragons even want to destroy all the historical texts, let alone the rubbings of the historical texts. Among the 3 rubbings of historical texts found by Ling Yun, one was rubbing under the lamp base of a lamp, the other was rubbing on the inside of a bookshelf, and the last one was rubbing directly on the inside of the cap of a pen. In addition, Ling Yun also found that these celestial dragons had obviously taken away what they considered valuable when they fled, but the rubbings of these 3 historical texts, as the last thing they wanted to be obtained, still remained in the here. So Ling Yun also has reason to believe that they don't even know the existence of these 3 rubbings. Ling Yun's previous practice of releasing all slaves to interfere with audio-visual seems to be useless. As for the origin of these 3 rubbings, Ling Yun believes that it may be related to the Island of Scholars, O'Hara, that was sunk 10 years ago, because the pen he found clearly has Kaluba written on it. The name of the O'Hara, and this name is the name of the scholar who guards the library of the Tree of Omniscience on O'Hara. According to Ling Yun's guess, it is likely that Marine obtained it on O'Hara before O'Hara was sunk or after O'Hara was sunk to ensure that no survivors were salvaged, and then it was used as a trophy or something else tribute to the celestial dragons. But in any case, the discovery of 3 historical texts is obviously a very exciting thing for Ling Yun. Although the completion of the task is still far away, 1/6 of it has been completed in Zei, isn't it? It's almost time to go. Mumbling like this, Ling Yun couldn't help but feel a little speechless. In fact, he didn't even think that he would make a fuss with Marie Joyce. It doesn't matter if the trouble ends this time, the key is that he will inevitably be wanted by the world government in the future, and the plan he conceived before is about to fall apart. But there's nothing you can do about it. Gently shaking his head, Ling Yun has no regrets about what he did. Germengard, hey! And just when Ling Yun walked out of the mansion and was about to call Yem and Jiad to leave together, he seemed to feel something suddenly, and then raised his eyebrows and looked at the white smoke around a burning house not far away. Zi. And as expected, the next moment, a shining laser shot out of the cloud of smoke 10 times and directly pierced a wall and shot straight towards Ling Wei. But facing the oncoming laser, Ling Yun just chuckled, and the pitch-black conqueror's haki instantly covered his hands. Then, boom! Boom! He directly shattered the flying laser with one punch, and the fragments scattered by the laser fell on the ground and the walls of the surrounding houses, making an arrogant sound. You really are amazing haki. At this time, Kizaru's figure also slowly walked out of the smoke, looking at Ling Yun's unscathed fist, but his words were a little distressed. Nice to meet you, Kizaru Admiral. Ling Yun looked at this well-known lazy guy among the marine admirals, and greeted him softly. I've heard the famous name for a long time, Dr. Ling Yun. And Kizaru replied like this, I just didn't expect to meet you in this situation. After finishing speaking, this marine admiral still looked at Ling Yun seriously. You healed Teacher Zephyr's arm, so I shouldn't have fought with you in the first place. So if possible, I would like you to come with me to the World Government Building. Even so, Kizaru's eyes became sharper. Ah, sorry. I don't have much time. Ling Yun chuckled. What kind of virtue this admiral is, he still knows it very clearly. Although he looks very frivolous on the outside, and he is actually a lazy guy, but this guy is not an easy-talking guy. In terms of completing tasks, he has the standards and bottom line of a soldier. In fact, in the original book, although this guy showed a passive and sabotage attitude in many cases, it was after everything was settled time or when his mission objective has been completed. And before that, the Heavenly General himself is quite dangerous for the people he wants to capture. Ah, that's really troublesome. After hearing Ling Yun's answer, Kizaru also had a sharp look in his eyes. Wang Haozhao, the last question, can you tell me why you did this? The celestial dragons have taken my sister and are going to make her a slave. Ling Yun squinted at Kizaru, his voice was flat. After Kizaru heard the words, a trace of astonishment finally flashed across his expression. After a while, he scratched his head, that's really ridiculous. But despite saying this, not only did the momentum on his body not dissipate, but it became more and more awe-inspiring. But I'm sorry, Mr. Ling Yun. I, after all, am a soldier. But don't worry, as a disciple of Teacher Zephyr, I will not take your life, and I will not hand you over to the celestial dragons. Kizaru's expression became serious once in a while. After Ling Yun heard the words, he also knew that this battle seemed inevitable, so he gently pulled out Muramasa from his waist. Actually, you don't have to think about it so much, Kizaru Admiral. Because you are not my opponent. Chapter 75. Porisalano. Age, 46 years old. Level, S and in this world, X in the state of Avatar of Light. Skills available, Armament Haki LV.7, Observation Haki LV.7, Photon Swordsmanship LV.8, Marine 6 Styles LV.6, Kicking LV.8, Awakening LV.1, Combat Experience LV.8. Fruit Ability, Logia Sparkling Fruit. There is no doubt that Kizaru is very strong, the strength of $+ and the whole cards of X under the extreme power make him worthy of the name of Marine Admiral. But you are not my match. Ling Yun now is different from him a few months ago. So even in the face of such a strong man, his words are still resounding. I'm so confident. Try it and you'll know. Accompanied by such words, Ling Yun's movement of drawing the knife is gentle and relaxed. But as the blade was pulled out inch by inch, Ling Yun's aura grew like a bamboo. And when Muramasa let out a clear knife cry 097, the aura on Ling Chu's body had shocked Kizaru too. Joermungandr, take care of Koala. Ling Yun first signaled Yermungand to take good care of Koala, who was still asleep in the gap between its scales by Ling Yun, and then... boom! His figure disappeared in an instant with the gust of wind, and a huge pothole appeared out of thin air where he was originally standing. And the next moment... varied. Kizaru's pupils shrank suddenly, because he felt the sound of a knife cutting through the air behind him. Amazon Cloud Sword. The right hand suddenly pulled towards the air, and the shining photons gathered into a sword of light in an instant, and Kizaru, who was holding the sword, turned his head and went towards Muramasa. Zi. The moment the crimson blade collided with the shining lightsaber, the huge impact also instantly shook away the smoke that was already permeating the surrounding area. And from a distance, it looks like a huge mushroom cloud rising. Then... zzz. The laser beams were scattered, and the tall yellow monkey was wrestling with Ling Yun with his sword. Crack! Crack! Cracks continued to occur on the hard ground, and the place where the two collided has now become a pothole. However, the result of the fight between the two is very clear. It's really troublesome. Kizaru, who was almost in a stalemate with Ling Yun with all his strength, looked at Ling Yun's unchanging expression, felt the growing power coming from the blade of the sword, but changed from his usual frivolous wry smile. What a monster-like guy! Not long after, Sengoku, who had been waiting in the office for Marie Joy report since the order was issued, finally received the news. Kizaru Admiral has reached Marie Joy's and engaged the invaders. Porisalano's here, that's good. So Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief at this point. In his opinion, now that Kizaru has arrived at the scene, things should at least be stabilized. But he had just exhaled half of his breath when he was forced to swallow it by the next words from the phone bug. But Polosolino Admiral just sent a signal for reinforcements through the small phone bug on his body. He doesn't seem to be able to last long. So Sengoku almost didn't come back in one breath. Although Kizaru just took office, he is also the highest combat power of Marine in the real sense Marine Admiral. This is only less than 20 minutes of fighting with the opponent, and it is already going to be overwhelmed? Sakazuki and Kyuzan are still on the way. Has the intruder been identified? So Sengoku, who has not yet obtained information about the identity of the other party, hastily asked a question. If Kizaru is not an opponent, could it be that those monsters in New World could not help but lead their troops with their lonely voice? Ah, yes. At this time, Colonel Very Good, Kizaru's lieutenant on the other side of the phone bug, also quickly replied, the identity of the intruder has been confirmed to be the man who appeared in the Sabody archipelago before Grasp of Hades. And, the reason for his invasion of Marie Joyce, Kizaru Admiral also gave the information. What? Then the next moment, Sengoku's shocked voice came from far away from the office. And at the same time, on the battlefield. It was only 20 minutes, but the Celestial Dragon's residential area, which was the battlefield, suffered huge damage. Fragments of houses kicked to pieces by the speed of light, various buildings cut off by blows. The traces of battles can be seen everywhere, and every place looks so appalling. It's not so much a battle between two people, but the appearance is as devastated as it was after being swept by a natural disaster. In fact, the powerhouses above the S-end level are indeed no different from the mobile natural disasters. And at this time, in a certain corner of the battlefield shrouded in smoke, Kizaru, who had been acting carefree not long ago, was no longer comparable to before. The marine coat on his body has been damaged, and there is a trace of bloodline on the yellow suit inside. At this time, Kizaru, who is hidden behind a wall, shows a wry smile on his face. Ha, really amazing. Before coming to Marie Joyce, he was originally performing an important task in the G5 Marine branch of New World, to hunt down a very vicious big pirate. So before that, he who has been busy with missions actually only knew about Ling Yun at the level of the strong man who defeated Mihawk. And after receiving the order from the headquarters and coming to Marie Joyce, he learned that the intruder was Ling Chu, and he just found out that Ling Wei cured Zifa's broken arm through the marine library. So in essence, he doesn't know much about Ling Yun, and he never thought that Ling Yun would be so strong. It was even so strong, that even he couldn't help feeling a little bitter in his heart. Chapter 76. As a Rayman who has taken sparkling fruit, Kizaru has the characteristics of light, moving at the speed of light, making powerful kicks at the speed of light, and his body can emit strong shaking that can cause temporary blindness to the enemy. He can also compress light particles, emit laser light, or produce photon swords like Amazono Cloud Sword. Coupled with the elementalization ability that the Logia fruit gave him and the Haki training from Zephyr, Kizaru can almost be said to be a top powerhouse with no loopholes. No matter in any aspect, he is worthy of the title of Marine Admiral's supreme combat strength. But in front of Ling Yun, he found that his ability can't help him at all. His light speed kick is powerful enough to blow a house into powder with one blow, but not as strong as Ling Yun's slashing attack from Hawkeye. His Tiankanjiun sword is extremely sharp, but it is completely meaningless in front of the 12 unparalleled swords. His Yataka Kyanguyu is everywhere, but in front of Ling Yun's observation Haki, most of them can't hit. And even if he hit a few of them occasionally, he couldn't do effective damage to Ling Yun. Even Ling Yun's quick self-healing ability made him not even feel that he had been hurt most of the time. Even in a melee attack that Kizaru occasionally finds an opportunity to perform, Ling Yun also displayed extremely top-level physical strength. Even to be clear, when Ling Yun used the Tempest Kick and the power of Murloc Karate Hawkeye Chunquan simply gives the illusion that he is fighting Garp or Zephyr. Physical fitness, reaction speed, Conqueror's Haki, strength, defense, attack, and swordsmanship. Except for the most proud speed, it was the first time that Kizaru completely looked at all aspects when he was a marine. Not even the slightest chance. And even if it is his only advantage of speed, that advantage is not enough for Kizaru to turn it into a winning force. To put it simply, if Kizaru's speed of light is 100, then Ling Yun's body speed that has been strengthened several times with the power of wind is definitely more than 85, although it may be slightly inferior, but it must be at the same level of speed. And for Ling Yun, he doesn't need to compete with Kizaru for speed at all. This is like when boxers of different stars are duel, when the lightweight attacker rushes towards the heavyweight defense with his speed, the defender does not need the same level of speed at all because he needs to just punch before the opponent hits him. Hold on, wait for support from the headquarters. When Kizaru was about to change his hiding place a bit, with a distinct seriousness on his wretched face, the scarlet slash suddenly pierced through the blazing house behind him, and with the scene of huge wind and blazing flames intertwined, a huge crack appeared on the ground again. Alara, it's really dangerous. Kizaru, who barely managed to elementalize and escaped the slash, muttered softly, but looked straight at Ling Yun, who was walking from the ruins of the house with the village tilted. Don't run away. Keep fighting. While walking, Ling Yun waved his hand again and slashed with a knife, while Kizaru flexibly dodged sideways and exaggeratedly said, "That can't be done, Mr. Ling Yun." Afterwards, he also put his hands around his abdomen, and then the light began to shine in the gap in the center of his hands. Yada Mirror. What he wants to use is the technique of Yada Mirror to make himself move at the speed of light after using the surrounding objects to reflect. In the battle just now, he relied on this to constantly delay time. But at this time, Kizaru, who was about to use this trick, suddenly showed a bitter look on his face because he found that after Ling Yun chopped the house into pieces, the surroundings could help him use the reflector where Yada Mirror moves at the speed of light is no longer found. Did he do it on purpose, or? Kizaru was still thinking for a moment, but Ling Yun's words revealed the answer for him. Then if you can't use the Yada Mirror, Mr. Kizaru, you won't be able to escape. But Ling Yun's light smile, in Kizaru's view, makes him creepy. Not only the battle, but also the thinking is so clear. What an outrageous guy. Kizaru gave up the drawn-out high-pitched voice rarely. Kizaru looked at Ling Yun. Since this is the case, there is no way. Kizaru originally planned to use his speed to deal with Ling Yun to delay time, but if this is the case now, it seems that he has no way to continue to delay. The only way he can get through is to beat this guy in front of you. Awakening incarnation of light. Then in the next moment, a huge light burst out from Kizaru's body. Afterwards, Ling Yun saw that Kizaru, who was standing in front of her, had turned into another person. Although he still has the appearance and substance of a human being, his body seems to be composed of pure light, emitting dazzling golden light. His body seemed to be covered with scorching heat, and when his feet stepped on the ground was scorched until it made a crisp crackling sound. Asking for flowers. Awakening Avatar of Light. Skill Introduction. Devil Fruit Awakening Skill, greatly enhances attack power, speed, defense power, reaction ability, fruit ability strength enhancement. And the very clear words on Kizaru's status bar tell Ling Yun Kizaru's current status. Wake up! Ling Yun knows that it belongs to the ability possessed by those who have developed Devil Fruit's ability to a certain level. In the original book, there is only a rough mention of this ability itself. So Ling Yun only roughly knows that after awakening, the Paramecia ability user can break free from the shackles of the ability itself and have an impact on the surrounding things just like the Logia ability user. After the awakening of the Zoan Fruit ability users, they can obtain huge power and powerful recovery ability. And the posture of the Logia ability user after awakening, at least in Ling Yun's mind, there is no relevant impression. 0. But obviously, the state Kizaru is in now, is Logia's awakening. Boom! Feeling the huge power in his body, Kizaru looked at Ling Yun, who was not far away, but he kept thinking of ways in his mind. The awakening state he is in now allows him to keep his entire body between the photon and the entity, allowing him to have both the elemental traits and the traits of the physical state, which can be said to be a very powerful ability. After entering this state, no matter who the opponent is, Kizaru has the confidence to fight against him. However, when in an awakened state, maintaining the cohesion of photons requires very strong concentration and physical strength. So even Kizaru must not stay in this state for too long. Within 3 minutes, he must be eliminated. Thinking so in his heart, Kizaru's body stepped towards the ground. Then his body suddenly turned into a beam of light and shot towards Ling Yun. In the awakened state, Kizaru's ability to move at the speed of light through reflection has been completely removed. And when the huge light transformed by Kizaru swept towards Ling Yun, the huge momentum even made the ground burn dry and crumble in all the routes he passed without exception. Kizaru came in front of Ling Yun at a speed that could not be observed by the naked eye. Then, the right leg made of photons. Kick it out. Awakening super light kick. Facing Kizaru's kicking skills, Ling Yun just showed a weird smile. In that case, then I'm not too polite. And then, he swung the knife. Heart Sword Art Kemitaka-sun. Chapter 77. Residential area of celestial dragons, amidst ruins. Cough cough cough. The cough was accompanied by a large amount of blood, and Marine Admiral had already collapsed to the ground, with several huge wounds on his body. He lost. There was absolutely no chance. He originally thought that after awakening, he could fight Ling Yun. But the facts tell him, he can only fight. After awakening, he can barely compete with Ling Yun, who is going all out, but he is still at a slight disadvantage. And after the 3 minutes of awakening ended, everything returned to its original state. Forget it, there is no other way. Seeing Ling Yun walking towards him slowly, Kizaru, whose body 970 could no longer lift a trace of strength, could only smile wryly. Nice fight, Mr. Kizaru. But to his surprise, Ling Yun didn't seem to want to kill him. Even on the contrary, he even saw Ling Yun gently put on a pair of White's medical gloves, and then took out a small scalpel from his arms. As a doctor, isn't it irresponsible to perform surgery in this environment? At such a time, he can still speak out and make jokes, which shows that this Marine Admiral does have a big heart. Because the doctor who handles the knife is me, so it doesn't matter. As Ling Yun said so, he looked at Kizaru with a look of anticipation. Sparkling Fruit's ability, he really wants it. Meanwhile, the entrance to Marie Joy's. A large number of Marines poured into Marie Joy's, but there was a trace of panic and anxiety in their expressions. The tragedy they saw after coming to Marie Joy's was enough to make them feel uncomfortable. The high wall that was crushed by the huge minions, the completely destroyed buildings, the King's Bridge with huge sword marks, and the Celestial Dragon's residential area where there was a huge explosion until not long ago. They simply cannot imagine what kind of enemy they are facing. Fortunately, the two people in front of them gave them enough confidence. Those are two guys in Marine Vice Admiral uniforms. One of them was wearing a red formal suit and a hat on his head, exuding a serious and gloomy military atmosphere. The other is tall, wearing a white vest and a dark blue shirt, with a strange eye patch on his forehead. At this time, the two of them also commanded the soldiers under their command to deploy everywhere with solemn expressions, or to occupy the artillery fire on the high platform, or to rescue the evacuated people. And these two people are the biggest confidence in Marine's heart. Because not long ago, in Marine's Admiral campaign, these two monsters won the next two Admiral positions with their absolute strength. Although they still have the rank of Vice Admiral because the approval of the world government has not yet been passed, the titles of these two have even been determined after becoming Admiral. Aokiji Kyuzan. Akainu Sakazuki. With the existence of the two of them, combined with the words of Kizaru Polosolino, who is already fighting the enemy. No matter who it is, it can be defeated, right? Thinking of this, the panic in the hearts of the sailors finally gradually disappeared. However, in the next moment, Roar. The huge roar like thunder is deafening. The Marines instinctively looked in the direction of the sound, but what they saw was the sky above the residential area of celestial dragons. Gold's dragon came out through the smoke and soared high in the sky. Below the dragon is the dilapidated house. The huge figure of the dragon and the wings covering the sky and the sun at that moment gave the sailors an indescribable shock. This kind of thing, how to fight it? They couldn't help but have such thoughts in their hearts. In front of the creatures of this legendary, their existence is like a herd of sheep before a lion. Not even the emotion of fear can arise. Ready to fight. But at this time, they heard the calm voice of Sakazuki Vice Admiral. Fight? How to fight? But when they turned their heads to look, they saw that Sakazuki Vice Admiral and Kuzan Vice Admiral had already made some moves at this time. Ice Cube 2 thorny spears. In the air beside Kuzan, 2 huge ice spears condensed out of thin air, and the pitch-black armament haki also attached to it instantly. Great eruption. In contrast to Kuzan, Sakazuki's arm suddenly started to melt into spreading lava, a huge lava fist formed in his left arm, and he punched out. The power of ice and fire rose alternately, towards the monster that was flying towards this side in the sky. J.A. Heart Sword Art Wind Scythe. The clear words resounded in the sky, and what followed was that the clouds in the sky seemed to be constantly changing as if they were being pulled. The strong wind gathered into a huge 2.9 sickle, and in the center of the sickle, the young man in white was holding a red sword. Boom! Then amidst the huge explosion, the ice gun and the lava fist all turned into nothingness, the remaining lava residue burning with a little flame and the ice residue like stars falling from the sky. And combined with Yemenjade's huge body with a huge shock to the naked eye, this scene is set off as beautiful and magnificent as an epic story in a theater troupe. So 10 minutes later, Marine Headquarters, Ice Lobby and Impel Down all received accurate news. The holy place Marie Joyce has been invaded, with more than 60% internally destroyed. And the invaders, after defeating Marine Admiral Kizaru Polosalino, escape. Chapter 78. Ling Yun. When Koala finally woke up from a deep sleep, the first thing she saw when she opened her eyes was Ling Yun sitting by the window of the main hall of the medical center. Oh? Good morning. Good morning. Seeing Ling Yun greeted her with a smile, Koala also responded in a daze. No wait. But the little girl is not a fool after all. After waking up, she directly discovered that there seemed to be something wrong. She clearly remembers before. Then, Miss Doll, please follow me back to Marie Joyce. That guy, clearly appeared again. I put breakfast on the table in your room, I'll go back to my room first. Okay. But looking at Ling Yun's flat performance, Koala was a little confused. Did I have a nightmare? Watching Ling Yun return to his room, Koala blinked his moist eyes, and then walked towards his room. But... kindness. When she walked to the table, she suddenly found a 23 newspaper. Marie Joyce has been attacked by an unknown attacker. The place Koala in the photo below the huge caption is very familiar, because she has spent a long time there. And in the photo, the Marie Joyce, like the hell, is burning. Dilapidated houses, collapsed high walls, an object whose specific appearance and outline cannot be seen clearly is flying among the clouds. But Koala, who often sits on its head and plays with it, certainly knows what it is. Jom guard. With a low grunt, the scene before the coma seemed to be slowly recalled. Koala suddenly turned his gaze back to Ling Yun's room. Then, she seemed to understand something. It's really... In the room, Ling Yun, who had already sensed Koala's reaction through the system after returning to the room, could only shake his head helplessly. But he didn't intend to hide this matter, or he couldn't hide it if he wanted to. Marie Joyce had been attacked, a message that would be nearly impossible to cover up. So instead of trying to hide it, Ling Yun let Yemengade go back to hide in the sea as soon as he returned to the Sabody archipelago, and he himself went back to the medical hall to take care of everything. First of all, he first went to find Rayleigh, who had finished coding the Paradise Lost, and Rayleigh was quite surprised after hearing what he had done. Making a fuss about Marie Joyce, something that Rayleigh and Old Roger never did. After all, Marie Joyce is located at the top of the Red Line, and if you want to go to Marie Joyce, you must pass through the sea area where naval headquarters is located, in addition to going through many barriers on the road. Except for Ling Yun, who directly flies up with the help of Yomungard or Tiger, who is the world's #1 super perseverance king in freehand rock climbing, other people who try to make a surprise attack even reach Marie Joyce is a luxury. But while appreciating, Rayleigh also knew that Ling Yun seemed to have to leave Sabody archipelago because, referring to Tiger, he knew that those who made troubles at Marie Joyce would definitely be arrested. And for this, Ling Yun did not deny it. So on the second day after returning to the Sabody archipelago, Ling Yun sorted out all the things he got from this operation in the medical hall, thinking about his next plan while counting the spoils, which has almost become his habit. And after sorting out, Ling Yun could only smack her mouth. Logically speaking, this time he made a fuss about the most noble place in the world. Logically speaking, Marie Joyce should at least harvest a bunch of treasures or legends. The so-called gold in the sky is right? But in fact, the answer is no. Except for 3 rubbings that are suspected to be from O'Hara's historical texts, the only things he has gained are from Momozagi's ability combat experience LV.6 and finally the skill he got from Kizaru, special skill awakening LV1, and sparkling fruit scattered gene fluid. Among the 2, Ling Yun was extremely excited about being able to extract the skill awakening. After all, Kizaru's combat power after awakening is quite threatening even for him. The existence of this ability, it may be more useful to him than sparkling fruit itself. But awakening LV.1, unavailable. In all fairness, when Ling Yun saw the 3 big characters not available behind the skill icon, Ling Yun felt that there was an MMP in his heart and he wanted to say it on the spot. And the system finally gave an explanation. The devil fruit gene chain in the host is not complete. If you want to use this skill, you must complete the devil fruit gene research in the gene lab before using one. Well founded, Ling Yun can't refute. As for the final sparkling fruit scattered genetic liquid, in view of the previous experience, Ling Yun naturally prepared to use 143 for Yermungandr at the first time, but considering the troubles he may face next, Yemenjiad's help is indispensable, so this plan is temporarily postponed. In addition, Ling Yun has to face a topic that has been mentioned before, that is, he must leave Sabody archipelago immediately and officially become a pirate. And this undoubtedly means that Ling Yun will lose a large number of patients from the world government and marine, and his original plan of using ancient healing potions to get system points must also be reworked. Row adjusted. At least Ling Yun thought so before reading the newly published newspaper this afternoon. However, the newspaper that I bought by chance during the shopping before going to sea made Ling Yun temporarily give up the idea of going to the Fishmen Island immediately. And the reason is because of the report that Koala saw in the newspaper. Marie Joyce has been attacked by an unknown attacker. Attacker unknown? Why is it unknown? For Ling Yun, this seemed to silently give him some information. Boom boom boom. But when Ling Yun was thinking like this, someone knocked on his door suddenly. So Ling Yun also went to the door and opened the door, and then Ling Yun. He saw Koala's determined eyes. I want to become stronger. Chapter 79. Sengoku, you have to deal with this matter carefully. World Government, in the office of the Commander-in-Chief of the whole army. As the second person in power in the world government after 5 elders, Kong looked at this disciple who hadn't seen him for nearly half a year, but his expression was quite ugly. He never imagined that when he left Marie Joyce for a rare time, Marie Joyce would suffer such a blow. Not only were a full third of the buildings in the Holy Land destroyed, but the slaves of the celestial dragons and their mansions were also almost completely destroyed. Of course, this pile of responsibilities cannot be attributed to 5 elders, so in the end, it should be thrown on the heads of Sora and Marine. It was clearly Marine Admiral who was defeated so easily, so the so-called Marine is just this kind of useless rubbish. When he heard the words of the representative of Celestial Dragons at the World Government meeting, he was so violent that he wanted to go up and punch him directly. They were the ones who made the most noise in the end. And under such circumstances, Sengoku, his most proud disciple, came here to give him a very troublesome opinion, so Sora's expression should be so bad. You asked to meet the 5 elders in person, which I've arranged for you, but I need you to give me an explanation first. If you can't fully explain your request to block information and the reasons for Marine's failure this time, your situation will be very difficult. The pressure from the world government, the pressure from the fishing boats, and the pressure from the Celestial Dragons is too great, and the fact that Kizaru was defeated also caused an uproar within the world government, and there are gradually rumors about whether Marine's current situation requires personnel changes. And under such circumstances, as a high-ranking person who supports Marine, Sora is under enormous pressure, and now it is almost difficult to look after Sengoku and Marine. So this meeting between Sengoku and 5 elders will be very important for Marine. After hearing Sora's words, Sengoku raised his head directly and looked at Sora seriously. Teacher, I don't hide from you, I think it is absolutely impossible to arrest Ling Chu now. Why? Kong frowned and asked, although he is very powerful, he is still only one person after all. He didn't understand his disciples' thoughts very much. Whether the wanted man can be caught is not the key point is that the Marine and world government need to give Celestial Dragons an attitude. As long as the news of Ling Yun is released and the attitude of wanting Ling Yun is shown, then the operation of the matter will be much simpler, and Marine will not have to bear such huge pressure at all. And Kongze had already investigated it before. Although Ling Yun's personal strength is extremely strong, there are actually only 2 faces in the medical clinic he runs, including him. And although an idle top-ranking seaman is also extremely troublesome, it is not a reason for the world government to give up wanting him. No. Teacher, his potential and abilities are greater than you think. But Sengoku looked serious after hearing the words. The reason why he appeared here was not only persuaded by Garp and Zephyr, but also by his own will. Afterwards, Sengoku also informed Kong about the transaction Ling Yun mentioned with him before. You mean? And after hearing Sengoku's description of the effects of Ancient Healing Potion and Iron Army Potion, the battle-hardened Sora instantly understood what Sengoku meant. Teacher, you should be more aware of the current situation in the sea than I am. And Sengoku's words made Sora look even more serious. That's right, the situation at sea. Of course, the heir commanding the whole army in the world government would not be unaware of it. Since the era of great pirates started by Roger, the number of pirates has now inevitably begun to escape the control of Marine. Especially in the New World, which is already extremely chaotic and full of dangers. Not long ago the most powerful pirates finally completed their division of power by default, and began to be officially called the 4 Emperors. And when they really became popular, the Marines discovered under the guidance of the Great Pirate Era, the number of pirate fleets under any one of these 4 pirates is extremely exaggerated. Any one of them is almost eligible to face the entire Marine headquarters head-on. In other words, Marine has completely lost the ability to restrict them. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Beasts Kaido, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, Redhead Shanks. Their existence has plunged Marine into the greatest crisis in the past century. Even until now, without the knowledge of most people, a large number of Marine troops have officially withdrawn from New World, leaving only G-5 and a few branches are just used as supporting levers. And in this case, Teacher, Ling Yun is the one who can change the balance. Sengoku looked at Sora with the wisdom unique to the resourceful general shining in his eyes. His medical skills, his strength, and his potions can be of great help to Marine, and before this incident, he also helped heal Garp and Zephyr. Even when he was wreaking havoc on Marie Joyce, he healed Jun and Polisolino after defeating them. And you already know the cause of this matter, Teacher. This matter is not Ling Yun's fault. He shouldn't be Marine's enemy. While talking, Sengoku's emotions are also a little excited. He couldn't help being excited because in his opinion, Ling Yun's performance is clearly a top strong man with a sense of justice, an impeccable benevolent doctor. But that's how even Sengoku once expected him to be a marine admiral, but amidst the reckless actions of those celestial dragons, he had to develop into the current confrontation with marine. After hearing what Sengoku said about the value of Ling Yun, Sora was also silent for a while because he found that he himself now agrees with what Sengoku said. After Sengoku saw his teacher's expression, he also said the last sentence. And the most important point is, if the world government really wanted Ling Yun and let Ling Yun completely fall to the side of the pirates, it may be acceptable for marine and world government if only one strong person becomes a pirate. However, if it is a sea-top powerhouse with resources, force, and godlike medical skills even enough to be called the world's #1 swordsman and Maria destroyer, he can almost confirm that he will become the fifth four emperors. And after hearing Sengoku's words, Sora finally spoke. What are you going to do? He looked at his disciple. After getting approval from 5 elders, I'll have someone recruit him. Sengoku said calmly, obviously he had thought everything through before coming here. Solicitation: he's unlikely to join the marine. Sora looked at Sengoku suspiciously, then he seemed to think of something, and his expression suddenly changed. You mean? That's right. Sengoku nodded slightly. 7 Warlords of the Sea Gong. Chapter 80. Despair. Despair. On the lawn of the small courtyard in the medical hall, there was the sound of a wooden knife chopping, and Ling Yun knocked Koala to the ground with a single swing of the knife. The knife is too slow. Call. And Koala stood up panting, and then swung the knife again after looking at Ling Yun. Boom. There was a burst of anger in the air, but Ling Yun smiled lightly this time. It's not bad this time. After that, I didn't see what he did, but he just tapped the wooden knife in his hand towards Koala's wrist, and the little girl groaned and couldn't help dropping the weapon to the ground. Well, still not working. Looking at the wooden knife falling on the ground and the plain Ling Yun, Koala was also a little dissatisfied. No, you have made great progress. Show. But Ling Yun chuckled, let's stop here today. It's been 2 weeks since the events of Marie Joyce. Under Koala's strong request, Ling Yun also began to formally teach her swordsmanship and haki training for Lai, who has the best swordsmanship and conqueror's haki in the entire sea. This is an easy task. And it seems to be because of the potion that strengthens the potential, and the little girl herself is very resilient due to her own experience. Therefore, in terms of strength, her speed of improvement is really fast. In just 2 weeks, it can be said that she has entered the world. She has LV.2 level swordsmanship, and her perception of haki is also beginning to emerge. Although in Ling Yun's opinion, it is still a child's toy that can be broken easily, but if this speed of progress can continue, Ling Yun is very optimistic about Koala's future challenge to the title of the strongest female swordsman in the pirate world. But by the way, what exactly is the world government trying to do? However, as time passed, Ling Yun also confirmed more and more that Marine and the world government might not have any plans to arrest him. Because not only his news has not been reported so far, but even the news of Marie Joyce was attacked only appeared in the newspaper for 1 day, then there were no related reports. You know, when Ling Yun took Yemengade to the Red Line, at least a lot of people saw it in the Sabody archipelago. But the world government and Marine seem to be deaf and have no reaction to this event that should have shocked the world, and newspapers all over the world seem to want to deal with this matter coldly. In Ling Yun's view, Ling Yun boy. And just when Ling Yun was thinking about it, he suddenly heard a rough voice from outside the medical hall. Garp. And after opening the door of the clinic, Ling Yun, who saw Garp's cheerful smile, was also taken aback for an instant. What's the situation? Boy. How's that little koala girl? She's not hurt, is she? As a typical old thorn, Garp, who has entered the medical hall twice, is also very familiar with it and went directly into the medical hall. After seeing Koala, who was sitting in the main hall and trying to read medical books, trying to help Ling Yun in the future, he also had a smile on his old face. "Boy! You did a good job this time. Those BD old men have long been disgusted with it." Who those bastards are referring to is, of course, needless to say, celestial dragons, of course. Ling Yun couldn't help but feel absurd in his words, like a mafia boss. Fortunately, Garp is also a marine, so is it really good to say that about celestial dragons? Damn, grab a little girl as a slave? These bastards are actually nobles of the world? Really? Garp, who was full of slang, had obviously been p'd off by the celestial dragons a lot over the years. After cursing for a while, he walked into the main hall, took off his shoes and sat down, and then took a sip of the cup of tea that originally belonged to Ling Yun. "Bored down? Bah! This is Lao Shi's tea, so bitter." Obviously, Marine's hero has a childish taste, and Koala on the side glared at Garp with dissatisfaction. This cup of medicinal tea was brewed with medicinal materials from the medical hall after consulting a lot of doctors. Soak it out for Ling Yun to drink. "What are you doing? Didn't you just drink a cup of tea?" And Garp is obviously very numb to children, and he is a little guilty between words. "Okay, Erla, go practice kendo first." And Ling Yun saw that after Garp's arrival, the atmosphere seemed to be developing towards the family's troubles, so he hurriedly spoke out to stop it. Of course Koala obediently obeyed and left, while Ling Yun sat in her seat and looked at Garp with a chuckle and asked, "Okay, you can tell me why Mr. Garp came here this time?" Even though he asked like this, he probably had a guess in his heart. Garp's current state didn't look like he was here to arrest him. "Well, there is something wrong." And Garp waved his hand lightly after hearing the words, and then said, "Zephyr is very pleasing to the eye, so I know that I will come over this time, and I will ask the old man to confirm your situation. Then please thank Mr. Zephyr for me, I'm fine." And after hearing this kind of words, Ling Yun was not surprised. Zephyr's temperament that can't tolerate any sand in his eyes, it should be said after knowing the whole story. "Hey, I know your strength, Kizaru is a bit capable, but he has to deal with you." Garp shook his head, but didn't say much. Then, "That little 0.0 head of Yuan and that kid Kizaru also thank you for your treatment. Momuzagi Vice Admiral and Kizaru Admiral." This Ling Yun did not expect that he did not kill Momuzagi and Kizaru in the battle purely for the opportunity to extract the other party's strength fruit and sparkling fruit, but judging from this look, these two people seem to be real. I went to my heart. Anything else? But Ling Yun doesn't care about these things, because he knows that Garp must have more important things here. And it's about how it's handled. As expected, Garp became serious. "Boy Ling Yun, the old man's coming this time can be regarded as having the permission of the world government and the headquarters. On behalf of the Marine and world government, I officially invite you to become 7 Warlords of the Sea." Chapter 81. On behalf of Marine and the world government, this old man officially invites you to become 7 Warlords of the Sea. Garp was straightforward as always, and he didn't mean to hide anything when he spoke. He directly told Ling Yun the meaning of his so-called 7 Warlords of the Sea. The 7 Warlords of the Sea plan was proposed several years ago by the former Marine Marshal Sora and the current Marine Marshal Sengoku. They have seen the general trend that the pirates on the sea have become irresistible, so they proposed this plan to deal with the emperors of those pirates. And the content of the plan is very simple. It should be known that besides the 4 strongest pirates, there are other big pirates and heroes who are full of fame and strength in this sea. They have catastrophic destructive power and huge combat power comparable to the country, but due to various reasons, they have not become the 4 emperors, and some even cannot judge whether they are pirates. And the so-called 7 Warlords of the Sea is the title that the world government is going to give to these 7 people. After accepting the call, they will have power and freedom, and the world government will not interfere with their 23 actions. And according to the plan, they will become the third Grand Line force besides the Marine headquarters and 4 emperors, so as to maintain the balance of the entire sea. Obviously, this plan is a 3-win plan. The strong who become Shishibukai will have status and power, while the world government will have a group of isolation zones that allow them to get a buffer from the 4 emperors, and Marine can save 7 super dangerous people who must be captured. And because the 4 emperors of the New World have officially started their momentum not long ago, this plan has also officially passed the review of the 5 elders, the highest authority in the world government. And the reason why Garp came here is precisely because a few days ago, Sengoku and Sora went to 5 elders to explain the situation in person, and finally got the permission to invite Ling Yun to become Shishibukai. If you accept this status, then the world government will be exempted from pursuing all the things you have done before, and you can get the right to practice medicine freely you wished for. Garp is obviously not a very good lobbyist, his words are not provocative or seductive, he just relayed to Ling Yun what Sengoku told him. However, as Ling Yun who already knew about Shishibukai, he immediately understood the meaning of Sengoku and world government, so he began to think about it seriously. Shishibukai is a neutral force with both status and freedom, they can legally plunder but not be held accountable by the world government, they can have their own territory and do whatever they want in the territory, even the world. In order to keep cooperation with them, the government will choose to agree to their individual requests. Apart from accepting the compulsory recruitment by the world government at critical times, they hardly need to be responsible for anything. And the bigger discount that Garp brought to Ling Yun is, as long as Ling Yun is willing to continue the previous drug deal with Marine, then he can even accept the compulsory recruitment of the world government. It seems, they are really worried about me becoming a pirate. After Ling Yun saw the conditions that were so favorable to Ultimate, Ling Yun, who probably guessed the truth in his heart, shook his head slightly. You don't agree? And Garp obviously wanted to persuade him after seeing his action. No. But Ling Yun smiled directly. He knows that although the Shishibukai are neutral, they are regarded as enemies by both pirates and marines in the original book, and in the later period, the uneven strength and behavior of each Shishibukai did cause serious damage to the world government. Troubled, and even risked being banned. But at least from now on, this deal looks like a bargain. Isn't Shishabukai's identity the most suitable choice for Ling Yun? Although this era is called the era of great pirates, he has no interest in being a pirate or a marine. And Shishabukai's neutral position is undoubtedly the best position for him. You can sail on the sea at will, you can set up medical centers and collect mission items at will, and you can also avoid interference from marine and world government. The degree of freedom is indeed extremely high. And the most important thing is, Ling Yun can even ignore the compulsory recruitment. And what he needs to pay is just doing a drug deal with Marine, which he is very happy to do. So, since you have come here in person, of course I agree. Why didn't he agree to this kind of combination will benefit both, and separation will cause 2 disadvantages. Good. And after hearing Ling Yun's words, Garp also laughed. Whether he or Zephyr has a good impression of Ling Yun, and he really doesn't want to see him become an enemy. When will the plan be implemented? Who are the current candidates? But Ling Yun asked curiously at this time. The world government will announce this plan at the World Summit a week later, and the tentative candidate for Shishibu 833 Kai is. Sure enough, a week later. The reporters squatting in front of the gate of the world government got the information announced on the World Summit for the first time, and when they got the news, they all let out a cry of surprise. So on that day, with the release of the news, the entire Grand Line was discussing the person in the news. Heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo. Moonlight Moria. Sand Crocodile G. Lock Doll. One Piece Boa Hancock. Hawkeye Dracula My Hawk. Tyrant Bartholomew Bear. In addition to these 6 people, there is another person whose appearance surprised the whole world and at the same time took it for granted. That is the man who defeated Eagle Eye not long ago, the current #1 swordsman in the world. Grasp of Hades Ling Yun. At this World Summit, the world government officially announced the establishment of the 7 Warlords of the Sea composed of these 10 people. And this undoubtedly declares that the pattern of the sea has undergone a huge change again. Chapter 82. Sabody Archipelago, Area 41. Hey, see that island ship? The huge island ship standing in the distance is naturally quite eye-catching, and a large group of onlookers gathered around the island ship at this time. Is that the island ship of Dr. Ling Yun's grasp of the underworld in Shichibukai? I didn't expect to see one of the Shichibukai as soon as I came here. A young man with a spear on his back looked at the island ship with strong respect. He was a newcomer who just came to the Sabody archipelago today, and he was the kind of little pirate who didn't get the bounty offered by Lien all the way. Naturally, he is full of respect for Ling Yun, a big figure in legendary who has caused the whole world to discuss recently. Hey, there must be one thing you don't know new here. And an old senior on the side smiled at the newcomer. What's up? Master Ling Yun is the one who made a big fuss about Marie Joyce a month ago. Really? Is it true that Marie Joyce was hacked? Seeing the horrified look of the newcomer, the old senior also chuckled and prepared to continue showing off his knowledge, but at this time the newcomer looked at him suspiciously. This is impossible, right? It's Marie Joyce after all. Of course it's true. I saw Mr. Ling Yun and that Sea Kings fly up the red line. Sea Kings? Well, there are at least 1,000 meters of super large Sea Kings. It is said that when people show off, they will unconsciously exaggerate what they say, but this old man is obviously exaggerating, because he can't judge Yemenjia at all. How many days in the end? Hey! But the newcomer just sneered after hearing the words. How is this possible? Not to mention that Sea Kings with a height of more than 1,000 meters are impossible to appear here, and how can Sea Kings fly? That. Do you have proof? Have you actually been to Marie Joyce? And the old senior was a little unsustainable while talking after all, although almost everyone present at the time could confirm the facts about this matter. After all, they were all still in the guesswork part. If you don't believe me, there is nothing I can do. So in the end, he who flaunted his failure could only snort and walk away in anger, while the newcomer who stayed in place also snorted proudly, and the rumors in his heart stopped at the wise man. And this is the current situation about the Marie Joyce incident compared to the size of the incident. The number of insiders is pitifully small, and a large part of the only group of insiders are just hearsay, and the real people at that time. The words of the hundreds of people present were not convincing at all. It is also under the circumstances that people who know what others don't believe, and the newspapers and periodicals all over the world deliberately deal with it coldly, and the news established by 7 Warlords of the Sea directly led to the fact that the matter about Marie Joyce has been covered by most of them. People totally ignore it. As for Ling Yun, he personally has no spare time to care about this matter. Fame is not of great significance to him, and he is not interested in how the marine and world government will completely eliminate the impact of this matter. All he cares about is Koala, sail, kindness. With the small figure of Koala jumping down from the tree in the center of the Paradise Lost, the huge sail of the Paradise Lost was also instantly pulled away. The bulging sails drive the island to move, and at this moment, crack! At the end of the huge chain under the island, Yermungandr, who was dragging the chain, also started to exert strength in an instant. The only difference is that the target it is going to advance this time is not the surface of the sea, but the bottom of the sea. Let's go! A smile was drawn on the corner of Ling Yun's mouth after a time that was far beyond his estimate. A little excitement actually rose in his heart as he was about to set sail again. Boom! And as the huge sound sounded, the huge figure of the medical paradise instantly poured into the sea. And it was at this time, in Area 13, Shucky's ripped off bar. Aren't you going to see me off? Shucky looked at Rayleigh, who was sitting on the seat drinking, and laughed lightly. According to Rayleigh's past practice, when he saw the younger generation he wanted to go to New World, he always went to see him off. See you off? That kid Ling Yun. After hearing the words, Rayleigh just raised the wine jug and poured a sip of wine into his mouth. He doesn't need me to see him off. He will see off the seeds of the new era that he recognizes, because he knows that most of the little devils of the new era will be buried in that dangerous sea forever. But Ling Yun is different. His strength determines that he is not a kid but a strong person that Rayleigh truly recognizes. So instead of sending him off, why not? When he comes back next time, just have a drink with him. Meanwhile, Marineford. Sengoku is very busy with various things recently, whether it is Shishabukai's preparation and recruitment work or the celestial dragons on Marie Joy is still complaining, the responsibility is backlogged on him. But even so, the Marine Marshal still has a sunny smile on his face recently. Marshal. The pirate group entrenched on Ming Moro Island has been wiped out. While he was processing the documents, another news came from the sailors outside. How many soldiers did we sacrifice? 593 enemy pirates were eliminated, and only 12 of our side were killed. Pay attention to their families' support work. Yes. And after watching the Marine leave, the smile on Sengoku's face became even stronger. Sure enough, the choice is not wrong. You know, the pirate group Hidoka Pirate Group entrenched on Ming Moro Island is an extremely fierce pirate group. On weekdays, if you don't send marine masters there, and only rely on common marine to fight, then the casualties in the battle will exceed at least 250 people. But this time marine casualties are only 12 people, and you know, this is the 5th victory report for Marine this week. And the reason why Marine has been able to fight so well recently is that the first batch of Ancient Healing Potion and Iron Army Potion provided by Ling Yun finally arrived not long ago after personal testing. The two potions are more helpful to common soldiers than expected. The only pity is that the supply of medicines is still too little. Thinking of the pitifully small amount of potions in the Marine Armory, Sengoku felt an itchy heart. He can't wait for Ling Yun to make potions for them around the clock and then send them over through a special channel specially provided for him, even if the price is doubled. Marshal Sengoku. Dr. Vegapunk still needs 30 samples of the medicine. And at this moment, someone still wants to disturb Sengoku's interest. What? Sengoku's eyes widened after hearing the words, didn't you just give him 100 copies before? Dr. Vegapunk said that the internal principle structure of this batch of drugs is very unique, and he needs more samples for research. So 10 minutes later, Marineford took Lee's underground. The sounds of countless machines and gears kept ringing in this dark underground area, and the man-made technological facilities were undoubtedly the top level in the world. No one would have imagined that there is such a huge scientific research area in the underground of Marineford. And in the center of the scientific research area, a man's face is difficult to see clearly under the thin light, but the curiosity in his pupils is hard to hide. Men are full of curiosity about all unknowns. That is the most important thing as a scientist. And when it comes to his name, it is even more shocking. The developer of world government and marine technology weapons, the most direct user of sea stone, the pioneer of devil fruit research, and a scientist who is 500 years ahead of the world. He is Vegapunk. Unique Vegapunk. Fun, so much fun. At this time, he was looking at the ancient healing potion placed on the experimental table, and let out a childlike cry. Perfect molecular structure and drug ratio. Even if the formula is known, the possibility of preparing such a perfect medicine is very small. In the end, how the hell did you do it? That, a guy named Ling Yun. Chapter 83. As we all know, there is a huge hole at the bottom of the red line. Although the specific reason for its appearance has not been confirmed by people, it does exist. Through this hole, all you can get to is the New World. And the underwater island named the Fishmen Island exists directly below this hole. Due to the existence of Yangshu Eve, even if it is located on the seabed below 10,000 meters, the Fishmen Island still has sunshine, and the huge bubble film is almost no different from the blue sky when it is illuminated from outside. A huge double-layer semicircular bubble film shield surrounds the entire island, and there is an air layer between the two layers of shields. If the ships follow the wrong path and break into the Fishmen Island, their coating will automatically peel off and merge with the shield on the island, and they themselves will fall to death or be washed out directly after falling in the air layer. The huge water pressure behind the Fishmen Island was crushed to death. Therefore, in order to prevent some visitors from dying on the road due to this reason, the Fishmen Island also specially set up a port to guide ships into the Fishmen Island. The carp Murloc named Bolton and the jellyfish Murloc named Kata 517 are the two Fishmen Island guards who are in charge of guiding the ships today. But for this, they expressed great dissatisfaction. Because in the eyes of all the residents of the Fishmen Island, today is a big day that the Murlocs must not miss. Not long ago, Princess Otohim, who had been cruising on the sea for a week, brought back news that made all the Murlocs very excited. The world nobles and the world government formally approved the proposal of establishing friendly relations between the Murlocs and humans at this world summit, and Princess Otohim even brought back materials signed by the world nobles. Although this news, which did not receive much attention from the world, was quickly submerged in various news about 7 warlords of the sea, for the Murlocs, this was undoubtedly what they had learned after a long dark night. Welcome to the first ray of dawn. So today, Princess Otohim and the hero of the Fishmen Island Fisher Tiger, who returned to the Fishmen Island some time ago, will formally collect a statement from the Murlocs who approve of this agreement at Geelong Cod Square, can be said to be a big event destined to change the Murlocs. But on days like this, it's really annoying. It's our turn to be on duty today. Bolton grumbled dissatisfiedly. That's right. And there is no boat today, why can't we go to the square? Kata also said unhappily. Otherwise, let's skip work. Bolton offered his opinion. How can that work? If there is a ship coming, something big will happen. Although Kata is bored, he is a responsible person. What big things can happen, but human beings? In the middle of Bolton's words, he received Kata's stare, so he realized that such words should not be said at this time, so he hurriedly silenced and stopped talking. You have to be careful what you say in the future. Fisher's big things are now recognized. Not all humans are bad guys. Kata said this, but he couldn't help blinking his fish eyes while talking, and then... What is that? Kindness. After Bolton heard the words, he also looked in the direction Kata was looking in doubt, and then he couldn't help but stare his fish eyes down. I saw a huge thing slowly revealing its figure in the seabed ocean current leading to the Fishmen Island. Since the seabed at this depth can no longer be exposed to sunlight, Bolton and Kata can only see its huge and breathtaking impression. Huge scales, sharp minions, perfect streamlined figure, red gold's eyes are so bright in the dark seabed. And behind it, the huge thing dragged by it made Kata and Bolton look at each other, speechless. That's a CDDB, huge island ship. 10 minutes later, Geelong Cod Square. Master Otohim. Brother Tiger. On the high podium, 2 figures stood on it. The tall man was, of course, Fisher Tiger, while the other was a petite woman. She has long wavy gold hair, blue eyes, orange hair accessories, and a long gown with fish scale patterns, and her right arm is still wrapped in gauze. Her complexion is a little pale, but she is obviously in good spirits. And she is one of the 2 core figures who changed the history of the Murlocs, Otohim. Let's start. At this time, Tiger looked at Otohim and said softly. Although her arm was injured, Otohim still showed a vigorous smile, and then she took out an autograph book from her arms and walked directly off the podium to start her speech. But looking at Otohim's back, Tiger's expression was a little complicated. His relationship with Otohim has always been very strange. Both of them are leaders who are loved by the people in the Fishmen Island, and even to some extent, they are more respected than Neptune, the Lord of Dragon Palace City. And Otohim has always been extremely courteous to Taige, and Tiger is not disgusted with this kind-hearted Empress Otohim. But, the two had diametrically opposite views on human beings. Tiger doesn't believe in humans, so he doesn't have a good idea about the relationship between Murlocs and humans. Otohim is just the opposite. She tries to make humans and Murlocs understand each other and live in harmony, and she has been working hard to promote her own ideas. So in the long period of time before, Tiger and Otohim almost never really stood in the same place and did the same thing, even though they both had considerable respect for each other. But, now Tiger has changed. Race does not represent glory. I have seen the most noble Murlocs, and also the most despicable humans. Ling Yun's words let Tiger know that there may really be different people among human beings. So this time, after returning to the Fishmen Island, he stood with Otohim for the first time and began to collect mermen's signatures, and tried to understand the way of approving Otohim. Clan people. Humans are not scary. What is scary is the mutual fear between Murlocs and humans. So, try to get close and understand them. At this time, Otohim's speech has obviously reached the core. Observation Haki, who was born with the ability to listen to the voice of all things, directly made her voice resound in everyone's hearts, and both Tiger and Jinbei standing under the podium were also a little lost at this moment. And that very moment, boom! The black muzzle sprayed out evil flames, and with the blood overflowing from Otohim. The scene is a mess. Chapter 84. Snipers are nearby, protect the members of the royal family. Jinbei, who was originally standing under the podium, looked at Princess Otohim, who was slowly falling to the ground, and let out an angry roar. Mother! And beside him, a huge little girl showed a dull expression, as if she still didn't understand what happened. The girl has a pink mermaid tail and a cute face, but her overall body shape is surprisingly large compared to normal people. Who did it? But beside the girl, her two elder brothers rushed forward with eyes wide open. Sniper! Hurry up and save people! Don't squeeze me, you idiots! And seeing the chaos at the scene, fortunately, there is still one person present who can really calm down the scene. Calm down, everyone! The huge roar spread throughout the entire Jelongkod square, and the Murlocs who were already in chaos stopped instantly. Jinbei! Return to your position and protect Princess Shirahoshi and the three princes. Emergency team! Come up to me. Guards! Seal the square and absolutely not allow anyone suspicious to jump on the grass. Tiger showed his leadership as a qualified leader at the critical moment, and under his command, the situation on the scene really stabilized for a while. Mother Queen! Mother Queen! At this time, the young Shirahoshi seemed to have finally understood something, so he quickly swam towards his mother. Your Highness! And Jinbei, who existed as the personal guard of the royal family in this conference, naturally followed at this time, but he didn't notice the figure of a slender Murloc slowly receding from the crowd behind him. Lord Tiger, Princess Otohim has. However, after a simple examination, the Murloc doctor from the emergency team could only shake his head slightly. The bullet directly penetrated half of Otohim's ventricle, and Otohim's body was already in good shape. Now, she has no chance of being rescued. Damn it, damn it! At this time, Prince Sharkstar, the eldest prince of Dragon Palace City, also let out an angry roar when he saw his mother's gradually weakening breath. Who? Prince? Of course Tiger wanted to persuade Prince Sharkstar, but at this moment... I saw it, it's that human being. But at this moment, a voice from the crowd caught Prince Xing's attention. So the prince, who was furious because of his mother's tragic death, turned his head, only to see a Murloc wearing the armor of a Dragon Palace soldier pointing at a male human and yelling. It's Howdy! Did he see it? It turned out to be human. I knew it was human. After hearing the soldier's identification, the Murlocs naturally wouldn't doubt it. When they turned around, they saw a little blonde girl beside the male human youth. You, ah! Shark Star Prince let out an angry roar, and then rushed towards that human being. But... wait a moment. Tiger's arm suddenly grabbed Prince Sharkstar's left arm, and the huge force pulled Prince Sharkstar back. Mr. Tiger, you... But for Shark Prince's incomprehensible question, Tiger, who looked at the human being, almost trembled. Then... Yo! Tiger, long time no see. Not only did the human being called the murderer show no strange color, but he greeted Tiger with a gentle smile, as if he knew him. Ling Yun? Koala. And looking at Ling Yun's chuckle, Tiger was a little confused about the situation for a while. But what Ling Yun said next reminded him instantly. Let's not talk about other things, I can save her. You can let these people back a little bit. Ling Yun pointed to the dying Otohim who was about to die, and said so. And Tiger just reacted at this time. Now is not the time to reminisce about the past. Stay away from me, all of you. Ling Yun is a very powerful doctor, he can save Princess Otome. After hearing Tiger's words, the Murloc soldiers who were planning to go forward to arrest Ling Yun were also stunned. Shi Xing and the main master both weighed 10 pounds. But... Prince Sharkstar was about to say something, but suddenly found that Ling Yun's figure seemed to have traveled through space, and instantly came to Otohim's side. At this time, he had already put on white surgical gloves on his hands. Then... miracles begin to appear. Otohim. Race, Goldfish Mermaid. Level, This World D. Age, 30. Available skills, Listen to the voice of all things LV.4 Underwater breathing LVD. Asking for flowers. Congratulations to host for curing the D-level character Otohim, the skill draw is in progress. Congratulations to host for acquiring the skill, Listen to the voice of all things LV.4. Shirahoshi clearly saw that the hand of the human big brother who appeared suddenly gave off a faint green light that made people feel peaceful, and then her mother's originally pale face began to slowly return to blood. But after only a few seconds, her breathing has become even. Mother. Prince Sharkstar, who had calmed down, and the remaining two princes also looked at their queen mother with incredulous eyes at this time. And sure enough, after a while, with a slight sound, Princess Otohim opened her eyes again. God, a miracle. 0. It's a miracle. Ah! I remember. This human being is. It's one of the Shishibukai, the grip of Hades, Ling Yun. At this time, the Murlocs also exclaimed, and the few Murlocs who were a little concerned about the outside world instantly recognized the man's identity. One of the 7 warlords of the sea that is getting attention recently. The super swordsman who defeated my hawk the Eagle Eye, the man who can even grasp the door of the underworld with legendary Hyuxia skills, grasp of the Hades Ling Yun. Damn it! Seeing that the situation at the scene took a turn for the worse, the Longch city guard named Huo Shen, who had previously identified Ling Wei as the murderer, also took this opportunity to secretly remove his armor and slip away. But if you go one step further, your head will be chopped off. The words sounded not in the ears, but from Huodi's heart. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva deeply, Huodi looked at the human being not far away in disbelief, only to find that the other party was looking at him from a distance. And the moment he saw Ling Yun's eyes, Huodi, who had fought countless times in Murloc Street, had a warning sign in his heart, telling him the other party did not lie to him. If he goes one step further, he will really die. Chapter 85. So unique. Looking at Huodi, who was standing there sluggishly, not daring to make any movements, Ling Yun, who tried the newly acquired ability a little bit, secretly felt that it was amazing. He had always thought that the observation haki, which belonged to One Piece and Otohim's listen to the voice of all things mentioned in the original book, referred to the natural changes that occurred after the observation haki became stronger. To a certain extent, this change may be like after the development of knowledge and knowledge to ultimate, you can foresee the future for a short time, which is similar to the same purpose. But, now the system tells him that this is not the case. Listen to the voice of all things LV.4. Category, Special Observation Haki Skill. Introduction, can understand the voice of all things, and can directly transmit words to the mind. For A and level and above, it can be blocked. Listen to the voice of all things is not an advancement of observation haki, but just a special type of observation haki. This is really interesting, because if the observation haki can have a special type like the fruit ability, is there something similar for the other 2250 color haki? Ling Yun is not sure, but he is very curious. Mr. Ling Yun, what's going on? At this time, seeing that the situation has stabilized, Jinbei also came forward to ask among all the people present. Only the strongest one could feel that Ling Yun seemed to have activated some kind of ability just now, but the specific situation but can't feel it. That Murloc is the one who shot. Ling Yun waved lightly towards Huodi who was not far away, and then Jinbei saw Huodi's figure being swept up by a sudden gust of wind around him, and was pulled back to Ling Yun's side in an instant. You human! Looking at Ling Yun's movements at this time, Huodi naturally knew that if he didn't resist, he would have no chance of surviving, so the fierceness in his body was instantly aroused. Then I saw him take out a strange pill from his pocket in the air, and then sent it into his mouth. Crack! At the same time as he chewed the pills, his body suddenly began to inflate like an inflated balloon. Ah! Is that E.S? And Jinbei, who was watching Huodi's change, also changed his face at this time, because he used to be the captain of the Dragon Palace Guard. He knew that the potion that Huodi took was the evil drug ES. This guy stole the poison. And Prince Shark Star on the side also naturally recognized this taboo drug, and at this time his face showed a sullen look. He has a very upright temperament but is not stupid, so he also immediately thought of what happened just now. This guy, while shooting his queen, almost made him kill the only person who could save his queen himself. Unforgivable. Pointing at the trident in his hand, Dang even wants to go up to help Ling Yun. Brother! And the remaining two princes also pretended to come forward to help. After all, they knew that after taking the secret medicine ES in Legendary, even a commoner would have the terrifying power to be equal to 100. Prince, don't worry. But at this moment, Tiger at the side just stretched out his hand gently to stop the three princes, and then slowly shook his head. Don't say that one is against 100, even if it is 100 times stronger, he can't be Ling Yun's opponent. But between the words, he looked at Huodi and instinctively thought of another person. That was a younger brother who he valued very much before, but he chose to leave the Sun Pirates not long ago due to the appearance of Ling Yun. What? But Prince Sharkstar was just waiting to be puzzled, but saw Huodi's huge body and bulging muscles violently break free from the situation of being restrained by the wind, and then directly hit Ling Yunri. Humans! Go to hell! The sharp teeth of the shark Murloc reflect cold light, and the bloodshot eyes are shining with the most primitive hatred. He hated humans. However, Ling Yun didn't even change his expression in the face of his full-strength punch that almost made a loud noise. Is interesting. He just looked at Huodi whose score soared from B to A, and said with great interest. But when Huodi's fist came to him, he just waved his hand lightly. Boom! Then with a loud noise, Huodi felt as if his fist hit a moving mountain. Then, his body was directly smashed into the ground by Ling Yun's punch. In front of Ling Yun, even Huodi, who had taken the poison, couldn't bear even a slight wave of his hand. It has become much stronger again, Mr. Ling Yun. And watching this scene, Jinbei at the side could only show a wry smile. At this time, Princess Shirahoshi, who had already come to his side, quietly looked at Ling Yun standing in front of Huodi. The twinkling big eyes were shining with the child's most due admiration for heroes, but Shirahoshi suddenly heard another voice coming from beside him. Isn't he handsome? Shirahoshi looked down, only to see Koala looking at her with a smile. You are the Shirahoshi instantly recognized that this girl seemed to be the one who was with Minato before. My name is Koala. And Koala also introduced himself familiarly, and then pointed to Ling Yun again and asked, "Aren't you handsome?" "Well, very handsome." Shirahoshi nodded in a daze, and then his face turned red. "Right? Ling Yun is really handsome when he fights. I will also become stronger in the future, and then fight with him." "Hey? But the Queen Mother said that girls should be gentle and virtuous." "Eh? What's the point of that?" Hearing the discussions from the little girls behind him, Jinbei stroked his beard silently, thinking why he could easily kill Huo Di, but no one ever said anything about him. "Mr. Ling Yun, please wait a moment." Just when Ling Yun was about to kill Huadi directly, he heard Otohim's voice from the side. But when he turned his head, he saw the mermaid queen, who was still very pale, saluted him slightly. "Although the request is presumptuous, I hope that Mr. Ling Yun can entrust this child to our disposal." "This child?" Turning to look at Huo Di, who was as strong as a monster, Ling Yun was also speechless for a moment. Could this kind of guy belong to a child? But even so, he still nodded slightly, "Of course. Thank you, Mr. Ling Yun." After hearing Ling Yun's agreement, Otohim also breathed a sigh of relief, and then said seriously to the guard behind him who had been glaring at Hodi, "Send him to the prison, remember, don't hurt him." "Yes." And although he was extremely dissatisfied with Hodi, a fellow clan who tried to assassinate Otohim, the guard could only respond. Afterwards, Otohim also looked at Ling Yun and said with a smile, "This time, thank you Mr. Ling Yun for saving your life. Mr. Tiger has already told us about your matter. If you have time, would you like to come to Dragon Palace City to participate in today's event, banquet?" As today, which was originally scheduled to be the day of change for the Fishmen Island, Dragon Palace City has already prepared a banquet. "Sure." And after hearing Otto-ji's words, Ling Yun certainly wouldn't refuse. -5.3. Outside the Fishmen Island, the deep sea behind Murloc Street. In the deep and dark seabed, the huge ark has stayed here for hundreds of years. Due to the ancient legendary, the ship cannot be damaged or touched until the promised day, so almost no one sets foot here. It is precisely because of this that even though there has been another ship docked under this boat of oath for a long time, no one cares about it. A tall, thin man with 4 legs came back after the riots in Geelong Cowed Square ended. He is Vander Daken 9. Damn it. No, have to get her. Letting out an angry and longing growl, he who was very annoyed in his heart hurriedly walked into the boat left by his ancestors. The name of that ship is the Flying Dutchman. Chapter 86. The Fishmen Island, Dragon Palace City. Do you want to be beaten by this king? My Otohim has been assassinated by someone, and you still let me wait here. In the resplendent hall, His Majesty Neptune, the Lord of the Dragon Palace, was grabbing the collar of his left minister and spraying saliva. The rough king has a strong physique, with lush and shaggy orange hair and beard, and flame-like tattoos on his arms. Your Majesty, didn't you listen to me just now? Princess Otohim was cured by one of the Shishibukai, Lord Grasp of the Hades, and now we have prepared a thank you card in Dragon Palace City banquet. Then why are you still stopping me here? Neptune still had his eyebrows up and down, but Minister Zo had to remind him, Your Majesty, that one is one of the Shishibukai, and he has a very good relationship with Mr. Tiger. Although not explicitly stated, the meaning is clear. Regarding the dominance and deterrence of the superpowers in this sea, perhaps no one knows better than the Murlocs of the Fishmen Island. Because in the past, when the Fishmen Island was invaded by humans due to the beauty of the Murlocs, it was the 10 words of a big pirate that changed the situation. Laozi is Whitebeard, this island will be Laozi's domain from now on. It was just such a simple sentence, but since then, neither the slave traders nor the pirates have any intention of invading the Fishmen Island on a large scale. Such is the deterrent power of the name Whitebeard. And although Shishibukai is a new force, people of insight in the world can see the significance of their existence. Undoubtedly, Shishibukai will definitely become a force in the Grand Line capable of affecting the entire sea in the future, and as one of the current Shishibukai and the one with the most magnificent record, Ling Yun's name has already been recognized throughout the Grand Line. Line has a huge deterrent power. Not to mention anything else, let's just talk about Wudu Island, where Ling Yun once showed his combat power, and now word of mouth has spread the story of Ling Yun to other sea areas, and it is cited as an epic story worth mentioning. So according to the idea of the left minister, Ling Yun, a Shishibukai, unexpectedly has such a good relationship with Fisher Tiger, so if he can be drawn to support the Fishmen Island, then the Fishmen Islands plan to establish a good relationship with humans and join the world government may be greatly promoted. Naosuke, you think too much. After hearing Minister Zou's words, Neptune just smiled softly. What do you mean, Your Majesty? The identity of His Excellency Ling Yun is not important, the important thing is that he saved Otohime. Since he saved Otome, then this king will naturally treat him with the courtesy of a national scholar. Neptune looked at Naosuke, and spoke calmly but couldn't hide a trace of rough wisdom. Since he can be friends with Tiger, he must not be a villain. Since that's the case, this king should treat him with sincerity. And Naosuke instantly understood the meaning of Neptune's words. For a powerhouse of Ling Yun's level, they can naturally distinguish between flattery and sincerity. And no matter at any time, sincere treatment is always better than flattery. Good regards, Your Majesty. So Naosuke naturally bowed to Neptune and said in a low voice. So, 3 hours later. Ling Yun, long time no see. I never thought you would become that Shishibukai. The banquet in Dragon Palace City started after Ling Yun arrived in Dragon Palace City. During the singing and dancing of the mermaids, as the hosts of the banquet, Neptune and the third Prince Hixing were also holding fine wines. Tai, who came to thank Ling Yun for saving his life, had a few glasses of wine with Ling Yun in the middle of the city. Ge is reminiscing with Ling Yun. It's just a coincidence. Ling Yun chuckled lightly, but Tiger laughed loudly after hearing the words. We were all shocked when we saw the news just now. Speaking of which, what about Aladdin and the others? They have all returned to Murloc Street to live temporarily now. The Fishmen Island and the world government are preparing to negotiate alliance membership and establish relationships, so it's not easy for them to show up. Tiger shook his head, and he said it was obviously a hidden danger caused by his troubles with Marie Joyce before, but fortunately, it seems that another person went to trouble that ghost place recently, so I can come out for a few circles. I really don't know who has such courage. If I know, I will make an alliance with him and become a best friend. Hee. What can Ling Yun say? I was also shocked when I saw you. I never thought you would agree with that Princess Otohime's point of view. Anyway, it's always a small talk, so Ling Wei didn't shy away from talking. It's not that I agree, but I just want to try the change you mentioned. Besides, Princess Otohime, it's really hard for people not to accept her point of view. Tiger also chuckled lightly after hearing the words, but the hostility in his smile was much less than before. 2. And thinking of Princess Yi, Ling Yun also nodded earnestly. Although he doesn't quite agree with Princess Otohime's way of forgiving the other party who clearly tried to assassinate him, but he doesn't deny it. The Queen of the Fishmen Island is really a person who can't be hated guy. Not a big fool, but a big love. Ling Yun. At this time, Koala jumped to Ling Yun's side directly from nowhere. Kindness. At this time, Ling Yun discovered that there seemed to be something except a thin layer on her body. This is swimming coating. Koala showed Ling Yun this unique thing of the Fishmen Island that allows people to temporarily carry out activities underwater, just now when you were drinking with Uncle Tiger. I went swimming with Shirahoshi. Dragon Palace has a special seawater area, which is where the princes and princesses of the royal family usually play. Just now, Princess Shirahoshi took Koala to play 627. And Jinbei, who has been following Koala and Shirahoshi to protect their safety, seems to have had a few drinks, and at this time he is also somewhat cheerfully explaining, "But Mr. Ling Yun, how did you do it? Kerr is really serious, very good. I told you. I will keep getting stronger." Koala also said quite proudly, then turned to look at Ling Yun, and then waved to the little mermaid girl who had been secretly hiding behind a palace pillar not far away since just now, "Shirahoshi. Come here quickly." Well. And being called by a friend he just met today, Shirahoshi also let out a groan, and then walked directly in front of Ling Yun with steam on his face. "Hi, you. Hello, I am Shirahoshi, thank you, for saving, my queen mother." She seemed shy, even to the point of stammering. "Hello, Princess Shirahoshi." Looking at this little girl with a delicate face but a body almost bigger than her own, Ling Yun's answer seemed calm. But the astonishment in his eyes could not be concealed in the slightest. "Shirahoshi. Race, giant squid mermaid, unique to the world with special bloodlines. Age, 6 years old. Grade, E, X+. Achievable ability, underwater breathing LV.1. Special ability, King of the Sea LV.10, X and special bloodline ability, not obtainable. Chapter 87. X end level. Although he had already guessed it, Ling Yun still couldn't help being shocked when he saw that Shirahoshi's evaluation level was really this level that he had never seen before. He knew that the little girl in front of him who would blush and stammer when she looked at him was actually one of the most powerful people in the entire pirate world. Of course, she might not even know this. Because her true identity is the king of the sea kings that comes down every hundreds of years, and also Poseidon, one of the 3 ancient weapons in the legendary of this world that can destroy the world. And you must know that the most terrifying thing in this world is actually those sea kings in the sea who don't know how many and how big they are. And Shirahoshi, who can control these sea kings, can even destroy the whole world easily in theory. However, this ability is unobtainable, which really makes Ling Yun a little unhappy. If Shirahoshi's power can be obtained, then he is not directly invincible. 3. Well. However, Ling Yun didn't pay attention. He seemed to be staring at Shirahoshi for a little too long, so that Shirahoshi's already rosy face had a tendency to move towards the direction of the boiled crab, and his mouth was spitting out again troubled whimpers. "Ah, sorry." At this time, Ling Yun also realized his gaffe, so he quickly withdrew his gaze and coughed twice. "Ha ha ha. Princess Shirahoshi is a giant Murloc, so she is much bigger than normal Murlocs." On the other hand, Jinbei didn't think much about it, he just thought that Ling Yun was surprised by Shirahoshi's body size. Of course Ling Yun didn't explain after hearing the words, but Shirahoshi pouted a little dissatisfied after hearing Jinbei's words. And with the passage of time, the lively banquet is gradually coming to an end. And at this time, "Mr. Ling Yun, thank you so much this time." With a gentle tone of voice, Otohim's figure also slowly came to Ling Yun, and bowed deeply to him. "Princess Thim, you are polite. I wonder if Mr. Ling Yun has time." "Certainly." After just a simple exchange, Ling Yun and Otohim came to another side hall that was slightly secluded compared to the main hall. But to Ling Yun's surprise, the Lord of Dragon Palace City, Neptune, had already been waiting here. "Mr. Ling Yun, I am taking the liberty to call you here." The king, who was quite rough on the outside, did not show any recklessness in his speech, but was quite polite. "I really want to thank you for saving Otohim this time, otherwise my children and I really don't know what to do. I'm a doctor, so saving people is a matter of course." Faced with Neptune's straightforward thanks, Ling Yun did not claim credit. "Ha ha ha." After Neptune heard the words, he also let out a heroic laugh. "My king has heard Mr. Tiger tell you about Mr. Ling Yun a long time ago, and seeing you today is just as expected. But since you are a doctor, I have to give you the reward for treating Otom this time." I don't know what Mr. Ling Yun needs as a reward. Having said that, the meaning of Neptune's words is actually understood by everyone present. With Ling Yun's current status as Shishibukai, Neptune can no longer simply use Bailey as a reward, although Ling Yun himself doesn't really care, but this is a basic respect. Respect for strength and the strong is also respect for Tiger, who is Ling Yun's friend. And after hearing Neptune's words, Ling Yun directly made 3 requests as if he had already made up his mind. First of all, the first request is very simple. Ling Yun hopes that Neptune can give him the rubbings of the charts and materials related to the new world. And Neptune, of course, quickly agreed this is not a troublesome thing at all for him as the master of Dragon Palace City. As for Ling Yun's second request, he hoped to get a few pieces of the murderous drug that Hody used before. And this request is more troublesome for Neptune because the evil medicine, as a treasure of Dragon Palace, should never be given to others. 18. I am a doctor, so I have a research interest in special drugs. Ling Yun's explanation was quite well founded, and the medicine he asked for was only 3 pieces, so after thinking about it for a while, Neptune finally agreed to Ling Yun's request. Then thank you, Your Majesty. After thanking Neptune, Ling Yun also whispered his third request. But at the same time he said the third request, Neptune and Otohim, who were still calm, widened their eyes to ultimate. I'm going to Sea Forest to watch Joey Boy's confession. Ling Yun looked at Neptune and Otohim, but what he said seemed to hit their hearts directly. He knew about Joey Poi. Instinctively looking at each other, Neptune and Otohim looked a little panicked. The existence of Joey Boi should have been unknown, and the confession book located in the center of Sea Forest is also a secret that the Fishmen Island has guarded for many years. Why does Ling Yun know? Where did he know? And most importantly, if he knows about Joey Poi, then could it be that even Shirahoshi's identity, he also? Thinking of this possibility, the two couldn't help turning their heads to look at Ling Yun. But in fact, there is no need for them to ask, because Ling Yun immediately told them the answer. I can understand the historical text and know the identity of Princess Shirahoshi. But if you two are willing to believe me, then I can tell you I have no ill will toward her or the Murloc. Ling Yun's words are very soft, but the meaning in the words is deafening. And if someone usually knows the secret that the two Neptunes have kept for many years, then they will definitely do everything possible to protect the safety of their daughter. But the person who knew about it was Otohim's savior, and also the famous 7 warlords of the sea. Therefore, Neptune and Otohim could only remain silent at this time. And after pondering for a long time, Otohim spoke first, but her appearance, Nono's, was very weak at the moment. She has the ability to listen to the voice of all things, so as long as she uses her ability, she can hear the hearts of common people. And for a strong person like Ling Yun, although she can't pry into other people's hearts, she can roughly feel the fluctuations in the other person's heart. And in her perception, Ling Yun's inner fluctuation is not disgusting. So, as she has chosen in the past, she chose to believe. You can enter the forest of the sea to play, but it is currently under the impact of the submarine ocean current, so if you want to go to the forest of the sea, sir, you may have to wait for a while. After hearing what Otto-ji said, Ling Yun also nodded with a chuckle, and then took a closer look at Otto-ji's eyes again. He was sure that although there was a little worry and solemnity in it, no malice could be seen. So he also instantly understood Tiger's words. Sure enough, change. It's a guy who can't be hated. Chapter 88. A week later, the Fishmen Island. In the beautiful Murloc Bay, Ling Yun was sitting at the main hall table of the medical hall that he had transferred to the Fishmen Island, but he was thinking about something. Since he received Neptune's promise a week ago, the master of the Fishmen Island has brought him the 2 things he needs as promised. And Ling Yun of New World Sea Chart also has a general understanding, but the specific sailing route needs to wait until after leaving the Fishmen Island to make plans. But about the evil drug Ling Yun has gained a very interesting piece of information. E.S. Category: Special Drugs, Incomplete. Introduction: Incomplete drugs that can stimulate the vitality of the body in a short period of time to generate huge power, and have strong side effects. Improvement research progress, unresearchable, need to obtain the complete formula. And after seeing this message, Ling Yun couldn't help but think about some more things because according to his understanding, the evil drug ES can almost overdraw his life force without limit in exchange for power. This kind of scum-level character can break through a full level after taking about 10 pills, which can be said to be a very powerful potion. But in the system's message, this potion is still incomplete. And if it looks like this, then the creator of this drug 467 may not be a certain scientist from the Fishmen Island as Ling Yun originally guessed, and even the Fishmen Island itself is probably only a part owner of this drug, that's all. Of course, although Ling Yun felt very interested in this information, after all, there were no clues or information at all, so he just stayed at the stage of being interested and didn't think much about it. And the thing he is seriously considering now is something far more powerful than ES. That is system. I can't obtain Shirahoshi's bloodline, but can't research be done in the bloodline laboratory? This is an idea that suddenly occurred to Ling Yun not long ago. He still wants the power of Poseidon, one of the 3 ancient weapons in the world. The strength and activity of this bloodline is too high, and the bloodline laboratory cannot be researched before it is upgraded to level 2. The system gave such an answer. As for the series of questions that Ling Yun asked later, such as what is a level 2 laboratory, it only gave the answer of temporary band description. Hey, ha! But when Ling Yun was thinking, he suddenly felt a strong wind blowing from behind him. Boom! Casually turning sideways, looking at Koala, who lost her balance in an instant, CDCF, and fell into her arms due to the loss of the target, Ling Yun also tapped her head lightly in silence. Shirahoshi. Chance. But at this moment, Koala, who was making a poor gesture, suddenly reached out and grabbed Ling Yun's hand, and then yelled. Oh! At the same time, Ling Yun also heard a very nervous voice from above his head. But when he raised his head, he saw Shirahoshi swimming towards him holding a small cloth bag, and it is worth mentioning that it seemed that she was out of fear, so she closed it directly when she was in front of him. Plop! Obviously, moving with eyes closed is impossible even for Murlocs, so Shirahoshi also fell to the ground, and the flower in the cloth bag fell directly on the mermaid pink-red hair. And after appreciating the scene like a comedy drama, Ling Yun could only sigh helplessly. Perhaps because they belong to the race of little girls, the relationship between Shirahoshi and Koala has been extremely good recently. Koala, who was originally a well-behaved loli, became more and more cheerful when facing Ling Yun after learning kendo and haki from Ling Yun. Although Shirahoshi is tall, he still looks after Koala. What's interesting is that among the two, Koala's dependence on Ling Yun is naturally not mentioned, but for some reason, Yu Xing also likes to stick to Ling Chu's side very much every day. Ling Yun yelled loudly. So these two mischievous behaviors almost always fall on Ling Yun, which often makes Ling Yun feel dumbfounded. Woo! Failed again. Shirahoshi, your body is too big. That's why you fall easily. Right, sorry. The appearance of the two girls analyzing the reason for the attack failed also made Ling Yun feel amused for a while, but immediately a thought rose in his heart. Shirahoshi, don't you find it troublesome that you have such a big body? So Ling Yun also pretended to ask such a question. Well, but this is something that can't be helped. After all, it's all born. And Shirahoshi flicked her mermaid tail with some annoyance after hearing the words. Of course she felt very inconvenient about her body shape. Her huge size inevitably brought her much greater strength than children of the same age, which also caused her to not be able to live and play like other mermaid children in many cases. Especially for a child of Shirahoshi's age, this is clearly a big annoyance. I can help you shrink your body. Really? Shirahoshi was also slightly taken aback when she heard Ling Yun's words, and then she saw that Ling Yun took out a bottle of potion after returning to her room. Drink this, and you can freely control your body size. And Ling Yun's smile was more precise, as if he was saying, "Little sister, do you want to watch Goldfish with Uncle?" Really? After Shirahoshi heard the words, he curiously took the medicine bottle in Ling Yun's hand, and then drank it directly with a small mouth. Then, with a slight sound, Shirahoshi's body shrunk instantly, but after a while, he was even smaller than Koala, exactly like a common Murloc girl. Wow! And Shirahoshi, who felt the reduced vision for the first time, looked at Koala, who was a little taller than himself, in front of him, and made a surprised sound, and then grinned directly. Correspondingly, Ling Yun grinned happier than her. Yes, what he gave Shirahoshi was nothing else but a genetic modification fluid made from a devil fruit he got a long time ago. Little fruit. Category: Paramecia devil fruit. Introduction: users can freely control their body to become smaller, but the body's various skills and strength will also be reduced accordingly. Ling Yun originally thought that this devil fruit, which is so funny no matter how you look at it, was almost meaningless, so he never took it. But system, can we study the blood in Shirahoshi's body now? During the system detection, the blood vessel activity and strength have been detected to decrease, and the research can be started. It has been detected that this bloodline is the most powerful bloodline in the world, and the research will be divided into 2 stages, juvenile body and adult body. Time required for the first phase of research, 2 years. Time required for the second phase of research, 3 years. Mr. Ling Yun, His Majesty Neptune asked me to inform you about the sea forest. What the hell? At this time, Jinbei, who happened to enter the medical hall to inform Ling Yun that the ocean currents over there had stabilized, saw the petite and cute Shirahoshi as soon as he entered the door, so this always calm Hixia couldn't help but explode. Foul language. Chapter 89. It can only be said that it is one of the highest bloodlines in the entire pirate world. The research on the Poseidon bloodline has to be completed in 2 stages of research in Shirahoshi's childhood and adulthood. Fortunately, although the foreseeable time span is a little longer, the benefits are huge enough for Ling Yun, and he has enough time to wait. And after that, Ling Yun, who personally explained Shirahoshi's current physical condition to Odo him and Neptune, was also unexpectedly not blamed by the two, and even got Odo him's thanks. This child has been worrying about her body size before, thank you for caring so much about her, Mr. Ling Yun. Princess Odohim's statement also made Ling Yun feel a little guilty. After all, his original reason for doing so had nothing to do with what Odohime thought. Then Neptune also officially told Ling Yun that he could enter the sea forest, but it was best for Zhong to enter alone. Of course, Ling Yun has no opinion. After all, he also knows that the less people know about the main text of history, the better. So, 3 hours later, in the northeast area of Murloc Street, the sea forest. The crystal-clear corals stand on their own, and the sunlight transmitted by the sun tree eve shines on the underwater plants to emit a unique phosphorescence. There are shipwrecks that have sunk due to shipwrecks and other things around, and the indifferent side of the sea is revealed among the corals. Congratulations to host for obtaining the quest item history text. The amount he currently holds is 6/30. Wrapped in a swimming coating, Ling Yun, who had just rubbed the historical text called Joey Boy's Confession, walked out of the sea forest slowly, but his mind was constantly thinking about the content recorded in the confession book. Your Highness, I didn't mean to deceive you, who is pure and beautiful, but the sea under the sun is undergoing drastic changes, so, please wait for the agreed day to come. Your Royal Highness, your divine power is enough to destroy everything, but the changes in the sea are far beyond your imagination. So, please keep the agreement in mind. His Royal Highness, I'm sorry, but the agreement with you may not be fulfilled. I repent of my sins, and look forward to another drastic change of the times. And latecomers, please remember the power itself is not terrible, what is terrible is its owner. The glory of D will be restored. Joey boy. With the help of listening to the voice of all things, Ling Yun understood this piece of historical text without the power of the system, but to his surprise, it seems that not all historical texts are consistent with the records on the red stone, generally obscure. For example, in this historical text, Ling Yun seems to be able to understand a lot of things. Obviously, it is similar to the description in the original work. This unique text of blue history is indeed a confession written by the human being named Joey Boy, but the meaning in it is quite thought-provoking in Yun's view. Because Joey Boy existed in the era of the world's blank 100 years, and as a person who is familiar with most of the plots, Ling Yun knows that the birth of those 100 years is related to the birth of a kingdom named D about death. And the content recorded in it makes Ling Yun seem to see the inner struggle of Joey Boy in the past. He may have made a promise with the mermaid princess of that generation, or Poseidon, but in the end he had to choose to renege on his promise due to the drastic changes taking place in the sea. And this is what Ling Yun cares about. Obviously, the Poseidon of that generation is completely different from Shirahoshi, a crying existence who is willing and able to control his own power. But Joey Boy obviously felt that even the mighty mermaid princess should not go up to the sea. So the question arises, what happened on the surface of the sea that made Joey Boy feel that even Poseidon couldn't really fight against it? It's getting more and more interesting. I'll read those historical texts when I have time later. Ling Yun, who almost read the historical text as if it were a science fiction book, felt that it was as interesting as reading a novel. But thinking about it. Owner. While Ling Yun was thinking, a rather sharp and childish voice suddenly appeared in his heart. And then, Ling Yun saw the figure of Yemengard slowly appearing above the sea forest. Due to the size of the lost paradise, he had to dock near the negative street outside the main island of the Fishmen Island, and Yemengard naturally, Menjiad also had free time to move around, so he was not surprised that Ling Yun appeared here. He was surprised by two things. First, he hadn't considered that he could understand Hormongondra's words at all. Second, are you still a mother? Looking at Yemenjade's huge body, which should be said to be mighty and majestic, Ling Yun expressed that he could not accept this novel setting. Female. And after listening carefully, Ling Yun discovered that Hormongondra's voice was not so much a girl's voice as a child's voice, and the words seemed to have a meaning that a child could not understand clearly. System, what's going on here? So Ling Yun also felt that something was wrong for a while. When he first saw Hormongandr, this guy was just an offshore sea king, but his body size has reached more than 4, so it should be an adult sea king anyway. That's right. The creature has undergone race conversion. With the lifespan of the dragon species, it is still in its infancy. And the explanation given by the system made Ling Yun very happy. It means, it can continue to evolve. If you get enough dragon blood, you can re-evolve until you become a real purebred dragon. And after getting the information from the system, Ling Yun was also excited about this windfall. Yemengard's current combat power is almost equal to that of an S-level powerhouse, and the large-scale destructive power after really wantonly spreading power even still above Ling Yun herself. If it can evolve at this level. Asking for flowers. Master, Master. Just when Ling Yun was looking forward to the future of Hormongandr, he suddenly heard its slightly sluggish voice. Kindness. Then, over there. Yemengard stretched out his paw and pointed to the direction behind the western Murloc street. Kindness. But Ling Yun turned his head and looked over, but saw the shadow of a huge ship in the dark sea in the distance. That is Oath Ship Noah. Ling Yun murmured softly, then he took a fancy to Hormongandr. He didn't quite understand what Hormongandr meant. There's another boat. On the boat, there are those stones you need, Master. Yemenjia was obviously not used to having such exchanges with Ling Yun. Boat? Rock? And Ling Yun was stunned when he heard the words, and then he reacted instantly. 0. You mean there's still a ship in there, and a historical text in it? New World, 100 Beasts Island. What did you say? The voice of fury was accompanied by great coercion. Jack listened to the return of his subordinates, and his expression was full of horror. Master Jack, Lord Kun said he was going to kill that Shishibukai who angered Lord Kaido, to make up for his failure to defeat Charlotte Katakuri last time. And in front of him, the non-commissioned officers of the Mammoth Fleet under 100 Beasts were trembling in front of him. Is he a madman? After confirming that Wind Calamity Kun had indeed led some of his men to the first half of the New World, Jack couldn't help but roared. Gee, Master Jack, it shouldn't matter, after all. And after seeing Jack so furious, the sergeant under his command couldn't help but persuade him. As we all know, the 3 disasters among the Beasts Pirates is the strongest combat power under Kaido's command, and as a member of Beasts, this sergeant does not think that the so-called Shishibukai can defeat the 3 disasters. Not to mention anything else, let's just say that the Moonlight Moria in Shishibukai is Kaido's defeat, and it's not Common's defeat, but the one that absolutely crushes artists to prevent them from being destroyed. Idiot! That man is different. And Jack roared furiously. He knows that among the 7 Shishibukai, there are obvious strong and weak classes, and most of the Shishibukai, even Jack himself, are absolutely sure to defeat and kill them. That person is definitely an exception. Jack will always remember, when he reported that person to Kaido, Kaido's unprecedented dignified and violent haki. That guy, is a character that even Kaido-sama is afraid of. Chapter 90. In the shadow of the Great Noah. A wrecked ship lies amidst the seaweed below Noah. The bow was a skull with fangs, and the ship was almost completely decayed. And in this ship, Vanderdaken 9 is biting his glove and constantly venting his anger. A month ago, he saw the moment the girl was crying with his own eyes, and some kind of power summoned the giant sea kings. So he also knew that he had finally found the calendar area that his ancestors had been pursuing for hundreds of years. But... Damn! As long as that damn Murloc stays away from Princess Shirahoshi for a second longer, he can get it. But it was because of that damned Murloc, no, because of that damned human, he failed to succeed. And now, Princess Shirahoshi 277 who has entered Dragon Palace and is under strict protection, it is really too difficult for him to find another opportunity. No, can't give up. After being angry, Vanderdaken 9 still forced himself to calm down. In any case, he must get that power that is enough to destroy the world, and it can also help him lift the curse. Shirahoshi, I will have you no matter what. It's disgusting. But just as Vanderdaken 9 was muttering to himself, a person's voice suddenly came from his side. Who? So Vanderdaken 9 was naturally terrified. How could there be other people here? And when he turned his head to look, his eyes were tearing apart instantly. Because the person standing in front of him wrapped in the air film formed by the swimming coating, is exactly the person he saw in Geelong Cod Square before. Impossible. How could Mitsumi let people get close to my boat? He still refuses to accept reality. But... Watatsu see you? You mean that big pufferfish-like guy outside? Ling Yun chuckled, he probably can't help you anymore. Even the famous sea monster, in front of Yemen Guard, is just a thing that can be dealt with by flicking its tail. But... It's also just right before leaving here, at least you need to clean up all the hidden dangers around Shirahoshi. Ling Yun looked at the ugly Vanderdaken 9 in front of him, and had the same thought in his heart. He will still need the adult blood of the little princess as a research object in the future, so it is only natural that such a dangerous guy as Vanderdaken 9 should be cleaned up. Wait a minute, I have something to, And Vanderdaken 9 seemed to have something to say, but before he could speak, Ling Yun's finger came directly to his forehead. Finger pistol skull. At the same time as the blood fell, Vanderdaken 9 died directly without any resistance. However, at the moment of his death, boom! Ling Yun clearly felt the ship started to disintegrate. What's the situation? And Ling Yun looked at the collapsed deck and the broken mast in astonishment how finally he grasped his own power, so he could be sure that he never did anything that might cause the ship to collapse. Rather than saying that this collapse was caused by Ling Yun, it is better to say this is a natural disintegration due to the death of Vanderdaken 9. Along with the disintegration and collapse of the ship's hull, Ling Yun also realized in an instant the hem of the damaged ship not far away, unexpectedly slowly revealing a historical text stele. It is completely different from the historical texts of black, red, and blue that Ling Yun has seen before. The stone tablet of this historical text revealed this time, is actually grey in color. And when Ling Yun came to the stele and touched the stele as before. Congratulations to host for getting the quest item history text and now holding VVBO. It is detected that the stone tablet has a special negative effect curse, which has been cleared automatically. Clear complete. Curse. The strange words that appeared for the first time made Ling Yun's expression slightly taken aback, and then that legendary turned out to be real. 2 hours later, Ling Yun, who returned to the Fishmen Island, greeted Neptune and Odo him, and then returned directly to her own medical center. Then he began to investigate what was recorded in this historical text. But after the real investigation, he was a little dazed for a while. Because the things recorded on this stone tablet seem to be incomplete. It seems to record the coordinates of a certain island located in New World, but it only records the death of the main part and then stops abruptly. What the hell is? And at this point, even Ling Yun's usually calm personality can't help but become curious about all this. So, he also began to analyze what he knew. First of all, the identity of King Vanderdaken 9. This Ling Yun knows very well. It is said that hundreds of years ago, the captain of a pirate ship named Flying Dutchman Vanderdaken I went crazy at sea for some reason, pushed all his crew members into the sea, and he also spit towards the sea and aroused the wrath of God, and finally received a curse. The Flying Dutchman has thus become a ghost ship sailing underwater, and the captain Vanderdaken I has been trying to find the mermaid princess who can control the sea kings for some reason, but he still died in the end in the Fishmen Island, and the Flying Dutchman also disappeared. And so far, Ling Yun already has 3 big questions. First of all, why is Vanderdaken I human, but Vanderdaken 9 has become a Murloc? Secondly, now he already knows that the unknown curse that Vanderdaken I received is something that really exists, but the curse itself does not come from God, but from a historical text. So, where did this piece of text come from? Vanderay got this piece of text? And most importantly, that is, if it is deduced according to the normal lifespan of each generation of Vanderdaken 4.8, then the age in which Vanderdaken I lived seems to be just right. Blank 100 years. It's really curious. At this time, Ling Yun, who has analyzed for most of the day, can probably understand why those who pursue the historical text have such strong dissatisfaction, because this feeling of stripping away the truth is really exciting. But if you really go all out to pursue these things, then you will really lose everything. Ling Yun waved the grey stone tablet away, then shook his head lightly. Because of the existence of the task, he will try his best to collect the historical text sooner or later. But for him now, going to the New World, which is said to be in danger, is the first thing he has to do. Chapter 91. Among the Fishmen Island. Shirahoshi, stop crying. Looking at Shirahoshi, who was still in the wailing mode, His Majesty Neptune, who received his wife's quickly comfort eyes, was also a little numb for a while. Woo 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 woo. And after hearing Neptune's consolation, which was not consolation at all, Shirahoshi cried even more. Okay, Princess Shirahoshi, please hold on to your grief. Mr. Ling Yun and Koala are only going to the New World temporarily, and they will always come back later. In comparison, although Jinbei is the big and the three thick, he can always comfort people to the right point. Real. And Shirahoshi sniffed after hearing the words, and looked at Jinbei with moist eyes. Really, Ling Yun even asked me to have a drink with me in the future. Tiger at the side saw that the little girl seemed to finally stop crying, so he quickly spoke out to prove it. Then. I don't believe it. Woohoo. Seeing Shirahoshi crying again, the other people present were completely helpless. 23. At this time, above the Fishmen Island. The way to leave from the Fishmen Island is much simpler than the way to come, with the help of the Fishmen Island's unique strengthened coating, and injecting air into it, then he will naturally rise due to the buoyancy of the air. But in fact, this part of the process is more dangerous than sinking because compared to the time of the dive, the position of the ship has already reached the sea area of New World. In fact, almost 1 out of every 5 boats will encounter problems when floating, especially the chaotic ocean currents that are hardly seen in the park but can be seen in the New World market are easy to directly contact with the boat. The buoyancy is offset and the ship capsizes directly in the sea. But for Ling Yun, this part of the threat disappeared without a trace due to the existence of Hormungandr. Master, why, don't let me pull the boat in front. Yermanga, who was dragging the chain under Paradise Lost to keep it balanced, was a little bit aggrieved. His favorite thing was to drag Paradise Lost around. Because I need your help to maintain balance. At this time, Ling Yun, who squeezed the young labor force, just replied casually at this time, and then began to continue what he was doing, that is, watching the few historical experiences he got before. Sure enough, apart from the red stone, the other historical texts don't seem to be so obscure. While observing, Ling Yun also began to think about it himself. In addition to the 3 historical texts he has read, there are 4 remaining historical texts that he has not read, one of which is the Old Tree George from Jammu Island. The remaining 3 are from Marie Joy Celestial Dragon's family. Among them, the content of the last 3 parts is extremely lengthy. The above seem to record various people's livelihood environments and philosophies of a kingdom. Although Ling Yun had no interest in this kind of thing, he still read it patiently, and finally found that the historical records of this kingdom really ended in the blank 100 years period, which is the same as that of Joey Boy, pretty close to the time of Vanderdecken I. So Ling Yun also came to a very simple conclusion: sure enough, this kingdom is the kingdom of D. In addition to these 3 historical texts, the remaining historical text from Whitebeard is even more weird because this historical text tells the whole thing about a thing called Artemis. Artemis, with the crimson stone in his arms, blocks the curtain of death. It is hidden in the island surrounded by 4 phases, a place abandoned by time. If there are latecomers who get them, please set foot on the path of truth. Remember, the power itself is not terrible, what is terrible is its owner. This is the title and outline of this historical text, and the explanation of power that is exactly the same as that of Joey Boy can be regarded as proof that the historical text is indeed written by the same group of people. But the message contained in it moved Ling Yun's heart. Because obviously, no matter what that thing called Artemis is, there must be another thing that Ling Yun is chasing by its side. Redstone, text of Beacon history. Although I don't know whether this piece of historical text is the one held by Big Mom, but getting this rare information is something that makes Ling Yun extremely happy. It's just that the text is incomplete, so that its description of the secret island itself is only a 6-character brief description of the island surrounded by 4 grapefruits. But other related locations, appearances, and information are not described at all. It's really bad fun. As for the bad taste of these historical texts, people, Ling Yun also felt quite annoyed for a while. This kind of half-talking and not-saying feeling is almost the same as those web writers who don't fill in the gaps. Ling Yun. We're about to reach the surface of the sea. And just when Ling Yun put away the main text of the history, Koala, who had fallen into a depression due to the farewell to the Fishmen Island and others, seemed to have finally recovered, and looked up at the gradually approaching sea happily. Cried out. But right now. Owner. Yemengard, who was keeping the balance of the ship below, suddenly spoke. On the sea, there are people. Ling Yun was also surprised when he heard the words, and then his expression became serious. Of course he knows that there is no boat departing from the Fishmen Island on the same day as him today. So, someone, waiting for me to go up. -580. Meanwhile, on the sea, Lord Kun, the fleet artillery is ready. And under the banner of a skull pirate with wings and a sharp mouth, a tall man with blue hair is listening to his subordinates' rewards. And his name, even in New World, is still very popular. One of the 3 major fleets under beasts, the captain of Pterodactyl. A bounty of 1 billion Baileys is offered, one of the 3 major disasters known far and wide. Zoan ancient species pterodactyl fruit ability. He is Wind Calamity Kun. Very good. The deep voice was full of wildness, the man's tall body and gloomy gaze looked at the sea not far away that had begun to feel uneasy. But Master Kun, Master Jack asked to talk to you. Hey? Then quickly take the phone bug. Kun's words haven't finished yet. Boom. Accompanied by the huge island ship rising from below the sea surface, a ferocious smile appeared on the corner of Kun's mouth. Forget it, after I kill this guy, I'll talk to that guy Jack. Chapter 92. As one of the 3 major disasters, Kun has always had his own pride. But not long ago, in the confrontation between the Beasts Pirates and the Big Mom Pirate group for the territory, he lost to the opponent's admiral in the battle Charlotte Carter, the leader of the Dim Sum 4 Stars Takuri. As an example, the other 3 major disasters defeated their opponents respectively, which made Kun feel extremely annoyed in his heart. Therefore, after getting the news that Ling Yun, the grasp of the underworld, has sailed, he also came here immediately to intercept and avenge his shame because the 3 major disasters know that Kaido is very concerned about this Ling Yun. Yun's man seems extremely concerned. Shishibukai restraining 4 emperors, hey! With a sneer, I am extremely disdainful to Shishibukai who has recently attracted the attention of the whole world. In his opinion, the so-called Shishibukai are nothing but little pirates who become lackeys of the world government for profit. No. Even some guys don't even have the consciousness to become pirates. Such a guy, dare to say that he wants to restrict the 4 emperors? Restrict Lord Kaido? Extremely ridiculous. Whispering so, Kun waved his arm. Fleets prepare to sink it. Yes. After hearing the leader's words, the crew members on the Pterodactyl also started loading ammunition, and the 24 pirate ships of the Pterodactyl fleet also started loading ammunition at the same time. But just a moment later, boom! Huge cannonballs were ejected from the pitch-black barrels, and the rain of shells ejected from hundreds of cannons was densely covered at that moment. The light was the simplest and heavy enough to make everyone despair. And this is also a symbol of the so-called 4 emperors being absolutely powerful. In addition to their own strength and confidence under their command, they also have a huge force and sufficient fire. 10. Unlike other pirates who fight in small fights, when they make a move, it is a real war. Master Kaido is the king, a mere guy who is not even a pirate, just obediently buried in the bottom of the sea. And watching the dense artillery fire sprinkled on the Paradise Lost that had just floated up from the sea, Kun also smiled ferociously. Then, roar! A long and huge roar came from under the sea surface, accompanied by that huge minion and huge wings emerging from under the sea surface. The momentary depression of the sea made everyone who saw it just sigh. And Yemenjiad's huge wings instantly covered up the scattered barrage. Boom! Boom! The cannonball collided with its body and exploded, making a loud noise and smoke. Roar! But after the smoke was blown away, Yermungandra's wings were unscathed. Dragons! Kun looked at Yemenjiad's huge and mighty physique, but he had a completely different way of thinking from the stunned subordinates around him. Very good. If you give it to Kaido-sama. So the next moment, Kun's body began to undergo tremendous changes. A pair of huge wings grew out of his back, his hands and wings merged into one, and his lips became sharper, growing fangs. And his body began to swell instantly. But after a few seconds, Kun's body turned into a huge blue bird-like behemoth, and its body was even a third of the size of Yemen Guard. Then, Master Kaido, you will be very satisfied. With a roar intertwined with beast and humanity, Kun flapped his wings. Boom! As he flapped his wings, a violent hurricane suddenly blew up on the surface of the sea, and even the huge volume of the Paradise Lost was shaken a little by the blowing. And this is exactly what Kun is known to fear, as the pterodactyl fruit ability user of Zoan's ancient species. He can transform into a huge ancient pterosaur over 200 meters. And the gust of wind under his wings can even destroy a marine fleet of more than 15 warships in an instant. In fact, the battle that made him completely famous was on the sea. With the help of his own, the ability instantly killed the giant pirate of the Titan tribe with a bounty of more than 500 million Baileys, the giant monster Bassus Bismarck and his pirate group of 500 people. Your ship is pretty solid. But you will still be buried in the deep sea, Shishibukai. Roar. At this time, Yemen Gade, who heard Kunchi's laughter, let out an angry roar, and then his huge body was also pulled up from the sea surface, and the flames in the huge dragon's mouth began to shine. Dragon flame spit. But the dragon flame that Kaido-sama mentioned? It really is a real dragon. After Kun saw this, he gave a light praise, and then flapped his wings. His huge figure brought a gust of wind and set off a terrifying speed that didn't belong to the size of his body. He came to the top of the lost paradise. He was going to dedicate this dragon to Lord Kaido, so he didn't want to fight with Yermanga. All he needs to do is kill the so-called Shishibukai hiding on the island. Wind Calamity, huge wind blade. And with the flapping of his wings, a huge wind blade over 30 meters flew out of the air and flew straight towards the medical hall below. It can also be guessed from the speed of castration, if this blow of the wind blade hits a mountain, I am afraid that even the mountain will be cut in half. But, at this moment, silently, the wind blade advancing at high speed instantly melted into the air like ice and snow after encountering sunlight. And Kun also saw that the young man in Yi slowly walked out from the medical hall. Is this a welcome ceremony? Looking at the vast ocean that belongs exclusively to the New World, facing the huge pterosaur in the sky that day, Ling Yun has a flat smile on his face. Then, looking at Kun's huge figure, he slowly pulled out the months hung. Kun. Age, 33. Level, S and in this world, X after awakening. Available abilities, Armament Haki LV.7, Observation Haki LV.7, Pterosaur Perception LV.4, Awakening LV.1, Wind Control LV.4. Fruit Ability, Zoan Ancient Species Pterodactyl Fruit. It can only be said that it is one of the three major disasters, and Kun's strength is actually at the same level as Kizaru. But for this, Ling Yun is not very surprised. All the four emperors have several existences who can fight one-on-one with Marine Admiral. This is something he has long known. And obviously, with Kun's destructive power now, although Kizaru may be stronger in one-on-one, Kun's lethality against the enemy on the sea is definitely stronger than Kizaru. As for such an opponent, although Ling Yun could defeat or even kill him, it still took a little effort. But you really shouldn't be here. Ling Yun, Di Zhao, chuckled lightly, and without waiting for Kun to react, he gently waved the knife in his hand. Swinging the knife is very light, and it even feels like there is no effort at all. The air is trembling, the sea is trembling, the sky and the earth seem to be trembling. This is, what? The huge coercion made Kun unable to even speak, and could only watch the huge slash from the light knife come to him. And the last words he heard in his life were, "In my clinic, don't say it's you. Even if Kaido came in person, I would kill him with one knife." So Kun understood in an instant. Why does Master Kaido obviously care about this man, but still dare not do anything about him? Why can't the wound on Master Kaido's abdomen be healed? Why did Master Kaido suddenly gather the beast's original conquest action and start to react defensively? It's not because of any other reason, just because of a few. The person in front of me, because of the orbit.